Chapter 1. At this moment, during twilight. In the village of Konoha, before the residence of the Uchiha clan and the clan leader's mansion, stood a boy of modest height, approximately 11 or 12 years old. Behind the boy, two figures knelt partially, clad in the attire of the Konoha police force. After a moment's contemplation, the boy, Uchiha Shumi, coldly inquired, "How many are willing to leave?" "Just over half, totaling 426 individuals," one of the figures promptly replied. "More than half. It seems the clan members are truly weary of Konoha." "My lord, all preparations for the evacuation have been finalized," Shumi stated. "Excellent. Let's commence. Pay attention to my signal. Once the moment arrives, gather everyone swiftly for evacuation. There must be no delay." "Understood." Additionally, ensure that Izumi and her family are taken along. A flicker of surprise ignited in the eyes of the two figures behind him, yet they dutifully complied. "At once. Go." Shumi waved his hand, and the two figures vanished promptly. Only he remained, slightly lifting his gaze. Casting a glance at the vast Konoha village behind him, he murmured, "Unknowingly, I have dwelled in this world for a decade. The prejudices of mankind. In any world, they loom like an insurmountable mountain. Konoha? Huh. Since you cannot accommodate the Uchiha clan, do not blame me for my resolve. Tonight, let me rewrite this history." With that, Shumi withdrew his gaze. He stepped forward and boldly pushed open the grand doors of the clan leader's mansion. Inside the mansion, the front courtyard lay empty, devoid of any onlookers. The figure Shumi sought had long since positioned himself upon the main hall's steps, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Uchiha Fugaku, the current clan leader of the Uchiha clan and captain of the Konoha police force. "You have arrived." Fugaku opened his eyes, a hint of sharpness in his gaze as he fixed his stare upon Shumi. Truly deserving of the moniker Fugaku, the fierce side. "It appears the clan leader is already aware of my intentions." Uchiha Shumi offered a faint smile, having anticipated this. As the head of the Uchiha clan and commander of the Konoha police, it would not be difficult for Fugaku to discern Shumi's schemes of forming factions within the clan and plotting defection. However, contrary to Shumi's expectations, despite Fugaku's awareness of his actions, he did not obstruct him or report him. In fact, he had even helped to discreetly obscure several flaws in Shumi's plan. Otherwise, his defection might have been uncovered by the higher-ups of Konoha long ago. "Your plan is overly simplistic. I cannot stand idly by as you lead the majority of the Uchiha clan to ruin." Fugaku fixed his gaze upon Shumi, his words resonating with gravity. "I must stop you." Shumi curled his lips in a slight smirk, scoffing. "Do you truly believe that an action, like yours, can preserve the entire Uchiha clan? At this moment, we cannot rival all of Konoha. We must await our opportunity," Fugaku retorted sternly, a flicker of struggle evident in his eyes. No one understood better than he the vast chasm between their clan and the entirety of Konoha. Such reckless defection, even if successful, would merely culminate in annihilation amidst an endless pursuit by Konoha. Only through intricate plotting and unexpected maneuvers could they hope to seize a sliver of possibility. Thus, he had allowed Itachi to join the Umbu, acting as a spy, to gather intelligence, await the opportune moment, and then stage a coup. If we cannot rival them now, shall we be able to in the future? Or is your plan solely reliant on one Itachi, who is ensconced within the Umbu? Perhaps you remain unaware? At this very moment, your son, Uchiha Itachi, has likely received orders from Root and is en route. And his mission is to eradicate the entire Uchiha clan to safeguard his brother, Sasuke. Do you consider this fair? Exchanging the lives of hundreds for a single life? Is it worth it? Should we offer ourselves up for slaughter for the sake of Itachi and his brother? Shumi bellowed, his challenge to Fugaku stark and unyielding. Upon hearing this, Fugaku's form trembled suddenly. He seemed stunned by Itachi's decision, yet equally enraged by the cold-heartedness of Konoha's upper echelons, who would issue such harsh and insane commands. The air fell into a brief silence. The gentle Uchiha Mikoto, having approached Fugaku's side at some point, wrapped her arms around her husband's shoulders, sharing the weight of his burden. If this is Itachi's decision, I choose to support him. Fugaku sighed heavily, grasping his wife's hand as he spoke with solemn conviction. No one understood Itachi's talents better than he. In his view, Itachi must have arrived at this decision only after enduring immense internal conflict, ultimately choosing the best course of action, even for the sake of young Sasuke. As a father, he could only acquiesce and support Itachi. My lord, I did not come to seek your counsel. Regardless of your agreement, I cannot be halted. I am Uchiha Shumi, a member of the Uchiha clan. I am no mere lamb awaiting slaughter in any pen. I shall not submit. If you insist on stopping me, then I shall have no choice but to eliminate you first. Shumi burst forth with a roar. Chakra surged within him, and he struck out fiercely. Fugaku, too, furrowed his brow as he responded with equal fervor. He was determined to see just how capable his young nephew was, and whether he could truly rally such a number of clan members to conspire against him, and to dare raise his hand against him. Fire release, great fireball technique. Two enormous fireballs, akin to towering edifices, surged forth and collided with one another. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, scattering countless flames, the dazzling light illuminating a significant portion of Konoha. In an instant, such an intense battle stirred a commotion throughout much of Konoha, prompting numerous Umbu ninjas and high-ranking officials to hastily converge on the source of the sound. At this moment, within the heart of the fierce battle, Fugaku felt a surge of astonishment. He could hardly believe that his nephew Shumi's great fireball technique possessed such formidable power. It was not a whit less than his own. He was aware that he was already 40 years old. In terms of ninjutsu, chakra, experience, and more, he surpassed the majority of ninjas in Konoha. Yet here was a boy scarcely past 10, capable of wielding the great fireball technique to such an extent. What immense chakra must he possess? To what heights had his understanding and application of ninjutsu ascended? What a prodigy he was. And this lad had remained silent, concealing his prowess until now. Such heavy scheming, such deep plotting. Amidst his astonishment, Fugaku's hand did not falter. After all, he was the Uchiha clan leader who had survived 2 great ninja wars. His strength was undeniably extraordinary. Great fireball technique, Phoenix fire technique, Phoenix flower jutsu, great fire extinguishing technique, and so forth. A plethora of fire release techniques flowed from him with ease, cascading towards Shumi in relentless waves. The myriad of radiant flames nearly enveloped half of the Uchiha compound. Just looking at it was enough to send shivers down one's spine. On Shumi's side, however, there were no embellishments. All he possessed were successive great fireball techniques. Sufficiently large, sufficiently numerous, sufficiently swift. One colossal fireball after another met Fugaku's numerous fire release techniques, colliding and extinguishing one another. In other locales, amidst other battles, a multitude of diverse techniques might yield remarkable results. But here, in the brutal clash of 2 masters of fire release, Shumi demonstrated through sheer fact that with a sufficiently powerful technique, one could overcome myriad techniques. Just as the Uchiha ancestor Madara proved, a single great fire extinguishing technique could eclipse countless water releases. The fierce battle raged on. Countless fire release techniques nearly painted the sky crimson. In but a minute or two, numerous Uchiha residences were engulfed in a sea of flames. Simultaneously, a throng of Konoha Umbu ninjas and high-ranking officials began to arrive at the scene. Upon witnessing the chaotic battlefield, filled with soaring fireballs, they were left utterly bewildered. Initially, they all believed that Konoha had come under siege, which led to such fierce combat. However, upon closer inspection, it was revealed that the esteemed clan leader of the Uchiha, Fugaku, was engaged in a fierce battle with a youthful Uchiha boy. This left the onlookers utterly astonished. What on earth was happening? Was this merely an internal sparring session within the Uchiha clan? Yet, there seemed to be no need for such ferocity. Or perhaps it was indicative of a schism within the Uchiha. But even in the case of a rift, it seemed implausible that a boy barely in his preteens would take the lead. Of course, these uncertainties paled in comparison to the true dilemma confronting the gathered ninjas. They were at a loss as to whom they should assist. Should they aid Fugaku in quelling the internal strife, thereby allowing him to continue orchestrating a coup against Konoha? Or should they support the young Uchiha in his fight against Fugaku, launching an unprovoked attack against the captain of Konoha's police force? Whichever option they chose, it will be fraught with complications. Moreover, the intensity of the fire techniques being unleashed in their duel was astonishing. Each strike was no less than a full-powered assault from an elite genin, and any ordinary Umbu ninja rushing in would be courting death. Consequently, despite the increasing numbers of ninjas arriving at the scene, all remained hesitant, unwilling to intervene recklessly. They could only observe from the periphery, on guard against any stray embers that might ignite a greater conflagration. Meanwhile, as the crowd of Konoha ninjas grew, even several Umbu operatives assigned to monitor the Uchiha clan found themselves drawn to the spectacle. At this juncture, the young Uchiha, Shumi, sensed that the moment was ripe. Although his great fireball technique was indeed formidable, he was acutely aware that when it came to chakra reserves, he could not possibly match Fugaku, a standard bearer of the shadow level. Engaging in a protracted battle would only disadvantage him further. He needed to unleash his power. Clan leader, show us your true strength. Unleash your full potential. Do not me down. Tonight, let Konoha once again experience the depths of despair. With that, the Mangekyō Sharingan activated. Susanoo emerged. In the next instant, the very fabric of reality seemed to warp as an overwhelming force of ocular power surged forth. A vivid crimson light erupted from Shumi's eyes, and shortly thereafter, a towering scarlet skeletal rose majestically, looming over the battlefield, instilling terror in all who beheld it. Is it the Mangekyō Sharingan? Could it be the legendary god's power, Susanoo? What on earth? I remember now that is Uchiha Shumi, Fugaku's nephew. Is he not only 10 years old this year? How could he have awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan? This is unfathomable. As the colossal Susanoo materialized, the surrounding ninjas were left utterly flabbergasted. The sheer shock of witnessing a power once confined to the annals of history manifesting before their very eyes was, indeed, unparalleled. Even though it was merely the initial form of Susanoo, a massive skeletal frame, the explosive chakra emanating from it, coupled with its towering height, still wielded immense intimidation. The Umbu operatives trembled in fear. Moreover, to witness such overwhelming might, surpassing that of an elite genin, emanating from a mere 10-year-old Uchiha boy, was simply beyond belief, as if they were caught in a dream. At that moment, upon seeing Shumi activate his Mangekyō Sharingan and unleash the god's power Susanoo, Fugaku was taken aback. When did you awaken the Mangekyō? You've even mastered the third power. Is this your source of confidence? He had never envisioned that someone so young could awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan. He had thought that Itachi, who had awakened it at 13, was already exceptional. Yet, this boy had surpassed those expectations. He had hidden his capabilities too well. Had he known sooner, his coup would surely have had greater odds of success. Regrettably, despite possessing such formidable power, this boy had no desire for a coup. Instead, he chose to lead a significant portion of their clan to defection. It was utterly foolish. Shumi, stand down. Even if you possess the Mangekyō Sharingan and Susanoo, you will never succeed. We can. Words are pointless perish. With a cold laugh, Shumi uttered not a single word of hesitation, directly commanding Susanoo to advance upon Fugaku. The gigantic skeletal fist hurtled towards him, creating a whirlwind of ferocious winds. Just as it was about to strike Fugaku, just as everyone believed the clan leader was about to be smashed into oblivion an instant later, a surge of inky black chakra exploded forth, rapidly solidifying into a similarly towering skeletal Susanoo that met the blow heeded. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed, with powerful shockwaves sweeping past Fugaku, scattering debris in their wake. The force obliterated the clan leader's residence into fragments, leaving deep gouges in the ground. Such power was indeed terrifying. It felt as if a heavy hammer had struck the hearts of the onlookers, causing the few ninjas who had contemplated intervening to halt in their tracks, fearing they too would be reduced to a mere pulp. Witnessing this, Shumi's eyes gleamed with a glimmer of anticipation. Although he had long suspected that Fugaku had concealed considerable strength, witnessing him activate the Mangekyō and unleash Susanoo in person sent a tremor through him. To see a clan leader, adept at patience, and having survived 2 ninja world wars, willingly face death at the hands of his own son was truly tragic. And for Konoha, which was bent on annihilating the Uchiha clan, to self-destruct in such a manner was deeply shameful. Choosing to defect from Konoha and escape this den of demons had proven to be the right decision after all, Shumi mused. Yet, in the midst of battle, he spared no mercy. He continued to direct Susanoo to assault Fugaku's Black Susanoo. Soon, the 2 deities were once again locked in fierce combat. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit alley far from the battlefield, a boy wearing a fox mask stared blankly at the 2 powerful figures battling within his home. Father, Shumi, and the others? What could this possibly mean? He had resolved to stain his hands with blood and bear the weight of all sins. But why did such an unexpected explosion occur at this very moment? And what of Natsume, his cousin? Has he not always been the least accomplished in the Ninja Academy? How could he possess such terrifying power? To think he has even activated the Mangekyō and engaged in fierce combat with his father? Countless questions surged within Itachi's mind. Yet, despite being the one who should have rushed out to halt this conflict, he remained still, cloaked in darkness, intently observing the unfolding battle. After all, burdened with the task of annihilating his clan, he could not afford to reveal himself just yet. The clash of 2 Susanoo avatars was overwhelmingly ferocious. With each collision and every engagement, the resulting shockwaves were sufficient to cause the surrounding structures to collapse instantaneously. In a mere span of seconds, a significant portion of the Uchiha compound and numerous residences were reduced to rubble. Many bewildered Uchiha clan members fled their homes. Gazing in astonishment at the fierce battle, no one understood why their esteemed clan leader had suddenly engaged in such a brutal conflict with his own nephew. Meanwhile, as the fighting intensified, the sharp sounds of slicing air echoed rapidly. Members of the Hige clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Inuzuka clan, the Nara clan, and others, along with the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and root leader Shimura Danzo, hurriedly arrived on the scene at that moment. All present were profoundly awestruck by the fierce confrontation between the towering Susanoo avatars. How incredible! What kind of ninjutsu is this? Who is Fugaku battling? An intruder? Exclaimed the clan leaders in shock. Be cautious. The winds generated by the battle are too strong. Don't let them sweep you away. Even the normally composed Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped in astonishment. Is this the legendary Susanoo? A divine power that only those Uchiha who have awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan can wield. I never expected Fugaku to possess such hidden strength. It was widely known that throughout Uchiha history, only a handful had been capable of awakening the Mangekyō and manifesting the Susanoo. The revelation that Fugaku had quietly reached this level was astonishing. No wonder he had the audacity to orchestrate a coup 2 years ago. But what of that boy? When did the Uchiha clan harbor such a prodigy? Capable of standing toe-to-toe with Fugaku, Sarutobi mused. Frankly speaking, even I would struggle against the Susanoo if caught unprepared. Report to the 3rd Hokage. That boy is named Uchiha Natsume, the nephew of Captain Fugaku. Currently still enrolled in the Ninja Academy, an Umbu ninja hurriedly reported that a student of the Ninja Academy, not even a lowly genin. This is absurd. From the looks of it, even an elite J-Nin wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from him. The stark contrast in information left everyone astounded once again. Consequently, besides Sarutobi, Danzo's expression darkened further as he regarded the boy locked in combat with Fugaku. Filled with wariness, the mere 10-year-old Uchiha had awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan and unleashed the divine power of Susanoo. This child's talent likely surpassed even Shursui and Itachi. Such a prodigy must be eliminated. If he continues to grow, he will undoubtedly become my greatest obstacle in succeeding as Hokage, 3rd Hokage. If we allow this to continue, it will inevitably affect other areas. Should we intervene? Narashikaku, as the strategist, asked with concern. Not yet. First, order the Umbu and J-Nin to prioritize the evacuation of innocent civilians nearby. Then, set up a perimeter and prepare the barrier team that if the battlefield expands further, we will activate the barrier to contain them. Before that, We must avoid getting involved in the fight to prevent collateral damage. Sarutobi swiftly commanded. Having learned from the previous Ninetales invasion, the village had deliberately strengthened its response training, and things were proceeding relatively orderly. Fortunately, the Uchiha compound was situated far from the village's center. Even though the battle was intense, it had not encroached upon the village's core, remaining within manageable limits. Of course, the most pressing matter was that Sarutobi had no idea how to put an end to this fierce confrontation. Should he rashly intervene, not even the Umbu ninja could withstand the iron fists of the two Susanoo avatars. At the same time, upon hearing Sarutobi's intent to continue observing, Danzo grew anxious. He shouted, "We cannot wait. The Uchiha clan is embroiled in internal strife, endangering the village and countless lives. Their rebellious intentions are glaringly evident. Moreover, such ninjutsu must be incredibly taxing on chakra. This is the perfect opportunity to crush the two of them and seize control of the entire Uchiha clan." The situation was urgent. "Do you still intend to indulge the Uchiha clan?" Sarutobi frowned. "We know little of Susanoo. Acting hastily will only increase casualties. It's merely Susanoo. If we all charge in together, combining our strengths, we can certainly eliminate these two traitors," Danzo declared, brandishing a kunai, rallying those around him to join the assault in a bid to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate Fugaku and the formidable Uchiha boy. Yet, in the next moment, Danzo, feigning an attack, found himself frozen in place, for aside from a few root ninjas, not a single person moved to strike. All gazed at him with expressions of incredulity, as if he were a fool. Clearly, in the presence of the third Hokage, it was not his place to command the others. Moreover, who would be foolish enough to charge headlong into a confrontation with such terrifying Susanoo avatars, let alone armed with only a kunai? In an instant, clutching his kunai, Danzo found himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament, his face turning pale with embarrassment. After much hesitation, he ultimately dared not take a step forward to launch an attack. At that moment, the night sky was as dark as ink, shrouding the area. Before the Konoha police headquarters, the air suddenly rippled, and a figure donning a yellow-striped mask descended unexpectedly. Konoha police headquarters? What a farce! Tonight, this farce shall come to an end. Obito scoffed, his figure flickering as he dashed into the illuminated police headquarters. Yet in the next instant, he realized that the building, which should have been bustling with activity, was utterly deserted. The dozens of elite Uchiha who should have been stationed here were nowhere to be found. How is this possible? Has the Uchiha clan's coup already begun? Have all the elite clan members mobilized? Impossible. Such a move could not escape the notice of Konoha. So where have they all gone? As Obito pondered in confusion, thunderous explosions and clashing sounds echoed from a distance. Instantly, he activated his Kimui, teleporting himself to the rooftop of the building. Following the sound of battle, in the next moment, witnessing the two towering Susanoo avatars rise from the Uchiha compound, he could not help but be astounded. What is happening? Is that Susanoo? Is it Itachi? No, it does not carry his aura. Could it be that the Uchiha clan is hiding two Mangekyō wielders? How deeply have they concealed themselves? It seems one of them must be Fugaku. Humph, this useless clan leader is finally willing to reveal his strength. Is this an outbreak of internal conflict? Publicly submissive, yet ruthlessly suppressing dissent within. Cut, Itachi sneered quietly, yet he refrained from recklessly approaching that direction. After all, the majority of Konoha's formidable warriors had converged there at this moment. To move closer without caution could lead to exposure, which would be disastrous. It would be wiser to observe from a distance. Meanwhile, around the battlefield, under Sarutobi's directive, the remaining Konoha ninja also refrained from intervening in the battle. Instead, they systematically evacuated the residence while sealing off the surroundings, attempting to minimize the battlefield's extent as much as possible. At the heart of the battlefield, Natsume was engaged in a fierce struggle, controlling Susanoo while simultaneously keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings. Observing Sarutobi, Danzo, and others arriving on the scene, he felt the time had finally come. He no longer held back and unleashed his full power. His ocular strength and chakra gushed forth like a torrential flood, activating his Mangekyō Sharingan and propelling Susanoo from its initial form to its second form. In an instant, countless chakra manifestations of veins and flesh erupted, enveloping the entire skeletal structure of Susanoo. In this state, both its offensive and defensive capabilities were significantly enhanced. Moreover, it could wield its exclusive weapons and ninjutsu, the power of which far surpassed that of its initial and first forms. However, the chakra consumption in this state increased exponentially, placing a substantial burden on the Mangekyō Sharingan, making it unsustainable for long durations. Natsume, you have developed the divine power to such an extent, Fujitaka exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment as he beheld the newly adorned Susanoo, its aura swelling dramatically, emanating an even more terrifying presence, within just a few minutes. This once unremarkable nephew had delivered an overwhelming shock to him and the entirety of Konoha, were it not for the fact that this boy was merely 2 or 3 years old 7 years prior. He would have doubted whether it was this very child who had orchestrated the Nine Tails attack on Konoha. Yet time did not allow for such marvels. In the next moment, Natsume's Susanoo clenched its arm and swiftly drew forth a nearly 20-meter-long chakra blade, creating a dazzling display of light in the air, charged with tremendous force, and struck fiercely towards Fujitaka's Susanoo. An overwhelming sense of danger exploded on Fujitaka's scalp. Instantly, he activated his Mangekyō Sharingan, attempting to forcibly transition his Susanoo into its second form. Alas, Natsume's strike was too swift, too ferocious. Before Fujitaka's Susanoo could fully manifest its chakra and flesh, the blade cleaved through, shattering the skeletal structure. The second and third strikes followed in quick succession, each more brutal than the last. They stirred up boundless winds, shattering the heavens, unparalleled in their might. With a crack, Fujitaka's Susanoo was instantly cleaved apart under the overwhelming force of the blade, leaving him to be sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth. He crashed through several buildings before finally collapsing in a heap among the ruins, several dozen meters away. In less than 3 strikes, a prominent shadow-level powerhouse had been utterly defeated. Such a shocking spectacle left the surrounding ninja astounded, their expressions betraying a mix of fear and awe. This overwhelming strength was truly disconcerting. Likewise, Danzo, concealed beside Sarutobi, glanced at the imposing figure of Susanoo wielding the massive blade, then at the small kunai in his hand. Ultimately, he discreetly withdrew the kunai, realizing that he would no longer entertain the absurd notion of using a kunai against Susanoo. After decisively vanquishing Fujitaka in 3 strikes, Natsume felt a considerable drain on his energy. His chakra was nearly exhausted, and the Mangekyō Sharingan within him surged with a burning pain, making it impossible to maintain Susanoo in its second form. He could only regress to its initial state, leaving behind a 3-meter-high skeletal ribcage for defense. However, Natsume was acutely aware that he had achieved his objective. His intention to confront the clan leader Fujitaka before defecting was not born of idleness. Engaging in such a fierce battle served 2 purposes. First, to attract the attention of the majority of Konoha's ninja, thereby easing the escape of other clan members. Second, to display his strength without reservation, cautioning any would-be adversaries who might contemplate scheming against him in the future. After all, if he did not demonstrate a power that warranted caution, even if he successfully led half of his clan to escape Konoha, it would only invite relentless pursuit from the village. In this brutal world of ninjas, only strength could measure everything. Only it could instill fear. It seemed that his efforts had borne fruit. This sudden outburst of power had clearly left many in awe. At this moment, the majority of those clan members inclined to defect from Konoha had likely succeeded in their escape. All that remained was for him to flee Konoha as well. With this thought, Natsume wasted no time. He bent his knees and leaped, propelling himself several dozen meters away, hastily making his escape beyond Konoha. He would not emulate those foolish rebels who, before departing, felt compelled to leave behind grandiose threats, seeking to draw hatred upon themselves, as if fearing that others would not attempt to eliminate them. With such time, wouldn't it be better to flee a few hundred meters further? As the fierce battle drew to a close and Fujitaka fell, Natsume exhibited signs of fatigue, his chakra waning, and after his hasty retreat, an anxious Danzo could no longer contain himself that he shouted urgently at Sarutobi. Sarutobi, act swiftly. This is our last chance. Do you wish to let such a great calamity escape the village? You have seen his strength. Moreover, he is exceedingly young. Given time, he could very well become the second Uchiha Madara. Do you think Konoha would withstand his vengeance then? Upon hearing this, a flicker of struggle passed through Sarutobi's eyes. If not absolutely necessary, he truly did not wish to engage in conflict with the Uchiha clan. Yet Danzo's words rang true to Yes Hokage. He had to consider the village's well-being. He could not allow such a potentially catastrophic figure to escape Konoha. After a moment's hesitation, Sarutobi made a swift decision. "Umbu, heed my command. This is an S-rank priority mission. Intercept the defector Uchiha Natsume and attempt to capture him alive. If necessary, lethal force is permitted." Yes, with Sarutobi's command, a throng of Umbu ninja swiftly set out in pursuit of Natsume. Even the leaders of several prominent clans exchanged glances, tacitly approving the decision. After all, from the standpoint of Konoha and their own clans, no one wished to witness the emergence of another Uchiha Madara within the Uchiha clan. Simultaneously, emboldened by the authorization to pursue, Danzo smirked slightly, raising the corners of his mouth, and swiftly led several root ninja into the night. To him, that precious Mangekyō Sharingan was something he was determined to acquire. Shadow Clone Technique. Bursting through the encirclement, Natsume immediately activated the Shadow Clone Technique, creating 5 copies that fled in multiple directions. Do not underestimate this B-rank technique. Crafted by the second Hokage Tobirama specifically for the Uchiha clan, it was distinct from other cloning techniques, allowing for the creation of tangible clones using chakra. Its realism was such that even the Sharingan found it difficult to discern. At this moment, it proved exceptionally effective for his escape, easily diverting the majority of his pursuers. With the aid of the unique ability of his left Mangekyō Sharingan, Natsume effortlessly dispatched 2 of the pursuing Umbu ninja. In battles between ninja, the most crucial factors are surprise and the quantity of information. The special abilities of his Mangekyō Sharingan constituted one of Natsume's most vital trump cards. Therefore, once he made his move, it was a guaranteed lethal strike. Natsume would never allow anyone who had witnessed his unique ocular abilities to live, nor would he expose his powers. He certainly would not act like some foolish individual, casually flaunting his eye techniques, yet failing to eliminate a single target. This was precisely why, during the previous great battle, he merely employed Susanoo and refrained from utilizing his ocular skills at that time. Amidst the crowd, Natsume found it impossible to eliminate everyone. Moreover, from a visual standpoint, Susanoo was far more awe-inspiring. After dispatching 2 pursuers, Natsume continued his flight. The Uchiha clan stronghold was already situated near the village's edge. In but a moment, Natsume tore through the encirclement, bursting forth from the village and darting into a dense forest. Simultaneously, a searing pain surged within his eyes, compelling him to dispel Susanoo. Coupled with his nearly depleted chakra and his utterly fatigued body, there was no doubt that Natsume was now at his limits. However, having dared to openly defect, he was not without preparation. Soon, Natsume slipped into a large tree he had previously selected, concealing himself within its thick foliage. He sat in silence, preparing to recuperate his chakra. With a flick of his right hand, 3 luminous stanchions appeared in his grasp. These were gifts acquired through the system's premium lottery. Consuming them would rapidly restore his chakra and mend his bodily injuries. Akin to the pills of the Tsutsuki clan, this was the very foundation of Natsume's audacity to unleash his full power in a head-on confrontation with Fugaku in no time. After swallowing the 3 stanchions, within mere seconds, Natsume's chakra replenished by over half, an astonishing recovery. Furthermore, it bore no side effects, vastly superior to the unpalatable bent balls. After regaining considerable stamina and mental fortitude, Natsume did not flee immediately. Instead, he summoned a shadow clone, which continued to escape along this path. Meanwhile, his true self remained concealed within the thick woods, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. He surmised that Danzo, that old rascal, would undoubtedly covet his Sharingan. Consequently, he would relentlessly pursue him. When the time came, it would present the perfect opportunity for Natsume to eradicate this source of all evil. Thanks to Danzo, both he and the entire Uchiha clan had endured a decade of suffering in Konoha. Thus, given the chance, he was resolute in delivering a fatal blow to this scoundrel. As moments ticked by, within a mere minute, Natsume witnessed 3 squads of Umbu ninjas rushing past, in pursuit of his shadow clone. Finally, after a brief interval, 2 root ninjas appeared in the distance, one of whom was accompanied by an exceptionally keen-nosed tracking hound, seemingly relying on the dog's abilities to accurately pursue Natsume. Before long, the 2 halted beneath the towering tree, as if they had sensed something amiss. The next instant, a flurry of whistling sounds echoed through the air. 3 kunai were hurled towards the leafy branches where Natsume concealed himself, forcing him to leap out. and reveal his position. Natsume landed in a disheveled manner, gasping for breath, his complexion pale, embodying the very essence of exhaustion. He swiftly drew a kunai, fixating his gaze on the two root ninjas with a grave expression, portraying an image of someone utterly depleted. At that moment, from the shadows beyond the thicket, a figure leaning on a cane, squinting his eyes, slowly emerged. "Danzo!" Natsume shouted furiously, his eyes brimming with intense hatred. What a cunning little rascal! He had managed to divert most of the pursuers with his shadow clone while hiding his true self here. "Alas, I have seen through your ruse," Danzo sneered contemptuously, a hint of delight in his demeanor. To him, Natsume, this clever little brat, was still far too inexperienced. Moreover, having drawn away the other Umbu ninjas, it only served to facilitate his capture. All that was required now was to seize this boy's eyes and obliterate the evidence. "How did you discover my presence?" Natsume panted, furrowing his brow, pretending to be astonished. "That is not for you to know. Although your talents exceed my expectations, even surpassing Itachi, and you activated the Mangekyō Sharingan at such a young age, unfortunately, you are still far too young to dare engage Fugaku head-on to this extent. By now, your chakra and ocular power must be entirely depleted. Thus, your Sharingan will be mine." Danzo cackled maliciously, exuding confidence. Without a moment's hesitation, he issued a cold command. "Attack! Be careful not to damage those Sharingan." In the next instant, the two root ninjas surged forward, rapidly closing in on Natsume. Both were skilled members of the root, their strength ranking among the elite J-nin. Of course, their prowess paled in comparison to that of Fugaku, the clan leader, and they were certainly no match for the god's power Susanoo. However, capturing or eliminating a chakra-depleted 10-year-old boy was well within their capabilities. Regrettably, this time, both had misjudged their opponent, just as they were about to reach Natsume. A powerful Jinjutsu, darkness technique, was unleashed. In an instant, this high-level Jinjutsu enveloped the area within a 10-meter radius around Natsume, forcibly blinding the two root ninjas. In the ensuing moment, the Mangekyō Sharingan, left eye, activated its unique ability, instantaneous acceleration. With a fourfold enhancement, Natsume's speed skyrocketed, nearly rivaling high-level body flicker technique. Grasping a kunai, he dashed forward in a flash, traversing the distance of over 10 meters. Meanwhile, the two root J-nin, deprived of their vision and engulfed in panic thanks to the darkness technique, felt a chilling sensation at their throats. Then, they collapsed heavily to the ground, lifeless in an instant. Their throats were sealed, their lives extinguished. Witnessing the vast area before him consumed by an enveloping darkness, Danzo was momentarily taken aback that a man seasoned by age. He instantly recognized this technique, an A-rank forbidden technique, the darkness technique. It was specifically devised by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, to counteract ocular clans such as the Uchiha. How could such a young Uchiha brat have mastered it? Foolish. Did he truly believe he could triumph with merely an illusion? Such forbidden techniques consumed a great deal of chakra. He must have drained the last remnants of his chakra. Ultimately, he was just a child. Pathetically naive. After a brief moment of shock, Danzo's disdainful laughter resumed. To him, Natsume's actions were merely those of a cornered beast, struggling desperately. That pair of Mangekyō Sharingan would ultimately belong to him. However, the battle within the Shroud of Darkness seemed to conclude rather swiftly. In the span of just 2 or 3 seconds, the vast expanse of darkness created by the darkness technique was abruptly shattered. In the next moment, a brilliant scarlet light erupted forth, releasing a torrent of violent chakra that a colossal crimson Susanoo materialized, not merely a spectral form but a tangible manifestation, adorned in flesh, clad in garments, and wielding weapons in its half-formed second stage. Upon witnessing this, Danzo's shock was palpable. How is this possible? This boy was supposed to be utterly drained. How could he still summon Susanoo? As Natsume made his escape, Danzo was utterly convinced that the young boy had nearly exhausted his ocular power and chakra. Yet now, witnessing the formidable figure of Susanoo and the overwhelming chakra fluctuations, there was no sign of depletion whatsoever. It was as if he had consumed a potent stimulant. Even the military rations could not yield such an effect. It was truly preposterous. However, Natsume did not afford Danzo a moment to ponder. "Danzo, did you not claim that this mere Susanoo was no cause for concern? Then let us see you try." With a resounding roar, a massive crimson chakra blade, spanning over 10 meters, sliced through the air from the right, summoning winds and clouds, as if cleaving the heavens. The speed of this strike, empowered by Susanoo, was astonishingly swift. Danzo barely had time to react, the colossal blade already looming dangerously close. The tremendous chakra pressure and wind force generated by the blade held Danzo in place, sealing off his escape route. Striving for a decisive blow, this was the true intention behind Natsume's ambush. Earth release, earth flow rampart, wind release, vacuum wave. In the face of imminent peril, Danzo's survival instincts surged forth, compelling him to disregard the backlash of chakra and forcefully execute his jutsu. He erected 3 earthen walls to his right for defense, simultaneously unleashing a powerful gust of wind, hoping to use the recoil to break through Natsume's blade's wind pressure and evade the attack. The 3 earthen walls, nearly a meter thick, possessed astonishing defensive capabilities. Yet, before Natsume's Susanoo blade, they were as fragile as butter. Like a knife slicing through tofu, the blade effortlessly cleaved through, continuing its trajectory towards Danzo. As Danzo barely leaped half a meter high, propelled by the wind's recoil, he could only watch in horror as his defensive walls crumbled, the massive blade cutting directly towards him. His eyes widened in terror, and he cried out, "No!" In the next instant, the blade sliced through the air, blood splattered. Both of Danzo's legs were severed cleanly and fell to the ground, while his upper body was hurled away by the shockwave, crashing down over 10 meters away. In that moment, the excruciating pain in his legs, the humiliation of sudden defeat, and a profound sense of absurdity collided within him, nearly pushing the leader of the Root organization, the darkest figure within Konoha, to the brink of collapse. How could this be? My legs. This was inconceivable. Danzo, who had navigated Konoha's shadows for years, never imagined he would fall to a mere 10-year-old Uchiha child in a single stroke. It was an unspeakable disgrace. On the other side, witnessing that his initial strike had not slain Danzo, Natsume smirked. Did you evade the fatal blow? Then allow me to deliver another. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded Susanoo to strike again, this time from above, aiming precisely at Danzo once more. This blow was even more formidable. Deity seemed to cleave the very earth itself, leaving no opportunity for Danzo to react as it came rushing down. With a tremendous roar, the colossal blade cleaved a deep chasm nearly 30 meters long into the ground. The shockwave alone toppled dozens of surrounding trees, its power terrifying. With such a devastating blow, it was inconceivable that even the most resilient of summoned beasts could withstand it. Natsume had no doubt that this strike would render Danzo, that scoundrel, utterly incapacitated. At that moment, the fierce fluctuations of battle, the overwhelming chakra presence, and the imposing figure of Susanoo quickly drew the attention of several pursuing leaf ninjas nearby. It would not be long before reinforcements arrived. It was time for Natsume to make his exit. However, just as he prepared to depart, an ephemeral figure began to materialize beside the deep gash in the earth. It was none other than the wretched Danzo. In his current state, Danzo lay in the mud, utterly defeated, both legs severed, blood pooling, propping himself up with half of his left hand, glaring at Natsume with intense loathing. The ferocity of Natsume's initial strike had been terrifying. He had come perilously close to cleaving Danzo in two. Nonetheless, despite his severed legs, Danzo still clung to life, desperately using chakra to staunch the bleeding. Yet, given his injuries, without immediate medical attention, once the effects of Izanagi wore off, death would likely be his fate. At that moment, witnessing Danzo's resurrection, Natsume's pupils constricted and his brow furrowed. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he understood all too well that scoundrel Danzo had undoubtedly activated the Uchiha clan's ultimate ocular technique, Izanagi. Through this forbidden jutsu, he had distorted reality and illusion, restoring his body to a state recorded by his Sharingan, thus evading Natsume's lethal strike. Damn it, this was the ultimate ocular technique, Izanagi, although it came at the cost of permanently losing his vision. The effect was indeed miraculous. Natsume had feigned weakness to lower Danzo's guard, hoping to launch a surprise attack, but he never anticipated that in that fleeting moment, this scoundrel would activate such a forbidden technique. Alas, one could only blame his ancestors for being so exceptional as to develop such an exquisite ocular technique. Even more blameworthy was Danzo, that treacherous fiend, for having the audacity to steal the Sharingan from Shursui and the other clan members. Izanagi, Danzo, Your wretched life is as foul and stubborn as a dung beetle. Natsume glared at Danzo, fury igniting in his eyes as he spat. Cough, cough. A dung beetle? What might that be? Danzo coughed blood as he glared at Natsume. Bewildered, he could not fathom how this young boy, seemingly drained of energy, could rapidly recover and unleash such power. Had he known Natsume could still wield Susanoo, he would never have recklessly revealed himself. Unfortunately, it was too late to lament now. This cunning child had indeed outmaneuvered him, costing him the heavy price of his legs. Fortunately, he still had a trump card hidden away. He had stolen a Sharingan from Shisui. Moreover, he had secretly acquired the forbidden technique Izanagi from within the Uchiha clan, thus preserving his life. Otherwise, he surely would have been reduced to a bloody pulp, much like the chasm beside him. How terrifying! Having narrowly escaped death, Danzo dared not hesitate. He quickly struggled to tear the bandages from his right arm with his teeth, revealing an entire arm embedded with the wood release cells crafted by Orochimaru and 2 living Sharingan. The vibrant eyes embedded in his arm appeared grotesquely distorted, enough to send chills down one's spine. One could only wonder how Danzo managed to sleep at night. Sharingan. Would release cells. Beast. Natsume deliberately cursed. Feigning ignorance for Natsume's insults, Danzo paid them no mind. Whether it was repugnant or sinful, as long as he could gain strength, ascend to the position of Hokage, and lead Konoha to glory, what did it matter? Moreover, had he not implanted the Sharingan or learned Izanagi, he might have been slain moments ago. You little brat, did you not see this coming? Danzo sneered. You have lost. With a labored chuckle, Danzo raised his right arm adorned with the Sharingan, preparing to activate Izanagi at any moment to thwart any potential attack during the brief window of vulnerability. Clearly, as the leader of Root, and given the brutal realities of the Third Shinobi World War along with the high casualty rates from various perilous missions, it would not be a daunting task for him to secretly seize a few corpses of the Uchiha clan and acquire their Sharingan. That it was likely that the initial transplantation of these Sharingan had granted him a taste of their formidable power and exquisite beauty, compelling him to take drastic measures against Shisui and relentlessly drive the plan to annihilate the Uchiha clan. With 2 Sharingan in addition to Shisui's right eye, Danzo possessed a total of 3 Sharingan, enabling him to activate Izanagi 3 times and maintain it for 3 minutes. Could he survive those 3 minutes? Certainly. Without Izanagi, he would need but a mere 3 seconds to eliminate Danzo once more. However, the prospect of facing 3 minutes of invincibility under Izanagi posed a significant threat. After all, even a mere minute's delay would invite countless Konoha ninjas to converge upon him, turning him into a sitting duck. Nevertheless, this ambush was not without merit. It had at least severely injured Danzo, rendering his legs useless and forcing him to activate Izanagi, thus squandering Shisui's precious Mangekyō Sharingan. This action had effectively neutralized a considerable threat. After all, the capabilities of Shisui's Mangekyō Sharingan, particularly Kodoeme Tsukumi, were indeed terrifying. A moment's carelessness could lead to his control, resulting in dire consequences. In summary, it was not a complete loss. Moreover, a living Danzo posed a greater threat to Konoha than a dead one. Undermining the village's strength, defeated? How dare you? A failure. Comment on others. Aren't you just yearning to be Hokage? Your aspirations were already flawed, and now with your legs crippled, how do you intend to assume that position? Such fear of death, yet you still contend for the Hokage title? Natsume's scornful words ignited a furious blaze within Danzo. Over 20 years ago, a moment of poor judgment had cost him the Hokage position. A knot of despair in his heart, to be mocked by this impudent Uchiha child, who was barely over 10 years old, regarding his lifelong desires and pursuits was unbearable, inciting his wrath. The boy would continue to revel in his arrogance for now. But soon enough, Danzo vowed to flay him alive, ensuring he would suffer beyond measure. Despite the flames of rage raging within him, Danzo maintained his composure, sustaining the forbidden technique Izanagi to guarantee his own survival. He merely needed to wait a moment longer. Soon, a multitude of Konoha ninjas would arrive and encircle this brat. Ultimately, victory would still belong to him. In quick succession, numerous Umbu ninjas arrived, swiftly surrounding Danzo and enclosing Natsume. However, under the looming threat of the colossal Susanoo, none dared to launch an aggressive assault. Meanwhile, not far away, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, hastily led several prominent clan leaders to provide assistance. Danzo, Lord Danzo, how could this happen? The sight of the chaos and the gravely injured Danzo left the newcomers in utter shock, struggling to fathom how this cunning old fox could be defeated by a mere 10-year-old boy who was supposed to be at his limit. And so thoroughly at that. As reinforcements from Konoha arrived, Natsume realized that he could no longer finish off Danzo and reluctantly retracted his Susanoo, preparing to depart. After all, despite his strength, he was not yet capable of taking on the entirety of Konoha. Moreover, there was still the issue of the ancient Sarutobi. His decision to avoid a direct confrontation with Konoha was precisely due to Hiruzen's presence. Despite his age and diminished power, the title of Professor of Ninjutsu was not one to be taken lightly. His overall strength remained at least at the upper echelon of the Kage level. Most crucially, he wielded the fearsome Shiki Fujin sealing technique, a veritable extreme one-for-one technique. Natsume had no desire to find himself abruptly snatched away by the Shinigami summoned by that old man, meeting an untimely demise. This was the fundamental reason behind Natsume's choice to defect from Konoha. Otherwise, with just himself and Fugaku, the two of them could have utilized their Susanoo to wreak havoc throughout Konoha. At that moment, Hiruzen glanced at the wretched Danzo, feeling a flicker of compassion and anger within him. Although Danzo possessed numerous flaws and harbored ambitious designs, he had been a long-standing comrade and acquaintance. Over the years, he had contributed significantly to the development of Konoha, bearing a considerable share of its burdens. Thus, Hiruzen had repeatedly indulged and shielded him. Notify the medical team to provide immediate assistance, Danzo ordered hastily. Several ninjas promptly assisted him in retreating. Afterward, Hiruzen turned his gaze toward Natsume in the distance, a hint of ire flickering in his eyes. Uchiha Natsume, is it? What exactly do you intend to do? Leave Konoha, Natsume boldly affirmed. Of course, from your perspective, it appears to be a defection. Why? Third Hokage, how do you dare question why? Did you not tacitly approve of the decision to annihilate the Uchiha clan? Am I to remain in the village and await death? Natsume retorted scornfully, his words sharp as daggers. You? Hiruzen seethed, at a loss for a counterargument at As Hokage. He was well aware of Danzo's threats against Itachi regarding the clan's extermination. Moreover, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Itachi and Obito alone to massacre the entire Uchiha clan of hundreds in such a short span. The true forces lay in the Umbu and Root ninjas hidden in the shadows. Poised to strike, Itachi was merely a scapegoat. Natsume, surrender willingly. If you are willing to capitulate, the village will show leniency. After a moment's contemplation, Hiruzen resorted to persuasion. Unlike Danzo, he knew full well that if this prodigious Uchiha boy fought to the bitter end, it would undoubtedly inflict tremendous casualties upon Konoha, potentially costing dozens of precious Umbu ninjas their lives. The village will show me leniency? How laughable. Third Hokage, just what is this village? Is it merely a place with a Hokage? Hiruzen quickly denied. Of course not. The village consists of its people. It is the villagers who inherit the will of fire that truly comprise Konoha. Then does that mean the Uchiha clan is not part of this village? Of course they are, but Hiruzen fell silent once more. The reality was that the Uchiha extermination plan decided upon by Konoha's higher-ups was indeed shameful. In the name of righteousness, they stripped others of their lives. Was this what you meant by the will of fire? Was this the legacy you inherited from the first and second Hokage? Konoha has rotted to its core. Natsume's voice rang out in anger. Afterward, he sighed deeply. Enough of this idle chatter. From this day forth, I, Uchiha Natsume, with half of the Uchiha clan, formally defect from Konoha. If you have the capability, come and kill me. I await your arrival. Natsume let out a piercing cry, his sharp gaze sweeping over all the Konoha ninjas present, causing the Umbu to shudder in fear and take a step back. Then he activated the reverse summoning technique. With a resounding bang, a cloud of white mist erupted. In an instant, Natsume vanished from his original location, only to reappear at a predetermined gathering point several hundred miles away this moment, within the Hidden Leaf Village, in the residence of the Uchiha clan. Numerous Uchiha members stood in a daze amidst the dust-laden ruins, from the onset of the fierce battle to the downfall of their clan leader, followed by the betrayal of that Natsume clansman. Barely 10 minutes had elapsed. How could so many of their clan's buildings be reduced to rubble? This was utterly shocking. Yet soon, the members realized that many familiar faces were missing within the residence. It was estimated that at least half of them had vanished. Where could they have gone? Could it be that they truly defected? Many of the remaining Uchiha members were filled with silent dread and speculation. After all, not long ago, someone had indeed inquired whether they were willing to leave the Hidden Leaf. The remaining members had all declined for various reasons, some dismissing it as a mere jest. But now, it was evident that this was no jest. They had genuinely defected. How infuriating! Had they known this was the reality, they too would have fled. In an instant, many of those who had just begun to process the situation found themselves engulfed in deep regret. Meanwhile, amidst the charred ruins, a figure of modest stature was swiftly leaping and running in no time. Itachi traversed through the debris, arriving at the spot where his father, Fugaku, had fallen. Yet before he could begin to clear the rubble, a dust-covered Fugaku stood up from a pile of shattered wood, looking invigorated despite his appearance. Itachi, you've come. Father, are you all right? Seeing his father alive brought Itachi a measure of relief, even though tonight he had originally intended to sever ties with his father and the entire Uchiha clan. I am fine. I'm fine. That Natsume fellow still held back some of his strength. Otherwise, Fugaku brushed off the dust from his clothes, a hint of nostalgia in his tone, but he quickly realized his indiscretion and fell silent. The fact that he and Natsume had been engaged in a fierce battle could not be revealed to the Hidden Leaf. They were indeed fighting seriously. Just look at the destruction. So many houses have collapsed, resulting in considerable loss. Itachi, sensing something, finally voiced his suspicions. Natsume, that boy has led more than half of the clan to defect from the Hidden Leaf. I was just trying to stop him, but I failed. Fugaku lamented, yet his gaze remained sharp, devoid of any trace of regret. How could this be? Isn't he courting disaster? Even if he successfully leads half the clan to defect, he cannot escape the village's relentless pursuit. Moreover, his treachery will surely bring severe repercussions for the remaining clan members. Itachi was taken aback, utterly perplexed by Natsume's reckless and foolish actions. He should have had his own considerations and strategies. Yet staying in the village to await death seemed even less worthwhile. Itachi, your choice to stand against the clan for the sake of the Hidden Leaf and Sasuke is not wrong. Natsume's choice to oppose the Hidden Leaf for his own sake and that of his clansmen is also not wrong. Though your thoughts differ, you are both distinguished Uchiha prodigies. Your future is yours to shape. Fugaku reflected with rare sentiment. He tilted his head slightly to gaze at the starry sky, uncertain of the Uchiha clan's future. Father, you already knew about me. Itachi's heart jolted, unsure of how to defend himself. No matter how many reasons he possessed, his betrayal of the clan and decision to stain his hands with blood were beyond reproach. There is no need for you to blame yourself. Given the magnitude of this incident, your mission should be put on hold. Go check on your mother and Sasuke. They should be safe. Understood. The mention of Sasuke invigorated Itachi, who hurriedly prepared to see his younger brother. However, just then, with a swift motion, another figure clad in the attire of the Hidden Leaf's security forces appeared beside them. Lord Clan Leader, young Master Itachi, my apologies for the intrusion. A gray-haired Uchiha, Hakadai, greeted them promptly. Hakadai, what brings you here? It was young Master Natsume's request. Hakadai, I never expected you would also side with that boy. Fugaku was slightly taken aback. After all, at the age of 45, Hakadai was experienced and formidable. A solid pillar within the Uchiha clan, he was also a trusted ally in the Hidden Leaf's security forces, someone Fugaku greatly respected. Yet, he never anticipated that even Hakadai would side with Natsume. Hakadai sighed softly and replied candidly, Clan Leader, I merely wish to change the current state of our clan. Compared to young Master Natsume, you remain too conservative. Fugaku coughed lightly and waved his hand dismissively. Enough of this talk. That boy is indeed extraordinarily talented. His strength is quite astonishing. Serving him may not necessarily be a bad thing. In that moment, Fugaku felt the weight of age upon him. It seemed the future of the clan would have to be entrusted to Natsume and the younger generation, while he could only contribute a bit of support. Are you here because that boy has further instructions? Indeed, young Master Natsume has some words for young Master Itachi, Hakadai stated, revealing his purpose. Words for Itachi? Fugaku expressed mild curiosity, while Itachi was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what the extraordinarily powerful and enigmatic Natsume could possibly wish to convey to him. In the next moment, Hakadai presented a scroll. Itachi accepted the scroll and, with his father's nod of approval, began to read. Moments later, After finishing the scroll, Itachi was suddenly jolted, his eyes gleaming with newfound life. That once dormant and cold heart surged back to vitality, not for any other reason, but for the methods recorded within the scroll, which could potentially allow the remaining Uchiha clansmen in the Hidden Leaf to escape disaster. They need not face annihilation. They need not confront the Hidden Leaf head-on. Was this Natsume's contingency plan? It was certainly worth a try. Itachi sighed with determination and quickly made up his mind. Meanwhile, to the north of the Hidden Leaf village, 100 miles away, in a concealed forest, a large group of Uchiha clansmen had gathered. Among them were the young and the old, the strong and the beautiful, totaling over 400 individuals. Clearly, they were all clansmen who had defected from the Hidden Leaf at this moment. They were quietly waiting under the leadership of several capable clansmen. Shortly thereafter, in the center of the crowd, a small spirit beast, resembling a palm-sized bear, suddenly received instructions that it promptly extended its round paws, forming seals to activate its summoning technique. In the next instant, the reverse summoning technique was initiated, bringing Natsume, who was far away, to this very location. After all, this summoning technique was a variant of space-time ninjutsu, theoretically capable of reverse summoning. This was one of the guarantees that allowed Natsume to remain alone within the Hidden Leaf and cause such a ruckus. Otherwise, escaping from the tightly woven encirclement of the Hidden Leaf would not be easy. I'm back. Is everyone all right? Amidst the dense fog, Natsume called out with great fervor, beckoning to his fellow clansmen. At the same time, he observed his safe return. The surrounding hundreds of Uchiha clansmen erupted into a chorus of excitement and cheers. Young Master Natsume, the young clan leader. How splendid it is that the young clan leader has returned. We have finally escaped from Konoha. A multitude of jubilant voices surged forth, each wave more exuberant than the last. It was evident that these Uchiha, who had long suffered under the oppression and trials of Konoha, felt an immense weight lift from their shoulders, reveling in their newfound freedom. After all, Natsume was now the cornerstone of their hopes, a beacon guiding them toward a glorious future. Nothing could be more invigorating than the safe return of their newly appointed young clan leader. Likewise, as Natsume surveyed the joyous expressions of his clansmen and absorbed the liberating atmosphere away from Konoha, a rare smile graced his lips, filling him with elation. After a brief celebration, Natsume turned his attention to matters at hand. Although they had initially escaped from Konoha, the danger was far from over. It was not a time to become complacent. Ryu, how many have managed to escape, and what are the casualties? Counting you, young clan leader. A total of 419 individuals have successfully fled. During the escape, 3 clansmen perished in battle, and 5 were captured. This young Uchiha Ryu was also one of Natsume's remarkable allies, having recently turned 17 and just joined the Konoha Guard. Although possessing the strength of a special jonin, he was known for his decisive actions and meticulous nature. Earning the trust of his peers, Natsume furrowed his brow in deep displeasure, despite the fierce battle he waged alongside Fugaku, which drew away the majority of Konoha's shinobi. Ensuring the safe escape of over 400 individuals was no small feat, losing 8 comrades. Humph, those ninjas from Konoha truly spare no effort, but that matter can wait. I shall devise a plan to rescue the captured clansmen later. Fuji, has that matter been resolved? Natsume turned to another clansman on his right, his expression serious. Yes, young clan leader, it has been accomplished. This here contains the silver we looted from Konoha's treasury. Following your instructions, we only took half, totaling 78 million ryo. This Uchiha Fuji promptly opened his backpack, revealing a plethora of space scrolls, over a dozen, each brimming with the riches pilfered from Konoha's vault. It was unlikely that Konoha ever anticipated that a faction of Uchiha would dare to raid their treasury. Consequently, the guards stationed outside were no match for the illusionary prowess of the Uchiha shinobi. Upon witnessing this, Natsume could not suppress his joy. This substantial sum was a true treasure. In fact, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos to raid Konoha's treasury was one of Natsume's plans. He was acutely aware that he had led over 400 clansmen in defection. Once they established a village and settled down, the expenses for their daily lives would be a bottomless pit. Not to mention, building a village would require a significant financial investment. His defection from Konoha was not merely to lead a group into a life of savagery. It was to pursue a wealthier and more prosperous existence. Furthermore, as a defector from Konoha, it would be challenging for them to undertake major missions for the time being and earn rewards. Thus, this considerable sum looted from Konoha's treasury would serve as their startup capital. While 78 million ryo might not seem like much compared to the 5 great nations, it was more than sufficient for their needs. The reason for only taking half was to prevent Konoha from becoming desperate. If they had taken it all, Konoha's economy could collapse, leading Sarutobi and others to pursue them relentlessly. Excellent work. With this money, our clan will surely achieve greatness once more, all thanks to your sagacious leadership, young clan leader. Uchiha Fuji exclaimed with an exuberant grin. Indeed, raiding Konoha's treasury was something he had never dared to dream of in his 20-plus years. He had never before engaged in such exhilarating exploits, all of which was made possible by their young clan leader. Enough with the flattery. Notify everyone to prepare for 1 minute. Then we shall set forth toward the land of rice. I have already arranged for personnel there to receive and settle our clansmen, ensuring they need not worry. Natsume swiftly issued his commands without a moment's hesitation. Understood. Once prepared, the more than 400 Uchiha clansmen set forth once again, embarking on their journey towards the land of rice. This land lies adjacent to the land of fire, to the north, and even at the pace of an ordinary shinobi, it would take just over a day to reach. However, among these 400 clansmen, over half were elderly, women, and children, not shinobi. Their stamina and strength were considerably lacking, so it would take them approximately 3 days to arrive in the land of rice. Along the way, they would also face challenges such as erasing their traces, evading Konoha's pursuing forces, and securing food and water. This was no trivial endeavor. Any minor error could lead to catastrophic consequences that, of course, these concerns would need to be addressed in due course. At this moment, however, Natsume faced another pressing dilemma. Come out. Do not hide. Natsume called gently, lifting the backpack before him and caressing the multitude of space scrolls within. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired 78,200,000 value points. Would you like to convert 78,200,000 value points into 7,820 gold coins? Recharge successful. Congratulations, you have obtained 7,820 gold coins. Current balance, 7,828 gold coins. Gazing at the system's notification in his mind, along with the sudden influx of immense wealth, Natsume's heart brimmed with joy. After all, he had saved up for 10 years within Konoha. Beginning at the age of 7, he had worked countless odd jobs and even utilized knowledge from his previous life to covertly amass wealth. It took him nearly a decade to accumulate a mere 10 million ryo, which he converted into 1,000 gold coins to obtain the Mangekyō Sharingan. Now, in just a fleeting moment, he had acquired nearly 8,000 gold coins. Truly an astonishing windfall. The costly abilities available within the system were no longer out of reach. He yearned for the Flying Thunder God technique, Sage Mode, 8 Gates, Rinnegan, and Particle Style. All of it. Indeed, nothing compared to the speed of wealth gained through robbery. Thus, this sudden influx of nearly 8,000 gold coins granted Natsume a renewed sense of confidence in facing the formidable adversaries soon to emerge out of course, compared to Konoha's strategic reserve treasury. The administrative department likely held an even greater sum in paper currency, at least over 10 billion in reserves. However, those paper bills could not be exchanged for gold coins, and the defenses of the Hokage Tower's administrative department were far more formidable. Which was why he had refrained from orchestrating an attack there. As Natsume's voice echoed. A short while later, a vague figure gradually solidified in the distance behind him. Without a doubt, it was Obito, who had pursued him to this point. With his Kimui ability, he moved at a speed that far exceeded that of an ordinary shinobi as long as he was aware of the direction. Catching up to the fleeing Uchiha was hardly a challenge. Unexpectedly, you detected my presence. Obito leaped down from a branch, confronting Natsume with a mixture of astonishment and wariness in his eyes. He had indeed not been mistaken. The Uchiha clan consistently birthed remarkable talents. The former Shursui, the current Itachi, and now this Natsume. All were prodigies of extraordinary caliber. When he was Natsume's age, he had been nothing more than a bottom-tier student. This little imp has even managed to unlock the third force, Susanoo. Remarkably, he has led an entire clan to successfully defect, manipulating the vast hidden leaf village as if it were mere plaything. Truly astonishing. Such a prodigy cannot be allowed to remain. Otherwise, it might very well interfere with my Eye of the Moon plan. Obito resolutely decided within his heart. For him, any potential threat that could hinder his construction of a new world for Rin must be eradicated. The Sharingan. Are you also of the Uchiha clan? Or perhaps you have acquired those eyes through nefarious means? Natsume inquired, feigning ignorance that he refrained from directly exposing Obito's identity and his schemes, for doing so would likely force Obito into a desperate life-or-death confrontation. Although he considered himself strong, eliminating someone as slippery as Obito, a ninja of incredible prowess, would not be an easy task. Not to mention, obliterating the entire Akatsuki head-on was quite a formidable challenge, especially with Nagato involved, as he possessed no invincible verbal jutsu. Thus, it was prudent not to establish an irreconcilable enmity with the Akatsuki just yet. The best course of action would be to deliver a sound thrashing to Obito, compelling him to retreat and granting Natsume some much-needed time to develop. Once he amassed sufficient resources, he could surely overpower them all. You need not know. Soon enough, you shall be a corpse, rest assured. I will pursue those fleeing clansmen and deal with them subsequently, Obito declared coldly. Apart from Rin, he harbored little affection for the entire Uchiha clan. Moreover, he found himself in a world rife with war and distortion. As for this Natsume, despite his prodigious talents, he had just endured a fierce battle against Fugaku, undoubtedly exhausting a significant portion of his strength. This presented the perfect opportunity for Obito to eliminate him. He had come this night with the intent of annihilating the Uchiha clan and collecting their Sharingan. At this moment, Obito would show no mercy. Come on, let us see if you are more durable than that old dog Danzo. Natsume wasted no time, sneering as he launched his attack. The fierce battle erupted instantaneously. Aside from Naruto's verbal jutsu, there were few forms of communication among ninjas more potent than combat. Boom, boom, explosions rang out as the great fireball technique, nearly fully leveled up, seemed to flow from Natsume's mouth as if it were without cost. One after another, they whistled forth, hurtling toward Obito. Yet, without exception, these ferocious fireballs effortlessly passed through Obito's form, crashing into the surrounding dense forest, inflicting not a single ounce of harm upon him. One must concede that the ability unique to the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Kimi, was indeed quite formidable, particularly Obito's right eye, enhanced by the cells of hashirama, exhibited its intangible power with almost no side effects, akin to a passive skill. It allowed him to disregard all physical assaults and the majority of ninjutsu. The only limitation was its maximum duration of about 5 minutes. Yet, within the entire ninja world, who else could possibly unleash 600 billion explosive tags, bombarding for over 10 minutes non-stop, except for a certain lady from the south? At the very least, Natsume was certain he did not possess such an abundance of explosive tags. Even if he did, he would be loath to squander them so recklessly. Thus, confronting Obito would not be an easy endeavor. Of course, apart from a sustained assault lasting over 5 minutes, another method could counter Kimui: sheer speed. As long as one was fast enough that even the Sharingan could not lock onto them, much like a certain rakeage, one would naturally have no fear of Kimi's devouring ability. But did Natsume possess the physique and speed comparable to rakeage? Certainly not. If he did, why would he bother summoning such a magnificent Susanoo? Just moments ago, Natsume had charged directly at Danzo, obliterating him with a punch. However, his physique was insufficient. Chakra and ninjutsu could also be utilized. Employing a vast reservoir of chakra to execute the body flicker technique, or similar space-time ninjutsu like Flying Thunder God, could grant ninjas immense speed. Although Natsume lacked the vast chakra of a tailed beast and had yet to master space-time ninjutsu akin to Flying Thunder God, he, like Obito, possessed the unique ability of his kaleidoscope eyes, a form of space-time ninjutsu capable of allowing him to unleash incredible speed. However, to strike Obito, he required an opportunity: fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Fire release, wind dance. As Obito skillfully dodged Natsume's fireball attacks, he simultaneously unleashed his own offensive ninjutsu, raining down upon his opponent. Being a wielder of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, he was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of such bloodline limits. Furthermore, each pair of kaleidoscope Sharingan possessed distinct abilities. Cautiously, he did not wish to engage in close combat with this little imp until he had discerned Natsume's unique powers. It was far safer to exhaust him from a distance. Yet, how could this little imp still possess such a wealth of chakra? Hadn't he nearly exhausted his reserves? Obito silently pondered, unable to fathom why this little brat still had so much chakra to squander. Could it be that he, like Kisame, was capable of absorbing others' chakra to replenish his own. Shadow clone technique. Great fireball technique. Natsume created 3 shadow clones, encircling him, each relentlessly spewing forth great fireballs that it was as if 3 anti-aircraft artillery pieces had been unleashed. With just a single fireball technique, he effectively thwarted Obito's ninjutsu assaults, forcing him to avoid close contact with Kimi. In response, Obito remained unperturbed. After all, Natsume's attacks posed no threat to him, and he did not mind prolonging the engagement. He even mocked Natsume while phasing through the fireballs. Useless. Useless. Your great fireball technique, while impressive, cannot touch me. Surrender, and I may spare your life. Confronted with Obito's tempting offer, Natsume remained unmoved. What a joke. To ally with Obito. To join the Akatsuki, only to be toyed with by Kagaya's loyal servant and live in a perpetual dream of the Eye of the Moon? He would not relinquish his future to a dream from which he would never awaken. How pitiful, this idealistic Obito, yet still deserving of a good beating. With this thought, Natsume sprang into action. Surrounded by his 3 clones, Natsume's true self quickly formed seals, raising his lips in a smirk, and called out. Do you recognize this jutsu? This sequence of seals? It is the forbidden technique, Reaper Death Seal. Oh, I didn't expect you to actually recognize this jutsu. Natsume feigned astonishment. Are you insane? Obito's expression shifted drastically as he exclaimed incredulously. Although he did not possess this jutsu himself, he had witnessed the devastating power of this sealing technique wielded by the Uzumaki clan. Even the formidable Ninetales had been reduced to a mere pet under his teacher Minato's Reaper Death Seal. In an instant, its soul had been captured and sealed away. Such was the terrifying nature of this forbidden technique. Thus, Obito could never have anticipated that this little brat Natsume would also wield such a forbidden jutsu. And without hesitation, he was prepared to employ this mutually destructive technique. Was this little imp out of his mind? Realizing the imminent danger, Obito roared within his heart, in the next moment, without daring to hesitate. He phased his body, darting past the fireballs, charging toward Natsume's true form with the intent to interrupt this little brat's incantation. Seeing Obito rushing toward him, Natsume felt a surge of joy expected. The Reaper Death Seal has frightened him. This Obito simply cannot restrain himself. Will I truly be able to perform the corpse sealing technique? Of course not. Although this jutsu can be exchanged in the system's shop, the price is exorbitant. All the gold coins that Natsume had previously saved were spent on acquiring the Mangekyō Sharingan. How could he possibly afford this worthless ultimate one-for-one forbidden technique, despite not having exchanged for it? As a devoted fan who has watched the entirety of Naruto countless times in his past life, he had long since memorized the hand seals for the corpse sealing technique, this moment. He merely performed the seals as a pretense, intending to intimidate Obito into launching an attack, which was Natsume's fundamental objective. When the time came, he would seize the opportunity to counterattack during the brief interval when Obito manifested his physical form. As a ninja, one must embrace strategy. A little deception is essential for the title of ninja. Observing that Natsume had completed the hand seals, a chilling, ghostly shadow began to materialize behind him, causing Obito to hasten his offensive. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged at Natsume, swiftly throwing several shurikens that sliced through the air. Natsume's shadow clone intercepted the sharp projectiles with ease, showcasing the impressive taijutsu skills of this little brat, who could effortlessly deflect Obito's shurikens with kunai. Seizing the moment, Obito easily penetrated 2 other shadow clones and arrived before Natsume's true form. You foolish child, you've lost, Obito declared as he instantly dispelled his intangibility. His right hand poised to touch Natsume's body at such proximity, he could easily draw this child into his Kimui space, thereby interrupting the corpse sealing technique. Victory seemed assured. However, at that very moment, Obito was startled to see the corners of Natsume's mouth curling into a smile, as if mocking him. How arrogant, to be unaware of his impending doom. Obito scoffed inwardly and promptly activated Kimui, unleashing waves of spatial distortion, ready to absorb the child before him. With a resounding bang, Natsume's true body suddenly erupted into a cloud of white mist. Nanny, it's a shadow clone. Yet, if this were indeed a shadow clone, how could it perform such a forbidden technique as the corpse sealing technique? In an instant, Obito was filled with dread and swiftly realized he had fallen into a trap. Not good, he exclaimed in alarm, hastily attempting to reactivate his intangibility. However, Natsume was not about to grant him that opportunity. With the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan in his left eye, he initiated the instantaneous technique, unleashing a three-tiered, eightfold speed enhancement. To Obito's right, what was supposed to be merely a shadow clone of Natsume suddenly surged forward, directly utilizing the exclusive ability of the left eye of the Mangekyō to accelerate its own time. In a heartbeat, under the influence of temporal power, the blood within Natsume's body flowed with frenzied speed, the hemoglobin igniting, and his muscles and bones exerting double the force, as if he had transcended the very flow of time in the real world. With a velocity and strength far beyond normality, he achieved a full eightfold enhancement, the highest boost he could currently command. In the next instant, he unleashed a punch, traveling at an astonishing speed of 0.02 seconds. It was so swift that Obito couldn't even react with his intangibility. Bang! Natsume's fist collided fiercely with Obito's right cheek, the tremendous force shattering his mask and fracturing his zygomatic bone. Obito was sent flying like a ragdoll, hurtling several dozen meters, crashing into multiple trees before collapsing to the ground. To put it plainly, Obito had indeed been outwitted. Otherwise, with just an eightfold enhancement, Natsume would never have been able to strike him. It was Obito's own recklessness and the removal of his intangibility that granted Natsume this opportunity, akin to when Minato had struck him with the Rinnegan years ago. The battle between ninjas is inherently filled with cunning. Following this strike, Natsume did not relent. Seizing the brief moment of the eightfold speed enhancement, he charged forth once more. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, catching up to Obito, mounting him, and raining down punches upon him. In Natsume's eyes, unless he thoroughly beat some sense into this fool, who had been misled by Madara and Kaguya, there was no way the boy would ever awaken to reality. Thus, Natsume continued to unleash a torrent of blows. Had he not been merely 10 years old, still small in stature, a punch from an adult-sized fist would have surely left Obito half dead. Nevertheless, with the instantaneous technique enhancing his speed, each of Natsume's punches struck with incredible rapidity and force, akin to a tempest crashing down. Moreover, each blow, enveloped in Natsume's chakra, invaded Obito's body, disrupting his chakra and ocular power, rendering him incapable of using his Sharingan to activate intangibility or evade Natsume's onslaught. Furthermore, the very first punch had already left Obito dazed, and now he was subjected to a relentless barrage of love. It was likely that he had forgotten who he was and where he was, leaving him no strength to resist. In no time at all, Obito's once handsome face had been transformed into a grotesque visage, swollen and bruised, a pitiful sight indeed. Meanwhile, Natsume reveled in the cathartic release. Having vented his frustrations thoroughly, not long after, the intense pain radiating from his face, coupled with a deep sense of humiliation, ignited a furious response within Obito. Seizing an opportunity, he disregarded the backlash from his ocular power, forcibly activating the Mangekyō Sharingan to summon Kamui, aiming to absorb Natsume into his spatial realm. Sensing the spatial fluctuations, Natsume did not linger. He swiftly retracted his fists and stepped back, with the eightfold speed enhancement of instantaneous. His velocity rivaled that of a ninja who had opened the fourth and eighth gates of the eight gates technique. In an instant, he evaded the absorption range of Kamui, leaving Obito grasping at thin air. After all, using Kamui to absorb someone is inherently slower than activating intangibility. Realizing his grasp had failed, Obito had no choice but to shift his target, pulling himself into the Kamui space and swiftly reappearing on a tree branch several dozen meters away. Once he had escaped, Obito, his face racked with pain, leaned against the tree, breathing heavily with anger. Each breath pulled at his swollen facial muscles, sending sharp pangs of agony coursing through him, causing him to grimace involuntarily. Ever since activating his Mangekyō, he had never suffered such a humiliating defeat. To be thoroughly bested by a mere 10-year-old child, and to be pummeled into a state resembling a pig's head. If word of this got out, he would surely be the laughingstock. Even during the Ninetales incident, he had not been this utterly humiliated. This little brat was truly infuriating. Moreover, how did he know the hand seals for the corpse sealing technique? How was he so knowledgeable about Obito's Kamui? How could he unleash several times his normal speed in an instant? A multitude of questions flooded Obito's mind, deepening his sense of unease towards this younger generation. With such strength, intellect, and cunning, was this truly a mere 10-year-old, with such a dark heart at such a young age? What would he become when he grew up? Obito fixed his gaze on Natsume in the distance. Mentally cursing him with fervor if he could, he would have gladly torn this child apart. As Obito retreated to a distance, Natsume understood that it would be nearly impossible to catch that guy again. However, he had thoroughly vented his frustrations. Thus, he magnanimously chose to overlook Obito's earlier provocations. Consequently, Natsume withdrew the instantaneous technique and closed his Mangekyō Sharingan. After all, he had just forcibly activated the three-tiered instantaneous, and his ocular power had been significantly depleted. It was unwise to continue the battle. "Are you done yet?" Natsume inquired, glancing at Obito with a hint of mockery. "Did you really think you could kill me?" With gritted teeth and a swollen face, Obito shouted each word in a furious yet unintelligible manner, appearing quite comical in the process. "Given your attire, it seems you have joined Akatsuki, haven't you? I am well aware that there are quite a few formidable individuals within Akatsuki. Feel free to summon others to surround and beat me, so they may witness how thoroughly I can defeat you. Of course, you could also take the opportunity to attack the Uchiha clan members I led to escape while I am not present. To be frank, with your capabilities, it would be quite challenging for me to protect our clansmen at all times. However, should you dare to lay a hand on them, I will inform Konoha of your identity." "I shall inform Kakashi. You may wish to test that." Natsume raised an eyebrow, his expression serious as he issued the threat. At such moments, knowledge of the entire world of shinobi is an invaluable asset, which he could certainly leverage. Naturally, Natsume was not foolish enough to directly inform the other party that the so-called Eye of the Moon plan was a mere fabrication. Baseless claims without evidence would not be believed, especially since Obito had devoted himself to this plan as if it were a faith. Imagine if you were to unexpectedly traverse back to World War II and, without any proof, tell a certain dictator, "Fascism will inevitably fail, and Germany will certainly perish." Would that individual believe you? Would they reward you with a bullet? "You know my identity?" Obito exclaimed in surprise, the anger in his heart dissipating considerably. After all, it was reasonable to assume that aside from a select few, no one in Konoha could possibly know his identity. They were all members of the Uchiha clan, and many had also awakened their own Mangekyō Sharingan. "Did you think I couldn't sense the similar aura of Sharingan between you and Kakashi?" Natsume provided a plausible conjecture, leading Obito to unconsciously believe him. After all, the mere fact that the other party could identify his connection with Kakashi spoke volumes. "What do you intend to do?" Obito queried, his face darkened and fists clenched, feeling utterly frustrated. The sensation of having his true self uncovered was thoroughly unpleasant. If his identity were to be exposed to Konoha, it would only serve to complicate his subsequent plans. Fortunately, this kid likely still had no knowledge of the Eye of the Moon plan. Otherwise, that would be troublesome. "From now on, do not provoke me again. If you do, I will kill you." Natsume refrained from further words, casting a cold glare at Obito as he delivered a chilling warning that it seemed that his threat had indeed taken effect. For both emotional and logical reasons, Obito likely did not wish to reveal his identity at that moment. And Natsume too did not desire the unnecessary reduction of his clansmen. The scales of bargaining and concern between the two had balanced. One could assume that Obito would make the right choice. Having said that, Natsume leaped nimbly onto a tree branch, pursuing the direction of the main force, quickly vanishing into the dense forest. He left behind a solitary Obito, scarred and seething with silent fury. Yet, he could not deny that Natsume was indeed formidable. Continuing to clash with him was not a prudent choice. Very well, he would let this go for now. Advancing his Eye of the Moon plan remained the priority. Obito, with a grim expression, was left with no choice but to concede. Meanwhile, in Konoha, the news of Natsume's decisive defeat of clan leader Fugaku, the heavy blow dealt to the Roots leader Danzo, and the breakout of half the Uchiha clan in defection detonated like a deep-water bomb, shattering the seemingly peaceful village. That night, the entire village erupted into chaos, with countless ninjas scurrying about, frantically managing the aftermath. That it was a night destined for insomnia. This moment, in the Hokage building, the lights blazed brightly. Busy with activity, the aftermath of the Uchiha defection and fierce battle left behind an overwhelming amount of issues to address. Healing the injured, repairing homes, tallying losses, controlling information, and reassuring the populace left Konoha's ninjas in a state of utter disarray. Simultaneously, within the Hokage's office, several high-ranking officials were engaged in serious discussions. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, senior advisors, Mito Gate, and T. Kanara, along with the veteran Danzo, who was not present, comprised the highest decision-making body of Konoha. "Hiruzen, how is Danzo's condition?" Mito inquired. "He is receiving treatment from the medical team. His life is no longer in danger, but it is likely that he will lose the use of his legs." Hiruzen sighed, expressing sympathy for Danzo's plight. "Humph, the Uchiha clan has indeed betrayed us. I said we should have regarded them as traitors and executed them immediately." Tika exclaimed angrily. "Tika, is it not our very discrimination that has brought the Uchiha clan to this point?" "This was indeed the Uchiha's own choice. They are the true traitors," Mito hastily interjected. "Hiruzen, Tika, let us not argue now. This is not the time for such discussions. That we should focus on how to handle this situation," Mito urged. "The mass defection of so many Uchiha clan members, if not dealt with properly, will undoubtedly tarnish the village's and the Fire Nation's reputation." Tika resolutely proposed. "Indeed, I suggest we immediately dispatch a large contingent to pursue and capture all the defected Uchiha, or eliminate them on the spot. Moreover, we should detain all remaining Uchiha within the village, and it would be best to execute them as well. Only then can we truly consolidate the village's authority." Hiruzen instantly countered, "Absolutely not. The Uchiha clan is already formidable in battle, and with that prodigious talent, Natsume, to attempt to kill or capture them all, we would need to send over half of our ninjas. And even then, we risk total annihilation. If we fail, Konoha's defensive strength will suffer a tremendous blow, potentially inviting covetous eyes from other major ninja villages." Hiruzen had personally witnessed the might of Susanoo up close. In the face of such power, ordinary Umbu ninjas would stand no chance. Just look at Danzo. Even with his strength, he barely survived. That alone demonstrates the terror of that Uchiha boy. Recklessly dispatching troops in pursuit could very well lead to a one-way trip. "Are you suggesting we simply stand by and watch them escape successfully, disregarding the village's prestige? I am the Hokage and must prioritize the safety of the village," Hiruzen insisted vehemently. "Moreover, a large-scale pursuit will inevitably deplete considerable resources. The supplies for our ninja tools, provisions, and more are no insignificant matter. The village has finally reached a state of flourishing. Is it truly wise to plunge it back into war? Furthermore, I do not support resorting to violence against the remaining Uchiha within the village. They too are victims of this defection," Hiruzen argued passionately. As the debate escalated, it became evident that due to the events of the night, Tika and Mito, the senior advisors, leaned more towards harsh penalties for the Uchiha clan, while Hiruzen alone advocated for a more tempered approach. Had Danzo been present, he would likely have favored a more aggressive strategy, agreeing to take action against the Uchiha clan. Consequently, as the dispute progressed, Hiruzen found himself compelled to yield a little. However, just then, an unexpected figure outside the office sought an audience. To their astonishment, the individual requesting entry was none other than Itachi Uchiha. Tika immediately shouted angrily. "Itachi Uchiha, as a member of the rebellious clan, how dare you come here? Xiaochun, mind your words. Itachi is an Umbu ninja, and his family is irrelevant. Moreover, it was Itachi who reported the family's descent in the first place." Humph. Jin Xiaochun scoffed softly and fell silent. "Itachi, what brings you here?" Sarutobi turned to Itachi and inquired gently. He held this exceptionally talented ninja, who possessed a profound loyalty to the village and a keen sense of justice, in high regard. After all, it is a rarity to find a ninja who, for the sake of the village and the greater good, makes the painful decision to betray their own family and bear the weight of sin. "I have come to report my father's proposal to the village do. What does Fugaku wish to convey?" Sarutobi asked with curiosity. After all, Fugaku was a direct participant in tonight's battle, with his head bowed. Itachi began to recount, following the instructions left by his cousin, My father stated. As the clan leader and captain of the police force, he failed to detect the signs of betrayal within the clan in advance and could not prevent the defection of Uchiha Shmu and others. The responsibility lies solely with him. He has neglected his duties. He requests punishment from Konoha. Additionally, he will publicly declare in the name of the clan leader that this is an internal conflict within the Uchiha clan. It is entirely a clan issue, unrelated to Konoha. Rather, Konoha has assisted in suppressing the internal strife and preserving the Uchiha clan. Lastly, my father guarantees that he will do everything in his power to capture all the defectors or eliminate them directly. He requests permission from the village. Listening to this account, Sarutobi and the others couldn't help but brighten their eyes. Itachi's report effectively resolved the two most pressing dilemmas they faced. Firstly, as long as the Uchiha clan is willing to claim this as an internal conflict rather than a defection from the village, and willingly take on the blame, it would greatly uphold Konoha's reputation and prestige. It could even add a touch of honor to their name. Secondly, if the remaining Uchiha clan members were to pursue the defectors, it would save Konoha a significant amount of manpower. Even if they could not capture all of them, or if there were losses along the way, the strength consumed would be that of the Uchiha clan. For Konoha, it would be a double victory, with no downsides. This is far superior to sending numerous Konoha ninjas to hunt them down. Sarutobi and the others fell into a contemplative silence, seemingly weighing the pros and cons of this proposal. Yet, regardless of how they pondered, adopting this suggestion would yield far more benefits than drawbacks. After a moment, Sarutobi took the lead and asked, "How is Fugaku's injury?" "His injuries are rather severe. He will likely require several days to recover." Itachi, from Konoha's standpoint, what is your opinion? My father's words should hold truth. His earlier intentions to rebel were largely instigated by the more radical elements within the clan he did not wish to betray. Now that those radicals have mostly fled, my father can naturally operate with more freedom. Moreover, primarily, aside from my father, it is likely that few within the village can contend with Mu's Susanoo. Right? Itachi articulated in a well-structured manner, clearly having prepared his words in advance. After all, if he could not persuade Konoha's higher-ups here, the remaining Uchiha clan members within the village would be in grave danger. Hearing this, Sarutobi nodded once more. The same reasoning applied. Uchiha Mu's displayed strength was too formidable. Sarutobi felt a subtle apprehension that if possible, he truly did not wish to sacrifice Konoha ninjas in pursuit, leading them to their demise. Xiaochun, what is your perspective? This proposal, while commendable, how can we ensure that the Uchiha ninjas sent to hunt the traitors will not defect as well? Itachi paused briefly before providing further clarification. We merely need to keep the families of the remaining Uchiha clan members within the village. They will undoubtedly refrain from causing chaos and will dutifully pursue the traitors for the village. Itachi is indeed correct. This is a viable strategy. Mito Gate and also expressed his approval of the proposal. Such a plan, beneficial for the village and encouraging infighting within the Uchiha clan, left them with no reason to refuse. Shortly thereafter, Sarutobi made a decisive resolution. Very well, Itachi, we shall give this proposal serious consideration. You may return for now. Remember, keep a close watch on the remaining Uchiha clan members and prevent any further unrest. Furthermore, set aside the instructions given to you by Danzo for the time being. Understood. Itachi nodded in affirmation, his heart surging with joy. He understood that this was tantamount to Konoha's higher-ups adopting the proposal. Consequently, the remaining Uchiha clan members within the village were temporarily safe. His father, mother, Sasuke, and the others were all secure. Simultaneously, Itachi was increasingly astonished. Was this the contingency plan left by Mu, merely relying on one proposal? The crisis facing the remaining clan members was averted, and it prompted the village to actively reinstate the remaining Uchiha clan members. Could it be that he had foreseen this step all along? Had he even anticipated the decisions of the third Hokage and others? Mu, how deeply do you conceal your intentions? 3 days later, in the sparse pine forest along the northern border of the Land of Fire, several figures were lying in wait amidst the dense foliage, ever vigilant, in truth, to safeguard the fleeing clansmen. Mu, as the junior clan leader, had devised countermeasures. He divided the group into smaller units. The physically weaker elderly, women, and children were quietly arranged into merchant caravans heading to the Land of Rice. The slightly stronger young ninjas traversed through dense forests and rocky terrains, leaving traces while misleading and confusing the pursuing Konoha ninjas. Additionally, he personally led several elite Uchiha Genin to hold the rear, striving for absolute security. This location was one of the main thoroughfares from the Land of Fire to the Land of Rice. If Konoha's ninjas were to pursue, it was highly likely they would pass through here, and thus be discovered by the Uchiha ninjas stationed here at this moment. Mu was lying in wait, with 3 capable Uchiha Genin, conducting the final watch. Junior clan leader, how much longer shall we remain here? Perhaps another hour and a half. I estimate that the final batch of clansmen will successfully cross the border into the Land of Rice. By then, even if Konoha ninjas were to pursue, they would find it difficult to act recklessly within foreign territory. That would essentially ensure their safety. Susanoo made a slight calculation and provided his response. Speaking of which, aside from a few Konoha scouts, we have not encountered any large-scale ninja pursuits along the way. I initially thought Konoha would be fervently hunting us down. Uchiha T sighed, jesting. The primary reason most of the radicals within the clan did not choose to defect was largely due to their fear of Konoha's pursuit. After all, no one wishes to live in constant fear of being hunted. There is no question. They were certainly intimidated by the junior clan leader's formidable strength. Who would dare chase after us? A nearby youth, merely 16 years old and idolizing Susanoo, Uchiha Jin, chimed in cheerfully. It was unavoidable. 3 months prior, when the junior clan leader first awakened his Mangekyō, he sought him out for a sparring session. That battle left this 16-year-old genius, who had just attained J-nin status, with a psychological scar to him. There was no ninja more powerful than the junior clan leader. Of course, Susanoo was not reveling in such flattery. I suppose my contingency plan has taken effect. Itachi is indeed reliable. Moving forward, it is unlikely that Konoha will dispatch a large number of ninjas to pursue us in the short term. We should be able to secure a period of relative stability for development. However, in the future, the ones coming after us may be the other clansmen left behind in Konoha. Are we not destined to turn against one another? Those despicable Konoha scoundrels. How could they be so malicious? Uchiha Jin cursed angrily, quite incensed. Fear not. I have a strategy in place to ensure that everyone will not face undue hardship. The Natsume's eyes shimmered as he spoke in a low voice. Clearly, he had long since devised a strategy. By the way, young clan leader, I have a question. Why are we fleeing to the land of rice? It is a small nation. Its strength pales in comparison to the land of fire. Should Konoha exert pressure on the land of rice in the future, this minor nation may very well betray us. Why not seek refuge in one of the other 4 great nations? Natsume cast a glance at Uchiha Natsume, who stood beside him. This young man possessed great potential. This inquiry deserved a thoughtful response. Thus, he elucidated, the intricacies of the power dynamics among the great nations far exceed the perceptions of ordinary ninja villages. Moreover, the 5 major hidden villages mutually restrain one another. Any disturbance could shatter this delicate equilibrium to maintain this balance, and to preclude other ninja villages from sheltering their rogue ninjas. A renegade like us from Konoha would almost certainly be rejected should we seek asylum in another great nation. There exists even the possibility that more radical hidden villages might annihilate us and return our remains to Konoha, a dual advantage that would be hard for other ninja villages to resist. Furthermore, our Uchiha clan is distinct from other ninja families. Our Sharingan, our bloodline limit, is regarded as a treasure, a veritable moving goldmine in the eyes of any village. Tell me, would the other 4 great hidden villages willingly forfeit such a lucrative opportunity? Ah, I see. Uchiha Natsume's eyes widened in realization as he began to grasp the intricacies of the situation. Similarly, the other 2 companions gazed at him in awe, clearly impressed by Natsume's astute analysis of the grand game of nations. It was truly astonishing to contemplate that their young clan leader, merely 10 years of age, possessed such foresight and cunning. Indeed, aligning with this young leader promised an exceedingly bright future. Yet, why not choose a nation further removed from Konoha? The land of rice is rather too close, is it not? The reason for selecting the land of rice was, well, that explanation can wait. Guests have arrived. You all should proceed to protect the last group of departing clansmen. I must first converse with this prospective good neighbor. Natsume's explanation abruptly ceased as he addressed the 3 individuals beside him. Without a moment's hesitation, they complied with his directive, exchanging glances before swiftly leaping towards the direction of their departing kin. As soon as the 3 departed, a serpentine figure gradually emerged from behind a colossal tree trunk. Orochimaru, your appearance remains as repugnant as ever, Natsume remarked. Natsume-kun, is this not our 3rd meeting? How can you say it remains unchanged? The pale-faced Orochimaru extended his unnaturally long tongue, licking his lips as he grinned sinisterly. After all, the youthful body before him was irresistibly enticing. At merely 10 years old, possessing vast chakra and the perfect Mangekyō Sharingan. It was an unparalleled vessel for Orochimaru. For countless nights, he had yearned to inhabit this vibrant and youthful form. Alas, he found himself unable to overpower it. Natsume cast a sideways glance at Orochimaru. refraining from expressing his weariness of the latter's twisted form. Instead, he swiftly changed the subject. Your presence suggests that arrangements in the land of rice are well underway, correct? Indeed, my subordinates have already received your clansmen and are guiding them to the location you have selected. Preliminary accommodations have been established and can comfortably house several hundred individuals, Orochimaru replied. Coiling around Natsume as he spoke at tea times, he marveled at the vast disparities among individuals. Just 2 months prior, this mere 10-year-old Uchiha had approached him. Proclaiming a desire to collaborate and escape from Konoha, he had initially thought the boy was mad. Yet, to his astonishment, tonight's events had materialized into reality. This child had indeed managed to single-handedly lead so many clansmen out of Konoha. It was utterly insane. Could this child truly be only 10 years old? Keep your distance. I have no fondness for cold snakes that if you continue to rub against me, do not blame me for unleashing my Susanoo to provide you with a proper massage. Natsume warned, his brow slightly raised as he took a deep breath. Do not be so cold. We are partners in this endeavor. Besides, we are all renegades from Konoha now, Orochimaru retorted, momentarily taken aback. How could that be? I am diligently plotting my revenge against Konoha. That place ought to be obliterated. Natsume shot Orochimaru a disdainful glance, inwardly scoffing at his so-called Konoha collapse plan. After all that effort, he had failed to eliminate a single significant figure. Instead, he had inadvertently aided Konoha by resolving the issue with the 4th Kazekage and provided invaluable training for numerous low-ranking ninjas. Allowing Konoha to extort a substantial sum from Tsunade at IT was akin to a proud and arrogant honor student attempting to impress a foolish teacher, had it not been for the miscalculation that resulted in Sarutobi's intervention. Who could say how the outcome might have unfolded? Naturally, Natsume refrained from exposing these thoughts, recognizing that he and Orochimaru were indeed in a collaborative relationship. After they established their village, they would require Orochimaru's assistance with the land of rice. Thus, it was not prudent to sever ties just yet. Moreover, he had already made considerable concessions to secure this partnership, which he could not afford to squander. Let us address the matter at hand. Natsume stated firmly, within 3 days, I expect the ruler of the land of rice to announce the official acceptance of the Uchiha clan on behalf of the nation. This would undoubtedly envelop the Uchiha clan in an additional layer of protection. Once acknowledged as a legitimate nation, the other ninja villages, including Konoha, would be compelled to consider the implications of their actions, making it exceedingly difficult to launch large-scale assaults against them openly. They would be limited to deploying small, covert operations. This was precisely why the Sound Village, established by Orochimaru and recognized by the land of rice, could exist without fear of annihilation from Konoha. Otherwise, Konoha would have dispatched a full force to obliterate the Sound Village long ago. Of course, this was perhaps due to the ongoing collusion between Orochimaru and Danzo, yet it underscored the significance of official recognition by the nation. That is no simple task. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. Preparing to negotiate. Spare me the theatrics. The ruler of the land of rice is already under your control, is he not? Otherwise, how could your pitiful Sound Village receive any recognition? Natsume-kun, you are quite well informed. Orochimaru conceded. Very well. I shall make arrangements post-haste. This young boy was indeed a formidable adversary. It felt as though he had become Orochimaru's subordinate, were it not for his desire to exploit this child's potential and the promises made. He would not be exerting himself so diligently. By the way, how are preparations for the hashirama cells progressing? Your ambitions are quite grand. Are you truly resolved to undergo the transplant? If you cannot endure it, death may be the consequence. Orochimaru's gaze fixed intently on Natsume, unable to fathom that this mere 10-year-old would willingly risk his life for such a forbidden experiment. I am confident I will not perish. Danzo managed to endure your transplanted right arm. Surely, I can surpass an old man, Natsume countered. Besides, considering your advancements in the techniques for hashirama cell transplantation, I trust you have made significant progress since then. From the very moment Natsume entered this world, he began to dwell upon the hashirama cells, akin to a panacea. Now, having defected from Konoha and arrived at the village of Sound in the land of rice, he found himself free from the watchful eyes and constraints of Konoha. It was indeed time to seek out Orochimaru for the transplantation of the hashirama cells. After all, to neglect such a prominent scientist of the ninja world would be a tremendous waste. Furthermore, considering the precarious situation of himself and his clansmen, safety was far from assured. Konoha, along with other hidden villages and the Akatsuki, could very well come to sample this enticing piece of meat, probing for vulnerabilities. Should he exhaust his Sharingan too much and become incapacitated, it would spell trouble. While it was true that the system shop offered the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan in exchange for a staggering sum of 10,000 gold coins, such a price was prohibitively steep. Even for the currently affluent Natsume, it was beyond his means. Thus, he resolved to settle for the transplantation of the hashirama cells. Although this procedure might entail some minor side effects, Natsume was confident he could suppress them. After all, individuals like Yamato, Danzo, and Obito had succeeded. There was no reason he should fail. Even in the event of failure, he possessed the system to safeguard his life, leaving him unperturbed. Should he succeed, he would wield the abilities of the Mangekyō Sharingan without fear of blindness. Just like his brother Tobi at that point, his overall strength would surge dramatically. What a greedy fellow he was. Yet, he relished it. By the way, let us not forget your promise. Should you perish, those eyes of yours will belong to me. Orochimaru chuckled. To be honest, he delighted in such reckless individuals. Moreover, he was eager to witness the brilliance that would emerge when the hashirama cells merged with this young rascal. No problem, Natsume replied with composure. Life extinguishes like a candle's flame. If he were to die, what did it matter whose hands those eyes fell into? Furthermore, if he could not preserve his own life, what was the point of aspiring to dominate the ninja world? Can you be ready within 5 days? Absolutely, Orochimaru affirmed. Regarding this transplantation experiment, he was even more eager than Natsume himself and would naturally not keep him waiting. Soon, the two engaged in a detailed discussion about the specifics of the hashirama cell transplantation, finalizing the subsequent arrangements. At the same time, Natsume discreetly noted the ring adorning Orochimaru's hand. It then dawned on him that Orochimaru was supposed to have attempted to seize Itachi's body as a vessel for reincarnation after Itachi joined the Akatsuki, only to fail and subsequently leave the organization due to conflicting goals. This implied that Orochimaru should still be within the ranks of the Akatsuki. This was good news. It was something he could exploit. After all, the Akatsuki possessed numerous valuable resources: Rinnegan, the Outer Path Golem, various talents, and those 600 billion explosive tags, all of which could be schemed upon. Indeed, it was far better to be with Snake Ant. Providing a sense of familial warmth, he could do whatever he pleased, unfettered and unmonitored, unlike his days in Konoha, where he faced constant exclusion and scrutiny. Naturally, these thoughts required careful planning. Presently, there was another matter that needed priority consideration. Orochimaru, you have maintained a collaborative relationship with Danzo, haven't you? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's pupils constricted, and he appeared notably more serious. After all, since his defection from Konoha, his dealings and cooperation with Danzo had been conducted in secrecy. It should not have been exposed. How did this little rascal know about it? Just how deep was his intelligence network within Konoha? Of course, he could not fathom that while Natsume lacked a formidable intelligence network, the memories of his past life in his mind far surpassed any spy network of the hidden villages, encompassing nearly all the secrets of the ninja world. He was taken aback that Natsume was aware of this. There was no need for concern. Cooperation was merely a means to serve their respective interests. Given Danzo's position within Konoha, it was not out of the question that he might collaborate with him in the future. Natsume was unconcerned about the partnership between Danzo and Orochimaru. It was merely a matter of mutual benefit. Moreover, when necessary, both of these individuals were the type who could betray each other without hesitation. There was no need for excessive worry. All right, let us get down to business. Recently, Danzo should have assigned you a new mission or perhaps a trade. Natsume gazed intently at Orochimaru, inquiring softly, why did Natsume choose to defect? To put it plainly, apart from the threat posed by the night of the massacre, it was primarily due to the oppressive darkness of Konoha that made him uncomfortable. Any Uchiha ninja could not stroll through the streets without being watched. Enjoying a bowl of noodles or purchasing an article of clothing was done under the scrutiny of eyes, not to mention the discrimination and isolation faced by Uchiha children within the ninja academy. This was why, within the clan, radical elements frequently emerged, even going so far as to unite and compel the clan leader Fugaku to instigate a coup. Prejudice in the hearts of the people was akin to an insurmountable mountain. Even more terrifying was the discrimination that surpassed mere prejudice. In Natsume's past life, he had witnessed how, Despite centuries of laws and wars in the beautiful country, racial discrimination persisted unabated. Natsume had had enough. The majority of the Uchiha clan had reached their breaking point, which ultimately led to this defection. Natsume leading so many clansmen in their escape was, on one hand, a testament to the bonds of gratitude he shared with many of them. His parents had perished in the Third Great Ninja War, and the young Natsume had relied on the support of his clansmen to survive. Naturally, he could not forget his roots, on the other hand. Only by leading a sufficient number of people in defection could he possess the capital to establish a new village and pursue a life of happiness. What did a happy life entail? It was the freedom to enjoy various delicacies at mealtime. It was the ability to purchase desired items without constraint while shopping. It was the luxury of being pampered by beautiful ladies during a bath. It was a complete and developed commercial service chain. This was the essence of why Natsume led the defection of many. If it were merely for himself, he could have easily fought his way through Konoha and escaped effortlessly. But what could one person accomplish, surviving on wild fruits in the forest? What was the point of living like a savage? To that end, he must establish a village and develop it, transforming it into a paradise uniquely belonging to him and the Uchiha clan. Of course, safeguarding this paradise would also require formidable strength. Natsume designated the site for the new village in the southwestern region of the Land of Rice, several miles from the village of Sound. Atop a modest hill, it was enveloped by a vast expanse of dense forest, and behind the hill flowed a long, slender stream, providing a picturesque setting. Naturally, in the ninja world, the advantageous location of a village merely facilitated the lives of its inhabitants. As for defense, it was largely inconsequential. In the event of a conflict, whether one could withstand a goddess judgment or a shattering star was another matter entirely. You have indeed constructed a village upon the precipice of a cliff. Yet it remains futile to this moment. In accordance with our prior agreement, Orochimaru has indeed mobilized personnel ahead of time, establishing over 100 rudimentary wooden dwellings here, sufficient to temporarily shelter our kin. However, this is merely the beginning. The foundation required to establish a complete village encompasses numerous infrastructural elements. 1. An energy system. 2. A transportation system. 3. A food supply system. 4. An environmental habitation system. 5. Water resources and drainage systems. 6. Disaster prevention and military preparedness systems. 7. Medical and educational systems. And so forth. It is evident that the establishment of a fully functional village is no trivial task, nor can it be conjured spontaneously. Fortunately, due to the Uchiha clan's long-standing exclusion from the village's periphery, we have essentially developed our own societal framework, although only a little over half of the Uchiha clansmen have joined us. With a mere 50 to 60 capable ninja among them, the remaining clansmen possess diverse skills across various trades, each with their unique expertise. With a modicum of effort and thoughtful planning, it is indeed feasible to gradually construct a complete small town. As for the development of the village's infrastructure, I have entrusted this responsibility to several esteemed elders within our clan, who are approaching their 70s and have witnessed the rise and fall of Konoha. Their extensive experience in village construction far surpasses my own. After all, each field has its specialists. To meddle in areas where one lacks familiarity is to invite chaos. Naturally, I can delegate civil rights. Yet the military and political authority shall remain firmly in my grasp. Our new village shall have but one leader, one voice. Whether you deem it dictatorship or autocracy, I shall not, like Konoha, foolishly disperse authority, allowing schemers akin to Danzo to sow discord. What? You wish to seize power? Very well. Defeat me, and it shall be yours. Unable to best me, then return to your duties with humility. In my view, within this cruel shinobi world, true centralization is paramount for the village's advancement. Soon, the fundamental construction tasks began to be systematically organized. Freed from the constraints of Konoha, these clansmen exhibited an unprecedented fervor. After all, on one side lay their efforts for the village that had ostracized them, while on the other, their struggle to build their own beautiful village. The contrast in motivation is self-evident. Moreover, with the formidable strength of the young clan leader as assurance, these clansmen felt considerably more at ease, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to the construction of the new village. On another note, the question of naming our new village garnered significant attention. That very night, several esteemed elders and young jonin from within the clan approached me to seek my thoughts on the matter of nomenclature. Young clan leader, What shall we name our new village? Do you have any suggestions? I have an idea. How about Hidden Eye Village? It perfectly corresponds with our bloodline limit. Not bad, but it lacks a certain grandeur. Let us name it Uchiha Hidden Village instead. That sounds rather odd. Then propose something more melodious. How about Light Hidden Village? It signifies a bright future for our clan. That sounds even stranger, observing the jovial banter among them. I found myself quite amused. Ultimately, as the young clan leader, I made the final decision that we excel in fire techniques. So let us name it Flame Hidden Village. The character for fire, Yen, will aptly signify our dominion over Konoha and the Hokage. My resolute declaration sparked excitement among the gathered Uchiha, their eyes brightening with joy. After all, the character Yen truly aligns with our clan's identity. Furthermore, those clansmen willing to defect from Konoha had largely endured discrimination and hardship. Thus, a name that signifies superiority over Konoha and the Hokage was met with enthusiasm and approval that I in no time. The name of the new village was established. 3 days hence, the Land of Rice would publicly announce its acceptance of the Uchiha clan. Concurrently, the newly founded Flame Hidden Village would make its initial appearance on the grand stage of the shinobi world by that time. I hope Konoha does not find itself seething with rage. Considering the speed of information dissemination and the response times of various countries and villages, it is likely that Flame Hidden Village will remain secure for 5 days. During this period, I also intend to diligently organize and enhance my own abilities. After all, having plundered Konoha's treasury and acquired a substantial fortune in gold coins, it is time to indulge in the system in exchange for new powers. Soon, I delved into my consciousness and accessed the system's personal panel. Host, Sakum attributes, fire, wind, in chakra. 6 cards, 1 card approximately equivalent to the total chakra of an elite jonin. Ninjutsu, dark walking technique. A rank, Jinjutsu, shadow clone technique. B rank, cloning technique. Great fireball technique, C rank. Fire style, phoenix fire technique. C rank, fire style. Transformation technique, E rank. Substitution technique, E rank. Bloodline limit. Sharingan, kaleidoscope. Taijutsu, 1,000 years of pain. Leaf whirlwind special skill. Chakra extraction method current balance. 7,828 gold coins evidently. This encompasses all the abilities I currently possess. Previously, to amass gold coins, I invested heavily in the formidable kaleidoscope Sharingan. Consequently, I did not pursue an abundance of ninjutsu, focusing instead on refining the most practical techniques, dark walking technique, shadow clone technique, and great fireball technique, thereby enhancing the latter to a power comparable to that of immobile artillery. Now, having escaped Konoha and established the new Flame Hidden Village, the future battles and circumstances are bound to grow more complex. As the young clan leader, I undoubtedly require a broader repertoire of ninjutsu for unforeseen circumstances. Of course, ninjutsu of B-rank difficulty and above cannot be easily mastered. Aside from exceptionally gifted prodigies, a typical ninja must undergo extensive training and practice to learn a single technique. Take Naruto, for instance. Even with the aid of numerous shadow clones, he required a full week to grasp the Rasengan, highlighting its difficulty. However, such challenges pose no issue for me as long as the ninjutsu is exchanged from the system or drawn through the lottery. The system enables me to learn it instantaneously, saving me a considerable amount of time. This unique supercharged system has 2 primary functions. Point 1 is to exchange gold coins for various precious ninjutsu, bloodlines, special abilities, etc., available in the system store. The other is the lottery module, allowing for a single draw at 100 gold coins or a 10 draw at 888 gold coins. The former entails a high cost, but is transparently priced, while the latter is less expensive but varies in rewards, relying purely on luck. In my previous life, as one who was notoriously unlucky, I refrained from gambling on my fortunes. Over the past decade, I have diligently accumulated gold coins, step by step, to exchange for the kaleidoscope Sharingan from the system store. Unfortunately, I scoured the system store and found the bloodline limit to be the most cost-effective option. Other comparable bloodlines require at least 2,000 gold coins, while my own kaleidoscope Sharingan necessitates only 1,000 gold coins. Furthermore, acquiring one grants me 3 powerful skills, including the unique abilities of Itachi and Susanoo. How could it not be deemed advantageous? Now, possessing a staggering 7,828 gold coins, The affluent Natsume swiftly entered the system mall and began to indulge in extravagant spending, activating his Bubbly mode. Water release. Water barrier, B rank. 200 gold coins lightning release. Shadow clone, B rank. 200 gold coins earth release. Earth flow wall, B rank. 200 gold coins fire release. Great fire extinguishing, B rank. 200 gold coins ninjutsu. Word binding technique, B rank. 200 gold coins summoning technique. Triple Rashomon, A rank. 800 gold coins ninjutsu. Shuriken shadow clone technique, A rank. 800 gold coins taijutsu. 8 Gates of Dunjia formation, S rank. 2000 gold coins spiritual ninjutsu. Spirit transformation technique, S rank. 2000 gold coins in no time. Natsume exchanged for a total of 9 various ninjutsu techniques, ranging from B rank to S rank, encompassing a rich array of offensive, defensive, control, perception, and explosive capabilities. In short, this should suffice to tackle various combat situations in the near term. Of course, with the Sharingan at his disposal, Natsume theoretically could effortlessly replicate the majority of ninjutsu. However, should he lack the corresponding elemental chakra, he would be unable to unleash them. Thus, Natsume deliberately opted to exchange for one technique each of water, lightning, and earth, as acquiring single attribute ninjutsu from the system not only allowed him to instantly learn them, but also granted him the corresponding elemental chakra, in essence, by spending merely 600 gold coins. He had instantaneously mastered 3 types of chakra, a remarkable bargain. This was, indeed, the reason behind Natsume's eagerness to exchange for these seemingly ordinary ninjutsu as for the other ninjutsu. Each possessed unique utility, comprising techniques that ordinary ninjas would find challenging to replicate. Notably, the 2 S-rank taijutsu and spiritual ninjutsu he acquired were particularly coveted. The former, the 8 Gates of Dunjia, requires no further elaboration. When Grandma Lee knocks on the door, even the formidable Madara Uchiha cannot withstand it. The latter, one of the most enigmatic spiritual ninjutsu in the entire ninja world, once activated, allows one to transform into a living spirit, enabling the soul to leave the body, traversing distances to eliminate foes. It also permits control over another's body and entry into their mental realm, even sensing the souls of others for perceptual ninjutsu. The potential applications are boundless. Particularly, having mastered this technique, Natsume would no longer be at a disadvantage when facing an elusive opponent like Obito. He could readily use his spirit to assault Obito. One can imagine. In their next encounter, he would have the opportunity to intimidate Sarutobi. Spending lavishly brings temporary joy, yet it inevitably leads to regret once the coins are exhausted. Indeed, the momentary euphoria of expenditure quickly fades into anguish. Upon meticulous calculation, the total cost for these 9 ninjutsu amounted to 6,600 gold coins, a staggering sum of 66 million taels. Thus, he was left with a mere 1228 gold coins, causing Natsume to feel as though his heart was bleeding. Yet, desire, once ignited, is exceedingly difficult to quell. Under the system's temptation, Natsume glanced at his balance, and then at the lottery module, ultimately extending his hand towards the nefarious lottery chest. He proceeded with a long-anticipated 10 consecutive draws. Would you like to pay 888 gold coins to commence the 10 consecutive draws? Confirm. With a whoosh, 888 gold coins vanished like water. The accursed treasure chest emitted a dazzling brilliance. Would he be the fortunate one or the unfortunate? Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a chakra recovery pill. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a chakra recovery pill. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained an intermediate healing pill. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained an intermediate space scroll. One by one, the glowing treasure chests opened in succession, revealing a series of lackluster prizes that contorted Natsume's youthful visage. While he acknowledged his unfortunate fate, he could not help but feel aggrieved. After all, it was a 10 consecutive draw. Spending 888 gold coins should not yield such dismal returns, right? Not a single worthwhile item. Dog system, do not push me to extremes. Natsume seethed inwardly, soon, whether due to his indignation or the system's sudden benevolence. Upon opening the 9th treasure chest, a radiant golden light surged forth, illuminating Natsume's consciousness with a celebratory gleam that I've hit the jackpot. Natsume's spirit surged, and he leaped with joy. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained S-rank space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. A golden glowing scroll of ninjutsu slowly rose from the chest, and swiftly merged into Natsume's mind that in mere moments. He had mastered this formidable S-rank space-time ninjutsu. A veritable miracle. It is worth noting that this technique, invented by the second Hokage of Konoha, Tobirama Senju, is among the rare S-rank ninjutsu that is not forbidden. Typically, only those within the upper echelons of Konoha and the direct descendants of Hokage had the opportunity to learn this ninjutsu. Yet, since the demise of the second Hokage, only Minato Namikaze had managed to master it over the years, underscoring the technique's extraordinary difficulty. Furthermore, even if one were to barely grasp it, that merely represents crossing an initial threshold. To utilize the Flying Thunder God technique effectively necessitates not only an immense chakra reserve, but also exceptional reflexes. Only by possessing both could one truly showcase the prowess of the Flying Thunder God technique. As for chakra, it is not a concern. Natsume could continue to invest to increase his chakra limits and could rely on pills for rapid recovery. As for reflexes, he could leverage the Mangekyō Sharingan's ability to manipulate time, elongating his reaction speed to launch attacks. Imagine, in combat, activating the instant technique, opening the 8 gates of Dunjia, and amplifying his speed several-fold, then pairing it with the Flying Thunder God technique for a sudden assault. Within a second, he could unleash dozens of strikes. Single-handedly obliterating an army would scarcely pose a challenge. Merely contemplating such possibilities sent shivers of excitement coursing through him. Nonetheless, while the idea is splendid, realizing it would undoubtedly require extensive practice and refinement. In any case, having drawn the powerful Flying Thunder God technique was already a tremendous windfall, especially since he knew from the system mall that exchanging for this technique would cost a staggering 3,000 gold coins. This was indeed a monumental gain compared to the 888 gold coins spent on the 10 consecutive draws. After reveling in his joy for a while, Natsume finally managed to temper his exhilaration. For there remained one final treasure chest unopened. Given that Lady Luck had already flirted with him once, perhaps she would bestow her favor upon him again. The next moment, the last treasure chest of the 10 consecutive draws opened. And once again, a dazzling golden light erupted, nearly blinding Natsume. Without a doubt, he had struck gold once more. A veritable golden legend. Lady Luck, how he adored you. Natsume leapt with excitement and quickly peered into the chest. As the golden brilliance emanated, the prize within began to rise slowly. It was a finely crafted weapon, a straight sword resembling a tang saber, measuring 1 foot in length and 1 inch in width. The blade glimmered a deep crimson, adorned with flowing patterns reminiscent of blood on both sides, exuding an aura of exceptional sharpness that spoke of its extraordinary nature. Natsume hastily entered the system mall to peruse the details of this divine blade. Quanlu sword, forged from the fiery red copper of Mount Kunwu. Its hue resembles flames, slicing through jade as if it were mere clay. Additional abilities: 1. Ultimate sharpness, 2. Resonance with the universe, 3. Beast soul enchantment, 4. Spiritual weapon transformation. Exchange price: 5,000 gold coins. By the heavens, Natsume erupted in surprise, uttering an expletive. The initial 2 introductions left him somewhat dazed, yet the final exchange price was crystal clear. Good heavens, a staggering 5,000 gold coins. A princely sum indeed. This exceeded the cost of S-rank ninjutsu by more than double. How extravagant! At this price, this Kunlun knife must truly be a divine artifact. A tenfold draw, yielding an S-rank space-time ninjutsu, and a divine Kunlun knife. What a windfall! Ha! A hearty laugh echoed through the night sky, leaving the guards stationed outside the young clan leader's residence utterly bewildered. They began to wonder if their young leader had lost his mind. In a flash of crimson light, the Kunlun divine knife appeared in Natsume's grasp. He firmly held the hilt, feeling the blade's warmth. As if it had just emerged from the forge, the flowing patterns on the blade glimmered subtly, pulsating with a fierce energy, as though the knife possessed a life of its own. Natsume, filled with delight, wielded the knife, executing a flourish with his wrist and striking towards a wooden table nearby. In the next instant, the light swept through, cleaving the table in two, while Natsume felt not a hint of resistance. As if he were merely slicing through air. Truly, it was astonishingly sharp. It certainly lived up to its title of the Divine Knife of China. I wonder if it could sever Orochimaru's Izanagi blade? Perhaps I should find an opportunity to test it, but if I were to succeed in cutting his Izanagi blade, would Orochimaru not seek vengeance against me? Gazing at the divine knife in his hand, Natsume could not help but feel a joyful melancholy. Moreover, this Kunlun divine knife could be transformed into a spirit weapon. Once he activated his Susanoo, he could wield it without issue. It was as if it had been tailor-made for him. In the future, once he summoned his Susanoo, he would never fear being without a suitable weapon. Besides its remarkable sharpness and the ability to become a spirit weapon, the knife possessed two additional extraordinary abilities, Heavenly Resonance and Beast Blade Soul, both of which left Natsume in awe and eager to experiment. Minutes later, Natsume wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, enduring the backlash, and with a face full of exhilaration, he sheathed the magnificent Kunlun divine knife. After his recent trials, he had managed to grasp the essence of the knife's other two abilities, which were indeed formidable. However, at this stage, he could not fully master them or use them for extended periods, so he decided to reserve them as a trump card, thus suppressing the boiling chakra within him. He began to organize the spoils of the night. The 9 ninjutsu he had previously exchanged for needed no elaboration as for this stroke of luck in the tenfold draw. It had bestowed upon Natsume 3 chakra recovery pills, 2 intermediate healing pills, 2 rolls of intermediate space scrolls, 1 basic healing pill, 1 S-rank space-time ninjutsu scroll, Flying Thunder God, and 1 divine Kunlun knife. His current balance stood at 340 gold coins. In the end, Natsume spent 300 gold coins to exchange for an increase in chakra limit, raising his total chakra to 9 cards. This left him with a mere 40 gold coins, proving that gold coins were indeed fleeting. He had thought himself wealthy with nearly 8,000 coins, only to find himself back at square one in a single night. Nonetheless, the abundant gains of the evening brought him a sense of reassurance. Overall, Natsume could affirm that even without employing his Mangekyō Sharingan, he was now capable of holding his own against his former self. If he were to combine it with the Mangekyō Sharingan, his overall strength would have increased at least threefold. Even against the current 5 Kage, he stood a good chance of victory. After organizing his spoils, Natsume settled into a meditative posture within the room, gradually restoring his chakra. Before long, at midnight, his chakra was back at its peak. "Re," he called softly. Moments later, a figure darted into the room, kneeling on one knee before Natsume. "Young clan leader, I am here. I am preparing to depart for a period, returning in the fastest 2 days. At the latest 5 days. During my absence, you shall remain here, declining all visitors, stating that I am engrossed in developing new ninjutsu to enhance my strength. I will leave a summoning beast with you. If any significant changes occur in the village or if an invasion occurs, you must immediately summon me back using mooncake." "Understood." Uchiha Ri nodded earnestly in agreement. While he was somewhat curious as to why the young clan leader would choose to leave at this moment, he assumed it must be of great importance. Furthermore, should any unforeseen events arise, the young clan leader could be summoned back instantly via the summoning beast. Thus, concerns for safety were temporarily set aside. He simply needed to fulfill his responsibilities dutifully. Summoning technique. Natsume swiftly performed the hand seals for summoning. With a resounding bang, a small, adorable bear materialized within the room. "Mooncake, I must trouble you this time." Mooncake waved its paw in resignation, regretting its contract with this little rascal. As a formidable summoning beast of the Emo clan, it felt as though it had become merely a tool for this child. However, ultimately, enticed by 20 portions of tender bamboo shoots, it reluctantly agreed to Natsume's request, promising to lend its aid in times of crisis. With the village's security arrangements in place, Natsume leapt into action, slipping into the night and out of his home in the Hidden Flame village. He refrained from informing too many clan members, believing that by appearing to remain in the village, it would provide a greater sense of security for his people. Soon after leaving the village, the shadowy figure of Orochimaru began to materialize in the distance. Right on time, Natsume's request was not to be taken lightly. Orochimaru swayed his hips, grinning enigmatically in an instant. His gaze was drawn to the weapon hanging at Natsume's waist. With keen spiritual perception, he felt an extraordinary sharpness emanating from the knife, as if it could cleave through souls. Such a razor-sharp aura. Is there truly such a precious divine artifact in the world? Orochimaru marveled, astonished that even he, who prided himself on his extensive knowledge, could not identify the knife's origins. Yet, he was certain it was no ordinary item. It was most likely a divine artifact. "Would you care to test it against your Kusanagi blade?" Natsume inquired with a disdainful smile, his hand resting on the hilt. "This Orochimaru's heart raced, and he hastily waved his hand, attempting to placate Natsume with a hint of jest. "Oh no, I would never dare to compete with you." "Natsume, by the way, is it just you for this mission, Natsume-san? I expected you might bring along a few Uchiha guards." Orochimaru feigned concern that he believed that the journey to the Hidden Rock Village would not be without its challenges. If Natsume brought along a couple of Sharingan-wielding guards, and should they perish in battle, he could conveniently acquire a few Sharingan for his experiments. "Not necessary. I am more than sufficient on my own. You should leave your companions behind as well. Bringing along excess baggage will only hinder my efficiency." Natsume cast a glance at the four sound ninjas lurking several dozen meters behind Orochimaru. Their crimson three-tomo Sharingan glowing intimidatingly in the dark, causing them to shudder in fear. Given Natsume's current prowess, the sound ninjas were no more than fledglings, easily crushed even with their eyes closed. Bringing such inept companions would only delay his progress. "Very well. We shall comply with your wishes, Lord Natsume." Orochimaru nodded in agreement and swiftly waved his hand, dismissing the four sound ninja behind him. To be frank, in the face of absolute power, the young ninjas he had trained were still rather inexperienced. For the modified ninjutsu. For Purple Flame's formation, it still required further refinement. Let them remain in the Sound Village. After a brief interaction, Natsume and Orochimaru set off, heading towards Iwagakure. According to Natsume's memories from his previous life, at this juncture, it was precisely the moment when Danzo would issue orders to Tobi, the undercover operative in Iwagakure, and the orphanage director, the wandering priestess Susanoo, inciting them to turn against each other. The task entrusted to Orochimaru by Danzo was to eliminate the remaining survivor to prevent any leakage of information. Natsume, however, was unconcerned about the benefits Danzo promised Orochimaru. His focus lay on Tobi Susanoo, two rare medical ninjas that in all fairness, while Tobi would eventually become one of the antagonists in the later stages. During this period, he was not inherently malevolent, but merely a Na'vi youth yearning to save the orphanage and its director. His subsequent descent into darkness was purely a consequence of accidentally killing the director, leading to his mental collapse. Thus, averting this tragedy and securing two invaluable medical ninjas for the newly established Mangekyō village was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. After all, as part of the Indra lineage, the Uchiha clan had nearly no young attribute ninjas, let alone any medical ninjas. Natsume certainly did not wish to see a vast village devoid of even a single medical clinic. That would be quite disheartening. Of course, saving lives was the priority. Whether they could take a detour to explore the treasury of Iwagakure and bring back some souvenirs was another matter entirely. This moment, under the cover of night. In Iwagakure's Tsuchikage office, a robust and towering man pushed open the door and strode inside. "Father, you summoned me?" Keido inquired with a deep voice. Within the office, Noki, who had been rubbing his sore back at the desk, promptly halted and turned to face Keido. "Cough, cough," he began. "Indeed, there is a very important mission that requires your attention. You may proceed," Keido replied. The recent high-level meeting in the village was eavesdropped upon by an undercover agent. Although our guards discovered the intruder midway, he managed to escape. Naka's expression darkened as he spoke seriously. "Based on our estimates, he shouldn't have fled far. I need you to lead a team to apprehend him." It was quite embarrassing for a crucial high-level meeting to be overheard by a spy from another village. I understand, Keido affirmed. "Does this spy possess any significant information? Should we aim to capture him alive?" "Yes, we should strive for that. If necessary, lethal force is permitted," Noki decisively stated. In fact, just a couple of days prior, news had emerged from Konoha regarding a rebellion and defection within the Uchiha clan. "You've heard of it, haven't you?" "Indeed, I have it. It is said that the leader of the defection is merely a 10-year-old Uchiha boy." "It sounds absurd." Keido expressed his thoughts in his view. A 10-year-old child, no matter how prodigious, could not possibly challenge an entire ninja village and lead a clan in defection. This was likely another smokescreen and conspiracy from Konoha. This is no rumor. According to our spies embedded in Konoha, there was indeed fierce fighting that night. Dozens of houses collapsed, numerous Konoha ninjas were deployed, and even the third Hokage was involved. The Uchiha clan's defection is not baseless. "Is that so?" Noki nodded and continued. "The Uchiha clan's rebellion has inflicted considerable damage on Konoha. Furthermore, it is said that Konoha dispatched many ninjas to pursue them. Thus, at present, Konoha is at its most vulnerable." The village's high-level meeting has decided to seize this opportunity and launch a strong offensive against Konoha. What? Father, have you all gone mad? Are you truly considering provoking war? Keidu exclaimed in shock, raising his voice in protest. This is not solely my decision. 3 advisors from the council, 1 chief minister, and a representative of the daimyo all concurred with this proposal. Let us not forget that many of their offspring perished in the Third Shinobi World War in the conflict with Konoha 5 years ago. Noki slammed the table, revealing the full truth. Keidu sighed. Indeed, the most difficult animosity to resolve remains that of hatred. So, has that spy managed to procure this secret? Yes, we cannot currently ascertain which other ninja village he belongs to. But if we allow him to escape, our village's plan to ambush Konoha will be exposed. Such a consequence is unacceptable. Therefore, for the sake of the village, this task must be entrusted to you. I understand that I will see it through. Keidu paused momentarily, then clenched his fist, resolutely assuring that he swiftly departed from the Tsuchikage's office, gathering personnel to pursue the location where the spy had vanished this moment. At 9 o'clock at night, 10 miles southeast of Iwagakure, within a shadowy gorge, a young figure clad in black stealthily concealed himself behind a rock face that Tobi gasped heavily, glancing cautiously outside. This is not good. I've been surrounded. After a quiet sigh, he retreated and slowly pulled out a pocket watch, staring at its face with a sense of melancholy. If not for the events of that year, it would be time to sleep now. It's been 5 years since I left the orphanage. I longed to see the director and everyone again. It was precisely the longing for the director and his friends that had enabled Tobi to endure the torment of being in an enemy village for 5 long years. And tonight, he had finally overheard a significant secret. Iwagakure was poised to launch a surprise attack on Konoha, taking advantage of the Uchiha clan's defection. If he could relay this information back, he would undoubtedly earn great merit. Perhaps, with such merit, he could rescue the director from the shadows. Regrettably, his eavesdropping had been exposed. Now, faced with the frenzied pursuit of Iwagakure, he found himself in a perilous situation. Escaping would not be simple, but for the sake of the orphanage, he had to succeed in delivering the message. Tobi inhaled deeply, preparing to seek an escape route once more. Just then, he suddenly heard several cries from outside the gorge. Who goes there? Stop! Thud, thud. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed. Following that were 2 sets of steady footsteps approaching. What is happening? The footsteps are getting closer. Have I been exposed? Damn it. Then I'll fight. Tobi gritted his teeth and dashed out from behind the rock face, only to discover that the Iwagakure ninjas were already sprawled on the ground. Before him stood merely 2 figures clad in red cloud cloaks. Advancing towards him, Natsume-kun, your transformation technique is astonishingly realistic. Orochimaru chuckled, unable to contain his amusement as he walked alongside. Please, call me Tobi. At this moment, Natsume, adorned in a red cloud cloak and a yellow swirled mask, earnestly warned Orochimaru. Today, he was visiting Iwagakure as Tobi of the Akatsuki organization, and there was no mention of Uchiha Natsume from Inkakure. Understood. Afei shook his head, rendered speechless by the unorthodox maneuvers of the young summer. This little rascal seems to harbor an abundance of cunning thoughts. If he were to impersonate Akatsuki and, with his strength, storm into Iwagakure to wreak havoc, it's quite likely that no one would be able to stop him. Well, that kid Kabuto is hiding behind the rock wall over there. I have been discreetly monitoring him and known you all along. That boy indeed possesses considerable talent at such a young age. He has already mastered A-rank medical ninjutsu, the chakra scalpel. However, it appears we may have arrived a tad too early. The thrilling spectacle of mutual slaughter seems yet to commence. Orochimaru pointed towards the dim recesses of the rock wall, speaking with evident interest. It would be splendid if we could catch it in time. Summer felt a bit more at ease. He certainly did not wish to arrive only to encounter a corrupted Kabuto. Oh look, the little rascal has come out by himself. Who are you? Kabuto leaned out, scrutinizing Summer and his companion. With his left hand gripping a kunai and his right hand concealed behind his back, he enveloped his palm in chakra, transforming it into a razor-sharp chakra scalpel. Ever vigilant, we are here to rescue you. Summer replied with a slight smile. Yet, to Kabuto, this was no different from the deceit of a demon. He would not rashly place his trust in these 2 mysterious figures of unknown origin. Wait, why does the person on the right appear to be none other than Orochimaru, who has defected from Konoha? What do you intend to do? Do not be so tense. Sheath your ninjutsu. Otherwise, should I take action? You might lose your life, Summer cautioned softly. Truth be told, after acquiring so many new abilities and experiencing a surge in power, he was quite eager to engage. However, he feared that he might not control his strength properly and inadvertently kill Kabuto. Which would be regrettable. Stop joking. I intend to leave this place. Do not obstruct me, Kabuto shouted with fervor. Even if that person is Orochimaru, he cannot afford to casually interact with a rogue ninja from Konoha. He must promptly report back and establish his merit. Yet, just as he prepared to break free, whoosh, two kunai whistled through the air from above the canyon at the same time. A figure suddenly leapt down. Charging directly at Kabuto. An attack from above, pursuers from Iwagakure, Kabuto's heart raced. His body, however, executed a nimble somersault, effortlessly evading the kunai. Simultaneously, he brandished his chakra-imbued chakra scalpel, aiming it at the shadow descending from the cliff. Yet, halfway through the swing of his chakra scalpel, he suddenly realized that his entire body had become immobilized. It was as though he had been frozen in place, unable to move even an inch. What is happening? Why can't I move? Who has immobilized me? In a state of panic, Kabuto cast a sidelong glance at Orochimaru. To his astonishment, he discovered that the one who had bound him was a peculiar man in a spiral-patterned mask standing at a distance. Just then, the figure that had leapt down from the cliff landed steadily, again lunging at Kabuto with a kunai in the next moment. Ninjutsu. Word binding technique. Control. Summer nonchalantly initiated his ninjutsu once more. Swiftly inscribing the character in the air. Of course, it represented control. With a flash, the distant shadow was suddenly ensnared by the character, rendering it immobile, just like Kabuto. Observing as Summer waved his hand, effortlessly controlling the two distant figures. Orochimaru felt a surge of curiosity for this extraordinary ninjutsu. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It is a form of control ninjutsu, capable of easily subduing weaker foes or slightly restraining those of greater strength than oneself. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. Such an extraordinary secret technique exists. It seems even more refined than the mind disruption technique of the Yamashiro clan from Konoha. It is hardly a secret technique. It's merely useful for bullying the weak. A powerful chakra and an exceptional physique can easily break free from the confines of the word-binding technique. Furthermore, for someone like you, who has multiple means of shedding skin and escaping, it holds little utility, Summer responded casually. This type of auxiliary ninjutsu is not meant for confronting the strong. Only the blade in hand and one's own formidable strength serve as the true means to conquer the powerful. However, one must admit, at such moments, the word-binding technique proves quite convenient. It seems my exchange for this ninjutsu was not in vain. Orochimaru smirked, displaying no excessive concern. After all, aside from mysterious soul-related ninjutsu, there are almost no techniques in this world capable of killing him. He was more intrigued by where Summer had acquired these peculiar ninjutsu. He had nearly reviewed all the ninjutsu and forbidden techniques in Konoha, yet had never encountered such a technique. Where did you learn this ninjutsu? Orochimaru inquired. In a dream, Summer replied. A moment later, Summer lightly sprang forward, landing effortlessly before Kabuto and Nanyu. I told you to remain calm. Why did you not listen? With a sigh, Summer released the bindings around the heads of the two, restoring their ability to speak. 3 Tomo Sharingan. You are of the Uchiha clan. What do you intend to do? Kabuto, steeling himself, questioned, his gaze fixed on the mysterious figure's 3 Tomo right eye beneath the mask. Too formidable. The mere hint of this individual's aura sent shivers down his spine. Why would such a powerful figure fixate on him? Meanwhile, a melodious female voice suddenly rang out. You are of the Uchiha? Kabuto jolted in shock, glancing at the assassin who was similarly immobilized across from him. That voice sounded so familiar. Just then, the gentle moonlight began to filter through, illuminating the figure of the headmistress who had been shrouded in darkness. When Kabuto finally recognized the assailant as his own headmistress, the wandering priestess Nanyu, he was struck with disbelief. Headmistress? How could this be? What are you doing here? Nanyu, equally shaken, responded. Who on earth are you? How do you know me? After all, few knew that she was the headmistress of the orphanage. Moreover, the individual before her was the target that Konoha's roots had commanded her to assassinate. The mission report stated that he was merely a spy from Kumogakure, and she shouldn't recognize him. Headmistress, it's me, Kabuto. You gave me that name. How could you forget me? Why? Why do you still wish to kill me? Nanyu stared at Kabuto, disbelief etched on her face. Kabuto? That's not you. Clearly, this wandering priestess remained unaware that she had been deceived by Konoha's roots. The photograph sent to her regarding Kabuto had long been swapped for another likeness. Thus, she failed to recognize him. Enough, the matters between you two can be explained later. More guests are arriving. Although this emotional drama was rather entertaining, the pursuing forces from Iwagakure were rapidly closing in. Time was of the essence, and Summer had to interject to cut short the reunion. He then turned to Orochimaru, gesturing towards the two. Orochimaru, these two are in your care. Remember to bring them back safely. And don't entertain any ideas about them. If they perish, I will destroy all the experimental subjects in your laboratory. You may wish to try for a fleeting moment. The three Mangekyō Sharingan revealed beneath Natsume's mask was directly transformed into the kaleidoscope Sharingan. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted, pressing down upon Orochimaru, as if it could freeze a person's very soul. Orochimaru quickly averted his gaze and shuddered, fearful of being ensnared by the genjutsu of the Sharingan. This little brat truly knows how to exploit a person's weaknesses. Although it possesses remarkable plasticity and potential for cultivation, it pales in comparison to the multitude of experimental subjects under his command. In any case, it is not worth completely severing ties with Natsume over a mere D. As for this nonchalant Yano-yu, she is utterly dispensable. However, the physique and appearance of this wandering priestess are rather appealing. Could it be that this little brat Natsume has a particular fondness for such things? I have heard that precocious children often lack maternal affection. One can never be too sure. TSK. Orochimaru mused to himself. Though it was merely a jest, he would not dare to underestimate this ruthless and cold-hearted little brat Natsume. He certainly knows how to command others. Rest assured, leave it to me that I will ensure their safe return. Orochimaru smirked, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips. His hands swiftly transformed into serpentine appendages, ensnaring both D and Yano-yu in the next instant. He leaped into the distance, vanishing into the night. Moments later, two ninjas from Iwagakure arrived at the scene. The leader among them was none other than Keidu, tasked with pursuing the infiltrator Daichim. Only one person? Just a moment ago, I sensed 3 or 4 presences here. Could it be that the infiltrator has already fled? Wait, is that attire characteristic of the Akatsuki? As Keidu and his companion landed, they beheld Natsume standing alone in the distance, unable to suppress their murmurs of confusion. According to the records of Iwagakure, only members of the Akatsuki would don such garb. This rogue ninja organization had gradually become active over the past few years, making appearances in numerous assassination missions. However, it seemed they had yet to confront the 5 great hidden villages directly. Thus, in the eyes of the major ninja villages, their threat level was not particularly high. Yet, it was unexpected to encounter them here tonight, and alone at that. Could it be that they were responsible for the departure of the infiltrator? Natsume remained in place, stretching his limbs as he awaited Keidu's approach. Others may have been unaware, but Natsume was acutely aware that in truth, this unassuming Keidu possessed considerable prowess. That it was a perfect opportunity for him to stretch his muscles and test his current strength. Who are you? Why are you here? Were those actions you're doing? Keidu exclaimed, his voice laced with urgency as he observed the fallen Iwagakure ninjas around him, his expression turning grave as he prepared for a confrontation. Just then, the masked figure across from him suddenly opened his right eye, fixing his gaze upon the two of them. It was the kaleidoscope Sharingan. This is bad. Do not make eye contact with him. Keidu bellowed, quickly warning his companion. Unfortunately, it was too late. Although Natsume's mastery of Genjutsu with the kaleidoscope Sharingan could not compare to Itachi's expertise in Tsukuyomi, any pair of kaleidoscope Sharingan possesses formidable Genjutsu capabilities. In an instant, Keidu's companion, AJ Nin, found himself ensnared by Natsume's control. He drew a kunai and lunged toward Keidu in the nick of time. Keidu, with his considerable strength, reacted swiftly. Doton. Aw no ken. Keidu's right hand transformed into a hardened rock fist, significantly increasing its density and weight. He swung with great force, shattering his comrade's kunai and sending him crashing to the ground. It is worth noting that his punch possessed enough force to send even a tailed beast Jinchuriki flying. At this moment, he clearly held back a significant portion of his strength. Doton. Suchi RD no Jutsu. Next, as his teammate landed, Keidu unleashed a Doton barrier ninjutsu, surrounding the entranced ally within a wall of earth, effectively protecting him from harm that in just a few seconds. Keidu had swiftly subdued a Nin teammate and captured him. This demonstrated his formidable strength that in fact, he had refrained from provoking war. Hoping the infiltrator could escape to prevent Iwagakure from continuing its plans to attack Konoha and incite conflict. Thus, in the original storyline, Keidu spared D that otherwise, given D's strength and condition at the time. How could he possibly have escaped from Keidu, who possessed the ability to suppress the outer path's Getomazo for a brief moment? Not too shabby, quite impressive indeed. Iwagakure must have intentionally downplayed your presence to conceal their strength. Natsume remarked with a faint smile, revealing the truth. There was no doubt that Keidu possessed the strength of a shadow. What do you intend to do? Keidu furrowed his brow, shouting. Simultaneously, he resolutely struck out again. In his view, since this person had initiated an attack against them, there was no doubt he was an enemy. A thorough beating was in order. Doton. Daichi DK, Doton. Aw no T. Faced with the formidable opponent wielding the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Keidu dared not underestimate him in the slightest. He skillfully unleashed various Doton ninjutsu with ease that in an instant. The ground surrounding Natsume erupted, rising and falling dramatically, as if the very earth were roaring. Simultaneously, numerous sharp rock spears shot forth from the tumultuous earth, launching toward Natsume with considerable force. To execute such a large-scale Doton ninjutsu requires a significant amount of chakra. Alas, your attacks are still too slow. Natsume chuckled lightly, gracefully maneuvering through the undulating rocks with agile body techniques. The rock spears aimed at him found it nearly impossible to land a hit. After all, Doton techniques are less nimble compared to F-ton or Right-ton ninjutsu, making it difficult to strike a master of taijutsu. Witnessing his opponent's nonchalant demeanor only fueled Keidu's anger, compelling him to channel more chakra. Doton. Suchi Argun. Doton. Ganri no Jutsu. In an instant, dozens of even more powerful rock spears erupted toward Natsume, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape. At the same time, two colossal clay giants summoned by the Ganri no Jutsu leaped into the air, their fists poised to smash down upon Natsume. In such a scenario, even if the enemy were fortunate enough to withstand the rock spears, the impact of the clay giants would surely render them into a mere paste. It is evident that the yellow earth has truly awakened. In the face of such a torrential barrage, Natsume exhibited not the slightest hint of panic. Instead, he steadily grasped the hilt of the divine sword at his waist. In the next moment, a crimson light burst forth. The sharp Kunlun divine sword was unsheathed in response, without a single slash or swing. Natsume merely flicked his fingers lightly against the blade, with a resonant hum. An invisible and profound melody emanated from the sword, rapidly expanding outward from its center. Time, space, and everything surrounding seemed to be shaken by this resonance, akin to ripples stirred in water. No object could impede the spread of this melodic force. Simultaneously, the powerful vibrations of the melody acted upon Natsume, causing every muscle, bone, and essence within him to boil, as if struck by a formidable hammer. The surging essence escaped through the pores of his skin, forming a great crimson halo around his body. Rising in a misty vapor, with merely one celestial resonance, Natsume was nearly compelled to regurgitate blood from the backlash. At this moment, even he, the wielder of the Kunlun sword, was shaken to this extent. One could only imagine the fate of the surrounding rock spears and earth clumps. As this wave of profound melody expanded, dozens of rock spears were instantly shattered, reduced to mere dust. The two towering clay giants that had leaped down also disintegrated in an instant. Their massive forms crumbled into countless fragments, plummeting to the ground, with the chakra contained within the clay beings dissipating entirely. Even the yellow earth itself, situated dozens of meters away and launching an assault, found its ninjutsu disrupted by this astonishing celestial resonance. He was forced to retreat 3 steps, clutching his seething chest, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. What kind of ninjutsu is this? How can it possess such power? Is it wind release? No, it doesn't quite seem like it. It appears to be related to the weapon in that fellow's hand. Could it be an artifact? The yellow earth was struck with terror and could not help but speculate, while simultaneously suppressing the turbulent chakra and essence within him, wiping the blood from his lips. At this moment, his expression was more serious than ever, for he sensed that he had encountered the strongest adversary of his life. Ha! Natsume stood firm with his sword, exhaling deeply and releasing a great breath of boiling, murky air. Truly, this artifact worth 5,000 gold coins is remarkable. Just a slight display of its edge effortlessly shattered the yellow earth's relentless assault. I in the future, wielding this Kunlun divine sword against foes. It is estimated that just a few strikes would cause them to erupt with blood and shatter their organs. However, his own physique seemed a bit lacking. It appears that in his spare time, he must train his body rigorously with this divine sword. Otherwise, he might end up vomiting blood before his enemy does. After experiencing the might of the divine sword, Natsume was no longer inclined to delay. He grasped the sword, bent his knees, and leaped swiftly towards the yellow earth. That same moment, witnessing the sudden onslaught of the enemy, the yellow earth became alarmed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could no longer afford to hold back. He directly siphoned more than half of his immense chakra, unleashing his most prized ninjutsu, his trump card, Earth Release, Mountain Earth Technique. In the next instant, the earth roared, and stones rumbled. Countless clumps of earth erupted forth, swiftly forming two gigantic hemispheres over 100 meters in size, closing in on Natsume. Earth Release, Mountain Earth Technique, a jutsu with a mere B rank learning difficulty. By its name and rank, it would seem that this Earth Release technique is rather ordinary, unable to compare with the formidable A rank or S rank ninjutsu. Yet, in the hands of a strong man like the Yellow Earth, this seemingly mundane jutsu exhibited tremendous power. It proved effective not only against ninjas, but could even suppress colossal beasts of tailed beast rank. It is indeed a supreme technique for halting movement, nearly on par with the might of the great fire annihilation in the hands of Madara. Once, when the Jinchuriki of a Wagakure went berserk and transformed into a tailed beast, the Yellow Earth had suppressed him with this very jutsu alone. For an ordinary ninja, being ensnared by this jutsu would likely result in being crushed by its terrifying pressure. Its power is not weaker than the regular version of the Earth Explosion Star. Clearly, the Yellow Earth was forced to resort to this trump card ninjutsu, indicating that he had been driven to a corner by Natsume. At this moment, the majestic earthen hemispheres, each 100 meters in size, were closing in, displaying an impressive might. This mere Nin from a Wagakure could, with his own strength, suppress a tailed beast and momentarily withstand an outer path golem. Truly remarkable. Moreover, once enveloped by such massive stones, there would be no time to evade. It is no wonder that a Wagakure has kept the Yellow Earth hidden so deeply. If other ninja villages were to know that there was a formidable figure capable of suppressing tailed beasts, they would surely be on edge. Of course, while this ninjutsu is domineering, it is not insurmountable for Natsume in his current state. The 8 gates, Flying Thunder God technique, and so forth are sufficient to break or evade this ninjutsu. However, with his interest piqued, Natsume chose to confront it head-on. In the next moment, boom, the two massive earthen spheres collided, unleashing a thunderous sound that reverberated for several kilometers. Ha! Ha! In the distance, the Yellow Earth, having completed his technique, was catching his breath. Releasing such a large-scale ninjutsu at once placed considerable strain on him. Yet, he felt a sense of relief, having finally trapped his enemy. However, he was uncertain whether he had already reduced his foe to a mere pancake. Yet one can assume that this enemy, with his terrifying strength and divine artifact at his side, would not perish so easily. Nevertheless, once ensnared by his Mountain Earth technique, even a tailed beast would find it hard to escape for a time. The Yellow Earth relaxed slightly, loosening the tension in his heart. But in the next moment, before he could fully catch his breath, another tremendous sound of something tearing through the air erupted. Swish. A dazzling, sharp azure light suddenly shot forth from within the massive earth sphere. It sliced through the sphere from the inside out, and the incredibly hard earthen giant ball crumbled as easily as tofu under the brilliance of the blade. In the blink of an eye, an even more radiant blue light erupted from the fissure in the giant sphere. Then, a towering, robust figure, wielding a colossal sword, appeared amidst the azure glow. Clearly, Natsume had anticipated this moment, deliberately disguising his Susanoo to resemble a certain type of earth, blending in seamlessly. Swish, swish, swish. The artifact transformed Kunlun's sword swung in Susanoo's grasp, resembling a world-ending blade from the heavens. In an instant, it cleaved the earthen giant sphere into countless fragments. Witnessing this from afar, the yellow earth stood dumbfounded, as if trapped in a dream. That Susanoo? How can this be? Doesn't he only possess a single Sharingan? Moreover, where did this Susanoo acquire a weapon? Far away, countless rock fragments plummeted to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Natsume, enveloped in Susanoo, descended heavily to the earth, akin to an unstoppable divine being plummeting from the heavens. This Kunlun sword, once transformed into an artifact, was simply magnificent. It was far sharper than the blade previously condensed from chakra. Susanoo and the divine artifact truly make a perfect match. Well, it is time to bring this farce to an end. Natsume's heart steeled. He took several steps forward. The towering Susanoo, wielding the enormous divine sword, surged forth once more, striking out horizontally towards the distant yellow earth. In an instant, the sheer force of the wind generated by the colossal sword sent shivers down the yellow earth's spine, filling him with dread. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Earth release. Earthquake core. Earth release. Hardening technique. Huangtu swiftly unleashed his ninjutsu, extending several layers of earthen defenses at his side, nearly exhausting his dwindling chakra reserves. In that fleeting moment, the formidable strength of over 10 earthen walls was erected, far surpassing the defenses constructed by Danzo, who was not particularly skilled in earth release techniques. Had it been the chakra blade previously wielded by Shumi, it might not have been so easily cleaved through in one stroke. Alas, this time, these thick earthen defenses crumbled effortlessly under the might of Susanoo and the brilliance of the Kunlun divine blade, shattering as if they were mere butter under a knife. Just as the blade was poised to strike Huangtu, Shumi deftly altered his angle, merely using the blade's side to deliver a blow, sparing Huangtu from immediate death. After all, inflicting grievous harm upon Huangtu was a vastly different matter from outright killing him. This individual was, after all, the son of the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. Should Shumi take his life, it would forge an unbreakable enmity with a Wagakure. Although he bore no fear of a Wagakure, at present, his own newly established Heian village had its greatest adversary in Konoha. Before vanquishing the latter, it would be ill-advised to cultivate excessive enmity with other shinobi villages. Moreover, Huangtu possessed considerable strength. Should he be incited to attack Konoha in the future, it would undoubtedly deliver a significant surprise to them. Of course, the weighty strike landed upon Huangtu, though it did not claim his life, left him disoriented, with shattered bones, sending him crashing several dozen meters away before he fell hard to the ground. It was worth noting that he had activated his hardening technique, rendering his body more resilient than stone and significantly reducing physical damage. Yet, even so, he was left with but half his life, underscoring the lethal prowess of that blow. Upon witnessing Huangtu's unconscious state and total loss of combat capability, Shumi finally released Susanoo and sheathed his divine blade. Rubbing his slightly sore eyes while reveling in triumph, this moment, he could firmly ascertain that with Susanoo activated and wielding the divine blade, he had become a nearly invincible entity. Once he transplanted the hashirama cells to achieve infinite stamina, he would be able to traverse much of the shinobi world with ease. Indeed, the sensation of possessing absolute power was simply exhilarating. Soon after reveling in his victory, Shumi recalled the pressing matter at hand and proceeded to perform another jutsu. Kanji binding technique. Explosion. The character for explosion shot forth, landing on the earthen prison Huangtu had utilized to ensnare his teammate. Boom! The prison shattered, revealing a dazed Iwagakure ninja, having freed himself from the Jinjutsu. He was confronted with the terrifying battlefield and the defeated, unconscious Huangtu, leaving him utterly bewildered. Hey, Iwagakure ninja over there. Huangtu has been defeated. Hurry back and fetch reinforcements. Tell Inoki that old man I'm waiting right here. And when he arrives, I'll smash his head in. Shumi bellowed arrogantly, exuding an aura of death that sent the Iwagakure ninja's legs trembling. Faced with the overwhelming defeat of their powerful captain, he dared not hesitate any longer. Scrambling out of the earthen prison and fleeing towards Iwagakure to seek assistance, the Iwagakure ninja made his escape. Shumi approached Huangtu's side, confirming that this resilient individual would not perish immediately. In truth, his motivation for thoroughly thrashing Huangtu was not mere boredom. It was twofold. Firstly, to stretch his limbs, ascertain his current strength, and test the prowess of the Kunlun blade. Secondly, to ensure that without incapacitating the subordinate, he couldn't lure out that old Kajira Inoki. Without enticing him out, how could he conveniently explore the village's treasury? In essence, this was merely a tactic to draw the tiger away from its mountain lair. Moreover, it was both a covert and overt strategy. Even if Inoki saw through it, he would have no choice but to respond that a powerful figure capable of subduing tailed beasts like Huang-Tu was undeniably crucial for a Wagakure. Especially considering he was the man's own son, there was little doubt he would comply. Shadow clone technique. With a bang, white mist erupted as Shumi created a shadow clone, leaving it behind. The original then glanced back briefly, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, before setting off stealthily towards a Wagakure. Meanwhile, in the very spot he had just glanced at, a pure white serpent lay concealed within the crevices of the rocks. Shivering as it secretly observed the scene, it was evident that Orochimaru, the cunning old fox, would not miss a chance to witness such an exhilarating battle while gauging Shumi's true strength. Thus, he had left a white snake clone hidden there. Shumi, however, paid it little mind. At this stage, the stronger he became, the more wary Orochimaru would be, ultimately benefiting the collaboration between his Heian village and Oto Geikure. After all, one must be strong to forge iron. Meanwhile, the Iwagakure ninja, desperately fleeing, returned to the village in less than 10 minutes. He delivered the shocking news of the enemy invasion, Huang-Tu's defeat, and his life hanging by a thread to the current third Tsuchikage. Inoki, upon hearing that his son had been vanquished and his life was in peril, Inoki grew anxious. He was well aware of Huang-Tu's prowess. Aside from himself, there were few in Iwagakure who could match him. How could he be so effortlessly defeated by a rogue ninja from the Akatsuki? Additionally, why had the Akatsuki appeared precisely at this moment and rescued that spy? Countless questions surged in Inoki's mind. However, this was not the time to ponder such matters. Huang-Tu's life was in grave danger, and with Kuratsuchi still young, he could not allow her to lose her father now. With that thought, Inoki wasted no time, leading his guard out of the village and rushing towards the scene. Before long, only a few minutes had passed since Inoki and his entourage left when another short figure stealthily slipped into the village under the cover of night. Skillfully avoiding the guards, this figure made their way towards the treasury located behind the Tsuchikage office. The treasury's defenses were rather lax, with only 2 chunin stationed there as a mere formality. After all, this was the heart of a Wagakure, situated close to the Tsuchikage building. If someone were capable of defeating the esteemed Tsuchikage and launching an assault here, it was likely that the entire village was on the brink of destruction. At this moment, the stealthy figure appeared well acquainted with the surrounding architecture, hiding in a dark corner to carefully observe the guards at the treasury loft. Within moments, a plan began to form in their mind, ready to spring into action. However, just then, a delicate little hand suddenly emerged from behind, startling the figure half to death. "Brother, what are you doing here?" Deidara spun around abruptly, and upon seeing his younger sister, Kuratsuchi, he let out a sigh of relief. Kuratsuchi, you scared me to death. How did you sneak into the village again? If Grandpa finds out, he'll surely throw a fit. The 8-year-old Kuratsuchi, already possessing quite the personality, stood with her arms crossed, sternly chastising her mischievous older brother. In fact, Deidara had often caused considerable trouble in the village, experimenting with various clay explosives, leading to significant damages. Last year, at the age of 9, he had been forced to relocate to the outskirts of the village and was prohibited from entering without Inoki's orders. I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd wander into the village, Deidara replied with an awkward smile. Of course, not admitting that he had noticed the sudden departure of that old man Inoki. Seizing the opportunity, they prepared to venture into the village for a lucrative endeavor. After all, he had recently been preoccupied with the study of new ninjutsu, and his finances were rather constrained. Ugh, brother, could you not fabricate a more plausible lie? It's evident that you're up to no good again, Hitouch reprimanded, his irritation palpable, wishing fervently to throttle this troublemaking senior. Alas, despite his unorthodox demeanor, this individual possessed remarkable talent in ninjutsu, frequently earning praise from their grandfather, who often compared him to Hitouch, much to her chagrin. Hush, keep your voice down. But tell me, how did you end up here? Deidara swiftly covered Hitouch's mouth, his tone low and conspiratorial. In the evening, my father was called out by grandfather and hasn't returned yet. Mother sent me to the Tsuchikage building to inquire about grandfather. Hoping to hasten my father's return, Hitouch explained, her concern evident. I wonder where he could be. It's so late, and he's still not back. If he returns home tonight, Mother will undoubtedly be furious and make him kneel on the washboard again. Brother, confess honestly. Are you plotting to raid the treasury? Hush, this matter is not to be spoken of lightly, Deidara exclaimed in a panic, hastily defending himself. Share half with me. What? If you don't, I'll shout right now. And you'll get nothing. The innocent Hitouch flashed a pure mischievous smile, ruthlessly coercing him. Though her prowess in ninjutsu paled in comparison to her seniors, she had gleaned a few tricks from grandfather Yuki's negotiation and intimidation techniques. Hitouch, are you in or out? If not, I shall call for help. I'm in, Deidara gritted his teeth, consenting to the collaboration. They both cautiously peeked out, surveying the treasury's defenses. Hitouch, I'll break through first and incapacitate those 2 guards. You climb up the edge of the second floor behind the treasury and keep watch for me. If anyone approaches, alert me immediately. Deidara began outlining their strategy. All right, ready, 3, 2, 1, go. Deidara was the first to spring out, taking advantage of the night's obscured vision to swiftly close in on the 2 guards. Simultaneously, he flipped his hands, unleashing several clay spiders laced with paralyzing toxins, which lunged toward the guards. Through this unexpected assault, the exceptionally skilled Deidara easily incapacitated the 2 guards and swiftly pushed open the grand door, excitedly darting into the treasury. Following closely behind, the petite Hitouch hurriedly followed, her agile legs propelling her forward. She leapt up, grasping the railing of the second floor, ready to ascend. If she didn't hurry, her foolish brother might greedily claim the lion's share of their spoils. However, just as she climbed to the second floor, her little shoe unexpectedly slipped off. Reluctantly, Hitouch had to jump back to the first floor, pouting in frustration as she sought her lost shoe. After a considerable search, she finally located it, but when she looked up, she was startled to find an unfamiliar figure before her. The person wore a mask, their stature modest, their aura enigmatic, making it impossible to discern their intentions. Yet, they held several silky stockings in their hands and, with an alluring voice, inquired, "Future Tsuchikage, did you drop these black stockings, or perhaps these white ones? Or maybe these fishnet stockings?" Hitouch blinked her bright eyes in bewilderment. "Wait a moment, you aren't a ninja from a Wagakure. Who are you? What do you want?" she demanded loudly, striving to mask her rising anxiety. After all, she was merely an 8-year-old girl at that moment. Natsume smiled faintly. Upon arriving here, he spotted the future Tsuchikage rummaging on the ground, which piqued his interest and prompted him to jest with her. "Don't worry, I'm not depraved enough to target even young girls. Besides, I would wait a few more years for you to mature. Rest assured," he continued. Just then, within the treasury loft, Deidara seemed to have heard a commotion outside. "Hey, junior sister, what's that noise? Who are you talking to?" "Brother, there's an enemy. Come out quickly," Hitouch shouted, startled, retreating as she did so. However, before she could finish her warning, the mysterious figure before her suddenly flickered and vanished from sight. In the next moment, she felt a sharp sensation at the nape of her neck, and she promptly lost consciousness. Clearly, while this young girl possessed some strength, she was still far too weak for Natsume, who easily incapacitated her with a single strike. Moments later, Natsume gently laid Hitouch on the ground. Meanwhile, a frantic Deidara burst forth from the treasury. But before he could comprehend the situation outside, his vision was ensnared by a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes. Time warped, space distorted, and consciousness faded. Unbeknownst to him, the clay bombs he had yet to deploy remained untouched as he succumbed to the Genjutsu. Falling into a deep slumber, this lad truly struggles against illusion techniques, Natsume mused, observing the unconscious deity have set his sights on his own village's treasury at such a young age is quite the talent. With that, he eagerly stepped into the treasury of a Wagakure, preparing to casually take some souvenirs back with him. Upon entering the treasury, a wave of wealth washed over him, invigorating his senses and igniting a fervor within his heart. Although a Wagakure's treasury, due to its isolated location and lack of trade, could not rival Konoha's, it was still one of the 5 great hidden villages, boasting a considerable reserve. Scanning the room, he estimated there to be nearly 100 million ryo. It seemed he was in for a substantial windfall. Without hesitation, Natsume withdrew several pre-prepared space scrolls and began to recklessly plunder the 2 floors filled with riches. Reflecting on it now, those space scrolls he had drawn from the system proved to be quite useful. Each intermediate scroll could hold 20 million ryo, and they were effortlessly portable, far more convenient than hauling several large bags of coins. Before long, Natsume had filled 2 intermediate and 6 basic space scrolls, nearly sweeping away more than half of the treasury's wealth, totaling a staggering 70 million ryo. He left just over 20 million ryo for a wagakure. He wondered if Yuki would be infuriated upon discovering this. But that was not his concern. After all, he had left some for the village, so it wasn't entirely unreasonable, right? Having organized the scrolls and prepared to leave with his bounty, Natsume suddenly recalled something. He quickly produced a kunai and inscribed his flying thunder god technique seal upon it. With a light leap, he concealed the kunai behind a beam above the treasury. Since he had come all this way, he ought to leave a gift. If this marked kunai were to be discovered, it would be of little consequence. Should it remain hidden, he could always return for a visit whenever time permitted. Surely, the hospitable Awagakure wouldn't refuse his goodwill visits. Would they? Thus, after leaving a good mark, Natsume no longer lingered and activated the flying thunder god technique, teleporting directly along the mark he had previously left. In an instant, he vanished from within the vault as if he had never been there at all. Save for the vault, which appeared to be nearly half emptied at this moment. It had only been a little over 5 minutes since Noki received the news. This anxious third Tsuchikage had rapidly traversed a distance that would typically take over 10 minutes. Arriving at the very location where Natsume had engaged in a fierce battle with the Yellow Earth, sure enough, he spotted a masked figure clad in a red cloud robe awaiting him. The next moment, upon witnessing his son battered and unconscious on the ground, a furious Noki uttered not a word of frivolity and launched an immediate attack against Natsume's clone. A torrent of Earth-style ninjutsu erupted forth, overwhelming in its ferocity. Truly, he was a seasoned warrior who had survived since the Warring States period. Although his Earth release, mountain technique may not rival that of the Yellow Earth in sheer power, Naki's mastery over ninjutsu, his speed of execution, and his agility far surpassed that of the Yellow Earth. Even without considering his famed dust release, this man's overall strength was certainly above average among the 5 great shinobi villages Kage. An unending barrage of Earth-style techniques, dazzling in their abundance, rained down upon Natsume's clone, supplemented by Naki's unique ability to fly. He hovered in the air, relentlessly bombarding the clone with ninjutsu, for a ninja lacking long-range capabilities. Facing him was nearly insurmountable, rendering Noki seemingly invincible. This was largely due to the fact that Natsume's clone had just endured a fierce battle with the Yellow Earth and had little chakra remaining, just over 2 cards. Moreover, the main body had taken the kunai and was unable to use various techniques that might reveal his identity, leaving him constrained and entirely suppressed by Noki. Otherwise, had Natsume's true form been present and activated Susanoo while wielding the divine blade, it would likely have been Noki on the receiving end of a relentless assault. "How dare you?" Noki roared, his eyes ablaze with fury, his hand seals quickened by a third, his assault intensified. During this period, the 5 great shinobi villages had largely dismissed rogue ninja organizations like Akatsuki. However, as the third Tsuchikage, who had endured 3 shinobi world wars and possessed vast experience, Naki's rage did not cloud his judgment. Instead, he attacked while keenly observing for any weaknesses or openings in his opponent, aiming for a decisive strike. After all, this enemy displayed formidable strength. Even after exchanging dozens of blows, he had only barely maintained the upper hand. This individual's power was certainly not beneath that of the Kage. Across the entire shinobi world, no one had heard of a rogue ninja so exceptionally powerful. Furthermore, the opponent's signature bloodline limit, the Sharingan, had yet to be unleashed, which only heightened Noki's wariness. Thus, after a considerable amount of time in combat, as Natsume's clone nearly exhausted its remaining chakra, he estimated that the time was nearly ripe. In the next moment, to Naki's astonishment, the clone abruptly ceased its resistance, allowing an array of earthen spikes to pierce through. How can this be? Why had the enemy relinquished their struggle? Could it truly be due to chakra depletion? As he watched his adversary being impaled, Noki was taken aback, unable to believe his eyes. Yet in the next instant, the enemy's form erupted into a cloud of white mist, vanishing without a trace. "Is this the shadow clone technique?" Noki exclaimed in shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had encountered many instances of Konoha's shadow clone technique, which was indeed quite exquisite and difficult to discern. However, he never anticipated that the enemy, with whom he had fought so fiercely, was merely a shadow clone. How infuriating! But if the clone was this powerful, how much more terrifying would the true body be? Wait, he realized, if the enemy had merely left a clone to delay him. Then their true objective? No, I've been deceived. Their target is my village. The sudden realization sent shockwaves through Naka's heart, filled with regret. How could he, the bearer of the two scales title and the most senior among the current Kage, fail to see through such a simple ruse? His eagerness to save had clouded his judgment. Damn it. I hope the village remains unharmed. Noki cursed under his breath, seizing the yellow earth from the ground as he hurriedly prepared to retreat back to the hidden stone village. But just then, in the distance, an inconspicuous kunai lodged within the rock crevice was suddenly illuminated by a figure. Noki, are you tired from the fight? Natsume called out, shaking the backpack behind him, which contained 70 million. He greeted the departing Noki with a smile. One could not deny that, even aside from combat, the Flying Thunder God technique was remarkably efficient for traveling. A distance of over 10 kilometers was traversed in an instant, significantly saving time. However, the chakra consumption was rather high. Based on his current chakra levels, he could only make 2 or 3 round trips before being completely drained. Clearly, he needed to enhance his chakra capacity further. Meanwhile, upon hearing the taunt from behind, Noki whirled around, only to discover that the very enemy he had battled moments ago had suddenly reappeared. Was this the body flicker technique? No, there had been no one around just moments ago. No matter how swift the body flicker technique, it was impossible to cover a distance of over 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Wait, what lies beneath his feet? A kunai. Could it be the Flying Thunder God technique? Noki gasped in realization. Even nearly a decade later, he could not forget the image of Konoha's yellow flash who had dominated an entire era with the speed afforded by the Flying Thunder God technique. He had been nearly invincible during the Third Shinobi World War. The number of Iwagakure shinobi who perished at his hands surpassed 100, including elite warriors like East Death and Demon Leech. It was precisely due to that war that the enmity between Iwagakure and Konoha had persisted to this day. Moreover, it was because of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, that Noki found himself confined to Iwagakure, too fearful to engage in battle lest his homeland be stolen away by a single Flying Thunder God. This demonstrated the threat posed by a ninja who mastered such a powerful S-rank space-time ninjutsu. Such a figure was undoubtedly the nightmare of all foes. Now, after an 8-year gap, could it be that Konoha has produced another formidable ninja who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique? Noki dared not dwell on the thought. Yet, judging by that kunai and the speed displayed, it was highly likely that it was indeed the Flying Thunder God technique. If the opponent were truly a Konoha ninja, he could very well be the future 5th Hokage. In that case, the entire shinobi world would soon find itself under his oppressive shadow once more. Such a formidable adversary must be eliminated at the earliest opportunity. If he were to launch a surprise dust release attack, perhaps there would be a chance for a decisive blow in an instant. The wrinkles on Naka's aged face shifted through a myriad of expressions, his mind in turmoil as he weighed his options. Regardless of the outcome, he was determined not to witness another yellow flash emerge in the shinobi world, especially one potentially from Konoha. Who are you? Noki bellowed, his voice laced with fury as he covertly prepared for a lethal strike. Old man, I can tell you're contemplating how to kill me right now. Don't waste your efforts. I take my leave now. May our paths cross again by fate. By the way, I almost forgot to mention, your granddaughter is quite charming. And the treasury of your village is even more so. Ha ha ha. Natsume chuckled heartily. Without a moment's hesitation, he flickered, activating the Flying Thunder God technique, and instantly vanished from his original position. He had accomplished what he needed to do and did not wish to linger. Facing Naka's dust release, although the likelihood of being struck was minimal, he preferred to err on the side of caution as he watched the enemy disappear in an instant. He felt powerless to intervene. Noki was equally disheartened and ceased his ninjutsu. Simultaneously, he recalled the words spoken by his adversary before leaving. This is bad, he thought. Could it be that Kuratsuchi and the treasury have already fallen victim to foul play? Noki's expression darkened as he hastily shouldered the burden of yellow earth and sped towards the village without a moment's pause. Both his granddaughter Kuratsuchi and the village's treasury were dear to him, and he could not afford to lose either. Thus, 20 minutes later, the Tsuchikige's guard, having followed Naka's aura, made a wide circuit outside the village before returning within. They found Noki at the entrance of the nearly empty treasury. At that moment, The third Tsuchikage was cradling his granddaughter Kuratsuchi while leaning against the door, his eyes vacant and expression dazed. Before him lay the treasury, almost stripped bare. Fortunately, it appeared that only the treasury had been robbed. Kuratsuchi seemed to be unharmed. Otherwise, this night would surely have driven the third Tsuchikage to the brink of despair. Nonetheless, the losses sustained by Iwagakure that night were considerable, especially the theft from the treasury, which had resulted in the loss of a substantial amount of funds. Should this news circulate, the already fragile economy of the village would likely plummet further. Therefore, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, Noki promptly instructed his guard to seal the treasury and suppress the news, then rushed off with Kuratsuchi, Deidara, and others to seek medical attention as night deepened. It was fortunate that the majority of the battles had occurred outside the village. Sparing Iwagakure from significant casualties, the village remained relatively quiet. However, many informed high-ranking ninjas were engaged in a flurry of activity throughout the night. Thus, an hour later, after a brief rest, Noki convened the village's upper echelons once more, hastily recounting the series of significant events that had transpired that night. How were Kuratsuchi and the others faring? Noki's expression darkened. Kuratsuchi had sustained grave injuries, with numerous broken bones and extensive muscle damage. Fortunately, her life was not in jeopardy, but she would require at least a month or two for recovery. Kuratsuchi, on the other hand, had not suffered any significant injuries, merely fainting from the ordeal. Did the invaders show mercy? Inquired a consultant. Noki nodded. That seems likely, but we cannot rule out the possibility of it being deliberate. After all, killing them would only serve to further incite our Ito's shock. Not only had the spy escaped, but the village treasury had also been plundered. Lord Tsuchikage, this loss is significant. Noki acknowledged. I understand. Our immediate priority must be to contain the information and swiftly mitigate the loss of the treasury. Shouldn't we dispatch a force to recover the stolen funds? Noki shot a glare at the envoy, replying curtly, the enemy possesses the flying thunder god technique. Do you really believe anyone could catch up to him? What? The flying thunder god technique? How is that possible? Didn't the yellow flash of Konoha perish? Could it be that another has emerged? Noki replied, we cannot confirm yet. The individual was clad in the garb of the Akatsuki, wielding the Sharingan, and demonstrated formidable prowess. Upon hearing this, the other high-ranking Iwagakure officials were taken aback, engaging in heated discussion. Could this all be the doing of the Akatsuki? Unlikely. A mere rogue ninja organization wouldn't dare to assault the 5 great hidden villages. Moreover, the moment the spy fled, the enemy fortuitously rescued him. If it were merely a rogue ninja organization, they couldn't possibly maintain such a tightly knit espionage network. There must be other hidden villages pulling the strings behind this. The so-called Akatsuki is merely a facade. It's even possible that Konoha commissioned the Akatsuki to retrieve that spy. After all, aside from Konoha, the other major ninja villages lack the flying thunder god technique. And let us not forget that this Akatsuki member wields the Sharingan, a bloodline limit. In the entirety of the ninja world, Konoha is the prime suspect. If that's the case, then the recent defection of the Uchiha clan from Konoha raises suspicions as well. What a joke. Those wretches fled Konoha and are likely too preoccupied with their own survival to plot against us. Are you suggesting that Konoha is behind this? Noki silently observed the heated debate among the officials, enduring his back pain with resignation. Yet he couldn't deny that, from any angle, Konoha bore the greatest suspicion. The spy, the Sharingan, the flying thunder god technique, all linked to Konoha. To claim that Konoha has no involvement in this matter would be laughable. After a lengthy pause, Noki interjected, let us all calm down. Even if Konoha is involved, without direct evidence, we cannot act rashly. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. We will discuss it further once we uncover decisive proof. Regardless of who is behind this, daring to scheme against me is tantamount to courting death. Noki stroked his long beard, his anger palpable as he declared, as for the plan to ambush Konoha, since the spy has escaped and the plan is exposed, we must abandon it for now. Do any of you have any objections? He surveyed the room, questioning them. Iwagakure is not Konoha, with strength, status, lineage, and prestige all consolidated in Noki. He wielded complete decision-making power, far superior to Konoha's fragmented leadership. No, none. Then let us proceed as such. This meeting is adjourned at that moment, over 50 miles away in a desolate grove of trees. Natsume's figure suddenly materialized. Huff! Having teleported here using the Flying Thunder God technique, Natsume exhaled deeply, shaking his head slightly to alleviate the nausea brought on by the long-distance spatial leap. Clearly, having only just begun to grasp this temporal ninjutsu, he was still not entirely adept and needed time to acclimate. Simultaneously, the numerous battles, long-distance dashes, and the consecutive use of spatial ninjutsu had nearly drained Natsume's chakra reserves. Otherwise, he would have taken the opportunity to deal another blow to that old man Noki instead of departing directly. At this moment, under the cover of night, Natsume nimbly ascended a large tree, quietly scanning the surroundings. Confirming that no one else was nearby, he settled down cross-legged, consuming 2 recovery pills to swiftly regain a portion of his chakra. In the ninja world, where danger lurks at every turn, Natsume must always maintain a certain level of combatability and chakra reserves that a ninja devoid of chakra is akin to a tiger without claws. Even a taijutsu specialist would see their power significantly diminished without the enhancement of chakra. Having witnessed numerous dramas and films in his past life, Natsume was determined not to find himself in a precarious situation. After a few minutes, feeling his combat capabilities restored, Natsume felt a measure of relief and began to tally the gains of the night. Firstly, he had successfully acquired 2 medical ninjas, Kabuto and Nono, which was undoubtedly a positive outcome. Secondly, he had plundered the treasury of a Wagakure, bringing back 70 million ryo, equivalent to 7,000 gold coins, thus reaping a substantial profit. Not only do these 7,000 gold coins allow one to indulge in further extravagance within the system, thereby enhancing one's strength, but the windfall of 70 million taels significantly alleviates the economic strain on one's own Yanin village. This newfound wealth is more than sufficient to expedite the foundational development of the village and ensure the well-being of its inhabitants. Of course, these are merely the tangible gains. Beyond the material benefits, the covert advantages are not insignificant. Among these, the most prominent is that Konoha and Akatsuki have unwittingly taken on a considerable burden on one's behalf. During tonight's operation, from attire to actions and all verbal cues, Natsume has meticulously adorned himself as a member of Akatsuki, particularly one with close ties to Konoha. He even went so far as to reveal the Flying Thunder God technique to Inoki, showcasing it before him, intentionally directing the suspicions and ire of a Wagakure towards Konoha. Undoubtedly, the Wagakure, already harboring animosity towards Konoha, will only deepen their resentment after tonight. In the future, it will take but a mere spark to ignite a fierce conflict between a Wagakure and Konoha, allowing oneself and Yanin village to watch from a distance and reap the benefits. Furthermore, the threat and might of Akatsuki have also been subtly revealed that it is only a matter of time before a certain Tiziko clad in the crimson cloud cloak and mask appears within the line of sight of a Wagakure's ninja, destined to be entertained most thoroughly. Alas, let us observe a moment of silence for Tiziko. Once he has gathered his spoils and ensured nothing is left behind, Natsume promptly sets off towards the direction of his own Yanin village. Having been away for over a day, it is time to return, hoping that the village has remained unchanged. The following evening, a weary Natsume finally arrives back at his village. Over the past 2 days, the village has been tranquil. All clansmen, under the guidance of several elders, are diligently engaged in the construction of the new village. Thriving with vitality, it is evident that the village has transformed from its previous bare state into a vibrant and colorful community. Even along the main street, several small eateries have opened, where elderly vendors cheerfully sell a variety of snacks and desserts, much to the delight of a group of children. Had he remained in Konoha, such a warm scene would undoubtedly have been impossible. There, any gathering of more than 3 Uchiha would be discreetly monitored by Konoha, which explains why so many Uchiha have resorted to rebellion and defection. Indeed, his decision to lead his clan's defection from Konoha was a sagacious choice. Upon returning, Natsume discovers that Orochimaru and Kabuto have yet to return. This is not surprising, as he traveled alone at a swift pace, while they, burdened with 2 deadweights, would naturally be slower. Moreover, having witnessed the might of Itachi with divine sword, it is unlikely that Orochimaru would entertain any rebellious thoughts in the short term. Thus, there is no cause for concern. Soon, Natsume quietly slips back to his residence. Young clan leader, you have returned. Upon seeing Natsume, Uchiha Natsume, who was diligently on guard, is suddenly filled with joy. The absence of the young clan leader had indeed made their hearts uneasy. Is everything well in the village? All is well. That is good to hear. By the way, where is Yu Bing? Natsume scans around, only to realize that the little chubby bear, Yu Bing, is nowhere to be seen. Oh, Lord Yu Bing is enjoying a bath in the backyard. A bath? Have you even constructed a hot spring? That was Lord Yu Bing's request. Moreover, we thought it would be a nice way for you to relax upon your return. Nichio hesitates slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. You lot, the village isn't even fully constructed, and you're already indulging in such frivolities. And Yu Bing has certainly grown bold, demanding such comforts from you all. Natsume chides with a smile. Though he is not genuinely angry. After all, it is the good will of his clansmen. Furthermore, after a long journey home, soaking in a hot spring is undeniably delightful. This embodies one of the quality lives he seeks. All right, now that I am back, there is nothing to worry about. You may leave for now. Also, for the next couple of days, you and the Fuji outside will not need to stand guard. You all deserve a break to rest. No, young clan leader, enough? Do as you are told. The village is just starting out, and your families need your support. There is no need for hesitation. Very well. Nichio feels warmth in his heart and quickly agrees. Then departs. They are well aware of the young clan leader's strength. Even though they are the guards here, it is uncertain who would protect whom. After seeing Nichio off, Natsume makes his way to the backyard. As he steps inside, he is immediately greeted by the warm steam of the hot spring, causing him to relax involuntarily at the edge of the inviting pool. The palm-sized Yu Bing is leisurely soaking in the hot spring while munching on a tender bamboo shoot, seemingly reveling in bliss. How infuriating! This bear knows how to enjoy life better than I do. Natsume sheds his clothes and jumps into the hot spring, splashing water everywhere, drenching Yu Bing in the process. Who is disturbing my bath? Yu Bing exclaims, startled, flailing his paws in outraged "Ah, it's you. Back so soon. Huh? Lord Yu Bing, you truly know how to indulge. Have you cooked long enough? Natsume teases with a grin. You little brat. What are you saying? How could I be cooked? You splashed water all over me and haven't settled the score yet. How dare you be so rude to me? Just wait. I will come over and tear you apart. Yu Bing roars angrily, carefully placing his half-eaten bamboo shoot aside. He then paddles towards Natsume, but being only palm-sized, he struggles to make any progress. Soon enough, he finds himself floundering and slowly sinking, leaving behind a trail of bubbles. Natsume glances at Yu Bing, feeling too relaxed in the comforting hot spring to engage in banter with the bear, a summoning beast. There is no real danger of it drowning. Thus, he allows himself to sprawl out in the warm water, easing his weary body. Meanwhile, taking advantage of this moment of relaxation, he immerses his consciousness back into the system, prepared to commence a new round of extravagance. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired 70 million value points. Would you like to recharge 70,000 value points to exchange for 7,000 gold coins? Recharge successful. Congratulations, having acquired 7,000 gold coins, my current balance stands at 7,040 coins. Host, Natsume attributes: fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, in chakra, 9 cards ninjutsu, flying thunder god technique, S rank. Space-time ninjutsu, 8 gates of Dunjia formation, S rank, taijutsu, spirit transformation technique, S rank, soul ninjutsu, dark passage technique, A rank, jinjutsu, triple raisonman, A rank, summoning technique, shuriken shadow clone technique, A rank, ninjutsu, shadow clone technique, B rank, clone technique, bloodline limit, Sharingan, kaleidoscope, taijutsu, millennium kill. Konoha whirlwind special skill, chakra extraction method special weapon. Kanai currently, my balance remains at 7,040 gold coins. Natsume first took a moment to organize his basic information. Merely gazing at this dazzling personal template brings a sense of joy. Who would have imagined that just 3 months prior, I was merely a 10-year-old, an unremarkable apprentice ninja who had yet to awaken my Sharingan. Yet now, I have mastered 3 S-rank ninjutsu, 3 A-rank ninjutsu. A plethora of other techniques, awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan, wielded a divine artifact, and my combat prowess is nearly on par with that of a Kaga-level shinobi. All of this, apart from my own efforts, is also thanks to the omnipotent and formidable system, right? In a bid to accumulate some luck, Natsume began to lick his wounds in a somewhat dispirited manner, If any system truly possessed self-awareness, it would likely be cursing and berating Natsume for being a subpar host. After mastering numerous high-cost ninjutsu and having traveled to a Wagakure, Natsume increasingly felt the inadequacy of his total chakra. If only I had an ample supply of chakra, I wouldn't have to tirelessly traverse thousands of kilometers back from the land of Earth with a single flying thunder god technique. I could have instantaneously transported myself back to my village. How convenient that would be. Thus, upon entering the system, Natsume refrained from exchanging for other items and instead spent 2,600 gold coins to increase his chakra limit by 26 cards, elevating his total chakra to a robust 35 cards. This equates to the total chakra capacity of 35 elite Genin. Although this amount still pales in comparison to the Uzumaki clan or those Jinchuriki of tailed beasts, it is nonetheless above average among Kaga-level shinobi, based on the calculation that one card can unleash 6 to 8 A-rank ninjutsu. Even the high-cost flying thunder god technique would suffice for me to use it several dozen times over short distances. Moreover, this also significantly enhanced my ocular power. In the future, when I activate Susanoo, I need not meticulously count the seconds. In summary, for the time being, this total of 35 cards of chakra should suffice. The act of spending gold is a bottomless pit. In the blink of an eye, 600 gold coins vanished like water flowing away, leaving Natsume feeling a pang of regret. Observing the remaining 440 gold coins, Natsume became considerably more cautious in his expenditures within the system shop. Ultimately, after a thorough exploration, he purchased only essential items: sealing technique, contract seal, B rank, 200 gold coins, can sever the contract of summoning techniques, taijutsu, 1000 flame blade, B rank, 200 gold coins, a formidable blade technique. Powerful when used in conjunction with a weapon. One high-level healing pill, 500 gold coins, can swiftly mend any injury, kept as a trump card. One high-level chakra recovery pill, 500 gold coins, can instantly replenish chakra, kept as a trump card. In total, he spent 1,400 gold coins. Though costly, it was still quite a bargain. After all, with these two life-saving pills, even in dire straits, Natsume would possess the means to turn the tide. Of course, in the present day, within the entire shinobi world, there are hardly more than a handful of formidable foes capable of truly cornering him. After completing his exchanges, Natsume chose not to continue with the draw. The luck from his previous 10 consecutive draws had been so fortunate that even the goddess of fortune requires rest. With his unfortunate luck, to force another 10 consecutive draws now would likely result in losing even his undergarments. Therefore, he resolved to save the remaining 3,040 gold coins for emergencies, or perhaps wait for a day when luck smiled upon him to attempt another 10 consecutive draws. Speaking of which, why does this hot spring water feel significantly cooler? And where did this hot spring even come from? Natsume stretched lazily, scanning the surroundings. It was then that he discovered a stove behind the pool, used to heat the spring water. I see. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A torrent of flames erupted, filling the stove. In no time, the water in the pool grew warm again, even bubbling with plenty of steam. Simultaneously, a small bear, its entire body flushed red as if scalded, began to float up. After soaking for over an hour, Natsume emerged, feeling invigorated and wrapped in a towel, while also retrieving the small bear. Just then, a series of knocks resonated from the front door. Natsume opened the door to find a beautiful woman standing outside, holding a steaming dinner. It was none other than Izumi's mother, Uchiha Hazuki. Her husband and Natsume's father had been teammates in the same generation, sharing a close friendship. Unfortunately, one perished in the Third Shinobi World War, while the other fell during the Night of the Nine Tails incident. Therefore, during his childhood in Konoha, Aunt Hazuki had shown considerable care for Natsume, often bringing him various foods, almost treating him as her own son. Aunt Hazuki, what brings you here? I noticed that Fujiwara and Nichiyu had returned home. So I figured you must have concluded your seclusion. I estimated the time and thought you might not have had dinner yet. So I prepared something to bring over, with the weight of our clan's pressure resting on your shoulders. You must take care of your health. The woman expressed her gentle concern while handing over the meal box. Natsume accepted the dinner, inhaling the inviting aroma of the food, and felt a warmth in his heart. Who says that the Uchiha clan is inherently cruel and bloodthirsty? Such assertions are utterly baseless, and I, in my endeavor to protect this kindness and gentleness of my clan, have taken up the sword. Thank you, Aunt Hazuki, come in and sit for a while. No need for that. I still have to deliver dinner to the construction crew. You just enjoy your meal. By the way, Izumi, Aunt Hazuki gently called out, pulling her daughter Izumi from behind her. Did you not have something to discuss with Natsume? Be sure to return home early after your conversation. Don't keep Natsume waiting. All right, mother, Izumi responded, clutching her clothing with a hint of shyness. Sister Izumi, is there something you need? Natsume asked warmly, gazing at the 13-year-old girl who stood a half-head taller than him, who once treated him as her younger brother and often teased him. It was precisely because he considered her like a half-sister that he had deliberately instructed his subordinates to abduct Izumi's family during the night of the defection. Though, it seemed that Izumi's true intention was likely to remain in Konoha. Unwilling to part with Itachi this moment, watching the boy before her, the one she once regarded as a younger brother and sought to protect, now possessed such immense strength. Not only had he led a significant portion of their clan to defect, leaving Konohagakure behind, but he had also built a new shinobi village from scratch, creating a new home for his clan. How powerful he must be. Since becoming a genin, I have allowed myself to languish. In my duties, I merely assist the lady of the land in caring for her pets and help officials of the Land of Fire with their relocations. Simple tasks, indeed, I squander my days. And my abilities are progressing at a painfully slow rate. How shameful. Natsume, do you not think our clan should remain loyal to Konoha? In the midst of savoring his meal, Natsume inquired with a smile. My role as Izumi, his elder sister, has not been an easy one. At the tender age of 5, during the Ninetales rampage, I witnessed my father's demise as he sacrificed himself to protect me, awakening my Sharingan. At 7, I stood up for Itachi, who was being bullied by older students during lunch, only to succumb to unconsciousness. By 11, Itachi had asserted that, as a girl, I should not aspire to be a ninja, leading to a heated argument between us. At 12, after Shusue's tragic suicide, I braved the rain to seek out Itachi at the clan leader's residence. He was absent, but Futake, my uncle, urged me not to give up on Itachi, to which I acquiesced. At 13, during a clan gathering, Itachi faced hostility and isolation from our kin, culminating in a fierce dispute. And then came the fateful night of our clan's massacre. This sensitive, courageous, stubborn, and gentle girl met her end at the hands of her beloved, leaving her spirit restless. Is this not a tragedy in itself? Though Natsume's actions have rewritten that tragedy, the predicament of Uchiha Izumi, caught between her love and her family, remains unresolved. After all, she has always been a staunch supporter of Konoha. Her father was an outsider ninja, while her mother belonged to the Uchiha clan. Having lost her loved ones amidst the turmoil, she empathizes deeply with the pain and accumulated resentment felt by the villagers during the Ninetales attack. While she possesses considerable talent, it pales in comparison to the extraordinary brilliance of Shursui or Itachi. In the Uchiha clan, her voice is seldom heard. She supports Konoha but feels utterly powerless in the face of her clan's overwhelming rebellious sentiments. She yearns for Itachi to turn the tide, pleading with him to communicate with our kinsman once more. Yet, Itachi finds himself unable to persuade the adversaries, ultimately opting for a far crueler path. This is the helplessness of being caught in a squeeze, the sorrow of the weak. In this brutal world of shinobi, weakness is indeed an original sin. Initially, I too believed that defection was a grave error. However, in the days since my arrival here, I have witnessed an unprecedented fervor among my clansmen that I have seen children blossom with genuine smiles, and I have beheld a village brimming with vitality. Perhaps, defecting from Konoha is not such a misguided choice after all. These recent experiences have matured Izumi considerably. The thriving village of Hai no Kuni has shaken the foundations of her long-held beliefs. The vibrancy surrounding her seems to validate that Konoha is in the wrong, that it is malevolent. The Uchiha clan should have rebelled long ago. Natsume cast a glance at Izumi. He had initially thought it would take considerable effort to convince her. To his surprise, the transformations within the village and among the clan's folk had already swayed her. Thus, the only concern Izumi holds now must be for Itachi, correct? Natsume, you know, do you? Izumi exclaimed, her youthful cheeks flushing slightly. Natsume smirked. Doi appears so foolish. After all, Itachi is practically my cousin. I can certainly discern that much. Then, Natsume waved his hand dismissively. Do not worry. Itachi and the clan leaders will not come to harm anytime soon. Our successful defection poses a constant threat to Konoha. preventing them from taking action against the remaining clansfolk in the village. Moreover, had it not been for our defection, Itachi might have already raised his blade against our kin. How could that be? Itachi. He has little choice, being threatened by Konoha's higher-ups while simultaneously facing scorn from the more radical elements within our family. You should be grateful. Had we not escaped, he would have become a sinner stained with the blood of our kin. Izumi sat in stunned silence. Natsume's shocking revelations left her nearly unable to think. She had always known how agonizing it was for Itachi to be trapped between Konoha and his family. But she never imagined Konoha would force him into making such a brutal, bloody decision. If Itachi truly took that step, she would likely shatter. Enough, Izumi. Do not dwell on such matters. What you need to focus on now is caring for Aunt Hazuki and building our new village. You must strive to grow stronger. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful can you protect your family and village when crises arise. Natsume's words gradually cleared the confusion clouding Izumi's mind. Indeed, if I possessed enough strength. Like you, Natsume, I could face any crisis with composure, right? At the very least, I would become a pillar for my family, for Itachi, and for you. I understand. Thank you, Natsume. By the way, I will also take targeted actions regarding the clansmen left behind in Konoha. I will find a way to rescue them all. Ah, really? Izumi's eyes sparkled with delight. Of course. Wonderful. Natsume, you are the best. With a joyful smile, Izumi bounded over to Natsume and ruffled his hair before turning to leave. I am heading back now. Make sure to eat well. Hey, Izumi, I want teriyaki chicken tomorrow. Sure thing. Watching Izumi depart with a cheerful demeanor, Natsume couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. However, he had not deceived Izumi. Once Konoha escalated its pursuit of the remaining Uchiha clansmen, contact with the clan leaders, Futake, Itachi, and others would be inevitable. At that point, he would certainly make good use of the opportunity. After all, to dismantle Konoha and upend the entire shinobi world. He could not rely solely on himself. Moreover, with Itachi's talent, even without the events of the massacre, he would undoubtedly shine brightly. Well, those considerations could wait for another time. First, it's time to eat. Aunt Hazuki's cooking remains as delightful as ever. Natsume continued to relish his dinner. Soon after finishing, news arrived that Orochimaru and Kabuto had returned. A few minutes later, Natsume tidied up the dining area and sat cross-legged in his room. Before him, Kabuto and Nanaka sat kneeling, awaiting their judgment. Neither harbored any delusions of escape, although they were unaware of just how powerful the youth before them was, nor why he commanded an entire shinobi village. Even compelling one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, to serve him, they both understood that they were no match for him. I am Uchiha Natsume, the young clan leader of Hai no Kuni. Good evening to you both. Greetings, Lord Natsume. Do not be so formal. Lift your heads and speak freely. So, Nanaka, Kabuto, has Orochimaru conveyed the details to you? What are your thoughts now? Or rather, what is your perspective on the betrayal of Konoha? Speak boldly. Here, your safety is assured. Natsume raised an eyebrow. His interest piqued at that moment. Kabuto and Nanaka, kneeling before Natsume, found their hearts brimming with complexity. On their journey back, Orochimaru had divulged the entire truth to them, including how Danzo had manipulated them to gather intelligence on enemy villages, severing their connections, and deceiving Nanaka with false images, even resorting to the despicable tactic of pitting the two against each other to eliminate risks. Had it not been for Natsume's timely intervention, I fear that Kabuto would have inadvertently taken the life of his most esteemed director, leading to his utter collapse. The two were left in a state of profound shock. Barely able to comprehend the gravity of the situation, upon reflection, it indeed aligned more closely with the insidious nature of the roots of Konoha. Moreover, all other evidence corroborated that this was no mere fabrication, but rather a stark and brutal reality. In that moment, both individuals, now aware of the truth, teetered on the brink of despair. They had sacrificed so much for one another and for the orphanage, risking their lives to infiltrate enemy territory in pursuit of vital intelligence. Yet, they found themselves ensnared in a web of conspiracy, deceit, and betrayal, reduced to mere pawns in a game that had long since been predetermined. How could this not evoke a sense of hopelessness? As memories of the past flooded his mind, Kabuto clenched his fists in fury, yet found himself at a loss for words. In contrast, the more seasoned Nanoyu remained composed. Though her heart was heavy with regret as she closed her eyes, lamenting, "I was wrong. I should have known that the roots were still the same dark, ruthless entity, willing to resort to any means necessary. I should not have harbored hope for it, or for Danzo. I have brought ruin upon Kabuto." As tears glistened in her eyes, it was almost unimaginable how this merciless ninja world could drive such a strong and compassionate priestess to tears. What a grave sin it was. Do not blame the director. We have all been deceived. The director is innocent. It is those scoundrels of the roots who deserve condemnation, Kabuto interjected vehemently, his teeth gritted in anger. Do you think the darkness of the roots is limited to this? Natsume's voice cut through the tension once more. What? Both Nanoyu and Kabuto looked up sharply, an ominous premonition stirring within them. Let me tell you, even the orphanage that you would risk your lives to protect has not escaped Danzo's clutches. Any child within the orphanage possessing ninja aptitude will be secretly abducted and trained in the shadows. You must have heard of the Bloody Mist policy of the Hidden Mist Village, correct? Danzo is emulating that very model, forcing the collected orphan ninjas to engage in brutal battles for survival, gradually eroding their humanity to forge them into the most ruthless and sharpest weapons in his arsenal. In that moment, the gruesome truth unveiled by Natsume struck like a pair of heavy hammers upon their hearts, causing them to stagger as if they might vomit blood. They had never anticipated that Danzo's malevolent influence would extend to the orphanage, subjecting other children to such inhumane training. How could this be? Danzo-sama promised us otherwise, Nanoyu murmured, her hands covering her eyes, on the verge of collapse. Kabuto, already in a frenzy, suddenly stood up, roaring in rage. Beasts! How could they do this? Why must they target the orphanage? I will kill them. It was evident that the absurdity of valuing rare individuals and cherished things being trampled upon in the shadows was indeed enough to drive one to despair. So what do you intend to do? Rush back alone. Confront the roots head-on. Challenge one of the 5 great hidden villages, Konoha, directly, with your chakra scalpel? How many jounin do you think you can defeat? 1, or half of 1? Natsume's voice rang out sharply. Kabuto was momentarily stunned, standing frozen in place, his face flushed. What the other had said was undeniably true. Given his current strength, even facing a single jounin would be an arduous task. Let alone contending with all of Konoha. It would be akin to throwing an egg against a rock. Kabuto, sit down and do not be disrespectful. Nanoyu, having regained a measure of composure, gently chided him. We are in their village, and our lives are in the hands of this young lord. We cannot afford to be disrespectful and invite our own demise. I am unwilling, Kabuto replied weakly, sinking to his knees. His hands hanging limply, his gaze filled with despair. For a full 10 minutes, the room was steeped in silence. Natsume leisurely finished a pot of tea, allowing them ample time to collect their thoughts. At last, Nanoyu tentatively inquired, Lord Natsume, is all that you have said truly the case? Konoha is right there, and you hail from the roots. It would be easy for you to verify these claims upon your return. Would it not? Nanoyu paused for a moment before continuing. Then why would you save us? What is it that you seek? Observing the golden-haired priestess before him, Natsume couldn't help but admire her. Once she found her rhythm, this experienced wandering priestess truly shone. Thus, he candidly revealed, join me that I do not require you to infiltrate a hidden village or act as dangerous spies. All I need is for you to utilize your skills and your medical ninjutsu to treat the people of the Hidden Flame Village. What do you say? Kabuto hesitated, feeling a flicker of hope. The years spent in fear as a spy had nearly driven him to madness. Yet, he quickly glanced at the director beside him, choosing to stand by Nanoyu's side. Nanoyu, too, fell silent. She could not deny the allure of Natsume's proposal. No normal ninja would wish to live eternally in the perilous life of a spy. Moreover, they had no other avenue left if they returned to Konoha. Danzo, knowing they were still alive, would undoubtedly pursue them. Furthermore, the Hidden Flame Village, while demanding effort, was certainly preferable to the dark and bloodthirsty roots of Konoha. Agreed, but I have one condition. Nanoyu summoned her courage to propose an additional stipulation. It pertains to the orphanage, does it not? Fear not, for I shall ensure a new orphanage is constructed within the village. Additionally, I will devise a way to bring over the remaining orphans from Konoha's orphanage. Is that satisfactory? In his endeavor to win over the two, Natsume had truly gone to great lengths, offering substantial incentives that left Nanoyu with no grounds for refusal. Yet, she couldn't help but harbor doubts. Was there an ulterior motive behind such generosity? Perhaps he had designs on her. What nonsense was she thinking? How old could this child possibly be? He appeared younger than Kabuto. Surely he would not bear such sinister intentions. Even if he did, exchanging her future for that of Kabuto and another orphan seemed a fair trade. With these thoughts in mind, Nanoyu readily acquiesced. Thank you, my lord. I am willing to stay. I, too, am willing. Kabuto echoed fervently. Excellent. Natsume nodded in satisfaction. The village is undergoing significant changes, and I cannot arrange accommodations just yet. For now, you two shall reside with me. I will ensure you have private rooms once the new orphanage is established. Thank you, thank you. Kabuto and Nanoyu expressed their gratitude once more. It was their first encounter with such a benevolent superior, especially one so young. Merely a boy of just over 10. Truly, the Hidden Flame village was remarkable. Due to the arduous journey spanning over a day, both Yina and Do found themselves in a state of extreme hunger and fatigue. Natsume, however, showed no harshness towards these invaluable medical ninjas, whom he had painstakingly recruited. He promptly instructed several clan members to escort them below, where they could be provided with food and a change of clothing. As for the remaining matters, they could be addressed the following day. The Uchiha clan members, who shared a similar fate of suffering under the oppression of Konoha, welcomed Yina and Do with great warmth, expressing a deep sense of camaraderie. Their hospitality left the two somewhat embarrassed. Simultaneously, as Natsume had just seen the two off to rest and returned to his room, the elusive Orochimaru, wearing a sinister smile, slinked through the wall and suddenly emerged in the living room. If you choose not to use the front door next time, I assure you I shall chop you into 9 pieces and roast you for mooncakes. Natsume shot a glance at Orochimaru, delivering a warning with a hint of annoyance. Do not be angry, Lord Inatsume. It appears you have successfully recruited those two. Orochimaru inquired, feigning curiosity. What business is that of yours? TSK. They are indeed remarkable talents. Such splendid experimental subjects. What a waste. Orochimaru lamented with a glint of mischief in his eyes. Speak plainly, or be gone. Do not be agitated. I come bearing good news, he continued. What news? The hashirama cells are ready and can be transplanted at any time. At this, Natsume's heart raced, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The prospect of transplanting hashirama cells to obtain an almost eternal Mangekyō Sharingan was a day he had long awaited. What are hashirama cells? In essence, they are the cells of the sage. A supergene cell imbued with immense vitality, regenerative abilities, and a natural affinity. It is hailed as the panacea of the ninja world. Once mastered, it can significantly enhance a ninja's physiological functions, bestowing them with powers several times beyond the ordinary. And for Uchiha ninjas possessing the bloodline limit of the Sharingan, the transplantation of hashirama cells would greatly mitigate the side effects associated with its use. Much like Obito, who, after the transplantation of hashirama cells, could almost use his Mangekyō Sharingan without limits. After all, both the Sharingan and hashirama cells draw their power from the Sage of Six Paths. Thus, it is no wonder that hashirama cells can effectively harness the Sharingan while eliminating its drawbacks. This was precisely what Natsume had been pursuing. Are you prepared? Of course, although I accompanied you on your journey these past 2 days. My clone has remained in the laboratory, fine-tuning the experimental injection agents. Everything is now ready. All that awaits is your arrival at the laboratory to commence, Orochimaru stated with a bow. Yet, the slight tremor in his fingertips was enough to reveal the excitement and anticipation brewing within him. Very well, let us proceed. Natsume, equally eager, did not hesitate. After leaving behind a shadow clone, he followed Orochimaru out of the village and arrived at the underground research facility located in the Sound Ninja Village. Soon, they entered the laboratory designated for the transplant preparations. Inside, a young boy with white hair stood waiting. Orochimaru-sama. Kimimaro greeted with respect. This is Kimimaro, one of my assistants. You are aware that he possesses the bloodline limit of the Kagaya clan. The Shikatsumiyaku, correct? Natsume replied coolly, his demeanor unchanged. Orochimaru, however, was taken aback, astonished that Natsume could discern Kimimaro's lineage with a mere glance. Or perhaps he had embedded a spy among them. Was he so well informed? Impossible. Natsume-kun, you have a keen eye. This child is indeed a descendant of the Kagaya clan. As luck would have it, he is just 10 years old, around your age. That I had intended to introduce you sooner. That moment, Natsume had little interest in pleasantries. Send him away. He has no need to know what comes next. Very well. Kimimaro, you may leave. Orochimaru waved his hand, dismissing the boy. Yes, sir. Kimimaro exited promptly, though he could not comprehend why the esteemed Orochimaru would treat someone of Natsume's age with such reverence. Nevertheless, he understood that some matters were better left unasked. Shall we begin? Certainly. Orochimaru replied. However, Natsume-kun, you must first select the degree of transplantation. What do you mean? The remarkable vitality of the hashirama cells renders them highly invasive. Should the transplantation fail, death is highly probable. Even if successful, certain anomalies may arise, such as pale skin, horns sprouting from the head, or even human faces appearing on the chest, among other peculiarities if you were to follow Danzo's example and transplant part of the body. I have experimental subjects that could help mitigate the risks, confining the anomalies to the transplanted area. However, since you are not undergoing a limb transplant, you will have to proceed with injection methods. I have prepared 4 types of cell injection agents: low, medium, high, and extremely high doses, each with increasing concentrations of hashirama cells. Naturally, the higher the cell content, the more effective the result, though it also escalates the risk. The extremely high dosage even carries the possibility of granting you mastery over wood release. The choice is yours. Natsume frowned, visibly displeased by the implications. What are the probabilities of anomaly? 10, 30, 50, and 100. Which dosage guarantees perfect control over the Sharingan? Both high and extremely high doses should ensure that. Then I shall choose the high dose. Natsume declared resolutely. In this world, not everyone could effortlessly acquire immense power as he could through the system. Although Orochimaru's experiments were terrifying, they represented an alternative form of talent. Throughout the ninja realm, countless individuals yearned for strength. Many would willingly risk their lives for the chance, and countless others would flock to it. Of course, Natsume was not among them. He would not submit to the extremely high dosage with its 100 chance of anomaly. A 50 chance was a gamble he was willing to take. For obtaining an everlasting Mangekyō Sharingan was of utmost importance. However, he did not wish to undergo a drastic change in appearance. Just over 10 years of age, he was still quite handsome. With many beautiful kunoichi awaiting his attention in the future, it was a pursuit. After all, should he be forced to anomalize and emerge with a white zetsu face, he would surely frighten others. In summary, while he desired the sage-like powers bestowed by hashirama cells, he also wished to retain his striking appearance. If it came to that, he could always pay a premium to exchange for the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan from the system shop. All right, Natsume-kun, please lie down. I will handle the rest. Orochimaru urged excitedly, gesturing towards the operating table in the center of the laboratory. His crimson eyes and flaring nostrils made him resemble the mad scientists from films, sending shivers down Natsume's spine. In light of this, Natsume did not immediately lie down on the operating table. Instead, he performed the shadow clone technique once more, creating a clone and entrusting his prized kunai to it, instructing it to remain vigilant throughout the procedure. He signaled that should any danger befall his original self, the clone was to unleash chaos without hesitation. And this is merely the first layer of defense. Observing the avatar of Natsume wielding the divine artifact, Orochimaru couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye, feeling a slight chill of trepidation in his heart. However, he soon realized that this young rascal had far more tricks up his sleeve. In the next moment, as Natsume's true self lay upon the operating table, without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed yet another ninjutsu. The technique of spiritual transformation activated. In an instant, a semi-transparent soul apparition surged forth from Natsume's true body. Floating serenely in midair, gazing intently at Orochimaru, this astonishing scene startled Orochimaru once again. A soul ninjutsu, and of an exceptionally high caliber. Lord Natsume, what a remarkable stratagem. Are you truly so distrustful of me? Orochimaru exclaimed in astonishment, a deep-seated wariness rising within him. It is worth noting that he harbored no fear of any physical assault. Even if his body were to be torn asunder, he would not perish. Yet he was profoundly apprehensive of such rare soul ninjutsu. After all, one soul does not shed its skin and regenerate. Once obliterated, it is utterly gone. Therefore, he never anticipated that this little rascal, Natsume, would possess such a soul technique that counters him so effectively. Truly, he was a concealed gem. It seemed that he would have to relinquish his ulterior motives more ill intentions. Let us begin, urged Natsume's avatar. In truth, The primary reason Natsume had initially exchanged for this rare S-rank soul ninjutsu was not only to prepare for Kazuki the Earth Brother but also to guard against Orochimaru at this moment. After all, no one understood better than him the obsessive fascination Orochimaru harbored for the Sharingan. Should he neglect all precautions and lie there, allowing Orochimaru to experiment freely, he was certain the latter would devise 100 ways to discreetly eliminate him. Now, with 2 layers of protective measures in place, one of which posed a lethal threat to Orochimaru, he ought to set aside those nefarious thoughts. Natsume would never be foolish enough to place his life entirely in another's hands. In summary, you may manipulate my body as you wish, but my soul shall be watching you closely. Should you damage my body, you would not live to tell the tale. You would accompany me to the grave. This was the preventative mechanism left by Natsume. The question is, are you afraid? All right, let us commence. Orochimaru wiped the sweat from his brow, suppressing all treacherous thoughts, and promptly began the transplantation surgery on Natsume. In the dimly lit underground laboratory, the frenzied Orochimaru was bustling around the operating table, feverishly operating on Natsume's true self. Meanwhile, Natsume, having utilized the spiritual transformation technique to separate his soul from his body, maintained a vigilant watch. Detached from his physical form, his soul's sensitivity to time diminished significantly. Natsume could not ascertain exactly how long had passed, but he surmised that dawn had likely broken outside. Thus, time flowed by second, as the transplantation surgery continued. Finally, after an indeterminate duration, Orochimaru erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. I was not mistaken. Just like this, precisely like this. How enlightening. The cells of hashirama not only alleviated the backlash of the Sharingan, but the Sharingan also inhibited the active erosion of hashirama cells. Indeed, the powers of hashirama cells and the Sharingan complemented each other. No wonder my previous experiments involving the transplantation of hashirama's cells mostly ended in failure. It turns out I was lacking the power of the Sharingan. Orochimaru laughed maniacally, as if driven to madness. The challenge of suppressing hashirama's cells' active erosion of living beings had long been a nearly insurmountable dilemma. He had once believed that using a young child, with their vibrant life force and adaptability, could effectively resist the erosion of hashirama's cells. Yet, he failed. Among dozens of test subjects, only Yamato survived by sheer luck. Subsequently, he conducted numerous experiments, ultimately managing to transplant hashirama's cells into Danzo using Shin's unique constitution, which relied on the inactivation of most of hashirama's cells' activity. Thus, he barely succeeded in creating a right arm for Danzo. Albeit it was merely a half-finished product, while it possessed certain commendable abilities, it was far from comparable to the complete and potent hashirama cells that at that time. Orochimaru had merely thought it was a stroke of luck. But now it was evident that only by combining hashirama's cells with the Sharingan could a perfect fusion be achieved. In fact, even an ordinary Sharingan would fall short. Only the exceedingly rare and powerful Mangekyō Sharingan could truly withstand the erosion of hashirama's cells. Establishing a flawless balance with this power, minutes later, the transplantation was officially concluded. Natsume dispelled the spiritual transformation technique, allowing his soul to return safely to his body. Upon his return, he sprang up, brushing past Orochimaru to stand before a mirror in the laboratory, anxiously checking for any unusual changes in his appearance. Fortunately, his complexion remained unpallid. There were no horns sprouting from his head, nor did the face of Hashirama emerge upon his chest. Everything appeared normal. Phew, Natsume sighed in relief. Then, he began to meticulously inspect the changes within his body. The first sensation he felt was that he had become considerably sturdier. Of course, it wasn't that kind of sturdy. Rather, his entire being had become remarkably resilient. Bolstered by the formidable vitality of Hashirama's cells, his bones, meridians, muscles, strength, and speed had all undergone substantial enhancement. Conservatively estimated, his capabilities had at least doubled or tripled. Do not underestimate this doubling or tripling. Although Natsume's physique may not rival that of Might Guy, who specialized in taijutsu, it certainly did not pale in comparison to that of an ordinary elite genin. For an average ninja, achieving a 2- or 3-fold enhancement in physical prowess without years of arduous training is nothing short of a fantasy. Yet, these powerful Hashirama cells had allowed him to surpass the hard-earned results of countless years of toil in mere moments. And this was merely the capability of the transplanted cells. Just from this, one could glimpse how immensely powerful the legendary sage of the six paths, Hashirama Senju, must have been. No wonder his cells alone were regarded as a panacea by future generations in addition to the enhancement of his physique. Natsume also discovered that, bolstered by the abundant vitality of the cells, his chakra reserves had experienced an exponential surge that it had doubled, rising from 35 chakra to 70 chakra. This increase was to be expected, as chakra is essentially a fusion of power and spiritual energy extracted from the body's cells. With his cell vitality on the rise, it was only natural for his chakra reserves to increase. What truly exhilarated Natsume was that he immediately spent 100 gold coins in the system to exchange for 1 chakra point. To his astonishment, he found that his total chakra had actually increased by 2 points. It had become 72 chakra. This meant that in the future, regardless of how much chakra he exchanged, it would be doubled. Goodness! So this Hashirama cell bestows upon him a permanent chakra doubling buff. This buff is simply marvelous. Having only transplanted a small amount of Hashirama cells, the results were already so astonishing. Once he accumulates enough gold coins to exchange for the complete sage body, wouldn't that be utterly phenomenal? At this moment, Natsume finally comprehended why the original Hokage, Hashirama Senju, could effortlessly crush the formidable Nine Tails with a single slap after activating his true 1,000 hands, compared to that fellow's vast chakra reserves. The chakra of the Nine Tails could only be likened to a small pond. Certainly, the enhancement of physical prowess, chakra, and the like are merely ancillary benefits. What truly concerns Natsume is the refinement brought to his Mangekyō Sharingan by the cells of Hashirama. This is of paramount importance. In the next moment, as his ocular power activated, a crimson light burst forth. The kaleidoscopic brilliance of the Mangekyō Sharingan manifested instantaneously. Orochimaru, taken aback, swiftly averted his gaze, unable to meet Natsume's Sharingan eyes. This time, upon activating the Mangekyō Sharingan, Natsume felt an unmistakable ease and exhilaration. The prior sensation of having to struggle against the searing pain of the Sharingan side effects was entirely absent. It felt as though, even with the Mangekyō Sharingan perpetually activated, there would be no burden whatsoever. The transplanted Hashirama cells had indeed perfectly suppressed the adverse effects of the Sharingan. This feeling is simply marvelous from this day forth. For an extended period, he would no longer need to worry about becoming blind due to excessive use of the Sharingan. With infinite potential at his disposal, Natsume gazed at his hands, instinctively clenching his fists. The surge of power and the tumultuous flow of ocular energy made him yearn to unleash a Susanoo for a bit of amusement. However, glancing around the cramped confines of Orochimaru's laboratory, he realized that summoning a Susanoo would likely render the space utterly uninhabitable. Thus, he suppressed this impulse for the time being. "Lord Natsume, are you satisfied?" Orochimaru inquired, rubbing his hands together and smiling in a manner that suggested eager flattery. At this moment, no one understood better than he the immense power that this 10-year-old boy possessed, an array of advanced ninjutsu, formidable physical strength, unparalleled prowess of divine artifacts, complemented by the boundless potential of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Along with the most daunting factor of all, his age. At merely 10 years old, he was already so terrifyingly strong. One could only imagine how powerful he would become at 20 or 30. It was likely that the entire Hidden Leaf village combined would not suffice to challenge him alone. Alas, such a perfect physique cannot be seized by me. What a lamentable fate this is. Orochimaru mused, both in awe and regret. Very well. The sensations are delightful. I am glad you harbored no ulterior motives, Natsume remarked, expressing his approval with calm assurance. Orochimaru's advanced transplantation technique indeed deserved commendation. However, whether he would remain so compliant without Natsume's vigilance was another matter entirely. "Lord Natsume, do you perceive any side effects? Should there be any, please inform me that it would aid in accumulating experience for my subsequent experiments." Orochimaru asked sincerely. Setting aside his dubious intentions, he was genuinely dedicated to his research and experimentation. "Indeed, there is a slight side effect. While these transplanted Hashirama cells have assimilated with my body, their active corrosive properties remain quite formidable. Under normal circumstances, it should not pose any issue. However, should I exhaust my chakra, controlling these cells might become arduous. At that point, they would likely begin to significantly erode my body." Natsume reflected for a moment before articulating his observations. Such power derived from transplantation having minor side effects is not uncommon. Yet, for others, this could present a considerable dilemma. After all, following a fierce battle, no one could swiftly replenish their depleted chakra, but for Natsume, possessing an ample supply of chakra recovery pills, this concern was moot. Even if his chakra were entirely expended, consuming a couple of pills would suffice. He need not worry about suppressing the hashirama cells, as he would not allow them the opportunity to retaliate. Upon hearing Natsume's elucidation, Orochimaru's eyes brightened. I see. This minor side effect is indeed a significant improvement over previous experiments. Clearly, compared to earlier endeavors, Natsume's transplantation had been remarkably successful. The side effects were minimal. It could almost be deemed a resounding success. Moreover, it represented a substantial advancement for Orochimaru in the realm of transplantation surgery. However, one could only wonder how many nightmares this transplantation would eventually bring to others. Now that Natsume's Sharingan had been perfected, well, it is of no concern to me. I am merely a researcher, Orochimaru thought to himself with a hint of resignation. If just a few days prior he could still contend with Natsume, now he suspected that even several of himself combined would not stand a chance against this young boy. Alas, has the world of ninjas changed so drastically in such a short time? Such astonishing prodigies emerging one after another, it seems he would soon be left behind. After the successful operation, Natsume found no reason to linger further. Frankly, the atmosphere and odor of the laboratory were rather unpleasant. He promptly dispelled his shadow clone and sheathed his blade, donning his attire. Before departing, however, he took the time to inquire about the arrangements in the land of rice. Are preparations in the land of rice complete? In essence, he and Orochimaru were entwined in a mutually beneficial relationship, each utilizing the other for their own gain. The foundation of this relationship rested on the strength he provided as long as he remained powerful and continued to grow stronger. The cunning Orochimaru would have no choice but to maintain amicability, avoiding any conflict with him. To this, Orochimaru promptly responded, "Of course, everything has been arranged and I anticipate that the Lord of the land will personally issue the state decree today." Recognizing the legitimacy of the Uchiha clan and the Hidden Flame village, Natsume chuckled. "You truly have crafted an excellent puppet." Orochimaru replied, "Lord Natsume, you flatter me that it is merely for convenience. I have not imposed upon the citizens of the land of rice. Moreover, most of the experimental subjects here are merely bandits and rogue ninjas captured from various locales that I do not concern myself with whom you capture, should you dare to extend your hand into my village. You are aware of the consequences." Natsume cast another glance at Orochimaru, whose scarlet Mangekyō Sharingan remained an intimidating sight. "Rest assured, I shall exercise caution." Orochimaru nodded with a smile, confident in his grasp of the situation. Thus, Natsume swiftly departed from the Sound Village, returning to his own village. Upon his return, it was already midday. Clearly, he had spent a considerable portion of the day at Orochimaru's base. However, with the successful transplantation of hashirama cells and a significant boost in power, coupled with the alleviation of the Sharingan's side effects, Natsume's spirits were high. Filled with elation, he even walked with a newfound confidence, openly parading through the main street on his way back. Eager to observe the progress of his village's construction, young clan leader, "Greetings, young clan leader. Big brother Natsume. Young clan leader, this is freshly grilled meat skewers. Have a taste. And this is fruit we just exchanged from the ordinary villagers in the neighboring town. Please try some." As the young clan leader made his appearance, numerous simple yet warm-hearted clansmen gathered along the street. While exchanging greetings, they presented various delectable foods and fruits to Natsume. Before long, a towering pile of offerings had accumulated in his arms. It was evident that, despite his youth, Natsume's remarkable prowess made him a figure of admiration among the Uchiha clan, who revered strength above all. Moreover, it was Natsume who had led them away from the Konoha abyss. Consequently, at this moment, nearly all the clansmen regarded Natsume as their benefactor and the true clan leader. Anyone daring to oppose him would likely find themselves torn apart by the others before Natsume even had to intervene. Thus, Natsume cheerfully exchanged pleasantries with the gathering and accepted their gifts as he made his way home. Upon reaching his doorstep, the assortment of offerings had grown to such a height that it surpassed his own stature. Merely gazing upon it was quite heartening. Just then, before Natsume could open the door, the wandering priestess, Rinnegan, emerged from within the house clad in a maid outfit. hurrying to take the majority of the gifts from him. "Rinnegan, what is this?" Natsume inquired, his eyes brightening in surprise. "This is a gift from Lady Hazuki. Since we have the privilege of residing here thanks to your kindness, I shall do my utmost to attend to your needs during this time." "I humbly seek your permission," she replied. "Lady Hazuki truly worries too much." "Very well. Do as you wished. I cannot simply cast you out, can I?" Natsume waved his hand in acquiescence. Furthermore, it must be said that this priestess looked quite lovely in her maid attire. "As for D, I have heard he is helping to establish an orphanage in the western district of the village. That's good that we have plenty of food here, so there's no need to prepare lunch. Additionally, please take some provisions to D and the workers assisting him," he instructed. "Thank you, my lord." Rinnegan expressed her gratitude with a respectful bow. They truly are something else, despite having fled here with little more than the clothes on their backs. "They bring me such an abundance of gifts," Natsume chuckled, slightly troubled as he surveyed the mountain of offerings before him. "This only proves how much you are cherished by the clan, does it not? Are the priestesses truly so adept at flattery?" Rinnegan smiled gently, continuing, "Though our acquaintance has been brief, the villagers and you, Lord Natsume, differ vastly from the Uchiha clan I once knew. During my time in the route, I was indoctrinated to believe that the Uchiha were an evil clan, excessively fond of battle and treachery, and that one must remain perpetually vigilant. Yet here, I see a group of warm-hearted, kind individuals striving to build their village and live with dignity. Perhaps this is the true essence of the Uchiha clan?" Rinnegan reflected earnestly, feeling a profound sense of ease here, far more so than she had experienced within Konoha. Indeed, no one is born irredeemably wicked. Discrimination and prejudice are often among the primary catalysts for malevolence. The situation en route mirrors that of Konoha from the outset. It was not we who despised Konoha, but rather Konoha that loathed us. In any case, this place will undoubtedly evolve into a new village that starkly contrasts Konoha, Natsume asserted resolutely. "The Uchiha clan excels in combat, yet they do not revel in it. There is an essential difference between being proficient in battle and being fond of it. It is worth noting that even our ancestor, Uchiha Madara, faced opposition from many Uchiha clansmen when he sought to overthrow the village and seize power during Konoha's inception, as they were unwilling to sacrifice the hard-won peace. Thus, those who malign the Uchiha clan as warlike are merely spreading slander. In the future, as Enka village grows and thrives, these falsehoods will inevitably crumble." After a hasty lunch, Natsume ventured outside the village, seeking an open space to practice the recently acquired ninjutsu and abilities. His strength had surged dramatically in recent days, and without sufficient training, he risked suffering a significant setback in future battles. Simultaneously, Rinnegan had gone out to deliver food. Within the house, only a bear sprawled lazily on the threshold, basking in the sun and napping remained. However, amidst the tranquility and orderly development of Enka village, a sudden announcement from the land of rice that proclaimed the recognition of the Uchiha clan and Enka village's legitimacy sent ripples through the entire shinobi world like a stone cast into a pond. The 5 great hidden villages and countless smaller ones quivered in response to this moment. In the conference hall of the Hokage building in Konoha, Danzo, who was missing his legs and seated in a wheelchair, strained to push himself in front of Sarutobi and his colleagues, his face contorted with rage. "Look, this is the Uchiha. This is the consequence of the leniency you have shown to Hiruzen." Danzo slammed a document on the table, which prominently stated that the land of rice had openly accepted the Uchiha clan and acknowledged the legitimacy of the newly established Enka village. Seeing such news, it was no wonder Danzo was seething with fury. "We are all aware of it. Are you aware? Yet you sit here. What is this? This is an outright provocation to Konoha. The defected Uchiha have established Enka village and wish to stand over Konoha. This cannot be tolerated. It is a tremendous humiliation." As Danzo grew more agitated, he nearly attempted to rise to his feet to launch a tirade. However, he lost his grip and almost tumbled from his wheelchair, which reminded him of his lost legs. "Danzo, your legs? Oh, I am fine. That is not the issue at hand." Danzo straightened himself, his expression darkening as he continued resolutely. At this point, Koharu spoke up and directly inquired, "What do you propose we do? Notify the other major shinobi villages to unite and swiftly obliterate this traitor's village?" Danzo clenched his fists, suggesting without mercy to in his view. only by ruthlessly exterminating all defected Uchiha clansmen, including that young Uchiha Natsume. Could he alleviate the pain and humiliation festering within him? Absolutely not. Hiruzen immediately countered. Why not? Let us be honest, the village cannot bear the burden of a great war right now. How can that be? Are you still going to coddle the Uchiha clan? Danzo roared. The third Hokage paused for a moment to clarify. On the night the Uchiha clan defected, the village's treasury was also robbed. We initially suspect the defected Uchiha were behind it. And now, with only the remaining funds in the treasury, we can barely sustain a war effort. Afterward, the village's economy would regress by decades or even collapse entirely. Not to mention, coordinating with the other major shinobi villages to mobilize forces is out of the question. The enormous costs that would follow are beyond Konoha's capacity to bear. Upon hearing this, Danzo was momentarily taken aback. Having spent recent days in the medical facility, he was unaware of the treasury theft. This indicated how well Hiruzen and the others had kept the matter under wraps. Damn it, those treacherous scoundrels have even stolen from the treasury. However, it was merely a sum intended for war expenses we could easily borrow from the daimyo of the land. Danzo persisted with another suggestion. To this, Hiruzen sighed deeply. You know, serving the noble bureaucrats of the daimyo is never a task that garners goodwill. Numerous similar tasks have been entrusted to the ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Consequently, the perception of the Uchiha clan among the daimyo's nation remains relatively favorable. It is said that a genin named Uchiha Izumi has garnered considerable appreciation from the daimyo's wife. As a result, the situation has been characterized as an internal conflict within the Uchiha clan, and they do not consent to the village initiating a war directly. They are also unwilling to allocate funds for such an endeavor. Should the village insist on waging war, the daimyo's nation would significantly reduce its economic aid to the village for the following year. Upon hearing this, Danzo was utterly dumbfounded. He could not fathom that the attitude of the Fire Country's daimyo's office would be such. Those decrepit officials were exceedingly cowardly. Must they truly allow those traitors to continue their arrogance unchecked? Danzo, remain calm. This matter has already been discussed among myself, Shokin, and the others. We will endeavor to dispatch the remaining ninjas of the Uchiha clan to hunt down those traitors. You need not overly concern yourself with this. Focus on recuperating. Danzo was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized their intention. You wish for the Uchiha clan to turn against one another. Are you not concerned that the dispatched Uchiha ninjas may not return? Danzo questioned loudly. Simultaneously, he harbored another concern that he did not voice. In his view, among the remaining Uchiha ninjas, there were hardly any capable of contending with that fearsome little brat, Susanoo. Even Itachi would likely fall short. Sending those mere foot soldiers to pursue them would be akin to sending sheep into the jaws of a tiger. Danzo, we have our own arrangements. Do not forget, it was because of your reckless actions alongside the root ninjas that Uchiha Shikamaru was allowed to escape that night. Shokin, you. Danzo's face flushed with humiliation, and he inwardly cursed. For if Shokin were to confront that little brat Shikamaru's Susanoo, she would likely be cut down in a single blow. How could she possibly have the opportunity to chastise him here? Danzo, Shokin, enough, no more arguing, Sarutobi bellowed, halting the two. Upon hearing this, Shokin conceded slightly to Sarutobi, retreating a measure. I understand. She then called to Mito Gaten. Let us inspect the treasury. Very well. Moreover, though they could not engage in a full-scale war, those rebellious elements were undeniably too brazen. For the sake of the village's reputation, it was imperative that we hasten to urge the Uchiha ninjas within the village to hunt down those traitors. Before departing, Shokin once again urged in a serious tone. Sarutobi hesitated for a moment, feeling a pang of reluctance, but ultimately agreed. Very well, I will arrange it promptly. Thereafter, Shokin and Mito Gaten departed from the conference hall, leaving only Sarutobi and Danzo behind. Hisashi, you should not be so indecisive. Utilizing the Uchiha clan against those traitors is destined for failure. You know well the strength of that little brat Uchiha Shikamaru. If we allow him to continue growing, the entire village shall face a crisis of collapse. Danzo glared at Sarutobi, shouting vehemently in response. Sarutobi's anger flared. Danzo, and what of you? Do you believe that we have arrived at this juncture without consequence? You conspired behind my back, commanding Itachi to massacre the entire Uchiha clan. Do you truly act solely for the sake of Konoha? Must you be so radical? Coveting their Sharingan is your true intent, is it not? Danzo was taken aback. Hisashi, you have seen through it? Humph, that wicked arm, and those bloodied eyeballs. Do you think I am blind to them? Danzo, for someone of your age, still indulging in such nefarious paths. The will of fire cannot be upheld by the wicked eyes you possess. Sarutobi scolded furiously, clearly incensed. Danzo trembled with a jolt of realization. He was well aware that such transplantation of the Sharingan was not the righteous path. Yet, at his age, his physicality, spirit, and chakra were all in decline. Much like Sarutobi, it was exceedingly difficult to maintain the strength of his youth, let alone enhance it further. Reluctantly, he had resolved to tread this path. Collaborating with Orochimaru, extending his grasp towards the Uchiha clan that possessed the Izanagi technique, that my affairs are not your concern, Danzo shouted defiantly, waving his hand. Danzo, sigh. In any case, refrain from meddling in Uchiha clan matters any further. Sarutobi stated with unusual seriousness. Very well, Hisashi, I can absolve myself from the subsequent affairs of the Uchiha clan, but you must hand over the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to me. That is impossible. You ought to be aware that Uchiha Shikamaru awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. The Mangekyō Sharingan can forcibly break the seal within the Jinchuriki that if he succeeds, he will regain control over the Nine-Tails. Do you wish to replay the Nine-Tails incident of your? Danzo declared with righteous indignation in the short term. He could not rely on collecting more Sharingan. Thus, he had no choice but to focus on the powerful Nine-Tails Jinchuriki that I will tighten my oversight on Naruto. I will not allow a repeat of the tragic events of the past. Sarutobi replied through gritted teeth. Clearly, that fateful night 7 years ago had remained a deep-seated pain within him. Hisashi, Danzo. Soon, the conference hall erupted once more with their fierce dispute. The guards outside had grown accustomed to such occurrences. After all, the third Hokage frequently engaged in these spirited exchanges with Danzo. It was best to ignore it, as it would soon conclude. Thus, upon learning of the Uchiha's defection and their establishment of a new village in the land of rice. Aside from Konoha, which regarded this news with utmost seriousness and tumult, the other 4 great ninja villages also took this matter to heart. After all, the Uchiha clan was known to wield one of the most renowned bloodline limits, the Sharingan. Even with only half of their clan remaining, they were not to be underestimated. Their strength could rival that of numerous smaller hidden villages. Such a formidable force could not be ignored. Should they wage war, seek peace, or simply turn a blind eye? Each of the hidden villages would inevitably have to make a decision. Of course, at this moment, in a certain Iwagakure in the land of Earth. They were still preoccupied with the theft from the treasury and the severe injuries sustained by Kuratsuchi, leaving them little time to address this issue. Today marked the 4th day since the land of rice publicly acknowledged the establishment of the Yin hidden village. And the 7th day since Shikamaru and the others settled there to this moment. Shikamaru was seated in the parlor, inscribing something while listening to reports from his subordinates. What is the stance of the various hidden villages? According to the intelligence network from Otogakure, the attitudes of the 5 great hidden villages towards our Yin hidden village's establishment vary. Firstly, Konoha's stance is the most aggressive. They have issued multiple statements, strongly protesting the land of rice's acknowledgement of our village and demanding that the land of rice retract its decree, adhere to the custom of 1 village per nation, and expel us. However, it appears they have not yet dispatched ninja forces to take action. Secondly, Kumogakure and Sunagakure have a slightly more moderate stance. They have each sent diplomatic letters through the land of lightning and the land of wind, respectively, requesting the land of rice to explain the reasons for recognizing our village's independence and to respect Konoha's reputation. Following that, the attitudes of Kirigakure and the land of water remain unclear. They seem to be in a closed-off state, making it difficult to obtain internal information. Lastly, the Wagakure's stance appears somewhat ambiguous. They seem indifferent to recognizing our village's independence. Moreover, yesterday, envoys were dispatched, preparing to visit my village. Currently en route, as reported with utmost respect and detail by Uchiha Natsume. Since yesterday, Natsume has assembled his own personal guard, comprising a total of 5 individuals, tasked with assisting him in managing affairs and relaying intelligence. Among them are Uchiha Natsume, Uchiha Fuji, and Uchiha Jin. Natsume has preliminarily taken on the responsibility of collecting and organizing intelligence to report back to me. Upon hearing this, Natsume nodded slightly. The situation was nearly identical to what he had anticipated. Each hidden village must consider its own interests, and even the 5 great shinobi countries are no exception. The defection of his clan from Konoha undoubtedly tarnishes Konoha's reputation. However, when war is initiated and the costs outweigh the benefits, such concerns about face become less significant. Frankly speaking, should Konoha muster its full strength to assault his fledgling Yenin village, it would indeed be a formidable challenge at this stage. After all, both the reanimation jutsu of the 3rd Hokage and the 8 Gates of Might Guy pose significant threats. Yet, they have indeed shown signs of cowardice. Fortunately, he had been astute enough to plunder Konoha's treasury before his departure. Otherwise, Konoha might have swiftly organized a raid against his hidden village. As for Iwa, Shinobi Village, their sentiments are even more understandable. They are likely gnashing their teeth at Konoha at this very moment. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. They surely do not mind the Uchiha clan's defection and establishment of their own village, continuing to oppose Konoha. In fact, they might even relish the prospect of seeing a conflict erupt between us and Konoha. In summary, it appears that for the foreseeable future, my village is unlikely to face any large-scale attacks. Is there any other significant intelligence? Yes, we have gathered substantial information regarding Konoha's orphanage, as you previously instructed. Young clan leader. However, the situation is rather bleak. You managed to obtain intelligence on Konoha's orphanage. Was it through the information network of the Sound Village? Indeed, given that our hidden village has just begun its journey and is short on manpower, we lack the resources to establish an extensive intelligence network. However, in this regard, Orochimaru's Sound Village has been quite effective. The information-oriented Orochimaru has long since positioned his pawns and spies within the major hidden villages. To this day, the results are evident. While we may not have stolen highly classified information, basic news is still easily obtainable. With such a useful information network at our disposal, how could I possibly overlook it? I must fully utilize this resource acquisition approach. I imagine that as a partner, Aunt Snake would not mind. Would she? Excellent, as the village is just starting out, everything that can be utilized should be made good use of. However, we must also be cautious in discerning the information. We cannot believe everything. Additionally, let us set aside the information regarding Konoha's orphanage for now. Currently, Konoha is on high alert, making it unsuitable to probe further. I will personally make a trip later to rescue the remaining orphans there. Understood. Natsume accepted a stack of documents from Mangekyō, tucking it away. The reason he was so invested in the orphanage was twofold. First, having promised Yano Yu and Do, he must honor his word. Second, the significance of this orphanage should not be underestimated. Despite the fact that the overwhelming majority of Yenin village consists of Uchiha clansmen. To truly expand and strengthen the village in the future, merely relying on these 400 individuals will undoubtedly be insufficient. Thus, gradually accepting others will inevitably present a challenge the village must face. Starting with the orphanage, allowing clansmen to first accept the orphans and then gradually embrace others is indeed a prudent approach. Therefore, Natsume places considerable emphasis on the construction and improvement of the orphanage. Young clan leader. It's time for lunch. Outside the door, Uchiha Jin, eager to dine, rushed in excitedly. Nichio, you're here too. Huh. Young clan leader. What are you writing? The village's plans for the coming years. Oh, what is that? May I take a look? Inquisitive as ever, Uchiha Jin asked. Of course. After receiving permission, Jin quickly leaned in, eager to catch a glimpse. Just then, Natsume was fervently inscribing the first 5-year plan for Yenin village on a scroll. Year 1. Initial construction of the Shinobi village. Achieving industrial proliferation, reaching self-sufficiency. Year 2. Recruitment of talent, expansion of the hidden village's scale, commencing the path of light industrialization, and independent development of scientific ninja tools. Year 3. Development centered on heavy industry. Advancing technological transformation, and achieving prosperity for the Shinobi village. Year 4. Annihilation of Konoha, annexation of the Land of Fire. Year 5. Destruction of the other 4 great hidden villages, unification of the Shinobi world. Upon reading the young clan leader's ambitious plans, Uchiha Jin was left utterly stunned. Is this really a future plan? This is sheer daydreaming. Does the young clan leader harbor such grand ambitions to unify the Shinobi world in just 5 years? Isn't that a bit too ambitious? After a lengthy pause, Uchiha Jin could only stammer, "Why, young clan leader? Might these plans be a tad too rapid? Too rapid? It matters not. Let us plan first. and we shall see later. The bolder one is, the greater the harvest. Setting lofty goals inspires motivation. Natsume cheerfully patted Jin's shoulder, encouraging him heartily. Jin could only respond with a wry smile. Yet the ambition seemed rather daunting. That if you don't believe me, let Nichio take a look. Natsume nodded. The intrigued Nichio leaned over to sneak a glance in the next moment. Even Nichio, who was usually more composed, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth and break out in a fine sweat upon comprehending this seemingly outrageous 5-year plan. He silently marveled at the young leader's grand aspirations, or perhaps foolhardy delusions. Young clan leader, these goals are indeed rather extraordinary. Though he did not fully grasp the meanings of handicrafts, light industrialization, or scientific ninja tools, he certainly recognized the phrases annihilate Konoha and unify the shinobi world. How terrifying. It is no wonder they lacked dreams. After all, unifying the shinobi world was an unattainable aspiration even for the unparalleled ancestor, Uchiha Madara, let alone their mere few hundred souls. However, with the young clan leader's astounding talent, perhaps after enduring for another 10 or 20 years, there might still be a chance. Are you all not allowed to have any ambitions now that you have separated from Konoha? When you dream, do you not long for revenge against Konoha? Do you not wish to obliterate that den of demons? Of course we do. Uchiha Jin affirmed resolutely. Then, that is just as it should be. Fear not. As long as I am here, that day will eventually come. Well, enough of this topic. Let us summon Fuji in to report on the village's economic situation. Natsume proactively shifted the conversation, turning his attention to the village's financial status. Understood, from the outset, Natsume had established the power dynamics of Yenin village. The highest authority, decision-making power, and military command were all vested in himself. No one else within the village was permitted to interfere with military authority. Under this tone, Natsume has taken a liberal approach to all matters concerning the rights of the populace. Delegating the responsibilities to others, he has even generously relinquished the authority over the village's finances and allocations. After all, constructing a thriving village involves an overwhelming array of facets. Just managing the daily financial inflow, expenditures, and distributions is enough to be daunting. Natsume lacks the energy to meticulously tally the accounts. His role is simply to set the overarching direction and maintain a balanced approach to financial expenditures. Therefore, despite having borrowed a total of 148 million ryo from the coffers of Konohagakure and Iwagakure, he refrains from extravagant spending. Instead, he has deposited this substantial sum into the Yenin village treasury, entrusting it to a few elder clan members responsible for overseeing the village's construction. Simultaneously, Natsume has dispatched Uchiha Fuji from his personal guard to supervise and account for the usage of this considerable sum, ensuring that no unscrupulous individuals seize the opportunity for embezzlement. Of course, the overall strategy still favors a model of labor for relief, through a series of operations, designating projects, recruiting workers, constructing facilities, and dispersing rewards. The aim is to assist in building the village, creating jobs, and supporting the clansmen. Natsume would never resort to the foolish method of merely distributing money, which stifles labor motivation and hampers the village's economy. Overall, observing the bustling activity within the village over the past few days, the results appear promising. As Natsume perused the financial weekly report handed to him by Fuji, he was taken aback. The expenditures for just 1 week reached a staggering 3.5 million ryo. This figure far exceeded Natsume's expectations and was indeed alarming. However, upon closer inspection, he noted that each expenditure was meticulously documented and not inflated. It is noteworthy that the village currently comprises over 400 individuals. Excluding the elderly, children, and women, more than 100 able-bodied men are engaged in basic construction, including dozens of ninjas. On average, each worker supports 4 individuals. Their daily wages, distributed by the village, range between 200 to 400 ryo per person, calculating with an average of 300 ryo for 130 workers over 7 days. The total wage bill comes to 273,000 ryo. Additionally, expenses for constructing shops, roads, orphanages, medical facilities, bathhouses, schools, and the procurement of materials such as stone, glass, and equipment, as well as essential goods like cooking utensils, rice, oil, and salt, accumulate quickly. Altogether, spending 3.5 million ryo in a week is not excessive. This is even with the diligent budgeting efforts of the elder clan members, managing to save as much as they could. However, at this rate, The treasury's total reserve of 148 million ryo will only last for 42 weeks, falling short of 10 months. Furthermore, as the village expands and improves, and the population grows, expenditures will inevitably increase, making it challenging to sustain even for half a year. This is far shorter than Natsume had originally predicted, underscoring that maintaining and developing a village is no simple task. Military strength is merely the first layer of assurance, without a robust economic foundation. Sustainability is impossible. This explains why even a powerful village like Konoha must adopt a subservient stance towards the Land of Fire, and why the selection of a Hokage must be in consultation with the feudal lords. After all, they hold the economic lifeline in their hands. Relying solely on the ninjas of the village cannot sustain the entire community. Gazing at the lengthy list of financial statements, Natsume felt overwhelmed, reflecting on the countless stories he had read in his past life, where protagonists could effortlessly establish a hidden village with a mere clap of their hands. He found it ludicrous. Here, with all favorable circumstances in his favor, even the establishment of a small hidden village was fraught with challenges and uncertainties. Indeed, the adage rings true. It is easy to conquer the world, but difficult to maintain it. In conclusion, he could no longer afford to consume resources without generating income, even if the treasury could hold out for another 6 months. It was imperative to swiftly develop revenue channels. Without sufficient economic returns, establishing a prosperous village is unattainable. Understood. The second elder and the others are performing admirably. Fuji, please convey this message to them. Keep up the good work. Additionally, do not be overly frugal with expenditures. Even if costs are somewhat higher, it is acceptable. The primary goal must be to construct the village well. After all, from this point forward, this will be our new home. There is no need to be stingy when it comes to building our own house. Understood. I will relay the message, Uchiha Fuji replied, his eyes gleaming with delight. Yes, Uncle Fuji, perhaps you could suggest to the elders to enlarge the bathhouse and include mixed bathing facilities for added comfort. Interjected Uchiha Jin, seizing the opportunity to encourage. Bah, you impudent young rascal. What are you babbling about? Is it you who desires mixed bathing? Fuji retorted playfully, delivering a light smack to the cheek of the cheeky youth. Once he regained his composure, he turned to Natsume and inquired, however, young master, continuously spending lavishly is not a sustainable approach. These ryo will eventually be depleted. What shall we do next? Natsume replied, do not worry. I will devise a solution for that. Uchiha Jin, with a furrowed brow, asked, are you perhaps planning to take action against that village again? Are you preparing to raid their treasury? Smack. Jin received another gentle smack from Natsume. That is not called raiding. It is robbing the rich to help the poor. Natsume corrected him with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Jin's eyes lit up in realization, seemingly eager to experience the thrill of robbing the rich to help the poor. However, relying solely on such tactics is not a long-term solution. A village that has been plundered once will undoubtedly enhance its defenses, making future attempts far more challenging. Natsume nodded approvingly. Fuji is right. Therefore, pure robbing the rich to help the poor cannot last. We must establish our own revenue channels and create a virtuous cycle to achieve the goal of enriching the village. However, we are all rogue ninjas. Ordinary nations will not allow us to take on tasks and earn rewards. How can we earn money? Uchiha Jin lamented that in fact, this very reason is why rogue ninjas from various villages often lead difficult lives after their defection. Even exceptional ninjas like Zabuza Momochi must rely on frequently accepting missions to accumulate wealth. Have no fear, I already have a target in mind. Youth Master, what is the target? Of course, it is the Land of Waves. Natsume replied with a gentle smile, revealing a predatory glint in his eyes. The initial accumulation of capital is always brutal and bloody. According to historical patterns, there are generally 2 methods for achieving the preliminary accumulation of capital: plunder and exploitation. The former entails pillaging other nations to amass wealth, akin to the European powers during the Age of Exploration. The latter involves exploiting the domestic populace to generate wealth, similar to certain countries in the East. As for Yanin Village, at this moment, it is just starting out, with a total population of barely 500. With such a small populace, how can one exploit them? Even if one were to treat people as beasts of burden, this limited number of individuals could not generate significant value. Therefore, if Natsume wishes for prosperity and the accumulation of initial capital, he has no choice but to set his sights on neighboring villages. And now, both Konoha and Iwagakure have been thoroughly raided. Bah! It has indeed been a singular occasion of robbing the wealthy to assist the impoverished, and the likelihood of a second success appears quite slim. Concurrently, the other major hidden villages are barely maintaining a fragile equilibrium. To plunder them again would only disrupt this balance, ultimately hindering the development of our own village. Hence, after much contemplation, it seems that the Land of Waves is the most suitable target. Located to the southeast of the Land of Fire, this diminutive island nation is connected to the outside world by a solitary bridge. Its ninja population is nearly non-existent, and its economy is impoverished, leaving its citizens in dire straits. Logically, such a small and destitute nation should hardly be of concern to Natsume. However, well versed in the intricacies of the Naruto world, Natsume is acutely aware that although the Land of Waves is poor, the president of its maritime company, Kato, is among the world's wealthiest magnates. This unscrupulous villain has amassed his fortune through the nefarious means of smuggling drugs and contraband using the mafia and rogue ninjas. Naturally, he is the epitome of a target for robbing the rich to aid the poor. Moreover, seizing such a corrupt conglomerate could potentially allow for the assimilation of Kato's maritime company, thus enabling our village to amass a continuous influx of funds through extensive maritime trade. It is a win-win situation, and one cannot help but relish the prospect. This, indeed, is the true reason why Natsume has set his sights on this small nation. This, Uchiha Fujin and the others could hardly grasp the deeper implications. Yet, they all understood that following their young clan leader was the right course of action. After all, with Natsume's intellect, it was certain that their interests would be safeguarded. Young master, are you planning to visit this Land of Waves? Yes, I shall make the journey in a few days. That I require assistance, so do not rush. We will finalize the details before departure. All right, Fujin, you may leave now. Remember my words. Do not hold back, and ensure that the village's infrastructure is executed to the best of your abilities. Understood. Subsequently, Natsume began to strategize the village's development while preparing supplies for the voyage to the Land of Waves. However, that afternoon, a messenger from Iwagakure coincidentally arrived at the village. Out of sympathy for the aged Inoki and gratitude for Iwagakure's generous donation of 70 million ryo, Natsume reluctantly agreed to meet the envoy. The envoy was a middle-aged ninja, nearing 30, exhibiting only the prowess of a chunin, indicating he was not particularly battle-hardened. Yet, upon his arrival, this Iwagakure messenger displayed an air of arrogance. Seemingly looking down upon the fledgling village established by the Uchiha traders, the sight of their leader, a mere child of 10, further inflated his arrogance, as he strutted about like a high-ranking ninja village inspecting a lower one. This infuriated Uchiha Jin and the others, who were tempted to draw their blades and dispatch this insolent fool. However, before he could gloat for much longer, he was swiftly apprehended by Natsume's Susanoo's skeletal hand, which crushed several of his ribs in an instant. After experiencing a close encounter with the greetings from the Grim Reaper, he quickly learned his lesson, ceasing his boastful demeanor and respectfully articulating his purpose. He claimed to be on a mission from the Third Suchikage, hoping for a clandestine alliance with the Land of Flame to jointly combat Konoha. Without hesitation, Natsume dismissed him, showing no regard for pleasantries. Observing the defeated figure of the Iwagakure envoy retreating, Natsume's loyal guards expressed their confusion. Young master, why not ally with Iwagakure? Uchiha Nichiyu inquired, believing that a partnership with one of the 5 great hidden villages could be beneficial for their nascent village. Natsume glanced at Nichiyu, pleased with his inquisitive nature. Form an alliance? Do not jest. Would you genuinely consider a heartfelt alliance with a trifling hidden village, ignorant of its own limitations? Iwagakure is merely seeking to exploit us to weaken Konoha. There are no benefits to be gained. We would merely be pawns in their game. In essence, such an alliance is futile. Although our village is in its infancy and undeniably weak, my minimum requirement is a public alliance. Not this insipid, unequal partnership. An unequal alliance would only result in exploitation rather than mutual support, Natsume elucidated, having grown accustomed to the political machinations reminiscent of a mire in his past life. He would not be deceived by Iwagakure's hypocritical overtures. What wolf would willingly befriend a sheep? Unless, of course, the wolf aimed to exploit the sheep to lure in more unsuspecting prey, or perhaps the wolf is aptly named Grey Wolf. Yet, in reality, the roles of predator and prey may not be so easily discerned. especially since he had recently plundered a significant portion of resources from Iwagakure. After hearing Natsume's explanation, Nichiyo and Jin pondered the implications. While the reasoning was simple, it is challenging for those entrenched in the situation to perceive the truth, especially when a small village is faced with the alluring offers from the 5 great hidden villages. Resisting temptation is no easy feat. Otherwise, Natsume would not have witnessed so many small nations fall prey to the machinations of a more powerful country, only to find themselves counting coins for their oppressors. Furthermore, thanks to the long-term infiltration by Yano Yu and Kabuto within Iwagakure, the village stood before him as exposed as a dancer, devoid of secrets at this stage, unless Iwagakure was willing to lower its pride and demonstrate genuine intent for an alliance. Natsume would never acquiesce. Well then, I have entertained the envoy. How he reports back is his concern. You need not worry about that. Additionally, Nichiyo, Jin, prepare yourselves that we depart for the land of waves at dawn. After dismissing the Iwagakure envoy, Natsume began to focus on the pressing matters at hand and instructed Nichiyo and Jin. Upon hearing that they were finally permitted to venture out, Uchiha Jin could hardly contain his excitement. Exclaiming, "Wonderful, but will it only be the 3 of us?" Natsume responded, "Bring along Tsukihime and Uncle Ryu, and inform them." "Understood." "What? Sister Tsukihime is coming too. We are doomed." Jin fretted, for he was well aware that with Tsukihime's cold and stern disposition, indulgence would be a far-fetched notion on this journey. The next morning, Natsume set forth with a small contingent of 5. Himself, Uchiha Nichiyo, Uchiha Tsukihime, Uchiha Jin, and Uchiha Ryu. Among them, Nichiyo, Tsukihime, and Jin were all members of Natsume's personal guard. Tsukihime, Nichiyo's elder sister, was 18 years old, tall and statuesque, with legs that nearly matched Natsume's shoulders. Of course, Natsume did not enlist her purely for her physical attributes. Her formidable strength was equally commendable. At merely 18, she had already attained the rank of Jonin, making her one of the youngest and most exceptional kunoichi of the Uchiha clan. Although she could not rival prodigious talents like Kakashi or Itachi, she certainly possessed significant potential for development. After all, even among the entirety of Konoha, when accounting for the various prominent clans and those hidden and unnamed, the total number of Jonin would scarcely exceed 300. Among the Uchiha clan members Natsume had brought forth, the number of those reaching Jonin status was fewer than 10, including several elderly clan elders. Thus, each young Jonin was an invaluable asset. Uchiha Takashi, at the age of 37, possesses the strength of a Chunin. While not particularly remarkable in combat prowess, he has long been responsible for overseeing the trade relations between the Uchiha encampment and other clans of Konohagakure. His extensive experience in commerce is precisely why he was chosen to accompany the group. His expertise would facilitate the swift acquisition and consolidation of shipping companies following the demise of Kato and his associates. The inclusion of Nichiyo and Jin was merely to provide them with additional opportunities for practical experience. After all, as the village expands gradually, it would be impractical to manage everything single-handedly without nurturing a cadre of trustworthy and competent subordinates. Moreover, this time, Natsume exuded a greater sense of composure compared to the last outing. He had left numerous flying thunder god marks in various secret corners throughout the village, and with his ample chakra reserves from the 72 cards, he could return instantaneously whenever necessary. Even if there were any movements from Konohagakure, it would be challenging to evade the intelligence network of Otogakure, along with the Uchiha spies he had stationed within Konoha. Thus, the village's safety was not an immediate concern, and the urgent priority remained to amass wealth. The land of waves lies to the southeast of the land of fire, with a considerable distance separating it from the land of rice. However, the 5 members of Natsume's party, all of whom are at least Chunin level, did not take long to reach their destination, accomplishing the journey in less than 2 days that in fact, had Natsume traveled alone. His extraordinary speed would have allowed him to complete the journey in less than half a day. The land of waves is situated on a small island surrounded by ocean, and typically, one can only access it by boat. This time, the famed Naruto bridge had yet to commence construction. Soon, having spent a modest amount of money, Natsume and his companions boarded a fishing vessel bound for the land of waves. The boat was rowed by a middle-aged man of average build. The calluses on his hands and the distinct smell of fish indicated that he was a seasoned fisherman, likely not a nefarious character. "Young master, the fog here is quite dense. I can barely see in the distance, exclaimed the 16-year-old Uchiha Jin, peering over the side of the boat with childlike curiosity. This was to be expected. Maritime nations, including the land of water, are often shrouded in thick fog. Indeed, replied Nichio casually, his knowledge evidently surpassing that of the less studious Gin. That's so, but I wonder, why does fog form? Where does it come from? Nichio, do you know? At a loss for words, Nichio was momentarily speechless. Just then, Natsume, sitting at the stern of the boat, began to explain. The seawater is humid, and under sunlight, it evaporates easily. This vapor disperses into the air. Once the vapor pressure rises to the point of saturation, it condenses and forms fog. Nichio? Jin? Tsukihime? Uncle Takashi? The remaining members stared wide-eyed at Natsume, feeling as though they understood everything yet comprehended nothing at all. Natsume shot them a glance, sensing he was speaking to a wall. Although he wasn't a scholar in his past life, he was aware of this principle. Unfortunately, explaining it to these ill-informed individuals seemed futile. Haha, truly, young master is well-versed, Takashi chuckled, lightening the mood amid their confusion. Jin, don't always think about play. You should learn more useful knowledge. As the boat continued its journey, Natsume took the initiative to ask, how much longer? Esteemed boatman? The middle-aged boatman wiped the perspiration from his brow and replied heartily, not long now, just a few more minutes. You all seem to be noble youths from a great country, I presume? No, we are ninjas. Ah, there aren't any young ninjas as small as you. The boatman laughed, clearly skeptical. But we truly are ninjas, Natsume insisted, though the boatman remained unconvinced, as none of them wore the usual ninja headbands. Typically, even a small ninja from a lesser village would display their clan's insignia. However, it was understandable, given that their own village, Injetsu, was newly established and had yet to produce unique headbands. Sir, we really are ninjas. And quite powerful ones at that. Jin interjected enthusiastically. I don't believe you unless you demonstrate some ninjutsu. The boatman challenged. The ninjutsu of great ninjas is indeed formidable. Ninjutsu is not meant for mere performance. Jin hesitated, glancing at Natsume. After all, using ninjutsu frivolously for show is generally frowned upon among ninjas. However, none of them anticipated that, at that moment, Natsume would suddenly extend his right hand and begin to gather a substantial amount of chakra. In mere moments, a moderately sized yet potent sphere of chakra materialized in his palm, containing at least 2 cards worth of chakra. The immense energy stirred the surrounding fog, rapidly coalescing into a massive spiral vortex. Creating a considerable spectacle, the burly boatman, standing at the bow, felt his legs weaken, nearly bowing down in awe. Young master, what are you doing? Takashi exclaimed, his voice tinged with apprehension. In his perception, the chakra contained within that singular energy sphere far exceeded his own reserves by several folds. If it were to explode, it would surely spell disaster for everyone on board. The others also shared his concern, including the typically stoic Uchiha Tsukihime, who now bore an expression of surprise, unable to comprehend her clan leader's actions. Without offering an explanation, Natsume merely flicked his wrist, sending the fist-sized chakra sphere soaring towards the left side of the boat, where it swiftly vanished into the fog. Moments later, a resounding boom echoed, followed by a tremendous column of water shooting skyward, which then rained down in a cascade of droplets. The sheer force of that single strike left the others speechless, their hearts racing with trepidation. Simultaneously, distant cries of terror and pleas for help accompanied the explosive sound. What was that? It seems to be a group of sea bandits who survived through plunder, Natsume replied nonchalantly. Young master, so what were you just doing? Their ship has been destroyed, but there are likely still survivors. Natsume remarked. These sea marauders are vile, committing acts of murder and theft. Their demise is of no consequence. Nichio, go forth and eliminate the remaining bandits. Understood. Nichio responded, promptly leaping from the boat and skimming across the water's surface towards the left, vanishing into the fog as he began to swiftly reap the lives of the remaining bandits. Before long, the air filled with anguished screams. Yet tragically, within a mere 30 seconds, the cries began to fade. Soon, Nichio returned to the small vessel, holding 2 bloodied kunai in hand. Reporting back, young master deity was indeed a band of pirates, approximately 20 in number. All remaining survivors have been eliminated. Excellent. Take a seat, Natsume replied. as Nichio sheathed his kunai and cast a sidelong glance at his sister Tsukihime, opting not to say more. Uchiha Jin, however, was once again filled with awe. Incredible. Were they truly pirates? Young master, how did you discern that? And what was that ninjutsu you just used? It didn't even require hand signs. Natsume smiled slightly. It was merely a rudimentary application of chakra manipulation, a low-tier version of the tailed beast bomb. With sufficient chakra and control, one can master it. Can I learn it too? Of course. Once your chakra reserves have multiplied 5 or 6-fold, it is likely that you will be able to use it with some difficulty. Natsume's response fell upon Jin like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the fervor in his heart. 5 or 6 times the chakra. When could he possibly accumulate such an amount? Indeed, the young clan leader is quite extraordinary. It seems effortless for him to unleash a powerful jutsu to as for how Natsume had foreseen the approach of that band of pirates. It was rather straightforward. With his S-rank spirit transformation technique, he could effortlessly sense all nearby living beings with souls. Furthermore, he could discern whether they harbored any malicious intent or murderous intent. Thus, he had detected early on that a group of malevolent pirates was stealthily closing in on their position. Merely waiting for the opportune moment to strike, it also conveniently allowed him to test the potency of his chakra energy sphere. Rest assured, it was not for show. At that very moment, a colossal explosion occurred, causing the pirates to disintegrate in an instant, alongside the formidable ninjas who had emerged. This spectacle left the boatman at the bow of the ship paralyzed with fear. Goodness, he had truly ferried a shipload of ninjas. And that youngest boy, what kind of monster was he? He had never witnessed such terrifying ninjas in his life. Haha. Uncle Boatman, do you now believe we are ninjas? Jin teased with a smile. I believe. I implore you, esteemed ninjas, spare my life. The boatman hastily pleaded, clearly terrified. Jin, stop scaring people. Natsume interjected. Uchiha Jin, winky face. I was merely speaking. How could I be frightening? Besides, compared to the shocking display you just put on, my words were nothing. All right, Uncle Boatman, do not be afraid. We mean you no harm. In fact, I have a few questions to ask you. Natsume helped the boatman to his feet, offering a kind smile. Please, esteemed ninjas, feel free to ask anything. I will divulge all that I know. The boatman replied, trembling. Although the ninjas appeared kind and friendly, he dared not let his guard down. After all, even the wandering samurai would not hesitate to kill a commoner like him without any repercussions. Let alone these high-ranking ninjas. Do not be nervous. You must be from the land of waves, correct? Natsume inquired amiably. After all, he was not a beast that devours men. Yes. Have you heard of the Kato Shipping Company or the Kato Group? I have. This company is currently on our island. They arrived 2 years ago, claiming that since our land of waves is surrounded by the sea and has inconvenient transportation, they wish to collaborate with us to transport goods for our citizens and trade products. Now, practically all maritime transport on the island is handled by their company. What is your impression of their company? To speak frankly, the boatman hesitated for a moment, but continued earnestly. Initially, they seemed quite good. Many people on the island were able to sell various goods thanks to their large cargo ships and the maritime market, earning some money. However, starting last year and continuing into this year, the people from Kato Company gradually began to exploit us, driving down the purchase prices. For instance, the salmon my family often catches used to sell for over 20 or 30 coins per pound. Now, Kato Company has reduced it to merely 8 or 9 coins a pound. Occasionally, they even offered just 5 or 6 coins, and there have been instances of outright theft. This has left many fishermen on the island in dire straits, struggling to make ends meet. The boatman bit his teeth in anger as he recounted his grievances. It was not merely the fishing industry. Nearly all industries in the land of waves were being similarly exploited step by step. Otherwise, after 2 decades of fishing, he would not have abandoned it to become a passenger ferryman. It had become impossible to feed his family. Meanwhile, Kato Company profited immensely by purchasing low-priced goods from the land of waves and reselling them at exorbitant prices. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Jin exclaimed in shock. What? Such low purchase prices? Why not sell to other buyers? After all, a simple bowl of ramen at my uncle's shop in Konoha costs 60 coins. Yet here, a whole pound of salmon is merely 5 or 6 coins. This is beyond exploitation. It is simply ruthless. And no, there are no other channels. The entire island's purchasing channels are controlled by Kato Company. Aside from them, we have no other buyers. Moreover, if anyone is caught secretly selling, the consequences are far graver than mere confiscation. Jin and the others looked alarmed. You wouldn't dare resist if you are exploited like this. You will eventually lose your lives. The boatman let out a bitter laugh. There have been attempts to resist, but Kato Company has hired numerous wandering samurai. Those armed warriors are not something we can contend with. Even the Lord has been subdued by them, leaving us powerless to resist. The boatman spoke tearfully, expressing his anguish. If they could resist, if they dared to resist, they would have acted long ago. How could they endure such misery? Alas, their enemies were far too powerful for them to overcome. Recently, he had heard that Kaisha was organizing a rebellion, but it was likely a futile endeavor. How could it be? A mere company, a handful of wandering samurai, can control an entire nation and oppress countless people. Jin suddenly stood, casting a furious glance at Natsume. The Uchiha clan, long subjected to discrimination and oppression in Konoha, naturally detested such boundless exploitation. The other members of the Nichio also bore expressions of displeasure, clearly outraged by the tyranny of this oppressive company. Jin, sit down. But, sit down, Natsume repeated, his youthful voice carrying an undeniable authority. Reluctantly, Jin sat back down, continuing to suppress his rising anger. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The boatman hastily waved his hands in a plea. Esteemed lords, please do not take offense. These are merely my ramblings. Do not take them seriously, that I implore you. Do not let this information leak. Otherwise, my family's lives may be at stake. Natsume offered a gentle reassurance. Uncle, please rise. Rest assured, we will not speak of this. The boatman sighed in relief and dared to voice a few more words. We are nearly there. May I ask? Esteemed ninjas, what brings you to the land of waves? If convenient, please let me know, so I can decide which port to dock at. Natsume replied casually. Any port will do. We are merely here on behalf of someone to bring back some specialties from the land of waves. Nichio? Jin? Tsukihime? Uncle Ryo? The group exchanged silent glances, then bowed their heads, stifling laughter. The young clan leader truly was impressive. He could spin a tale without batting an eye. It was as convincing as the truth. This specialty must be worth millions of coins, no doubt. Soon, the small boat docked. Natsume and his companions disembarked. The boatman, initially hesitant to accept payment, ultimately trembled as he accepted the fare under Natsume's insistence. At that moment, the port was sparsely populated. However, numerous cargo ships awaited loading, and the villagers transporting live creatures were being herded by several samurai wielding long swords, as if commanding slaves to toil. The entire port was enveloped in a stifling atmosphere that instilled a sense of discomfort. It appeared that the boatman had not spoken falsely. The villagers here were indeed being dominated and exploited. Uncle Rong surveyed the area, quietly concluding. Seeing this, Ian felt a surge of anger rekindled within him. Why didn't you let me voice this? Young clan leader, such malevolent forces must be eradicated. Natsume maintained his composure, patting Ian on the shoulder as he walked past him, saying, Ian, it is better to act than to speak. The anger in your heart, when voiced, is ineffective. It must be wielded through the blade in your hand. Only when the enemy feels the pain will they comprehend your fury. If our ancestors, the clan leaders, had inflicted pain upon Konoha, our clan would not have fallen to such a state. The same applies now. Ian suddenly understood, steeling his resolve as he hurried to catch up with Natsume. What should I do? Ian, when was the last time you took a life? Natsume inquired with narrowed eyes. That a year ago. During my 17th mission. That was quite some time ago. Oh, you still remember the taste of blood? I have never forgotten. Good. Then let us proceed. Today, we are likely to have quite a few to take down. Be mindful not to dull your shuriken. Understood. Ian replied emphatically, a crimson glow igniting in his eyes. In the next moment, the group rushed towards the target stronghold of the Kato Company. Within 10 minutes, the stronghold that had instilled fear throughout the land of waves collapsed with a resounding crash. Dozens of wandering samurai, along with several rogue ninjas from the Hidden Mist village, were all dispatched. Natsume did not lift a finger. To personally deal with these insignificant characters would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, an over-exaggeration. Though they appeared fierce and numerous, they merely relied on their weapons to bully the unarmed populace. Even a single Nin could easily eliminate them. Moreover, Ian possessed strength comparable to that of a special Nin. Eradicating such a typical malevolent stronghold was utterly effortless. Soon, drenched in blood and radiating a murderous aura. Een emerged from the smoldering ruins, a large man in his left hand. Young clan leader, all enemies have been vanquished. However, we have yet to locate the one named Cardo. This person in charge of the stronghold is still alive. He should be able to provide us with valuable intelligence. Een tossed the large man onto the ground. The man's legs had been rendered useless, making escape impossible in the presence of a Siege Nin. Two special J Nin, and Natsume, whose combat prowess was uncertain. It was unlikely even a Kage could escape. Excellent. I expected you to kill them all. Maintaining composure amidst fury, refusing to be ruled by anger, is the hallmark of a competent ninja. Observing Een, who had grown stronger through the baptism of blood, Natsume felt a sense of satisfaction. However, the absence of the tyrant Cardo surprised him. Upon reflection, he realized he had been misled by experience. As a domineering boss of a multinational conglomerate, why should he assume that Cardo would remain in the Land of Waves? This land was merely one of the small nations he secretly controlled. Although the initial plot of Hokage indeed unfolded in the Land of Waves, that was 5 years hence. The Cardo Company had only recently begun to dominate this region and had not considered it a core stronghold. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Cardo not to be present. Pondering this, Natsume's expression darkened slightly. Thankfully, they had captured this living informant, who should possess knowledge of Cardo's whereabouts. Who among you will interrogate him? I am kind-hearted and cannot bear to torture him. Natsume gestured. In truth, he was primarily concerned that he might inadvertently kill the informant before extracting any useful information. That I shall take care of it. The usually taciturn Uchiha Suki spoke up. Natsume nodded, leading the others away while leaving the informant to Suki. Moments later, Natsume and the others heard agonized screams from the ruins. The sound was filled with sorrow and despair, wrenching at the heart, as if a man's most precious asset had been ruthlessly destroyed. Listening to this, Natsume's group felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively tightening their legs. Even Een, drenched in blood and radiating a murderous aura, couldn't help but feel deflated, trembling internally. In less than 3 minutes, Suki returned, bringing the crucial intelligence Natsume needed regarding Cardo's whereabouts and the location of the company's headquarters. Upon confirming the target, the group wasted no time and immediately set off toward their destination, leaving behind a throng of bewildered citizens of the Land of Waves, staring vacantly at their retreating figures and the still burning ruins. After a long while, the onlookers finally exhaled in relief, tears mingling with laughter. Overwhelmed with joy at that moment, in the land of hot water, within the headquarters of the Cardo Group. Crash! Cardo smashed the cup in his hand onto the floor, pointing an accusatory finger at his subordinate as he roared in fury. What? The stronghold in the Land of Waves has been destroyed? What on earth happened? The subordinate hastily stammered a response. The specific details are unclear. A telegram from that side reported a fierce attack. The assailants are suspected to be ninjas. Communication has been cut off. It is highly likely they have been completely annihilated. Cardo was taken aback, then erupted in rage. Useless. All of you are useless. So many samurai. And yet not a single one could withstand a ninja? Who is it that dares to oppose me? Is it those people from the Land of Waves? Or are they ninjas they hired? Impossible. Those wretches are too impoverished to afford ninjas. Then it must be rival companies. Cardo gritted his teeth as he speculated. Unfortunately, he had no way of confirming that in his view, even if it were indeed the means of a competing company. It was too vile, too destructive of the rules. It was akin to the vicious competition between two multinational corporations in Natsume's previous life, which might involve defamation, suppression, intelligence theft, or even hiring mercenaries for assassinations. However, directly hiring ninjas to take action was simply outrageous. It was like hiring the elite special forces of the 5 great nations at exorbitant prices. Who could withstand such a blow? President, it is not as important to ascertain who did this now, but rather to prepare for defense. If those ninjas come here, we will be in serious trouble. The subordinate, whose intelligence was barely adequate, quickly reminded him. Yes, we must immediately enhance our defenses. Quickly post bounty missions. And hire more ninjas to come, Cardo urged in a flurry. But, President, the cost of hiring ninjas is quite high. Moreover, with the 5 great nations, they won't allow us to hire them even if we want to. There's no time. Kato, filled with rage, delivered a fierce kick to his opponent and bellowed, "Damn it! What time is it? And you still concern yourself with the costs? Just go and invite them. The expense is of no consequence. If we cannot enlist the ninjas from the 5 great nations, there are still plenty of rogue ninjas available. How could we possibly fail to secure assistance? Very well, I shall attend to it. The subordinate hastily scrambled out, eager to seek help. The land of Soup lies to the northeast of the land of Waves, an island nation surrounded by the sea on all sides. However, its land area far exceeds that of the land of Waves, and its population is several times greater. Among the numerous islands in this vast maritime expanse, it ranks just after the water country of the 5 great nations. Moreover, due to its unique location, it serves as a central hub for maritime trade among many island nations, with numerous large shipping companies firmly established there, including the Kato Group. After departing from the land of Waves, Natsume and his companions seized a large cargo ship belonging to Kato Company and set sail for the land of Soup. The cargo ship traveled through the night, and, at dawn the following day, finally arrived at a port in the land of Soup. The port was visibly more prosperous than that of the land of Waves, with nearly 100 cargo ships of various sizes docked, loading and unloading goods. What shall we do, young master? Questioned the employees aboard the ship. They should know where Kato Company's headquarters is. Let them guide us directly there. All right. Soon, the group disembarked at the port and headed inland. However, not far into their journey, Natsume abruptly halted a few of them and cautioned, "There are numerous ninjas approaching, all exuding murderous intent. It seems Kato Company has already learned of our arrival. Prepare for battle." At this moment, Natsume, Nichio, Jin, Tsukihime, and the slightly weaker Ryo-san combined their strengths, their overall prowess no less formidable than that of the elite teams from the 5 great ninja villages. Although Kato Company had employed over 20 ninjas, most were merely rogue ninjas who had defected from minor hidden villages. About half of them barely possessed the skills of a genin, while the rest were only at the level of a mere apprentice ninja. Only their leader exhibited a faint chakra signature indicative of a chunin. Such a ragtag assembly of underlings dared to confront Natsume and his companions. Truly a display of overreaching ambition and a path to self-destruction. In no time, the first few assassins leaped from the surrounding woods, only to fall lifelessly into pools of blood, slain on the spot. Within half a minute, the remaining assassins were similarly dispatched by Nichio and the others. Even without the need to activate their Sharingan, merely utilizing a few minor ninjutsu to clear the battlefield, the thick scent of blood gradually pervaded the air, staining the earth crimson, causing the 2 Kato Company employees guiding them to tremble in fear and collapse. "Young master, the area is clear. Is this truly the caliber of assassins dispatched by Kato Company? To attempt to ambush us with such feeble strength is sheer folly." Natsume nodded, but did not allow himself to relax. Instead, he warned the group, "This is merely the prelude. The main act is yet to unfold." At that moment, a thick fog began to rise around them, enveloping their surroundings. What is this? Is it the morning mist? No, this is not natural fog. It is infused with a faint chakra presence. This must be a ninjutsu technique. Is it the Mist Village's hidden mist technique? How can this be? Are ninjas from the Mist Village here? Startled, Nichio and the others quickly assumed defensive stances, positioning themselves protectively around Natsume to guard against potential attacks. In the next instant, the fog abruptly constricted on their right side. Body flicker technique. Silent killing technique. A flash of a sharp blade cut through the mist, aiming directly for Nichio. "Nichio, watch out!" Jin shouted loudly. Fortunately, having anticipated an attack and with quick reflexes, Uchiha Nichio swiftly reacted. Activating his 2 Tomo Sharingan, he predicted the trajectory of the assault and countered with a kunai, successfully deflecting the lethal strike. With a resounding clang, the clash of metal echoed sharply. The force of the great sword sent Nichio's kunai flying, creating a significant gash in it, while a subsequent blow sent the kunai spiraling away. However, this deadly strike was deflected just enough to graze Nichio's shoulder, leaving a shallow wound but sparing his life. Seeking death, witnessing her brother's injury, Tsukihime's anger flared. She unleashed a powerful punch, imbued with overwhelming force, directed at the shadowy figure within the mist. Boom! Her heavy fist met the opponent's sword, sending him reeling backward over 10 meters, vanishing once more into the thick fog. "Nichio, are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a minor injury." However, the enemy possesses significant strength. They are not of the same caliber as those earlier assassins. Nichio swiftly used chakra to staunch the bleeding from his left shoulder while alerting the others. His right hand, which had been thrown off balance from the earlier strike, trembled uncontrollably, a testament to the opponent's immense power. Meanwhile, a deep male voice emerged from the fog. What a powerful punch. Impressive strength. Which village do you ninjas hail from? Why are you not wearing headbands? Wait, what is that? The Sharingan. You are ninjas from Konoha. The voice belonged to Zabuza Momochi, who had anticipated facing only a few inconsequential ninjas from minor hidden villages. To his surprise, he found that the strength of these opponents was quite formidable. Not only had they thwarted his famed silent killing technique, but they also possessed the renowned Sharingan. It seemed that they were a group of hard-headed individuals. The ninjas from the Uchiha clan are not to be trifled with. Damn it, I underestimated the price I set. I must remember to negotiate a higher fee with that scoundrel Kato later. Zabuza lamented to himself, relieved that he had not been the first to engage but had instead sent those expendable low-level ninjas to probe the waters. If he had been the first to act, he might have already fallen. Can you discern the enemy's position? Ryo-san inquired calmly. Nichio, peering through his Sharingan, surveyed the area but shook his head. No, the fog, infused with a hint of chakra, hindered his ability to lock onto their targets. The mist, wielded by a blade, and the considerable strength of the opponent suggested that he was none other than the infamous rogue ninja from the Mist Village, Zabuza Momochi. Given your experience, you have quickly identified our adversary. Tsukihime remarked. Within the Uchiha clan, she was a rare practitioner of taijutsu. Although her earlier punch had not been executed with full force, it was still formidable enough that an ordinary jounin would struggle to withstand it. Zabuza, however, appeared to handle it with ease, indicating his exceptional skill. So you have heard of my name. It seems you indeed have ties to Konoha, or perhaps you are the remnants of the Uchiha clan who defected from Konoha not long ago. Regardless, none of that matters. Within my mist, your demise is assured. No. Since you are familiar with my name, I shall endeavor to leave your corpses intact. The arrogant threats echoed from all directions within the dense mist. Concealed within the fog, Zabuza delayed time with his words while swiftly maneuvering, searching for the weaknesses and flaws of the five opponents. He aimed for a decisive blow in his next move. Engaging in such a conversation was exhausting. Alas, the mist was too thick, almost blinding. It would be better to disperse it. Natsume rubbed his eyes, yawned, and casually remarked. Then, with a clap of his hands, a furious surge of chakra erupted forth. Sweeping outward like layers of a tempest, centered around Natsume. In less than 10 seconds, the dense fog surrounding them was completely dissipated. Whoosh! After the strong wind, everything around became cleared at the same time, in the distance. A certain mist ninja stood frozen, gripping his blade, staring blankly at Natsume. Good heavens! Although his mist concealment technique was not unbreakable, he had never witnessed such a brute force method of dispelling it through overwhelming chakra. Who on earth was that boy? How could he possess such immense chakra? Moreover, he was being protected by 4 others, suggesting a significant status. Could he possibly be a Jinchuriki from Konoha? Zabuza was astonished. Typically, only Jinchuriki from various villages would possess such vast chakra at such a young age. But why had he been able to conceal his presence so effectively just moments ago? It appeared he had underestimated this child. He had initially thought the youngest, and therefore the weakest, would be just a little brat. Yet he was remarkably powerful. Hooray! The young clan leader is magnificent. As the mist cleared and visibility was restored, Jin cheered with excitement. Indeed, what a farce this mist concealment technique was. It paled in comparison to their young clan leader. Now that the fog had dispersed, that fellow was too weak to warrant his attention. He left it to the others, especially you 3, Nichio, Tsukihime, and Jin. Familiarize yourselves and hone your teamwork, and strive to capture him alive. Natsume waved his hand, giving orders to the remaining members. Although Zabuza was formidable, he ultimately only possessed the strength of an elite J-nin. If it had been a few days prior, Natsume might have found some amusement in sparring with him. Now, however, he felt no inclination to do so. After all, which child would genuinely fight an adult? Better to leave it to Nichio and the others to practice. Understood. The trio of Nichio responded, gripping their weapons tightly and swiftly charging towards Zabuza. Meanwhile, upon hearing that insolent child declare him too weak to warrant his intervention, Zabuza was instantly incensed, his brows furrowing deeply. He had never encountered such an arrogant brat in his life. Initially, he had felt a hint of retreat, but he quickly resolved to eliminate these reckless ninjas, especially that insolent child. The fierce battle erupted instantaneously. Having lost the cover of mist, Zabuza faced the onslaught of Mangekyō and the others without flinching. After all, he was one of the original 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, possessing the prowess of an elite J-nin and being a top-tier assassin in the ninja world. Any ninja whose reputation reached foreign shores was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, he had once nearly annihilated Team 7, and Team 7 had sealed Kaguya, so one could only imagine the implications. Of course, that was all in jest. Yet, without a doubt, Zabuza's strength was still considerable at this moment. The number of ninjas who had perished at his hands surely exceeded 100. However, the 4 confronting him were equally formidable. The mid-tier ninja, Ryu, excelled in ranged attacks. The special J-nin, Nichio, was skilled in ninjutsu bombardment. The J-nin, Tsukihime, was adept in close combat, and the special J-nin, Jin, possessed remarkable abilities. 4 individuals, each with their own Sharingan, formed an impressive lineup. Even Zabuza found himself struggling against them. Water release, water clone technique. Water release, great waterfall technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Wind release, shuriken, taijutsu. 8 trigrams fist. A barrage of fierce ninjutsu was unleashed in rapid succession, clashing against one another as both sides exchanged blows. Despite the fact that Nichio and the others were not as strong as Zabuza in raw power, their teamwork and the enhancements from their Sharingan allowed them to cleverly counter all of Zabuza's attacks, even managing to suppress him slightly. At that moment, standing at a distance, Natsume watched the fierce battle unfold and enthusiastically shouted instructions. Excellent. Just like that. Ryu, aim for his head with your ninjutsu. Tsukihime, get in close and attack his lower body. Dante, give him a chance to perform hand seals. Nichio, be mindful of the intervals between your ninjutsu, support Tsukihime, and avoid misalignment. Jin, don't rush too far forward. Stay back and throw more kunai and shuriken. Play dirty. Don't hold back on the battlefield. Be as ruthless as you can. Did you hear that? Such crude and treacherous commands only served to further provoke Zabuza, who felt a surge of rage. He longed to charge at that insolent child and eliminate him first. Yet each time he attempted to attack the boy, the 4 Uchiha ninjas would throw themselves at him with reckless abandon, launching relentless assaults. They even risked injuries in their fervor, forcing him to retreat and preventing him from targeting the child. Damn it, who on earth was that boy? How could he inspire such loyalty and fervor from these ninjas? This makes no sense, Zabuza scowled, internally astonished. Simultaneously, he felt the battle against Nichio and his companions growing increasingly strenuous. Among them, aside from the female ninja and the older man, the 2 younger boys had limited combat experience initially, appearing somewhat clumsy. However, as the fight progressed, their coordination improved, and they became increasingly adept. If this continued, it was entirely possible that he would be the one to face defeat. No, he could not allow this to drag on any longer. He needed to find an opportunity to unleash a large-scale ninjutsu and crush these 4 in one fell swoop. Be careful, that guy may use clones to distract you while preparing to unleash the water dragon bullet technique. Bind his main body. Dante, give him a chance. Natsume, observing from a distance, quickly discerned Zabuza's intentions and called out once more. Upon hearing this, Zabuza felt a tightness in his chest and coughed violently, almost spitting blood in rage. How could that brat possibly know? How did he know what I was planning? And he even called it out. How am I supposed to execute my technique now? How can I fight? Must he be so shameless? At this moment, witnessing Zabuza's frustrated and flustered demeanor, Natsume couldn't help but chuckle that it was amusing. After all, he had grown up watching this man perform hand seals. The 40-plus hand seals for the water dragon bullet technique were so ingrained in his memory that he could recite them with his eyes closed. In the realm of ninjas, it was likely that no one was more familiar with Zabuza's combat style and secret techniques than he was. How could he possibly defeat them? What could he use to win? Thus, after receiving the hint once more, the 4 members of the Sunday squad suddenly intensified their offensive, leaving no opportunity for Zabuza to perform any jutsu. As for Natsume, he was merely observing from a distance. It was evident to the naked eye that Zabuza's momentum was steadily diminishing. The fierce battle had left him with over a dozen wounds, blood spilling forth and staining much of his body. rendering him increasingly disheveled. However, just as the Sunday squad was on the brink of victory, a small puddle behind Natsume suddenly began to tremble, gradually coalescing into a delicate young girl of around 10 years of age. With a swift motion, the girl grasped a kunai and lunged forward, positioning the sharp blade against Natsume's neck. "Hurry! Tell your people to cease at once. Otherwise, I shall take your life," she threatened loudly, her eyes wide with determination that if not for necessity, she truly did not wish to act against Lord Zabuza's orders. But she was not foolish, given the current situation. The likelihood of Zabuza's defeat, and even death, was high. Therefore, she had no choice but to take matters into her own hands, preparing to capture Natsume as leverage to deter the remaining ninjas. "Young master." The members of the Sunday squad paused, their hearts tightening as they rushed to assist Natsume. "Focus on the battle. Do not get distracted," Natsume admonished calmly. "Yes." In response, the girl's anger surged further. Her teeth clenched as she threatened once more. "Are you seeking death? Tell your people to stand down, or I shall not repeat myself. Life as a rogue ninja is surely hard, isn't it? What nonsense are you spouting?" Natsume replied with a faint smile. "If I were in your position, I would release that kunai and plead for mercy. Perhaps you might yet preserve your life." The girl, merely 10 years old, trembled slightly, gripping the kunai tightly. You are forcing my hand." With a steely resolve, she lunged the kunai towards Natsume's neck, determined to save Lord Zabuza at all costs. However, the anticipated blood did not spurt forth. Instead, she felt the kunai slip from her grasp, as if it had struck nothing, and she stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Upon regaining her composure, she realized with shock that the boy's form had disintegrated into countless small bears, which then frolicked past her and swiftly regrouped on her right side, reassembling into the shape of the boy. "At a substitution technique," she gasped. "At a shadow clone technique? No, it was an illusion. I have fallen victim to a jinjutsu." The boy was never a corporeal being. How could this be? When did I fall under such a spell? Why did I not perceive it? In a state of panic, she dared not hesitate any longer and quickly unleashed her bloodline limit. Ice release. His strongest jutsu. Ice release. Crystal mirror. In an instant, numerous ice mirrors formed around her, and she prepared to dart into one to launch her attack. Yet, just as she was about to dive into the mirror, she instinctively cast a glance back at the boy. In that fleeting moment, she was struck with a jolt. Those were the Sharingan? How could this be? In an instant, more than a dozen ice mirrors shattered with a resounding crash. Boom! As the shards scattered, she barely had time to react before a hand, roughly her size, seized her throat, forcefully interrupting her jutsu and lifting her effortlessly off the ground. "I told you to behave. Why do you insist on being disobedient?" Gazing into the boy's crimson eyes and hearing his indifferent voice, she felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness wash over her. "I concede." With a swift motion, Zabuza, covered in wounds, plunged his blade into the ground, one arm dangling limply while the other was raised high in surrender. The Sunday squad paused, momentarily taken aback, and then cautiously disarmed Zabuza, binding his hands to ensure he posed no threat. Once assured of his incapacitation, they gestured towards Natsume in the distance. Natsume placed the unconscious girl on the ground and casually cast a binding spell to prevent her from causing any trouble upon waking. He then approached Zabuza. "I must admit, I expected you to fight to the bitter end, or at least attempt to escape and return stronger. I did not anticipate such a swift surrender. Why is that?" Natsume inquired with a hint of intrigue. Zabuza lowered his gaze, casting a fleeting glance at the unconscious boy without further comment. Despite his inner turmoil and countless struggles, he ultimately chose to yield. Meanwhile, Jin hurried over, eager to flatter. "Of course, it is out of fear for the young master's strength. As soon as you made your move, you shattered his resolve." Natsume shot Jin a disapproving glance, chiding, "Enough of your boasting. You four have fought for so long and still haven't completely subdued him. I was merely providing guidance from the sidelines. How embarrassing." Hearing this, the Sunday squad lowered their heads in shame. "What shall we do with these two? Shall we kill them?" Suki asked coldly, devoid of mercy. Zabuza immediately interjected. "I know you are not ninjas from Konoha. You are remnants of the Uchiha clan, are you not? If so, I am willing to pay for my life. I beseech you, spare me." Zabuza, a man of his stature, pleading for mercy was a rare sight, if not for his deep-seated aspirations and for he likely would not have flinched even if a blade were drawn against him. Bah! How much can you possibly offer? If you had wealth, would you be reduced to accepting such perilous missions? Seeking to buy your life? Truly shameless, Natsume scoffed. Having been spoiled by the riches of the two great hidden villages, Zabuza's meager fortune was beneath his notice. In that moment, feeling belittled by such a young boy's mockery. Zabuza's face flushed with humiliation, and he exclaimed loudly, 10 million ryo. Is that enough? Natsume's eyes lit up. Bring in the ropes. Good grief. Is Zabuza truly so affluent? As a rogue ninja, he has amassed a fortune of 10 million ryo. Was he perhaps a treasure spirit in his past life? Young master, are you truly going to release him? I am merely jesting. Keep him bound. I have further use for him. By the way, bring that little girl over here as well. Natsume rapidly directed. Sunday, you stay here and watch over them. If they show any signs of unrest, eliminate them on the spot. I, along with the others, will head to the headquarters of the Kato Company and return shortly. Though Zabuza's 10 million ryo was tempting, it paled in comparison to the Kato Company as a whole. Hence, Natsume was fully capable of discerning the weight of the situation if they were delayed and allowed the Kato scoundrel to escape. It would lead to further complications. Understood. On a Sunday, a command was uttered, and the distant figure of Bai was brought forth. The two individuals were bound together, vigilantly guarded. Meanwhile, Natsume and his three companions hastily made their way towards the lair of the Kato Corporation. The subsequent journey unfolded without incident. The quartet effortlessly located the headquarters of the Kato Corporation, breached its defenses with ease, and swiftly dismantled the formidable conglomerate, bringing an end to the nefarious reign of the tyrant Kato. Notably, upon crashing into Kato's office, they found the man in high spirits, seemingly oblivious to the threat posed by Natsume and his companions. It was unclear whether he possessed confidence in the 20 or so inept assassins at his disposal or in the notorious Kiri no Kage, mist-hidden ghost. Regardless, despite his myriad of sins, to meet his demise unawares in a state of bliss at the pinnacle of paradise could be deemed a stroke of fortune. Naturally, given the extensive transgressions committed by this individual. His fate after death was undoubtedly that of eternal damnation. Thus, having obliterated the upper echelons of Kato's organization, along with a multitude of merciless and culpable samurai assassins, Natsume and his companions refrained from further aggression towards the remaining company personnel. After all, in the near future, they would require the operational capacity of these employees upon assimilating the shipping company. Moreover, most of these lower-tier workers were also victims of Kato's exploitation, toiling away under the arduous demands of a 996-work schedule, leaving them little time to engage in wrongdoing. Their plight was indeed pitiable. However, it must be noted that Natsume's journey was not solely to dispense justice or liberate the oppressed employees and citizens of the Wave Country. The primary objective was to amass wealth, an immense fortune. Therefore, with the seasoned management expertise of Uncle Ryu, the terrified employees were quickly reassured. Subsequently, under the guidance of the company's supervisor, Natsume and his party arrived at the underground vault where the Kato Corporation's funds were stored. The vault was substantial and secured with a lock, known only to Kato and a select few. Alas, such defenses were trivial against the might of a skilled ninja, with a swift motion of his blade. Natsume severed the sturdy alloy lock in two. The next moment, the vault door swung open, and a dazzling light burst forth, momentarily blinding Natsume and his companions. Before their eyes lay an abundance of gold, silver, and jewels, meticulously arranged within the vault. It was conservatively estimated that the cash alone amounted to over 100 million ryo. When accounting for the valuable gemstones and diamonds, the total was likely in the hundreds of millions. They had struck gold. This was a true, bountiful harvest. Gazing upon the vast treasury, Natsume was overwhelmed with joy, his heart racing with exhilaration that a sensation akin to a heart attack surged through him. Ah, the thrill of wealth. 5 million for a scroll, 10 million for 2 scrolls, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Up the mountain to hunt the tiger. Bah! He exclaimed, realizing he'd miscounted. As he muttered to himself, he gleefully gathered the scattered coins. Much to the astonishment of Uncle Ryu and the others, who had never witnessed such fervor from their young clan leader. Wow! Is our young leader truly this greedy? Silver quipped, stuffing gold coins into his pockets with a grin. This isn't greed, Natsume retorted. It's following my heart. Do you understand? You lot don't know the value of daily necessities. He turned back, laughing, while his hands continued to fill with cash at an astonishing pace. Before long, he had amassed all the cash from the vault into his possession, filling 25 space scrolls. Seizing the moment, he also absorbed the essence of money from the cash, converting it entirely into gold coins. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired 117 million value points. Would you like to exchange 117 million value points for 11,700 gold coins? Transaction successful. Congratulations, you have received 11,700 gold coins. Current balance, 14,640 gold coins. Observing his balance surge beyond 5 digits, Natsume was elated, feeling as though he were soaring through a sea of clouds. This was true wealth. Moreover, the advantage of his system was that upon converting cash into corresponding value points, the money was not consumed. It could still be taken back to his village for regular use. Truly a twofold gain. Of course, there were pros and cons. While the system was generous with exchanges, it imposed strict auditing requirements. Previously, Natsume had attempted to convert money repeatedly for value points, but the system simply did not comply, only recognizing cash that he had acquired firsthand and could fully control for conversion. Furthermore, items of considerable value, such as jewelry, luxury goods, and weaponry could not be converted into value points. Otherwise, the wealth pilfered from Konoha on the night of his defection would not have been limited to the vault. Consequently, aside from the over 100 million Ryo cash that could be directly converted into value points, the remaining valuables, worth billions, were not immediately usable for him. Nevertheless, this posed little issue that he could rely on the shipping company to gradually sell off these treasures, converting them into cash. Although the process might be lengthy, it would be stable and reliable. In conclusion, today's bounty was indeed exhilaratingly rich. Who would have imagined that this modest Cardo corporation was even wealthier than the treasury of Iwagakure, one of the 5 great hidden villages? It was truly an eye-opener. Upon reflection, it made perfect sense. While the 5 great hidden villages boasted formidable power, each consisted of merely tens of thousands of inhabitants, hardly more than a small town. In contrast, such a large multinational corporation could easily employ tens of thousands of staff, rivaling the economic scale of a small town, had it not been for the significant capital required to maintain such an expansive company. The cash reserves here would likely have multiplied several times over. Yet, now, all of this belonged to him. Cardo was dead, and he had been gifted an entire shipping company along with vast treasures. It was almost embarrassing. Well, he decided to be magnanimous and refrain from further desecrating Cardo's memory. Having secured the scrolls and filled to the brim, Natsume and his companions departed the company headquarters, entrusting the entire operation to Uncle Ryu for reorganization. In due course, they would also dispatch several capable clan members to assist him. Given Uncle Ryu's abilities, he should be able to eradicate any lingering issues and restore the company within a fortnight. Within a month, the maritime routes could be reinstated, generating sustainable profits for their village. Truly, there was nothing more comfortable than lounging at home, counting wealth. After leaving the Cardo Corporation, Natsume, Tsukihime, and Silver returned to the side of Nichiyo, while Zabuza and Bai remained dutifully bound in place, showing no signs of struggle. It was uncertain whether they had exhausted their strength or had resigned themselves to their fate. Zabuza lifted his gaze, observing Natsume and his companions return in high spirits, and a plan began to formulate in his mind. Cardo must have met his end, had he not? Certainly, such a tyrant would only bring endless harm if allowed to live. I have already exorcised him. Natsume nodded, neither confirming nor denying. How absurd this all was. Once again, the lamentations echo forth. Who could have imagined that such a wealthy and formidable merchant, such a tyrant, would ultimately lose his life due to his miserly refusal to part with a mere commission fee, thereby failing to recruit sufficient allies? And what of myself? To recklessly attack such a ruthless individual over a trifling sum of 3 million taels? Surely, this young scoundrel must be worth an absolute S-rank bounty. And I cannot claim to have suffered unjustly. Enough? Daylight said. You all wait back here for a moment. I wish to converse privately with dismissed ghost gentleman. The young clan leader sensed the danger emanating from this figure. Daylight hesitated, concern etched on his face. After all, Natsume bore the hopes of his entire clan's resurgence upon his shoulders. Should anything happen to him, the consequences would be unfathomable. What? Do you truly believe this fellow could pose a threat to me? I could bind him hand and foot with ease. Natsume shot a disdainful glance at the others, exasperated, Such contempt only darkened the expression of the ghostly man, nearly provoking him to leap into a fit of rage. Yet, deep down, he recognized that he was indeed not a match for this young scoundrel. The others exchanged glances, ultimately refraining from insisting. They were well aware of the young clan leader's prowess. Even a thoroughly bound, ghostly adversary would stand no chance against him. Soon, they retreated to a safe distance, leaving only Natsume and Zabuza alone. "What do you truly seek?" Zabuza asked through gritted teeth. In his view, having obliterated the Cardo company and amassed great wealth, Natsume had likely lost interest in his meager savings. He feared that only death awaited him, lamenting his inability to fulfill his long-held ambitions and the harm caused to Haku. "How much have you saved in total?" Natsume inquired, prompting Zabuza to pause in surprise. 1,380,000 taels. TSK a rogue ninja. You've managed to save quite a sum. No wonder your attire is so tattered, yet you still wear it," Natsume remarked, clicking his tongue. To him, those who could save money were undoubtedly formidable individuals. While he may not compare to the renowned savings expert Kazu, this Zabuza was still impressive. "All the money is yours. You may kill me if you wish. But please, spare him that he is still young." Zabuza, head bowed and fists clenched, earnestly pleaded. This was his final wish, yet Natsume did not execute him. Instead, he flicked his fingers, releasing a stream of chakra that severed the ropes binding Zabuza, setting him free. "Why act so tough? It sounds rather forced." Natsume chuckled. "That I ask you, after years of frugality to save such a fortune, was it merely to gather manpower for your next coup against the village hidden in mist?" Zabuza's heart sank, his gaze fixed on his liberated hands that he found it impossible to discern the young scoundrel's intentions. "You, attacking the 5 great hidden villages, that task must be at least S rank. Wouldn't you agree? Do you think other ninja villages would dare to undertake such a mission? And do you truly believe that 1,300,000 taels could hire a sufficient number of ninjas? 5 elite jounin? Or perhaps 10? With such insufficient forces, how could a coup be enacted? How could you possibly topple the village hidden in mist, even if you saved your entire life's worth? It would never suffice." Natsume's mockery ignited a fire within Zabuza, his eyes reddening with fury. This scoundrel could tarnish his reputation, but he must not defile his aspirations. Even Zabuza himself understood that on his own, he could never cleanse his village of its troubles. "Fool, you're courting death." Natsume waved his hand with a smile, continuing to tempt him. "Do not be so quick to anger. I shall not take your reward without offering something in return. How about this? Give me 1,300,000 taels, and I will carve a path through the land of water, obliterating the village hidden in mist. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Zabuza's anger dissipated, replaced by shock. You would assist me in reclaiming the village hidden in mist? Indeed. What? Do I not appear strong enough? Or do you wish to test your mettle against me?" Natsume revealed a dazzling smile, reminiscent of a devil emerging from the abyss. Several hours later, aboard a broad cargo ship, Zabuza, his right hand wrapped in bandages, sat sternly on the deck holding a blade in his left. Beside him, Haku, petite in stature, gently tended to the scars on his shoulder, her concern evident. "Master Zabuza, do you truly trust them?" Haku whispered, casting a wary glance at Natsume and his companions, especially that boy, who bore an overwhelming strength. Even now, Haku had yet to recover from the shock of their earlier defeat. "Haku, you have been by my side for several years, have you not?" 6 years, 7 months, and 23 days, Haku replied accurately. "Then tell me, do you believe I can ever return to the village hidden in mist on my own?" "That is very difficult, or rather, nearly impossible," Haku admitted, biting her red lip. Zabuza sighed. "Indeed, we are barely surviving under the pursuit of the village's dark forces. There is no possibility of toppling the Fourth's reign. That scoundrel speaks the truth. Even if I saved my entire life, I could never afford enough ninjas, so what does it matter whether I trust him? All I need is a chance he can offer me that opportunity to cast aside all cowardice and fight with all my might. What he seeks is irrelevant. Whether I live or die matters not. I am but a sinner fated to perish," Zabuza replied, his eyes glimmering with the last flicker of hope he held for his village to know. "Master Zabuza, you must not die. You cannot die. Death is the path of a ninja. Haku, once we reach the shore, you must quietly escape. They should not pursue you that if you run swiftly, You may yet save yourself. Zabuza solemnly instructed, as if preparing for his last rites. To be honest, he believed this journey to be nearly suicidal. Though those Uchiha ninjas were powerful, they could not possibly contend with the entirety of the village hidden in mist. I will not leave you, Master Zabuza. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Haku responded resolutely. Leaning against his broad-shouldered deity that moment, from a distance on the deck, Natsume and his companions observed this overly sentimental scene with a mixture of annoyance and disdain. That it was truly infuriating to witness this ghostly man indulging in such ostentatious displays of affection. Perhaps we should just toss this mist ghost into the sea to feed the fish, lest he continues to shower us with this nauseating display. Silver chimed in eagerly. Young clan leader, I find that little girl quite endearing and beautiful. How about you? Bah, she is a boy. Keep your filthy thoughts to yourself. Oh, he is a boy. But, young clan leader, did you not say that as long as they are beautiful, that is sufficient? Why must you be so rigid about gender? Natsume sprang up in exasperation, delivering a swift blow to Silver. Goodness, you can remember that saying, but not the many wise words I have imparted? I was merely jesting. However, young clan leader, I must ask, are we truly intending to confront the entire village hidden in mist? Natsume raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Ian replied, of course not, that it's just that with only the few of us, won't it be a bit too shabby? It wasn't just Ian. Even Nichio and Tsukihime, who stood nearby, felt a twinge of apprehension upon hearing the news. This sensation was akin to the madness of Natsume's past life, where a special forces unit boldly declared their intention to annihilate one of the 5 great rogue nations. It was truly difficult to muster confidence. Natsume reassured them, do not worry. I am confident that it is time for you to witness my true strength. Leave the main force to me, and you all can focus on delivering the finishing blows. At that moment, Natsume possessed abilities comparable to an eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, 3 S-class ninjutsu techniques, a divine artifact, and a treasure trove of gold coins in the 5-digit range, against a mere hidden mist village. He found it hard to conceive of a scenario where he could possibly lose. Moreover, he was clad in semi-divine armor. To cower in fear at home and live in extreme caution would be rather dull. Wouldn't it? A true man should confront challenges head-on. He should boldly charge forth. Even if he was still just a boy. Upon hearing this, Nichio and the others exchanged glances, resigned to accompany their young clan leader on this reckless endeavor. If things turned dire, they could at least buy him some time to escape through their desperate struggles. However, Nichio couldn't help but ask, but why choose the hidden mist village? Natsume responded, because they are easy to bully. Nichio and the others were taken aback that, of course, this notion of being easy to bully was relative. Among the 5 great hidden villages, apart from the plethora of forbidden techniques and the numerous shortcomings of the Hidden Leaf Village, the overall strength disparity among the remaining 4 villages was not excessively vast. However, due to the covert manipulation of the 3rd and 4th Mizukage, who adhered to the policies of the Bloody Mist, the internal strife within the Hidden Mist Village was exceedingly severe. That in such a brutal environment of mutual slaughter, only a handful of students from each graduating class of the Ninja Academy managed to survive. Over the years, the number of ninjas in the Hidden Mist Village had drastically dwindled, severely weakening its overall strength. Moreover, aside from the Hidden Mist's relative weakness, there were other reasons at play. For instance, Natsume's own Hidden Flame Village had just been established and urgently required a significant victory to bolster its deterrent power. Nothing would be more striking and feared than the glorious achievement of defeating one of the 5 great hidden villages. Furthermore, under the guidance of the Mist Phantom Zabuza Momochi, this conflict could easily be framed as an internal coup within the Hidden Mist Village. Natsume would merely be a helper summoned by the Hidden Mist ninjas, ensuring that the reputation of the Hidden Flame Village as warlike and brutal would not be excessively tarnished. Additionally, the allure of the Hidden Mist Village's treasury was undeniably enticing. It was high time to engage in robbing the rich to help the poor. Lastly, should they successfully topple the Hidden Mist Village and subdue the Land of Water, the surrounding maritime territories would be free from constraints. Natsume's maritime trade company could then operate unimpeded across a dozen neighboring nations, significantly expanding their maritime trade and even penetrating the populous Land of Water to reap substantial profits. In summary, this plan was laden with benefits, making it a worthy endeavor. This was, in fact, Natsume's true motivation for taking action against the hidden mist village, not merely the short-sighted desire for the 10 million Ryo bounty on Zabuza. Nor was it driven by the allure of the village's enchanting and youthful female ninjas. Thus, the cargo ship roared across the sea, continuing at full throttle for half a day until it finally arrived at a port in the land of water at dusk. All the ordinary workers had been cleared from the port, leaving only silent cargo ships swaying gently at the shore. "They're here." Zabuza stood up, gripping his sword, his expression grave as he gazed toward the distant port. Clearly, his sharp instincts had already detected the lurking danger on the shore. "Who?" Zabuza replied. "The members of the Hidden Mists Umbu." Een remarked. As expected of Umbu ninjas, they arrived swiftly. Zabuza urged, "You all should leave now. There's still time. Their target should be me." Natsume chuckled lightly, cracking his knuckles. "Come on now, if you can't even swing your sword. What are you pretending for? Step aside and watch closely what true killing efficiency looks like." With a few strides, Natsume reached the bow of the cargo ship, facing the multitude of hidden mist ninjas concealed within the port. Then, with a swift motion of his right hand, a short blade forged from dense chakra materialized in his grasp. Clearly, there was no need for a heavy weapon to deal with these minor ninjas. In the next instant, Natsume propelled himself off the deck, his form vanishing in an instant. The slaughter had officially commenced. At that moment, within the port, the Hidden Mists Umbu ninjas lay in wait aboard the anchored vessels. "Attention all squads. The cargo ship is about to dock. Intelligence reports indicate that the rogue ninja Zabuza Momochi is aboard that vessel. This time, we cannot allow him to escape again." As the large cargo ship drew nearer to the shore, the Umbu captain solemnly reminded his comrades they had received the 4th Mizukage's orders to capture the infamous rogue ninja Zabuza for many years. Repeatedly allowing him to slip through their fingers was a source of immense shame. Now, the rogue was audaciously sailing into the land of water, practically throwing himself into their trap. If they failed to apprehend this rogue today, the members of the Umbu might as well forsake their ninjutsu and return home to farm. Thus, the Hidden Mist ninjas continued to hold their breath, sharpening their blades in anticipation. Soon, the cargo ship was less than 100 meters from the shore. Suddenly, a figure emerged at the bow of the ship. "What is happening? Why is there only a little brat? That brat is a ninja? Zabuza, how could he possibly send such a child to his death?" The Umbu ninjas were momentarily taken aback. They had engaged with Zabuza numerous times and knew him to be an unscrupulous individual. "Captain, wait. I sensed something off about that kid." "Something off?" The others looked again, only to suddenly realize that the boy's form had vanished from the cargo ship. In the next moment, he had crossed several dozen meters, appearing on the surface of the water at the shore, walking steadily toward the land. With each step he took, a violent surge of chakra erupted, creating ripples on the surrounding water's surface, sending sprays of water flying as if it were a gentle rain. In the hazy vision, countless droplets sliced through the surroundings, immersing everything in a dreamlike grayish-white haze, rendering reality surreal. Something is terribly wrong. Regardless of the oddity, the order was clear. Kill them all. We absolutely cannot allow Zabuza and his accomplices to escape today. The captain of the Umbu let out a thunderous roar, swiftly directing his troops to launch a deadly assault. Clearly, all the mist ninjas had come to realize that the boy's figure, gradually advancing through the mist, was anything but ordinary. Thus, in the next moment, over 20 ninjas peered out, initiating their attack. Countless shurikens, kunai, and water-style jutsu surged forth, a veritable deluge aimed at Shumi. However, regrettably, none of these assaults found their mark. They all seemed to pass through the illusionary figure, crashing into the distant sea and sending up an even greater spray of water. Witnessing this, the mist ninjas were nearly driven to despair, their eyes wide with disbelief, each face inscribed with the words, "I cannot believe it. What manner of monster is this? How did he evade so many attacks? Is it body flicker technique? A residual image left by high-speed movement? Impossible. Unless he is the 4th Reikage, how could any body flicker technique achieve such feats? To evade hundreds of attacks unscathed, surely even the 4th Reikage could not accomplish that. What on earth is happening?" Clearly, the scene before them far exceeded the comprehension of these ninjas. Yet, in the next moment, a chilling voice echoed in the ears of the Umbu captain, shattering his concentration. It was not merely an afterimage of movement. It was a remnant of time itself. In a flash, a cold glint passed by. Swift and fierce as the wind or thunder, blood sprayed forth, instantly claiming the captain's life. Ever since acquiring the cells of hashirama, which significantly mitigated the side effects of using the Sharingan, Shumi had made tremendous strides in developing and utilizing his Sharingan abilities. Just focusing on his left eye, it had escalated from the highest level of 3 tomo to forward at the Mangekyō Sharingan, left eye moment, a fourfold enhancement of 16 times. Such velocity brought Shumi's instantaneous speed perilously close to the sound barrier. This speed was akin to a car racing at 1,200 kilometers per hour, with no need for technique. Merely colliding with a person would suffice to reduce them to a mere pulp. Had it not been for Shumi's enhanced physique from the hashirama cells and the vast chakra enveloping his body, the sheer force of that speed would have likely crushed him against the winds. At this moment, witnessing a figure suddenly appear beside him while their captain lay dead, the surrounding mist Umbu ninjas were struck with terror. Yet, many quickly regained their composure, shouting in fury, charging once more at Shumi. Kill! Attack! In an instant, the Reaper moved again, vanishing from sight and leaving behind 2 deep impressions on the deck. Simultaneously, the 3 nearest mist ninjas had barely comprehended the situation when they were sent hurtling backward. Crashing violently against the ship's cabin, their organs shattered, perishing on the spot. Breakthrough, charge, annihilate, unmatched. Every enemy standing before Shumi was swiftly dismantled, erased, and terminated. One after another, the mist ninjas fell, as if moths drawn to a flame. The sharp chakra blades sliced through their necks as effortlessly as cutting through soft tofu, leaving trails of blood that erupted forth, insatiably consuming lives. The figure, akin to a specter, moved with such speed that it was nearly impossible to track. Preying upon those it touched, there was no chance of survival. This was true efficiency. This was the art of speed. Meanwhile, on the distant cargo ship, Nichiu, Tsukihime, Jin, and Zabuza stood in stunned silence. Nichiu, what is happening? Can you see? Jin stammered, in his line of sight. He could only see the repeated bursts of explosions in the harbor. Mist ninjas flew out like fledglings, instantaneously perishing. Ships were ruthlessly ravaged, torn apart as if they were fragile little girls. Yet, their own young clan leader was nowhere to be seen. Nichiu opened his mouth slightly, straining his 2 tomo Sharingan to lock onto the young clan leader's figure. Alas, he could only catch glimpses of a blurred image amidst Shumi's rapid movements. Its taijutsu, pure speed, the young clan leader's velocity had surpassed the limits of their vision. Even with her 3 tomo Sharingan, the usually reticent Tsukihime explained, she could barely make out Shumi's movements if one wished to counter. There would be no time. It was likely that before one could react, the young clan leader's blade would have already sliced through their throat. Was this truly the extent of the young clan leader's power? Such exquisite taijutsu. At that moment, Nichiu and the others were profoundly shaken that as former enemies. Zabuza was utterly astonished, unable to fathom how a mere boy could possess such speed and strength. How many times faster than his mist body flicker could this be? No wonder the boy remained calm and collected. With such power, had he desired, he could have easily severed Zabuza's throat during their first encounter. How foolish was he to have taken pride in his silent killing technique, in comparison to such breathtaking speed. He was nothing. So this was the confidence that allowed him to challenge the entire mist village. Zabuza scoffed inwardly, struggling to steady his trembling right hand at IT this moment, merely observing from a distance. He was once again engulfed by the taste of fear that IT was truly lamentable. A moment later, regaining her composure from the overwhelming shock, Tsukihime was the first to leap from the ship and join the fray. Stop watching. Let us join the fight. If the young clan leader kills them all, what purpose do we serve? Nichiu drew a kunai, uttering a cold remark before leaping off the deck toward the shore. Wait for me, Jin shouted as he followed suit. Seeing this, Zabuza and Tsukihime hastily sprang into action. By the time Nichiu and the others reached the shore, the battle at the harbor had evidently concluded. Over a dozen cargo ships lay in ruin. Nearly 30 mist Umbu ninjas had met their demise, severed in 2 without a single mistake. Precision to the extreme. They were ninjas, fearsome Umbu from the mist village. To perish so swiftly was simply too efficient. Merely gazing at the blood-soaked scene was enough to send chills down one's spine. With a flick of his wrist, Shumi wiped the blood from his chakra blade. Then hurriedly removed his steaming shoes. His speed had been too great. The immense friction between the shoe's sole and the deck had generated such heat that it nearly burned the soles. He needed to buy a better pair of heat-resistant shoes. Otherwise, every time he utilized moment, he would end up scorching a pair, which was hardly economical. Soon, retrieving a new pair of shoes from his space scroll and putting them on, Shumi finally approached Nichiyu and the others. "What are you staring at? Do I have blood on me?" "No, not at all," Jin stammered, swallowing hard. Compared to the young clan leader, his earlier slaughter at the Land of Waves seemed utterly clumsy. Just look at him, having killed so many formidable Umbu without a single drop of blood on him. Truly terrifying. All right, stop standing around. Let us check for any survivors. By the way, let us see if they possess anything of value that we can take along. Is it really appropriate for the young clan leader to act in such a manner? Sun Sunday hesitated to inquire. The Uchiha clan is generally characterized by their proud demeanor. Engaging in such actions as rummaging through corpses is indeed rather unsettling. Narrow-minded, for every 10 taels you manage to collect, the children of our village can endure 1 day less of hunger and enjoy an extra meal. Is that not a worthy trade? After all, even the smallest fly is still meat, Natsume earnestly advised. Only those who have truly experienced hunger can comprehend the depth of that suffering. Moreover, these are lives taken by one's own hand. Even if one is scavenging bodies, it is still money earned through one's own efforts. Is there a problem with that? Sun Sunday was taken aback momentarily, then suddenly enlightened. Indeed, compared to the children of his own clan, the act of searching through corpses did not seem so difficult to discuss. Before long, Sun Sunday and Een promptly dispersed, inspecting for any overlooked prey while cheerfully rummaging through the remains on another front. After landing and gazing upon the gruesome battlefield strewn with corpses, even the cold-blooded and resolute Zabuza felt a pang in his heart. To speak plainly, the 30 missed Umbu ninjas combined would undoubtedly be sufficient to encircle and slay him. Otherwise, he would not have needed to hide all this while. Yet now, in a mere half-minute, they had all met their demise here. It was truly horrifying. And the one responsible for their slaughter was merely a 10-year-old boy. What sort of prodigy had emerged from the Uchiha clan? "What? Are you dissatisfied?" Natsume approached, rubbing his slightly sore arm while inquiring with a beaming smile. Zabuza's expression turned somewhat melancholic. He shook his head and replied, "In the past, while being pursued by these Umbu ninjas, I had fantasized countless times about turning the tables and slaying them all. Yet now, witnessing their demise, I cannot help but feel a twinge of regret." "Natsume, regret for what? They were here to kill you." "Zabuza, they were all good ninjas of the village, merely following the orders of the 4th Mizukage. That I never wished for their deaths. Each one that perishes is a tremendous loss for the village." "Natsume, but if they do not die, how will you carry out your coup? How will you overthrow the 4th Mizukage? How will you restore the village to its former glory?" "Zabuza, I understand. Thus, I shall not show mercy. Once everything concludes, I will gather their remains and give them a proper burial." Natsume cast a glance at Zabuza, feeling a twinge of admiration. "Tio, speak honestly, setting aside our differing positions." He held great respect for such a resolute individual, brave and responsible, loyal and principled. Although a bit cold-blooded and somewhat foolish, he was certainly far more reassuring than the old schemers in Konoha. Following this course of action, even if the coup were successful, would there be any capable ninjas left in your village? "I understand. Let us make a deal," Natsume proposed with a smile. Zabuza immediately became vigilant, sensing that this little brat was about to trick him again. Throughout their journey, he had grown increasingly aware that he must never underestimate this child. "What do you intend to do?" "Don't be anxious. My proposal is this. Upon our invasion of the Mist Village, I will do my utmost to avoid killing anyone, striving to incapacitate your ninjas without taking their lives. This way, we can preserve some talent for your village. What do you think?" Zabuza's eyes lit up, but he remained cautious. "What else do you want?" "I have no money left. That I do not seek your money. I want your village's funds. Here's the deal. 20,000 taels for a Jinin, 50,000 for a Chunin, 200,000 for a special Jounin, and 500,000 for a Jounin, for every ninja I save, once you have overthrown the 4th Mizukage. You will pay me that amount in the name of the Mist Village. How does that sound? This arrangement is fair, is it not?" Natsume suggested, still smiling. After all, whether to kill or not is merely a matter of a wave of his hand. A simple task can yield a substantial sum from the Mist Village. How splendid! Zabuza was momentarily stunned, feeling tempted in his view. While money was important, if, after a coup, all the ninjas in the village were dead, then no amount of money would be of any use. The other 4 great hidden villages would surely take advantage of the situation to divide their village, using this money to save a portion of the mist ninjas' lives. Thereby preserving some vitality for the village was undoubtedly a wise investment. But I am merely a rogue ninja. I have no authority over the village's finances, Natsume quickly urged. Oh, do not underestimate yourself. Once you have killed the 4th Mizukage and his supporters, will you not be a significant figure in the village? It's even possible that you could ascend to the position of the 5th Mizukage. At that point, will your words not carry weight? Moreover, after your village pays this commission, you can form an alliance with us and gain military support, ensuring that the other 4 great hidden villages cannot take advantage of you. In the end, it's just a matter of losing a bit of money, which can be regained later. Should the funds fall short, we can even support you with a payment plan. This is a win-win situation. If you miss this opportunity, it will be gone. Natsume's enticing words crept into Zabuza's mind like a devil's whisper, gradually eroding his resolve. Zabuza shook his head vigorously. He truly could not fathom how this child, so fixated on money, could be so formidable and adept at deceiving others. Yet ultimately, he consented. After all, he did not want to witness the entire mist village bathed in blood and reduced to ruins. Very well, I agree to your terms. A most sagacious decision. With the scheme successfully set in motion, Natsume felt a surge of joy within that he immediately called out. Let us hasten our pace. Prepare to set off. Destination: Mist Village. In the land of water, within the Mist Village, a secluded ninja village perpetually shrouded in dense fog, the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, sat vacantly at a leather desk, listening to reports from 2 Umbu ninjas. Reporting to you, 4th Lord, Umbu Teams 7, 10, 12, and 13 are lying in wait at the harbor, preparing to ambush the rogue ninja Zabuza. This time, we shall surely eliminate this traitor. Understood. You have performed admirably, Yagura replied with a nonchalant nod. His expression impassive, he seemed rather unconcerned about Zabuza. You may leave. Understood, I take my leave. The Umbu captain promptly withdrew, eager to depart without delay. Once he left, Yagura turned his hollow gaze towards another Umbu ninja, who was half kneeling before him. Kisame Hashigaki. I am here, 4th Mizukage. Kisame lowered his head and responded respectfully. Concealing his current expression, I have an important task for you. Please, command me. Look for an opportunity to kill your superior. My superior, Lord Suigetsu. May I ask why? This man is colluding with the enemy and leaking vital information about the village to foreign nations. For the sake of the village, I need you to eliminate him. Kisame's heart jolted with alarm, yet he maintained his composure and inquired. Why me? Suigetsu's wariness is heightened, and he possesses considerable strength. Forcibly capturing him would only result in unnecessary casualties. However, he has great trust in you as his subordinate. If you set a trap to restrain his chakra, you could easily take him down. Upon completing this task, you will replace him as my direct subordinate and continue serving the village, Yagura stated coldly, as if he had rehearsed this line. After a moment of silence, Kisame responded, It seems I have no reason to refuse. Though aware of the inherent absurdity of this task, it was nonetheless a direct order from the esteemed 4th Mizukage. Thus, Kisame had no choice but to comply, for no one understood the formidable strength of his superior, Suigetsu Zuki, better than he did. The Mizukage had already harbored intentions of eliminating him. Should he fail to execute this task, the Mizukage would undoubtedly dispatch others to carry it out. Such actions would only result in greater casualties, leading to the tragic demise of more hidden mist shinobi. Therefore, apart from himself, no one could conclude this farce with minimal cost. After all, he had long since become a vessel stained with the blood of his comrades, and he bore no qualms about shouldering an additional sin. What a hypocritical world it is, Kisame mused inwardly. After taking his leave, he prepared to devise a plan for executing the task. However, just as Kisame had taken a step out of the room, a resounding voice laced with potent chakra echoed from the distance, near the main gate of the hidden mist village, startling the entire village. Hello? Is anyone there? I'm here to kick the village. That so-called 4th Mizukage. Come out and meet your doom. Such audacious provocation sent a shiver down Kisame's spine. He quickly asserted, Could it be that someone has breached the village gate? Mizukage-sama, I shall investigate. With that, he leaped out of the window and swiftly headed towards the village entrance, not long after Kisame's departure. Within the room, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, remained seated with a vacant expression. Yet, from the shadows behind his chair, a figure adorned with a spiral mask gradually came into focus, murmuring, "That voice? It was Uchiha Shirsui. How could that wretched brat be here? Damn it, he dares to provoke the entire Hidden Mist village. However, this could be an opportunity to test if we can eliminate this unpredictable variable with the might of the Hidden Mist." With a sinister grin, Tobi melted back into the darkness. Under his control, Yagura abruptly stood up and made his way towards the village entrance at this moment, at the gate of the Hidden Mist village. Shirsui and his group of 6 were rapidly encircled by a throng of approaching Hidden Mist shinobi. It was evident that the number of male shinobi was relatively scarce. The glance revealed dozens of enticing female shinobi, their thighs gleaming white, showcasing the village's evident imbalance of power. Clearly, it was time to rejuvenate the male vitality. However, the strength of these shinobi was not particularly high, and with the renowned Zabuza Momochi standing in front, the Hidden Mist shinobi refrained from launching an impulsive attack. "Young clan leader, do you think we might be a bit too conspicuous?" Silver asked nervously, wiping the sweat from his palms. It was his first time standing at the doorstep of one of the 5 great shinobi countries. Brazenly provoking them to claim he was not anxious would be a lie. He could only hope that the young clan leader would truly unleash his power and break through the entire Hidden Mist village. Before long, an Umbu captain arrived, Suigetsu H. Zuki, with a plump figure, vibrant orange curls, and 3 pairs of green stripes tattooed on his face. Brandishing the great sword Samahata, appeared somewhat foolish. Yet, he was one of the original members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist and the first wielder of Samahata, making him a significant figure within the Hidden Mist. Having executed numerous underground missions, he was deeply cunning and highly vigilant, even earning the respect of Tobi. After all, he had once narrowly escaped the clutches of Might Guy, who had opened the 8 gates. His strength had firmly crossed the threshold of a Kaga-level ninja. Upon his arrival, he immediately recognized Zabuza and bellowed, "Zabuza, you traitor! How dare you return? What have the Umbu sent to eliminate you?" Zabuza replied coolly, "They are all dead." A wave of astonishment rippled through the surrounding shinobi. After all, the Umbu dispatched to hunt Zabuza were considerable in number, nearly amounting to a 5th of the village's Umbu forces. To think they were all slain by him. Where did he acquire such strength? If he was now blocking the village gate, did this mean? "You fool, you're courting death," Suigetsu roared, gritting his teeth, a look of rage evident, as if he longed to tear Zabuza apart. Yet, he did not draw Samahata. Instead, he discreetly exchanged a knowing glance with Zabuza, who responded in kind. To an outsider, it would appear as though they were engaged in a silent exchange of electricity. As the tension escalated, and the atmosphere seemed poised for battle, several high-ranking figures from the Hidden Mist village arrived in quick succession. That Elder Yuan. The Elder has come too. Excitement rippled through the crowd. In the distance, a frail figure, supported by 2 individuals and leaning on a serpent-shaped staff, gradually approached. It was none other than the Elder of the Hidden Mist village, Elder Yuan, possessing authority and status equal to the Mizukage. He managed a significant portion of the village's civil affairs, and his opinions were sought for most crucial matters. Accompanying Elder Yuan were 2 individuals. One, his trusted aide, Kageyama, and the other, a strikingly youthful figure, the village's rising star. Terumi Meas, the future 5th Mizukage, approached, with her red-brown hair cascading in long curls and her emerald green eyes sparkling. Shirsui couldn't help but be momentarily captivated. Who wouldn't appreciate a beautiful kunoichi? After all, the appreciation of beauty is an art in itself. Of course, Shirsui was well aware that he was there for serious business. Such superficial charms could never sway him. "What do you intend to do?" "Zabuza?" Elder Yuan demanded, thumping his cane on the ground with authority, his voice resonating with an unyielding presence. Beside him, Terumi gazed at Zabuza with deep confusion. After all, Zabuza had once opposed the 4th Mizukage's blood mist policy, even questioning Yagura himself, which led to his failed coup and subsequent escape. Many within the village were aware of this, and some even quietly aided Zabuza, maintaining contact and providing information about the Umbu's movements. Suigetsu was one such individual, as was Terumi Mei. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Zabuza to evade the relentless pursuit of the hidden mists Umbu for so many years. Thus, Terumi May could not fathom why Zabuza would return to the village now. Seemingly seeking his own demise, did he truly believe that he, along with a few external allies, could contend with the entire hidden mist village? Stepping forward with unwavering resolve, Zabuza met Elder Yuan's gaze and declared, "Elder Yuan, I have returned to challenge the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. Though I once instigated a coup and fled after failing, I remain a shinobi of the hidden mist. Surely, all present are aware of what has become of our village under the fourth's rule these years. Have we prospered? Have we grown strong? No, we have not. Instead, we have been subjected to oppressive governance, our ranks dwindling, and fear permeating every corner. If this continues, the hidden mist village shall inevitably face extinction. Today, I have come to overthrow the fourth and to rebuild the hidden mist." With a decisive swing of his blade, Zabuza proclaimed with unwavering resolve. He was not a man of many words. However, these sentiments had been bottled up within him for countless years. Today was indeed the moment to unburden his heart. Even if it meant facing death. Upon hearing this, the hundreds of hidden mist shinobi surrounding him could not help but feel a profound sorrow. As denizens of the village, how could they remain oblivious to the changes that had transpired over the years? Yet, they were constrained by the oppressive policies of the third and fourth Hokage, daring only to harbor their grievances in silence. Now, with Zabuza's words laid bare, memories of better days flooded their minds, leaving them with a heavy heart and speechless at the same time, witnessing how Zabuza, with mere words, had diminished the enemy's morale. Tsukumo could not help but express his admiration. Truly, the art of verbal persuasion is formidable. TSK, Zabuza, who would have thought you possessed such oratorical talent? Nonetheless, relying solely on rhetoric is futile. Can we not commence the battle soon? I have yet to finish my meal, and I yearn to eat after this fight." Tsukumo urged impatiently. Having been on the boat for an entire day, his hunger now overwhelming, Zabuza felt a chill at the thought. This young brat truly exuded confidence. However, he was not wrong, no matter how much one speaks. The resolution of conflicts ultimately rests in martial prowess. If he could not surpass the fourth Hokage, all would be for naught. Ahem, Zabuza said, "I understand your sentiments, but alas, the path you have chosen in seeking a coup d'etat is misguided. Moreover, as a rogue ninja, the village cannot continue to indulge you. Surrender yourself willingly." The elder, Jinin, suddenly coughed twice and offered his counsel. Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, a sound of slicing air pierced through the atmosphere. A figure abruptly leapt into the fray, facing Zabuza and his cohort head-on. Without question, it was the hastily arrived fourth Mizukage, Kaku. Upon Kakuzu's arrival, his cold and formidable presence weighed heavily upon the surrounding hidden mist shinobi. Causing them to pause in their breath, he merely cast a fleeting glance at Zabuza and his companions outside the gate, and without a word of preamble, issued a chilling command. "Kill." At the utterance of this command from the fourth Mizukage, dozens of hidden Umbu shinobi concealed in the shadows surged forward, unhesitatingly charging towards Zabuza and his allies. The battle erupted instantaneously as the fierce skirmish commenced at the village entrance. Kirigakure's elders hastily shielded Jinin, while urging Kenbai to evacuate the surrounding villagers and summon the barrier squad to establish a defensive perimeter. This conflict clearly promised to be protracted. "Understood," Kenbai responded, swiftly moving to disperse the villagers. Meanwhile, Kirigakure could not suppress her voice, whispering to the elder, "Perhaps this is an opportunity. Should we not join the fray?" "Patience," Jinin replied, his voice raspy and low. "Let us wait a moment longer. The situation remains unclear. Unless Zabuza's reinforcements possess the strength to defeat Kaku, any action we take may lead to our own undoing." Indeed, as an elder of over 80 years, Jinin had meticulously observed the birth and evolution of the hidden mist village. He was intimately familiar with the legacies of each Mizukage. Therefore, how could he be oblivious to the drastic transformation in demeanor of the third and fourth Mizukage, who now enforced the brutal policies of the Blood Mist village? He had long harbored suspicions regarding Kakuzu's intentions, but had refrained from acting, daunted by Kakuzu's overwhelming power and prestigious position. He bore the weight of the village's fate on his shoulders, and thus had chosen to remain in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to challenge Kakuzu's reign. Whether this moment was now depended on Zabuza and his capabilities. After all, if he dared to confront the entire village, he surely had his reasons. Very well, let us bide our time, Kirigikure replied, biting her lip and nodding earnestly, her gaze fixed on the battlefield at this moment. Dusk enveloped the land like ink, and the mist hung thickly like water. The assault launched by the dozens of hidden mist shinobi descended like a torrential downpour, obscuring the sky and leaving no place to hide. The multitude of jutsu employed dazzled the eyes, rendering a swift response nearly impossible. Zabuza, Hiyori, and the others felt a flicker of trepidation within their hearts. Clearly, in the face of such overwhelming numbers, even the mightiest would find themselves submerged. The adage many ants can take down an elephant was not without merit. Yet, among them stood one with absolute power. Susanoo, activate, Tsukumo commanded without hesitation, and in an instant, the crimson skeletal form of Susanoo surged forth. It rapidly manifested chakra flesh and armor, enveloping the skeletal frame and entering its second state, shielding Tsukumo, Hiyori, Zabuza, and the others within. Boom! The relentless barrage of jutsu, shuriken, and kunai struck against Susanoo like a tempest. However, these attacks failed to make even the slightest dent, as if they had collided with a boulder, shattering upon impact. Susanoo is not merely a boastful claim of the strongest defensive technique in the shinobi world. Furthermore, with an ample supply of chakra and the support of hashirama cells, Tsukumo wielded Susanoo with unparalleled ease, far surpassing his previous prowess. Is it my turn now? Tsukumo chuckled lightly, with a flourish of Susanoo's massive hand. He summoned a chakra blade. Naturally, he refrained from utilizing a spiritual weapon to avoid excessive damage that might lead to the demise of his foes. In the next moment, Susanoo brandished the blade, unleashing a gale-like force. With a resounding whack, 3 hidden mist shinobi were struck by the blade, sent hurtling like shattered glass, crashing into several buildings and losing consciousness on impact. Thankfully, Tsukumo had moderated the force. Otherwise, those 3 would have been reduced to mere pulp. This fierce display left the surrounding hidden mist shinobi in stunned silence, causing them to halt their advance. Come on, bring more, don't cease your assault. 1 strike, 500,000. 1 strike, 2 million. Another blow, 5 million. This hit, 10 million. Ha ha ha. Tsukumo reveled in the chaos, as the rain fell softly amidst the mist, the sight of the boy, towering like a demonic figure clad in crimson, wielding his blade with wild abandon, seemed to unleash not just foes, but a bounty of riches. The countless hidden mist shinobi could only feel a chill run down their spines. What is this? A kaleidoscope Sharingan, Susanoo. In the distance, witnessing the awe-inspiring spectacle of the Crimson Spectre, Elder Genin could not suppress his astonishment. Nearly 60 years had passed, yet this scene evoked memories of the Warring States period. Recalling the formidable Uchiha clan leader, Madara, the same terrifying power, the same unmatched prowess. After all these years, had the Uchiha clan produced yet another such prodigy? How astonishingly youthful, excessively so. Is this the external aid summoned by Zabuza? There is potential. The glimmer in Yuan's eyes suggested a flicker of hope. He was acutely aware of the powers of the kaleidoscope Sharingan and Susanoo, which were unquestionably formidable enough to rival the strength of tailed beasts. Moreover, it appeared that the Uchiha boy had not unleashed his full fury. It was uncertain whether he had struck some sort of deal with Zabuza. However, as long as they could overthrow the 4th Hokage, any price paid would be worthwhile. Besides, such a young child should not be overly greedy. Elder Koharu, suppressing her astonishment, inquired in a hushed tone. Yuan, prepare yourself, follow my instructions, and act when the time comes. Koharu's eyes lit up as she eagerly responded. Understood, and promptly set about her tasks. Simultaneously, aside from the majority of the Umbu ninjas who immediately plunged into battle at the command of Mizuki Jigura, a small faction of Umbu ninjas hesitated to join the fray. Leading them was the formidable Kisame Hashigaki. Captain, is that you, Kisame? You finally made it. Suigetsu turned back, a flicker of joy crossing his face upon seeing the stealthy approach of Kisame. Captain, are we not joining the battle? Wait a moment, do you truly believe you can withstand a single strike from that creature? Suigetsu gestured towards the towering Susanoo, dread creeping into his voice. The sheer might it exuded suggested that even he could hardly endure a blow. Let alone Kisame. Kisame fell silent, for he was an honest man who wouldn't boast recklessly if he could not withstand it. Then he could not. Kisame, let me ask you a question. Do you pledge your loyalty to the fourth Mizukichi? Or to the village? Suigetsu's voice was grave as he pressed on. Kisame paused, as if he had begun to grasp the underlying implications that, of course, to the village. Very well, then follow my orders when the time comes. Understood. Suigetsu extended a large hand and patted Kisame's back, offering a solemn reminder. The battle raged fiercely in mere moments. The gates of the hidden mist village and over a dozen surrounding houses were laid to ruin by the aftermath of the conflict. This was a testament to the sheer destructive power of Susanoo in combat. However, the fierce struggle reached a swift conclusion. Tempted by the allure of one strike for 10 million, Natsume commanded Susanoo to launch a relentless barrage. Reveling in the exhilaration of the fight, in barely half a minute, he had decimated dozens of Umbu ninjas surrounding him. Of course, he had exercised caution in controlling his strength, except for one or two unfortunate ninjas who had recklessly collided with the blade and met their demise. The vast majority were merely knocked unconscious. After all, every surviving ninja would be a sum of precious silver that the hidden mist would owe him. Natsume would never allow money to slip through his fingers. Witnessing the rapid collapse of his Umbu forces, Yagura, now composed, remained indifferent. He seemed utterly unconcerned with the fate of those ninjas, or perhaps he intended to use them to wear down Natsume first. As for Natsume, having dealt with the lesser foes, he wasted no time and swung his blade, aiming directly at the distant figure of Yagura. Mizukichi, Lord Fourth, cries erupted from the crowd nearby. Clearly, even the most tyrannical rulers would not lack for sycophants willing to serve them as long as there were gains to be made. In the next moment, just as the blade was about to descend, a massive surge of chakra erupted from Yagura's body. Undoubtedly, it was the chakra of the three tails, Isabu. Instantly, the dark red chakra enveloped Yagura, transforming him partially into a tailed beast and revealing three dark red tails, significantly enhancing his overall power. With a thunderous roar, the semi-tailed beast Yagura extended a pair of sharp claws to meet Susanoo's strike head-on. The clash produced a resounding cacophony, shaking the very air around them. The immense recoil generated a gust of wind that spread outward, forcing the half-tailed beast Yagura to slide back over 10 meters, leaving deep furrows in the ground. Yet, thanks to the tailed beast cloak and its formidable defensive capabilities, he managed to withstand the blow, suffering only minor shock injuries. This spoke volumes about the immense strength of the tailed beasts. Intriguing, he managed to endure that strike. It seems this blade lacks sharpness. Natsume raised an eyebrow, a sly smile creeping across his face. If something cannot be cleaved, it simply indicates a lack of power. Or perhaps, the weapon itself is inadequate. Natsume was confident in his own strength. Moreover, he possessed a divine blade capable of transformation. In the next instant, the chakra blade dissipated, replaced by a brilliant crimson light emanating from Susanoo's hand. The divine sword, Kanai, instantaneously transformed into a lengthy spiritual weapon measuring over 20 meters. Let us see how you fare against this blade. The dazzling blade descended like a shooting star, its speed so swift that it offered Yagura no chance to react. Arg! Under the blade's assault, the semi-tailed beast Yagura let out a cry, attempting to defend with his claws once more. However, this time, the blade's sharpness far surpassed that of the earlier strike. Clang! The incredibly tough and resilient tailed beast cloak, which could withstand even the piercing of Kusanagi, crumbled under the brilliance of Kanai's edge. It barely held for half a second before the blade severed his claws, taking with it one of his tails and his entire left arm. Blood splattered everywhere, and the crowd stood in stunned silence. Despite the later perception of tailed beasts as less formidable, when fully unleashed, each tailed beast possessed power that could easily rival that of a Kage-level ninja. Otherwise, the initial distribution of tailed beasts to maintain balance among the villages would have been impossible. The nine tails alone, even in a half-formed state, likely possessed power at the threshold of a super Kage. Otherwise, Naruto, even in his semi-tailed beast form, would not have been able to turn the tide against pain. Hence, the distinction between a Jinchuriki and a perfect Jinchuriki is a fundamentally different concept. The disparity between an ordinary Kage and a peak Kage is virtually dwarfed by this difference. Thus, at this moment, even the semi-tailed beast Yagura wielded power nearly at the upper echelon of Kage-level strength. His impenetrable dark red-tailed beast cloak rendered him nearly immune to the vast majority of ninjutsu, making him nearly impossible to break through. This is why, despite widespread dissatisfaction with Yagura's tyranny among the ninjas of the Hidden Mist, none dared to oppose him. Yet, at this very moment, they could not have anticipated that someone would actually breach the defense of the tailed beast cloak and sever Yagura's left arm and tail. Gazing at Yagura from a distance, Natsume scoffed. Did he merely deflect the blade with his claws? If not for that, the previous strike would have cleaved him in two rather than merely severing an arm and a tail. Nonetheless, a Jinchuriki naturally possessed a robust vitality, further augmented by the protective chakra of the tailed beast. This injury, though severe, would likely not claim Yagura's life, as expected. Before the dust settled, Natsume sensed a significantly larger chakra converging within the swirling debris. In the next moment, the rapidly condensing high-density chakra expelled the surrounding dust, revealing the semi-tailed beast Yagura, who was indeed gathering a pitch-black energy sphere in his mouth. This is troublesome. It's the tailed beast bomb. The remaining fog ninjas around gasped in astonishment. The tailed beast bomb was no trifling matter. It was a sphere formed by condensing tailed beast chakra in a specific ratio, possessing remarkable density and energy. Once unleashed, it could wreak considerable havoc. With an extensive attack range, any ordinary ninja caught in its wake would likely meet with certain death. How reckless to unleash a tailed beast bomb right at the village's doorstep. Summer mocked. He then turned his gaze to the few who were protected within his Susanoo. Relying solely on himself, he could easily evade the tailed beast bomb. However, that would not safeguard them. Moreover, there were the unconscious fog ninjas scattered around, each worth tens of millions. There was no choice but to face it head-on. Summoning technique. Triple Rashomon. Summer swiftly formed hand seals to release, just as the tailed beast bomb was about to be launched from the arrow tower. 3 massive Rashomon gates rose from the ground. The towering gates landed, shielding Summer from the impending onslaught. Simultaneously, the tailed beast bomb detonated, a blinding light engulfing everything in its path, including the formidable triple defense of the Rashomon gates. At that moment, countless fog ninjas fled in panic. After all, such a powerful tailed beast bomb could obliterate anyone caught in it. Witnessing the arrow tower disregard the village's safety and unleash the tailed beast bomb, Kahaku and the other fog ninjas felt utterly disheartened, harboring resentment. Elder, Kahaku exclaimed. Yet, with the sheer force of the tailed beast bomb, she truly wondered who could withstand it. Dio not fret. The combination of Rashomon and Susanoo's defense is not easily breached. That Uchiha brat should still be alive, Genji responded calmly. However, he too felt uncertain about the outcome. Soon, the blinding light dissipated, revealing the aftermath of the tailed beast bomb's impact on a massive chasm, over 100 meters long and several dozen meters wide, appeared before them. Meanwhile, the Susanoo remained steadfast in its position. I'm not dead. Silver, lying on the ground, rubbed his stinging eyes in disbelief and relief, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the tailed beast bomb barreling towards him, ready to consume everything, and he almost believed he was about to perish. Yet, he had survived. Gradually, he eased the pain in his eyes with his ocular power and looked up. Only then did he see that the triple Rashomon summoned by the clan's young leader had been shattered. The Susanoo that had shielded him and his companions was now stripped of its outer layer and flesh by the remaining power of the tailed beast bomb, leaving only a skeletal frame for protection. The fact that it could break through the triple Rashomon while diminishing Susanoo's defenses significantly illustrated the terrifying might of that tailed beast bomb. Had they been fully exposed to such a strike, their fate would have been nothing short of annihilation. Are you still alive? Summer asked the others. Alive. Tsukihime was the first to rise, hoisting both the fallen Nichio and Silver to their feet. Meanwhile, Zabuza tightly shielded Haku behind him. If you're not dead, retreat. This battle is beyond your capabilities. Go and move those unconscious fog ninjas away. They are worth a fortune. Tsukihime rolled her eyes in exasperation at her clan leader's relentless focus on wealth even in such dire circumstances. Nevertheless, she complied, swiftly leading Nichio and the others out of the Susanoo's protective range to a safer distance. Once Tsukihime and her companions retreated, Summer redirected his attention toward the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, in the distance. That tailed beast bomb had left him quite flustered. He could no longer afford to delay. It was time to conclude this battle swiftly. Taking a decisive step forward, he channeled his ocular power and chakra, once again enveloping the skeletal frame of Susanoo with flesh and armor, reverting it to its second form. Simultaneously, under the chakra augmentation, the spiritual weapon in his hand, the Konu blade, surged to an impressive length of over 30 meters, rivaling a 10-story building. With a palpable intent to kill, he charged toward Yagura. In that instant, even the formidable enemy that had withstood the tailed beast bomb felt the encroaching threat of death. In response, Yagura could not afford to hold back any longer. With a fierce roar, he released the restraints on the power of the three tails, beginning its complete tailed beast transformation. Moments later, a colossal tortoise, several dozen meters in length with spiked armor and three tails, crashed onto the battlefield. The mere force of its chakra created a tempest, overwhelming many fog ninjas in the distance, nearly bringing them to their knees. Upon its emergence, the fully transformed three tails gaped wide, preparing to unleash a tailed beast bomb at a mere little tortoise. "How dare you act so fierce?" Summer bellowed, unwilling to grant the three tails even a moment to release the bomb. He swung his blade in a horizontal arc, and in a flash of light, he severed half of the three tails' jaw, interrupting its tailed beast bomb formation. Following this, the towering Susanoo unleashed a powerful punch, striking down hard on the tortoise's shell. Boom! The massive three tails let out a mournful cry, crashing down to the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. But this was not the end. Summer pressed the attack, spinning his colossal blade and aiming for the three tails. Swish! The blade sliced through the air, severing the three enormous tails with a resounding crack. In that moment, the once mighty tailed beast was treated as if it were a mere chick, easily subdued. The sight was so frenzied that countless fog ninjas stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. With its tails severed and mouth injured, and being forcefully pinned down by Susanoo, the once dominant three tails now appeared utterly drained, as if its very essence had been siphoned away, reduced to a pitiful state. At the same time, the three tails flailed its four massive limbs desperately, attempting to retract its form back into the host's seal. "It's too dangerous out here. I don't want to play anymore. Let me go back. Let me go back. That little brat Yagura is trying to kill me." The three tails roared internally, cursing its predicament. It felt that if it did not retreat soon, it would surely meet its end here. Though it would eventually reconstitute and be reborn, the prospect of death was still unbearable. If it could avoid dying, it would prefer to do so. Unfortunately, just as it struggled to withdraw, it noticed that the Susanoo before it was gradually dissipating, revealing the Uchiha brat's true form. Is it preparing to relent? This brat is indeed frightened by my presence. The three tails felt a surge of joy. Yet, before it could fully revel in its triumph, it locked eyes with the Uchihas. "Damn, it's the Mangekyō Sharingan. I'm caught." The three tails was taken aback. However, before it could finish its thought, the consciousness of the tailed beast was engulfed by the boundless power of the Sharingan's illusion, rendering it helpless. It must be acknowledged that while tailed beasts were formidable, they were relatively weak in mental resistance. With sufficient ocular power, even the mighty nine tails could be controlled by the Mangekyō Sharingan. Although Summer's Sharingan did not specialize in illusion techniques and could not compare to Itachi's Tsukuyomi, controlling a severely weakened three tails was still well within his capabilities. As for why he did not initially use the Mangekyō to break Yagura's mental control, that is because Natsume had already attempted it long ago. In a short span, it is simply impossible for him to unravel it. After all, the Sharingan and the Byakugan are not the same. One cannot directly sever the control over ocular power. He must instead employ a stronger ocular power to overshadow and obliterate the mental dominance of the control. It is essential to recognize that Yagura has been under Tobi's control for several years. Each instance of the technique deepens the hold. If calculated by buffs, it is likely that it has stacked to a staggering 99 layers. Even if Natsume could break these ocular shackles, it would require an extensive amount of time, rendering it futile. It would be far more effective to launch a direct assault and force the three tails out of Yagura's body. After all, Yagura's Genjutsu is notoriously difficult to dispel. However, controlling the three tails Isabu is not insurmountable. Soon, the three tails Isabu, restrained by Natsume's kaleidoscope Sharingan, ceased its struggles and lay quietly at the entrance of the hidden mist village, motionless. Yet, Natsume could distinctly sense a stubborn force within the three tails, resisting his ocular power. Clearly, as the Jinchuriki, Yagura continued to resist, attempting to provoke Isabu to break free from Natsume's control if given enough time. With his prowess as a perfect Jinchuriki, he might indeed succeed in liberating the Three Tails. However, Natsume would certainly not grant him such an opportunity. It was the perfect moment to test this jutsu. Sealing technique. Contract seal. Natsume formed hand seals and pressed them upon Isabu, instantly executing the technique. The contract seal, one of the unique seals created by the Uzumaki clan, effectively severs the contractual relationship between an enemy and their summoned beast. In the past, the fourth Hokage had utilized this technique to free the Nine Tails from Tobi's control. Although the bond between a Jinchuriki and their tailed beast differs slightly from that between a ninja and their summoned creature, it ultimately relies on seals and contracts to maintain dominion over the tailed beasts. Regardless of its efficacy, it was worth attempting. In the distance, hidden in shadows, Tobi, who had witnessed the entire battle, could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "The contract seal. This little brat actually knows the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. This is bad. He intends to separate the Three Tails from Yagura. Damn it, I must stop him." After all, he had fallen victim to this very technique, which allowed Minato-sensei to sever his control over the Nine Tails. Tobi could hardly forget that. Initially, he had intended to utilize the combined might of the Hidden Mist Village and the Three Tails to significantly wear down that little brat, and then seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. However, he never anticipated that in just a few days, Natsume's strength would surge dramatically. Now he could effortlessly defeat dozens of ninjas and tailed beasts. The growth rate of that little brat is truly terrifying. And at this moment, he even seeks to sever the bond between the Three Tails and its Jinchuriki. It is crucial to remember that each tailed beast is a vital pillar of the Eye of the Moon plan. Tobi cannot afford to overlook this. Just as he prepared to intervene, he noticed that the little brat, hundreds of meters away, was simultaneously restraining the Three Tails while casting a glance in his direction. Within that gaze lay a sharp intent to kill and an unmistakable threat, a warning that conveyed, "If you dare to show yourself, be prepared for death." "Huh." Tobi inhaled sharply, retracting the foot he had been about to step forward with. "That brat. Has he already sensed my presence? Damn it. Is it a coincidence? Or has he known all along that I was controlling the fourth Hokage Yagura? Impossible. How could that little brat possibly know?" Tobi shook his head vigorously, his heart filled with confusion. He even felt an absurd sensation akin to having his underwear color exposed to the other party. This feeling is utterly horrifying. Moreover, since that little brat is already aware of my existence, my ambush will be exceedingly difficult to execute. Damn it. Could it be that I must abandon the Hidden Mist Village? Abandon the Three Tails? Tobi gritted his teeth in frustration, deeply dissatisfied at this moment, witnessing the Three Tails Isabu collapse under the relentless assault and lose its will to resist. The ninjas of the Hidden Mist, including Yagura's former master, Terumi-me, Suigetsu, and Kisame, were all left in shock. Following this, a wave of exuberance surged forth. "The opportunity has arrived. The opportunity has arrived. Quickly, act now. Yagura has been defeated, and the Three Tails has suffered a grievous blow. There could not be a better opportunity than this. It is the only chance to overthrow the fourth Hokage Yagura's reign and liberate the entire Hidden Mist Village." For this, the preparations made by Yagura's former master, Suigetsu, and others over the years were now put into action, swiftly eliminating the remaining brutal factions loyal to the fourth Hokage Yagura. However, the dramatic changes on the battlefield once again left the Hidden Mist ninjas dumbfounded, halting their advance before their astonished eyes. As the incantation of the contract seal materialized, the immense Three Tails Isabu and the Jinchuriki, fourth Mizuki Yagura, had their connections swiftly severed. The contract seal took effect. A vast amount of tailed beast chakra began to be extracted from Yagura. Before long, the entire Three Tails Isabu was completely drawn out, transforming into a small, delicately crafted turtle, obediently lying on the ground, not daring to move an inch on the other side, as the tailed beast was extracted. The Jinchuriki, fourth Mizuki Yagura, fell into a state of near death within the water. Thus, the strongest combat force of the Hidden Mist ultimately fell. The upheaval that would undoubtedly shock the ninja world had, for the time being, drawn to a close. The rain continued to fall, and the wind howled incessantly. The desolate twilight gradually descended. Although the grand battle at the village entrance had concluded, skirmishes within the village were far from over. A multitude of ninjas, long dissatisfied with the village's tyranny, under the directives of Yagura's former master, Suigetsu, and others, swiftly initiated a purge against the remaining die-hard loyalists of the Fourth Mizukage. Undoubtedly, the entire Hidden Mist village would undergo a significant transformation today. As for how many ninjas would remain to preserve fresh blood for the Hidden Mist village, that was no longer a concern for Natsume in any case. He had already secured significant gains. Ryu. Nearby, Ryu and Jin hurriedly approached. They were to tally the number and strength of the Hidden Mist Umbu ninjas whom I had incapacitated. Not a single one should be overlooked. They were all precious silver. Natsume quickly instructed. Lives may be lost, and various matters can be negotiated, but this money must not be forfeited. Understood. The group responded in unison and immediately set to work. Only then did Natsume wave towards Zabuza in the distance. Observing the battlefield, now a scene of devastation reminiscent of a hurricane's passage, Zabuza was momentarily stunned. He could hardly fathom that the Uchiha boy had truly succeeded. He had single-handedly toppled most of the Hidden Mist and the Fourth Mizukage Yagura. This is utterly absurd. How foolish of him to have considered killing this little brat with a single strike. That in retrospect, it was already fortunate that he had been flattened in one blow. Yet, what did he want from him now? Was he about to turn against him? Zabuza, anxiety coursing through him, signaled for Haku to step aside before approaching Natsume alone. Master Natsume. Zabuza stuttered slightly, accustomed to a life on the run. He clearly lacked the finesse for such respectful terminology. Unfortunately, for the sake of the village, he had to lower his stance somewhat. Do not be so rigid. After all, we are in a mutually beneficial relationship of commission and cooperation. Let us go and bid farewell to Lord Yagura for the last time. Natsume chuckled, leading Zabuza toward the distance. Soon, the two arrived beside the Fourth Mizukage Yagura. At that moment, Yagura was drenched in blood. His left arm shattered, and his breath was faint. It was clear that he was on the brink of death, but thanks to the immense backlash from the extraction of the tailed beast, his consciousness had finally broken free from the Jinjutsu's grip, granting him a fleeting moment of clarity. This was evident in his once vacant eyes, now filled with awareness. Zabuza? Is that you? Yagura managed to open his eyes a crack. Recognizing the visitor, Lord Yagura. Upon seeing the restored Yagura, Zabuza was instantly overcome with emotion, shedding tears that betrayed his hardened demeanor. This moment took him back to years past, when Yagura, standing tall amidst the shadows of the Third Great Ninja War, willingly sealed away the tailed beast to become a Jinchuriki, ascending to the position of Mizukage and leading the entire Hidden Mist village toward revival and prosperity. In those days, Yagura was a beacon of hope for the village. An idol revered by all students at the Ninja Academy, Zabuza, Terumi-mei, Kisame, and the other young talents yearned to follow in the footsteps of their Fourth Mizukage, dreaming of revitalizing the Hidden Mist village. Regrettably, everything changed after that fateful day. The once diligent and vibrant Yagura underwent a drastic transformation overnight, reinstating the blood mist policy of the Third Mizukage, shrouding the village once more in a veil of bloodshed. It was during that time that Zabuza, compelled to slaughter all his peers, chose the path of betrayal and instigated a coup. He had since fled the village, wandering ever since. Now, having returned with allies, he had overthrown the tyrannical rule of the Fourth Mizukage. All of this was indeed a poignant tale. Yet, despite everything, Zabuza's respect for the once great Yagura remained unscathed. I am sorry. I was controlled by others, and my actions brought ruin upon the village. Yagura rasped, clinging to his final breaths. A myriad of emotions, self-reproach, regret, pain, resentment, and solace, were etched upon his visage. How Natsume discerned such depth of feeling was a mystery. Just then, in the distance, the aged Gunma, the alluring Terumi-mei, and the composed Kubo approached, witnessing the Fourth Mizukage regain his senses in his final moments. Their eyes were brimming with tears, overwhelmed by the bittersweet scene. Yagura, Gunma exclaimed, gripping his cane tightly, filled with sorrow. After all, he had been the one to elevate the most gifted youth, Yagura, to the esteemed position of Fourth Mizukage. I am sorry, Lord Gunma. Zabuza interjected, Terumi-mei, and you. Lord Gunma, the future of the village is now in your hands. I sincerely apologized as the words escaped Yagura's lips. He inhaled one last breath. The reign of the Mizukage had officially come to an end. The rain continued to fall, whispering softly. The sky was nearly engulfed in darkness, enveloping the surroundings in a somber, heavy atmosphere. Natsume had never been one to dwell excessively on the deceased. Humanity is a complex tapestry. Life itself is intricate, and the human heart even more so, often leaving one feeling bewildered. For the current state of the Hidden Mist Village, Yagura bore guilt, Obito carried blame, and indeed, every shinobi of the Hidden Mist held their share of responsibility. At this juncture, delving into the intricacies of right and wrong seemed futile. Moreover, had the Hidden Mist not been weak and easily preyed upon, one might have chosen another target altogether. Now, however, victory was theirs. There was no need to dwell on troubling matters. That it was far more important to savor the fruits of their hard-won success. "Are you the elder of the Hidden Mist Village, Genma?" Natsume inquired. Casting a glance at the elder, "Indeed, I am," Genma replied warmly, nodding in acknowledgement. At that moment, Zabuza approached, leaning in to whisper a few explanations. Genma was taken aback, but quickly composed himself, offering a gracious smile. "Ah, so it is Lord Natsume from the Hidden Flame Village. I have heard much about your esteemed reputation. I never imagined you to be so youthful. On behalf of the entire Hidden Mist Village, I extend our deepest gratitude for your assistance." Natsume waved his hand dismissively, interrupting. "Enough with the formalities. From the looks of you, I suspect you've long had plans for a coup. Besides, you must have much to attend to now. Correct? Let us discuss serious matters after you've handled everything and elected someone capable of leading the village." Genma nodded, his regard for the young man rising further. "Thank you for your understanding, Lord Natsume. However, right now," Natsume raised an eyebrow, interjecting, "right now, you should promptly provide the best services your village has to offer. The finest hot springs, the most exquisite cuisine, the best massages, and impeccable service. None shall be lacking. Do you understand?" To Natsume, having finally conquered one of the 5 great shinobi countries, it was imperative to relish the taste of victory. He was determined to thoroughly enjoy the Hidden Mist Village before he would consider departing. "Very well, I shall arrange everything immediately. Please, Lord Natsume, come this way." Genma's eyes gleamed with delight, his heart swelling with joy as he hastily invited Natsume and his companions. He held no fear that this young man would indulge excessively. Rather, he feared he might not be greedy enough. After all, those who sought less were often a greater threat to the village's stability. Thus, upon hearing Natsume's worldly desires, Genma felt a sense of relief wash over him. Otherwise, should conflicts arise, it was likely that even the combined might of the remaining villagers would be no match for Uchiha Natsume. As Natsume and his companions entered the village, Genma quickly called upon Zabuza and Cuba. "Follow me. There are still many matters to address. Suka Mountain, you will temporarily take charge of the Umbu. Focus on assessing casualties and stabilizing the Umbu's situation." "Understood." Zabuza and the others responded without hesitation. Next, Genma turned his attention to Terumi, imparting his earnest instructions. "May, set aside your current tasks. You will be responsible for hosting our esteemed guest." "Me? Really?" she replied, a hint of surprise in her voice. "Whatever his requests may be, do your utmost to fulfill them. Given the village's current circumstances, we cannot afford to offend him. Furthermore, that boy appears to be merely a little over 10 years old. I doubt he will make excessive demands. Can you manage this?" "I will do my best." Terumi bit her lip, her determination resolute. For the sake of the village, she must rise to the occasion. At this moment, within the most luxurious hot spring reserved for the Mizukage, 2 figures were reveling in the steam-filled sauna. Silver, her face flushed, exhaled a deep breath. "This is so comfortable. Truly, the best hot spring in the Hidden Mist Village. I never want to leave. Niku, we should build one in our village too. Once you experience this place, you'll be hooked." Ryu nodded faintly, wiping the beads of perspiration from his forehead with a towel, although he held a deep disdain for the decadent ideas surrounding the silver. To be fair, the sauna here was indeed quite remarkable. The intensely impactful, scorching steam invigorated his blood circulation and fully relaxed his muscles. Not only did it banish fatigue, but it also eased his tense spirit considerably, proving to be immensely beneficial. If only he could indulge in such a steam bath after completing future missions and battles, it would be truly delightful. He recalled that during his time in Konoha, the Uchiha clan was not even permitted to enjoy the most ordinary hot springs, let alone the finest ones. That it was infuriating. How could this moment in Kirigakure be so comfortable in comparison? This treatment was likely better than what even the emissaries of the Land of Water would receive. Indeed, as long as one possesses sufficient strength, everything will eventually improve. Enough of such thoughts. Even if we were to establish something, it must first be approved by the clan leader, Ryu sternly reminded Silver, already exhibiting the demeanor of a seasoned ninja. Right. Of course, the clan leader is the most formidable, Silver responded, chuckling. Speaking of which, hasn't the clan leader been soaking in the hot spring for over 2 hours now? Why hasn't he emerged yet? Could it be? Silver grinned mischievously, his excitement palpable. Could it be that I saw that stunning kunoichi from Kirigakure with the long auburn hair accompanying the clan leader into the hot spring? To his credit, that kunoichi was indeed beautiful and possessed an admirable figure. 2 hours is ample time for many things, is it not? Smack. Ryu delivered a swift reprimand to Silver, his expression stern as he warned. Stop indulging in such baseless thoughts. The clan leader is still young. We must not taint his mind with such lewd topics. Does the clan leader even require my guidance? He is clearly more capable than I am. Ryu retorted. Silver quickly waved his hands. No, I spoke out of turn. What I meant was, aren't you worried that Kirigakure might use their charms to ensnare the clan leader? Ryu paused, then hesitantly replied. I suppose that is unlikely. After all, the clan leader is not easily swayed. Silver burst into laughter. Ha! Ryu, you genuinely believe that? Fear not, for Sister Tsukihime is also in the bath. There's no way Kirigakure will succeed. Goodness, you're incorrigible, Ryu exclaimed, yanking Silver's towel away, and soon they were engaged in a playful battle of sorts. Truth be told, this was the most refreshing and delightful night since Natsume had reincarnated into the world of Naruto. The finest hot spring, exquisite cuisine, aromatic oils, and the most beautiful kunoichi from Kirigakure attending to him. He felt as though he were living like a celestial being. It made Natsume contemplate claiming the entire village for himself to savor at leisure. However, such thoughts were merely fleeting. The current conditions and timing for annexing Kirigakure were not yet ripe. Rome wasn't built in a day. Even if he did seize Kirigakure, with the meager population of his own village, how could he maintain control? How could he defend it? It was a pity that such a beautiful and entertaining piece of meat could only be indulged in for the moment. The following morning, Natsume slowly awoke from his sumptuous velvet bed. Soon, several beautiful kunoichi from Kirigakure entered in succession, diligently assisting Lord Natsume with his attire and grooming. That it was evident that the inhabitants of Kirigakure, being near the sea, were all quite radiant and youthful. Perhaps in the future, he could encourage the single members of his own village to engage more with the kunoichi from here, fostering a pure exchange of friendship. Before long, Natsume stepped out, where Ryu and the others were already waiting at the door. Good morning. How did you all sleep? Natsume greeted cheerfully, his spirits high. Not too bad. Ryu and the others nodded awkwardly. They could hardly admit that the previous night they had been sparring until late, hardly getting any sleep. That moment, the kunoichi responsible for Natsume's care, Terumi Mei, approached swiftly. Good morning, Miss Terumi. Last night your skills were exceptional. I'll be sure to seek you out again, Natsume exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in approval. Ryu, Silver, Tsukihime, and Terumi Mei herself. What transpired? Hadn't she merely helped scrub the back of this little brat in the bath last night? How had it turned into a matter of exceptional skills? Please don't phrase it so ambiguously. It could lead to many misunderstandings. Hey, you little brat. Terumi Mei's face turned crimson as she mentally berated him. She had not anticipated that this young Natsume would be so troublesome if he were to grow up. Wouldn't he devour all the kunoichi from her village? Nonetheless, she could not express her anger. For the fate of Kirigakure hung upon this little brat's whims. Lord Natsume, you jest. Breakfast is ready. Please follow me. Terumi Mei invited warmly, suppressing her agitation. Soon, breakfast was served, with over a dozen exquisite dishes adorning a large table. The presentation was meticulous and heartfelt. It was apparent that despite the current state of disarray in Kirigakure, they dared not neglect their treatment of Lord Natsume. Half an hour later, after a sumptuous meal, Natsume stretched languorously, feeling utterly content. However, As delightful as Kirigakure's gentle haven was, it ultimately wasn't his home. His purpose for being here had already consumed a good amount of time, that it was time to expedite the resolution of affairs here and return to his own hidden village. Alright, let us discuss some serious matters. The elder Genshin and the others should be summoned to represent the village for negotiations. Natsume addressed Terumi May beside him. She paused, then hurried off to relay the message. After all, the negotiations that would determine the fate of Kirigakure were about to commence. 10 minutes later, in a conference room within the Mizukage building of Kirigakure, two parties were engaged in a heated discussion regarding the future of the village. Natsume sat on the left side, flanked by Ryu and Tsukihime behind him. The elder Genshin occupied the right side, with Terumi May, Kajibu, Zabuza, Suigetsu, and several unfamiliar prominent figures of Kirigakure seated alongside him. Tob Blunt. Despite the opposing numbers, if Natsume wished, he could unleash his power and obliterate everyone across from him in a short span. In fact, should the individuals seated across perish, the entire village of Kirigakure would not be far from annihilation, or even collapse entirely. Of course, annihilating a village filled with entertainment would be of no benefit to him or his own village. This was the reason Natsume refrained from acting, and it was certainly not due to lingering attachment to the pleasures of the previous night. Swiftly, the negotiations commenced on the side of the esteemed Yuanshi. The atmosphere was palpably serious. Although reports from Kanmei indicated that she had thoroughly satisfied the illustrious Lord Natsume the previous night, there lingered an air of uncertainty regarding this formidable Uchiha youth, whose temperament might resemble that of a scoundrel who would abandon his allies at a moment's notice. Thus, during these negotiations, they were compelled to exert every effort to preserve the interests of their own Kirigakure. Indeed, they had ceased to hope for the safe passage of the revered deity Natsume without any loss. They could only wish to minimize the price they would have to pay. Rest assured, I harbor no intentions against your village. I have two conditions, both quite simple. Should you meet these conditions, I shall depart immediately and refrain from meddling in your village's internal affairs, Natsume declared first. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi and his counterparts across the long table silently exhaled in relief. As long as there were conditions to discuss, dialogue was possible, which was far preferable to dealing with a mindless fool. Yuanshi gradually spoke. Please, Lord Natsume, do proceed. First, Kirigakure must publicly announce to the world its formal alliance with Enkakure. Pledging to stand united against common foes, Natsume articulated, presenting his initial stipulation. To be frank, given Kirigakure's current dilapidated state, Natsume harbored no illusions about their capacity to jointly confront any adversaries. What he sought was merely to leverage the prestige of Kirigakure, one of the 5 great hidden villages. After all, the other major villages were unaware of Kirigakure's true circumstances. Once they allied with Enkakure, any hidden village contemplating aggression against them would have to weigh their options with utmost caution. Moreover, such an alliance would facilitate the operation of his maritime trading company within the land of water, thereby legitimizing his profits as allies. Is it not reasonable for me to earn a modest profit from you? Soon, a fervent discussion erupted among the representatives of Kirigakure. Opinions were divided, with some in favor and others opposed, as they voiced their perspectives amid ongoing debate. However, within a few minutes, the most esteemed elder, Yuanshi, decisively concluded that they would acquiesce to this condition. Although aligning with a recently established hidden village that had defected from Konoha would undoubtedly entail numerous drawbacks and significant losses for his own Kirigakure, Yuanshi's keen gaze was fixated not on Enkakure itself, but rather on Uchiha Natsume, who possessed combat prowess on par with a tailed beast, as long as an alliance could be forged, and if Kirigakure could prove useful to Natsume, it would effectively compensate for the acute shortage of advanced combat strength currently afflicting the village. Should Kirigakure face peril in the future, securing the assistance of such a formidable ally would become significantly more feasible. And if they could endure through these fleeting years, they would surely cultivate new elite-level combatants. Ultimately, everything would be worthwhile. Very well, please elaborate on the second point, Natsume replied, nodding and gesturing to Nichio behind him. Nichio stepped forward, unrolling a scroll of accounts, and swiftly reported. According to our calculations, during this recent conflict, the young master showed mercy towards 65 Kirigakure shinobi. This includes 7 genin, 28 ch nin, 21 special j nin, and 9 j nin, totaling a staggering 10,240,000 ryo. Please remit payment. Upon hearing this, Zabuza, seated opposite, visibly flinched, lowering his head and averting his gaze. The other high-ranking officials of Kirigakure erupted into a frenzy. That was an astronomical sum exceeding 100 million ryo. While it might seem trivial compared to the village's worth of several billion, the difference between market value and liquid assets was fundamentally significant. Much like a company valued at hundreds of billions could collapse due to a mere cash shortfall of millions. Furthermore, the village's treasury had been drained over the past few years of isolation and stringent policies. There simply weren't sufficient reserves to cobble together 100 million ryo. Of course, if they were ruthless enough to liquidate some village assets, cut shinobi commissions, and borrow from influential clans, they could scrape together this sum. However, doing so would jeopardize the already fragile economic balance post-conflict, potentially leading to outright collapse. If the economy faltered, villagers would struggle to afford food and basic necessities, bringing the village to the brink of disintegration. More importantly, who had the audacity to propose such a condition? Trading the lives of Kirigakure shinobi for money. Was that not madness? Who was the fool that consented to this atrocious idea? Ahem, a certain Kirigakure Umbu, feeling the weight of the moment, awkwardly cleared his throat, inadvertently drawing the attention of his fellow high-ranking officials. They all turned their ire towards Zabuza, their expressions filled with rage and resentment. In that moment, Zabuza was consumed by despair and had no means to defend himself. Initially, under the cunning persuasion of that Uchiha brat, he had believed that spending money to preserve the village's shinobi bloodline would be a wise investment. Yet upon returning to the village, he discovered a treasury nearly depleted. The entire village's economy had been thrown into disarray by the fourth Hokage, leaving them in dire straits. They simply could not muster sufficient compensation. Moreover, following such a conflict, the village was burdened with numerous areas requiring care and repair. Funds were already running low. Observing the situation, Natsume raised an eyebrow and bluntly threatened, "What is this? Do you intend to default on your debts? Do you wish to incite another battle?" His demeanor suggested a readiness to abandon all pretense of camaraderie. Further aggravating Kanmei across the table deity is worth noting that negotiation is a deeply nuanced art. Throughout history, individuals have leveraged adept negotiation skills to secure benefits far exceeding their initial expectations. Alas, Natsume was neither skilled in this art nor inclined to engage in psychological warfare with his opponents. After all, his strength constituted the heaviest bargaining chip on the scale of negotiation. Disagree? Let the battle commence. Inadequate? Let the battle commence. Refuse payment? Perish. Ultimately, if his demands were unmet, the entire Kirigakure would face annihilation. Simple and brutal. That was the intended effect. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of Kirigakure were visibly shaken by Natsume's intimidation. Recalling the horrifying display of his power during the battle with the Three Tails, their skin crawling with fear. "We beseech your forgiveness, Lord Natsume, that we do not intend to default on our obligations and are immensely grateful for the preservation of those valuable shinobi. However, the current state of our village is quite dire, and we are unable to procure such a substantial amount at this moment." Yuanshire hastily attempted to defuse the tension and offered a swift explanation. Yet he understood all too well that this enormous expense was an inevitability they could not escape. Firstly, the agreement had been established between Zabuza and Natsume, and they possessed no military might to tear up the contract. Secondly, if they were unwilling to spend money to safeguard the lives of their shinobi, it would severely undermine the village's standing in the eyes of its people, leading to a significant erosion of trust in the leadership and giving rise to further complications. Therefore, both morally and logically, Kirigakure had no choice but to absorb this loss. Not to worry. We shall pay as much as we are able. The remainder can be settled in installments. After all, we are now allies, and I shall not be overly harsh with my allies. Correct? Natsume grinned widely, proposing an exceedingly benevolent suggestion. Quietly, I departed, just as I had arrived. I waved my sleeves, leaving not a trace of cloud behind. However, I did carry away the 30 million special products of the Hidden Mist Village. Indeed, after a fervent negotiation, the Hidden Mist Village ultimately yielded entirely. They consented to two of Natsume's terms, officially deciding to forge an alliance with the Hidden Flame Village, and honestly paid the ransom to reclaim the lives of the 65 Hidden Mist ninjas. Naturally, due to the village's inability to produce a significant sum, Natsume graciously allowed them to pay 30 million ryo up front. with the remaining 70 million to be settled over 4 years. And why 4 years? You ask? Simply because Natsume feared that the entire Hidden Mist village might not survive until the final year of his 5-year plan. Thus, with 30 million in local specialties and an abundance of exquisite ocean pearls and gemstones, Natsume and his companions returned home laden with treasures. There are always those who deem the 5 great hidden villages impoverished. However, this is a misconception. These 5 ninja villages are, in essence, merely small towns with populations exceeding 10,000. Still rooted in an era where industrialization has yet to fully take hold. Suppose the village generates an annual tax revenue of 1 billion Ryo. If we consider a median reward of 30,000 Ryo for a C-rank mission, to achieve 1 billion in tax revenue, at least 34,000 missions must be completed. Moreover, most ninjas can only scrape by with D-rank missions. Furthermore, even if the tax could claim 1/5 of the mission rewards, that would be exceptionally high. Thus, based solely on mission rewards, the number of missions would need to quintuple, necessitating the completion of 170,000 C-rank missions each year. Even if a ninja village possessed 1,000 teams of ninjas working tirelessly day and night, ignoring any task failures or losses incurred, each team would need to accomplish an average of 170 missions annually. This translates to nearly 1 mission every 2 days. Is this feasible? Is it reasonable? Therefore, even the most prosperous of villages, such as the Hidden Leaf, achieving an annual profit of 10 billion Ryo is already a staggering feat. This figure is only attainable through various land grants, trade, and support from major nations. Yet, of that 10 billion income, salaries for the Hokage and numerous civil servants must be paid, village development must be addressed, compensation for fallen ninjas provided, and funding for ninja academies, orphanages, and other institutions ensured. Thus, after accounting for these substantial expenditures, if the village can retain 1 or 2 billion Ryo as an emergency cash reserve, it is indeed a remarkable achievement as for the higher A and S rank missions. While their rewards are exorbitant, they are also exceedingly perilous. In any given village, how many such high-risk missions can occur in a single year? Even if they do exist, how many ninjas can survive to complete them? It is akin to the real world, where you are offered 10 billion to assassinate the president of a powerful nation. How feasible is that? It is precisely because Natsume understands that the Hidden Mist village is already scraping the bottom of the barrel, unable to produce more ransom at once, that he mercifully consented to staggered payments. After all, the hot springs and service here are indeed commendable. Should he have the time, Natsume would not mind visiting again to indulge in the superior techniques of a certain future 5th Mizukage. If he were to completely dismantle the Hidden Mist, he would no longer have the opportunity to enjoy these visits at this moment. Within the conference room of the Hidden Mist Mizukage building. Have they departed? The elder Yuan inquired hoarsely. They have left, reported a shadow ninja who had watched them exit the village. Upon hearing this, the gathered high-ranking officials of the Hidden Mist sighed in relief. After all, regardless of how young that Uchiha brat may be, his formidable power alone was enough to suffocate the entire Hidden Mist village, and now, despite the considerable price paid, they had finally managed to send this deity away. Their village could finally catch its breath. What about the 3 tails Isabu? It was taken by the other party. What? This is our village's tailed beast. How could we allow it to be taken so easily? Well, go retrieve it, then. Such strength, combined with the tailed beast, makes that Uchiha brat and the Hidden Flame village our future adversaries. The Watermelon Mountain, the Pufferfish ghost, warned darkly, having long dwelled in the shadows, managing the village's dirty work. His perspective on matters was inevitably more cynical and discerning. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. The Hidden Flame village possesses immense potential. This is common knowledge. Yet the issue is that the Hidden Mist village currently has no options. If they did, would they be so willing to compromise? What is there to fear? Though that brat is strong, he is but one person. Moreover, the entire Hidden Flame village comprises rogue Uchiha, irreconcilably at odds with the Hidden Leaf. With the Hidden Leaf bearing the brunt of the conflict, it is they who should be losing sleep over this. A prominent clan leader from the Hidden Mist scoffed, logically analyzing the situation. This sentiment resonated with the assembly. From the village's perspective, there has never been any notion of eternal friendship or alliances. Only the weighing of benefits and detriments. Should an opportunity arise for the Hidden Leaf and the Hidden Flame village to mutually destroy one another, The hidden mist would undoubtedly seize the chance to strike from behind without hesitation. The ninja world is, after all, starkly pragmatic. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, Yuan struck his cane, narrowing his eyes and sternly admonishing, "No more discussion on this matter. The village has just overthrown the fourth Mizukage regime, putting an end to his tyranny. This is a commendable achievement at this moment, and for the foreseeable future, the Hidden Flame Village remains our reliable ally. We must not entertain any discourse that might jeopardize this alliance. I hope everyone remembers this." Clearly, the seasoned elder Yuan possessed foresight beyond that of the others. Understood. The assembly nodded in agreement. Elder Yuan. Regarding the appointment of the new Mizukage, let us postpone this matter for now. Our primary focus must be on the village's recovery. The selection of a new Mizukage can be discussed later. Yuan made a decisive statement that in truth, he was acutely aware that the individual manipulating the fourth Mizukage, lurking in the shadows, had yet to reveal themselves. Hastily appointing a new Mizukage would merely grant them a fresh opportunity to seize control again. Potentially replicating the previous drama, it would be wiser to delay the appointment and distribute the village's power, prioritizing the reconstruction of the village. Otherwise, as a hidden mist elder with power rivaling that of the Mizukage, he could have swiftly consolidated authority and dominated the entire village. Once Yuan spoke, the assembly willingly shifted away from this topic. After all, at present, no one possessed the requisite strength or prestige to assume the position of the new Mizukage. Subsequently, Yuan continued. This time, Zabuza's performance was exceptionally commendable. He successfully drew the wolves, rather than the soldiers, dispelling the darkness that shrouded the village. I propose we promptly revoke his bounty and restore his status as a hidden mist ninja. What does everyone think? I second that. I concur. I also agree. The assembly unanimously voted in favor of restoring Zabuza's status as a hidden mist ninja. It is worth noting that, at this juncture, any elite jounin is invaluable to the village. Moreover, nominally, Zabuza is celebrated as the hero who challenged the darkness and overthrew the tyrannical fourth Mizukage. We cannot afford to dishearten a hero, nor allow outside villages to use this as an excuse to meddle in the affairs of the hidden mist. Can we? Thank you. With a curt response that lacked any warmth, Zabuza felt no gratitude towards the majority of the high-ranking officials of the mist village seated before him. After all, the village's current state was inextricably linked to their repeated concessions and compromises in the past. His return to the Mist Village today was certainly not due to their benevolence or newfound conscience. The underlying reason was, without a doubt, their trepidation regarding the capabilities of that young boy, Susanoo. Indeed, power is the ultimate measure of all things. It is rather ironic that he relied on a mere 10-year-old to fulfill a lifelong ambition, leaving him both amused and ashamed. Next time we meet, I shall undoubtedly astonish you, Zabuza vowed silently. Clenching his fists, one more matter. The old man proposed for convenience that I suggest we send 2 individuals to reside in the Flame Village for intelligence gathering. Yuan sure took the initiative to suggest this, and the proposal was quickly met with unanimous approval. After all, in the eyes of the Mist Village, the threat posed by that young boy had far surpassed that of the tailed beasts. Although both parties had formed an alliance, neglecting to monitor each other's movements would lead to sleepless nights. However, who should be dispatched? Choosing the wrong candidates would only incite discontent from the other side. The assembly hesitated, weighing who was most suitable for this task. Yuan sure scanned the room, ultimately fixing his gaze on Zabuza and Mei Kai-ming. These 2 were excellent candidates. One was resolute, fiercely loyal to the village, and had maintained a long-standing cooperative relationship with the Uchiha Natsume. The other was strikingly beautiful, extraordinarily capable, and shared a close familiarity with Susanoo, having shared a night of passion. The choice was indeed a challenging one. Upon leaving the Mist Village and swiftly shedding any unwanted tales, Susanoo led Ri Yao and the others to an isolated spot, where they promptly activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, they traversed thousands of kilometers and returned to their home in the Flame Village. At that moment, the superiority of the Flying Thunder God technique became abundantly clear. The ability to transport oneself and others instantaneously back home was truly delightful. Once he had made several marks throughout the ninja world, he would have the freedom to wander wherever he wished. The thought even brought a mischievous grin to his face. Upon returning to the village, Susanoo first sent Ri Yao and the others back. They had certainly gained much from this journey, especially in terms of the spoils from their encounters, and it was time for them to return home and show off their newfound wealth. After all, how could they convey the benefits of accompanying him on this adventure without a proper display of their earnings? How could they entice more clansmen to join him on his escapades? Furthermore, how could he ensure that the tales of his impressive exploits spread rapidly? He certainly could not be the one to boast about it. That would be rather embarrassing. Welcome back, Lord Xiaomu. Soon, behind him, the pious medic ninja, Yao Shi Yinayu, knelt respectfully on the ground to greet him. Is it just you? Where is Do? That child is still assisting with the construction of the orphanage. Xiaomu replied. He is quite dedicated, it seems. Indeed, Yinayu agreed. He likely wishes to channel his anger and sense of powerlessness into his labor. Let him be, Xiaomu nodded. Truthfully, he was eager to see how Do, having cast aside his hatred and unyielding demeanor, could leverage his natural talent to reach new heights. All right, you may leave now. And please prepare some lunch for me at once. Yinayu sighed in relief and quickly withdrew. Once she had dismissed everyone, Xiaomu could no longer contain his anticipation and set about his important task, exchanging and drawing rewards. This trip had rendered him exceedingly wealthy, and failing to indulge himself after accumulating such a fortune would be a disservice to his efforts. His first act was to touch the ransom he had legitimately acquired from within the Mist Village, converting it all into gold coins. Ding! Congratulations! You have received 30 million value points. Would you like to recharge 30,000,000 value points for 3,000 gold coins? Recharge successful. Congratulations, you have obtained 3,000 gold coins. Current balance, 17,640 gold coins. Host, Xiaomu attributes, fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, in chakra, 72 cards ninjutsu, flying thunder god technique, S rank. Space-time ninjutsu, 8 Gates of Dunjia, S rank, taijutsu, spirit transformation technique, S rank, soul ninjutsu, Kekkei Genkai, Sharingan, kaleidoscope, taijutsu, 1,000 years of pain, Konoha hurricane special skill, chakra extraction method special weapon, kunai knife current balance, 17. 640 gold coins. My goodness, I have nearly 18,000 gold coins. If I were to include the profits from my family's shipping company selling those jewels and artifacts, along with the installment payments from the Mist Village, it wouldn't be long before my gold coins soar into the hundreds of millions. Truly, allying with the Mist Village was an astute decision. Having confirmed his balance, Xiaomu promptly immersed himself in the system marketplace, eagerly searching for items to exchange. Items priced over 10,000 gold coins were considered high-end in the system marketplace, with only a little over 20 available. Among them were several he had long anticipated: the Sage Body, Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Evil God Body, Entailed Beast Body, each priced at 10,000 gold coins. Sage Body grants one the perfect power of a sage, significantly enhancing physical strength, recovery, chakra limit, and mastery of sage techniques. Truly practical. Evil God Body bestows an immortal form no matter the injury sustained. Death is impossible, similar to Haydn, but with far fewer restrictions. Even without food, one would still remain alive. Tailed Beast Body allows one to transcend their physical form, transforming consciousness and chakra into that of a tailed beast. This greatly increases chakra limits and, like other tailed beasts, even allows for resurrection after being destroyed, given enough time to reassemble. Finally, the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Its merits need no elaboration: ultimate ocular power, perfect eye techniques, and unparalleled strength, all of which you deserve. Long ago, Xiaomu had meticulously compared and weighed the merits of these four abilities. Clearly, each had its strengths and weaknesses. The Sage Body was indeed formidable, providing a significant boost to overall strength, making it nearly perfect, though lacking the power of immortality was a slight disappointment. While both the Evil God Body and Tailed Beast Body granted immortality, the former offered little enhancement in strength, and the latter had the drawback of being susceptible to sealing and capture by death itself. The Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan greatly enhanced strength, but also lacked immortality. However, it could significantly develop one's innate talents and serve as the foundation for acquiring the Rinnegan. After all, its original price was 15,000 gold coins. It was only due to his existing Kaleidoscope Sharingan that the price had been reduced considerably. In the system marketplace, the combination of Sage Body and Wood Release equaled 20,000 gold coins, while the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan combined with 8,000 gold coins of Ninetales chakra amounted to 23,000 gold coins. This indicated that the standalone value of the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan surpassed that of both the Sage Body and Wood Release. Thus, after much deliberation, Susanoo ultimately decided to exchange for the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan first. After all, a discount of 5,000 gold coins was an opportunity not to be missed. Furthermore, he had already implanted some of Hashirama's cells, effectively granting him a portion of the Sage Body. Therefore, once he exchanged for the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, there was a possibility he could directly evolve into the Rinnegan. Much like Madara, wouldn't that be an incredible windfall? Thus, one must give it a try. Certainly, the reason for not exchanging for the immortal powers of the malevolent deity and the tailed beast is that Natsume feels that once he possesses the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, there will be few, if any, who could defeat him during this period. However, should an unforeseen circumstance arise where someone manages to bring back Madara or Hashirama through Edo Tensei or resurrection, he would undoubtedly prioritize obtaining an immortal power for self-preservation. In no time, Natsume confirmed the exchange to IN the next instant. A staggering sum of 1,000,000 taels, represented by 10,000 gold coins, vanished like snowflakes. Under the influence of the system, a vast reservoir of ocular power surged into Natsume's eyes. Moments later, the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan was his. With a flourish, Natsume opened his all-seeing eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. An overwhelming force of ocular energy spilled forth like cascading stars. Furthermore, upon activating the eternal Mangekyō, Natsume felt his vision clearer than ever. Devoid of any adverse sensations, even the Hashirama cells were rendered unnecessary, as he no longer required them to mend any damage incurred from utilizing the Mangekyō Sharingan. Is this truly the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan? What a delight! Natsume murmured joyfully that it is well known that the eternal Mangekyō far surpasses the ordinary variant. The reasoning is straightforward. It is a fusion of two pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan, which is not merely a case of 1 + 1 = 2. Retaining one's sight is merely a fundamental benefit. Ocular power is increased manifold, as are vision, the unique abilities of the eyes, and the might of Susanoo, all receiving significant enhancements. After all, even with the dual Mangekyō, grappling with a mere Kage like Danzo proved arduous. Yet, with the eternal Mangekyō, Natsume found himself on par with the perfect Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, Naruto. Thus, the disparity between the eternal and ordinary Mangekyō is at least equivalent to a substantial portion of the Ninetales' power. The enhancement to his strength is remarkably evident. To put it simply, had the previous Natsume refrained from using the 8 gates, even with all his might, he would barely scratch the surface against a threshold-level powerhouse, with a significant chance of defeat. Now, however, with the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan in his possession, Natsume's overall strength had firmly ascended into the realm of Kage. Of course, compared to Madara and Hashirama, there remains a slight gap. Yet, in the context of contemporary ninjas, breaking into the top 5 and contending for the top 3 is hardly an issue. In summary, he can now traverse a significant portion of the ninja world with confidence. Having acquired the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Natsume was in high spirits. Observing the remaining fortune of 7,640 gold coins, he boldly resolved to attempt another tenfold draw, testing his luck. Shall I pay 888 gold coins to commence the tenfold draw? Confirm. With a swish, 888 gold coins vanished instantaneously in Natsume's mind. 10 treasure chests once again radiated brilliant light. Given his previous experience with the Golden Legend double draw, he had low expectations for this round, merely hoping for a satisfactory consolation prize. Regrettably, as the 10 chests opened in succession, Natsume's expression darkened considerably. This unfortunate draw yielded him 2 chakra recovery pills, 1 intermediate healing pill, 2 intermediate space scrolls, 3 primary healing pills, 1,000 ordinary kunai, 1,000 ordinary shuriken. Upon seeing this, Natsume promptly abandoned any thoughts of continuing to draw. Not a single consolation prize. Instead, he received a plethora of useless kunai and shuriken, ordinary weapons that were of little use to him. After all, not everyone could wield kunai with the finesse of a master like Danzo. What was he to do with such an abundance of weaponry? Open a weapons shop with such terrible luck? It was clear that Lady Luck was frolicking elsewhere. Perhaps he should wait until she regains her favor towards him to try again. With a sigh, Natsume relinquished the idea of further draws. Though he had indeed failed to obtain anything worthwhile, the mere 888 gold coins were negligible for one as affluent as he had become. He decided to save the remaining 6,752 gold coins for the time being. Once the shipping company resumed operations, he would soon be able to sell the first batch of jewels and other valuables from the company's treasury. Thus, within a month, he would undoubtedly reap a significant profit. At that point, he could gather enough gold to exchange for an immortal body or the body of a malevolent deity. Wouldn't that be splendid? Natsume withdrew his consciousness from the system, organized his gains, and closed his Sharingan. Meanwhile, Yano had prepared lunch. With his stomach growling in hunger, Natsume eagerly devoured his meal. Of course, it was a hearty feast, not something else. After all, enjoying exquisite cuisine while admiring a beautiful companion is indeed a delightful affair. It must be said that having a lovely maid at home has proven quite convenient. Truly, his initial decision to bring Yano and her companion back was remarkably astute at this moment. Kneeling quietly nearby, Yano watched Natsume with a mix of anxiety. On one hand, she was perpetually concerned about the remaining children in the orphanage after discovering the deception perpetrated by Konoha. On the other hand, she understood that her current circumstances, including her very life, were granted by the esteemed Natsume before her. She felt no right to urge him to act, should she provoke this young master. She and Kabuto combined would hardly be enough to appease him. Is the meal to your liking, my lord? Indeed. Yano's culinary skills are quite commendable, Natsume praised generously. That is good to hear, Yano said hesitantly. Are you worried about the children at the Konoha orphanage? You wish to hasten my actions, don't you? Yes, Yano admitted. Biting her lip. It was evident that despite his youth, Natsume possessed an extraordinary ability to read between the lines. Very well, prepare yourself, we shall depart early tomorrow morning. Yano exclaimed, depart. We are heading back to Konoha to rescue those orphans. What, do you not wish to go? I do. I very much want to, Yano stammered, quickly affirming while struggling to contain her emotions. Thank you, Lord Natsume. The following morning, Yano, having prepared herself early, awaited with a heart full of trepidation. Although she was well aware of Natsume's extraordinary strength, she remained uncertain of its true extent. Thus, in her view, attempting to rescue the children from the clutches of Konoha, one of the 5 great hidden villages, would undoubtedly pose a formidable challenge. Consequently, when Kabuto learned of the plan, he vehemently insisted on accompanying them. However, Yano ultimately vetoed the idea. This mission was perilous. There was no way she would allow Kabuto to take such a risk. It was far safer for him to remain behind. Before long, Natsume awoke, stifling a yawn. To be frank, the bed at home was far too hard and uncomfortable that he longed for the plush feather bed of the hidden mist village. Are you ready? Let us depart. Natsume inquired, glancing at Yano. Wait, what are you wearing? It was then that he noticed the female medic Neen had donned a snug black leather outfit, accentuating her alluring figure in an enticing manner. Good heavens, they were going to rescue people, not to wreak havoc. Was it truly necessary to dress so provocatively? This attire feels rather pleasant, does it not? Is there something amiss with this outfit, Lord Natsume? And no. Let us depart. Natsume hastily gestured. Subsequently, the two set off post-haste towards the direction of Konoha. Hey, have you heard the news? A significant event has transpired in the Hidden Mist Village recently. What sort of event? It appears that their 4th Mizukage has met an untimely demise. How could that be? Who is responsible? The specifics remain unclear. However, it seems there has been an internal conflict within the Hidden Mist, with numerous ninjas uniting to overthrow the 4th Mizukage regime. Such a momentous occurrence? Who could have orchestrated it? It is said that a rogue ninja from the mist, known as Zabuza, was involved. Of course, he had the assistance of several other internal ninjas from the mist, as well. In any case, the Hidden Mist has undergone a transformation. Moreover, it may even affect our village. Why is that? Are you not aware? That individual named Zabuza, the infamous rogue from the mist, enlisted the aid of the newly established Hidden Flame Village for this coup, those who defected from the Uchiha clan. Now, the coup has succeeded, and the Hidden Mist Village has officially announced an alliance with the Hidden Flame. The next step may very well involve preparing a joint assault against us in Konoha. Surely, they do not intend to incite war. Who can say for certain? Alas, the higher-ups were truly reckless, pressing the Uchiha clan so harshly. Now, look at the outcome. They have defected, established a new village, and formed an alliance with the Mist. All while casting their covetous gaze upon us that in my opinion, the higher-ups are merely idling away their time. Sure, one must not speak carelessly, observing the fleeting shadows of several Umbu ninjas in the distance. The villagers engaged in this discussion hastily fell silent. Although Konoha boasts a relatively open atmosphere, any disrespectful remarks reaching the ears of the Umbu could lead to dire consequences for those who dare to speak out. Furthermore, beyond the Umbu, there exists an even more fearsome entity known as Root. Clearly, in any era or nation, the existence of a ruling class renders the notion of freedom of speech nothing more than a deception for the naive. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Uchiha clan's residence, Father Itachi, fresh from a mission with the Umbu, was reporting to Fugaku. You have performed admirably. Thanks to your efforts in navigating between the village and our clan, we have managed to preserve the lives of this many clan members. By the way, have you heard about the recent events in the Hidden Mist? I have heard. Itachi nodded in response, backed by the Umbu of Konoha. The information he could obtain was undoubtedly more precise than mere rumors. While certain details remained ambiguous, the general outline was already known. What are your thoughts? It is likely the work of my cousin Natsume. Itachi asserted with conviction that indeed Deity is said that the fourth Mizukage was a rare perfect Jinchuriki, possessing considerable strength. Those capable of defeating him are exceedingly few. Moreover, the alliance between the Hidden Mist and the Hidden Flame undoubtedly required his input. That young man certainly knows how to surprise others. Consequently, the clan members residing in the Hidden Flame village may find themselves secure for an extended period. Fugaku nodded in approval. Initially, the higher echelons of Konoha were quite divided regarding the decision to launch an offensive against the Hidden Flame. Now that they have allied with the Hidden Mist, any military action could potentially result in a two-front war. Additionally, the Hidden Flame's ability to assist in defeating the fourth Mizukage signifies their superior overall strength compared to smaller hidden villages. Thus, should war break out, even if victory is achieved, the cost will undoubtedly be catastrophic. I trust that the leaders of Konoha are not foolish enough to act recklessly. Consequently, for the foreseeable future, the safety of the Hidden Flame and its clan members should be assured. In a brief span of time, my nephew Natsume has accomplished numerous significant feats that is truly remarkable. In hindsight, I realized my own narrow-mindedness. Had I chosen to abandon Konoha sooner and establish our own village, perhaps the Uchiha clan would not have fallen to its current state. Itachi, is there anything else? Fugaku inquired. Indeed, due to Natsume and the others' departure, I have noticed that a few clan members within our ranks have started to stir restlessly. Some even seem to have established contact with the Hidden Flame, seemingly preparing to defect once more tonight. Moreover, it appears that the Hidden Flame will send someone to assist them. Itachi, you are well aware of our clan's precarious situation within Konoha. Our continued relevance hinges upon our utility in hunting down rogue ninjas, which barely maintains a fragile balance. This delicate equilibrium must not be disrupted further should another clan member succeed in defecting. The remaining members will surely face annihilation. For the sake of the village, the clan, and your brother, Itachi, you must act tonight. Do your utmost to prevent those clan members from leaving and ensure their safe return. Fugaku commanded solemnly. If Itachi intervenes, he will undoubtedly be able to incapacitate those clan members swiftly, bringing them back before they can escape Konoha. Upon hearing his father's orders, Itachi paused momentarily before nodding resolutely. Uttering no further words, understood, he then swiftly turned and departed, moving with the swiftness of the wind. Once Itachi had left, Fugaku allowed himself a soft sigh. Hakudai, emerge. Soon, Uchiha Hakudai stepped forth from the shadows of the room. He was perceptive, perhaps already aware of my presence. Fugaku shook his head, dismissing the thought. It was of little consequence. You have connections with the Hidden Flame, and Itachi is already aware of that. Uchiha Hakudai nodded. His gaze fixed on the direction Itachi had taken. He will soon relay this information to the higher-ups in Konoha, will he not? Just as he did during his previous report. Fugaku closed his eyes, sighing. This child, like Shursui, has made a far harsher choice between family and village. I have not been a capable patriarch. Otherwise, these children would not bear such heavy burdens, Hakudai remarked. This is one of the reasons why I chose to follow young Master Natsume. Patriarch, I apologize, Fugaku replied. Let us not dwell on that. Hakadai, I ask you, will many lives be lost tonight? Hakadai responded, no, as long as Itachi informs the higher-ups in Konoha, the plans of young Master Natsume will be largely successful. There will not be significant casualties tonight. Furthermore, tonight's target is not Konoha. Fugaku nodded again, feeling somewhat reassured. That is good. That is good that I hope this time will allow Itachi to truly see the extent of the corruption within the village leadership he respects and serves. Additionally, after tonight, I will be swiftly dispatched to issue orders against the hidden flame. This will also provide an opportunity to observe what kind of paradise that young man has established on the other side. Approximately 20 minutes later, in a dimly lit secret chamber, Itachi, wearing a raccoon mask, knelt before Danzo, who sat in a wheelchair, reporting crucial intelligence that, of course, at this moment, he was unaware that this so-called crucial intelligence was deliberately intended for him to leak to the higher-ups in Konoha. Upon hearing such crucial intelligence from Itachi, Danzo was taken aback. There are still those who wish to defect, and the traitorous village dares to send someone to assist. Is this information accurate? Itachi nodded in affirmation. Witnessing this, Danzo took a sudden deep breath, gripping the armrest of his wheelchair tightly, as a wave of fervor surged within him. This was indeed a golden opportunity, regardless of who the envoy from the Hidden Flame village was. He could lay a trap and ensnare them all. If that little brat, Susanoo, dared to walk into the snare, it would be even better. He could dismember him into 8 pieces, letting out the pent-up rage in his heart. On the other hand, Danzo harbored no doubts about the authenticity of this intelligence, not due to a lack of suspicion, but because the one delivering the news was Itachi. One must ask, would you doubt a subordinate who voluntarily reported their clan and made the ruthless decision to wield the blade against their kin? Moreover, Itachi's parents, along with his beloved younger brother, were still within Konoha, still under his control. Thus, Itachi would never betray Konoha. Itachi, what do you plan to do? Everything is at Lord Danzo's discretion. Itachi lowered his head, responding with utmost respect. From his tone alone, one could not discern his true thoughts. Danzo was not perturbed by this. After all, the pressing matter at hand was to determine the ambush location, the number of personnel to be dispatched, and how to set the trap no matter how many from that traitorous village came. This time, they would ensure that none would return. Danzo clenched his left fist, vowing fiercely within. Furthermore, he could seize this opportunity to acquire a few more Sharingan, enriching his own collection. However, due to the peril he had faced previously, Danzo had learned his lesson this time that he resolved that if he were not absolutely certain of victory, he would not reveal himself again. Time passed gradually on the surface. Konoha appeared tranquil. Yet at this moment, beneath the facade, a tempest was brewing that a substantial number of Umbu and Root ninjas were secretly summoned, meticulously organized, and prepared for action. Naturally, Sarutobi, as the Hokage, was the first to notice the bizarre mobilization of the Umbu ninjas. However, after having just quarreled with Danzo, he assumed this was merely Danzo's way of throwing a tantrum. After all, the Root had recently submitted an emergency performance request, coupled with the fact that there had been no significant disturbances around the village lately. Sarutobi temporarily chose to overlook it. Soon, twilight faded, and night enveloped the land. This moment, outside Konoha, 2 figures were stealthily lurking. These figures were none other than Susanoo and Nozomi, who had hurried to this location. Nozomi, clad in a snug leather outfit, leaned against a great tree, accentuating her graceful curves, causing Susanoo's heart to race, as he couldn't help but reminisce about the pole dancing of his past life. Upon returning, perhaps he could promote it, Susanoo. Oh, Nozomi's call jolted Susanoo from his fanciful reverie. What are we waiting for? For an opportunity? Susanoo slightly raised his head, gazing at the sky above Konoha. He continued to explain. During the previous Ninja World War, Konoha established a sensing unit led by the Yamenka clan. This unit created a large spherical barrier above and below the village, allowing them to sense the chakra of all ninjas entering and exiting the village. And it possesses a certain defense capability. Only ordinary villagers and ninjas with clean identities may pass freely through the barrier. Otherwise, one must possess the secret code to enter or exit. Attempting to breach the barrier through force would quickly alert them. Although such a barrier would not obstruct me, being discovered would undoubtedly alarm the entire Konoha. At that point, rescuing all the children from the orphanage would become exceedingly difficult. You are aware of the ruthless nature of the Root. We must be wary of their desperate actions that could endanger those children. Moreover, after the recent defection, Konoha will surely alter the barrier's secret code. The code I previously possessed is now obsolete. Upon hearing this, Nozomi was momentarily taken aback. As a former root ninja, she was well aware that entering and exiting Konoha required the secret code to pass through the barrier. However, beyond that, even root ninjas could not know much more. It was hard to imagine that Tsukumo, this little fellow, knew even more than she did. So what do? We wait. I have made arrangements. Just a moment longer. All right. Nozomi nodded slightly, choosing to trust him. Gradually, over half an hour passed. Finally, with the sound of rustling in the distance, several shadowy figures came into view. Is that from the Uchiha clan? Nozomi thought to herself in astonishment that it was known that within the Uchiha clan, apart from a few members executing missions or joining the Umbu, the rest were strictly prohibited from knowing the secret code for the barrier. Misusing the code or forcibly leaving the village would be swiftly detected by the sensing unit and regarded as traitorous. The last time, when over 400 members of her clan attempted to escape Konoha, they were immediately exposed. Had it not been for the battle between Tsukumo and Fugaku, which drew the attention of most Konoha ninjas, the sensing unit would have alerted a large number of Umbu ninjas to intercept them. Thus, Nozomi was curious why several Uchiha ninjas were now making such a hasty escape. Stay calm. Don't reveal ourselves. Tsukumo whispered a reminder. Soon, they watched as those few clansmen fled into the distance. Yet Tsukumo remained unmoved. Just like that, mere seconds later, a flurry of whooshing sounds followed, as dozens of figures swiftly pursued the direction of the fleeing Uchiha ninjas. These Konoha ninjas were all masked. Without a doubt, they were Umbu operatives, preparing to track down the fleeing Uchiha ninjas to discover their rendezvous point. The time is near, Tsukumo murmured, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. In the next moment, he abruptly vanished from his position. Seconds later, he reappeared beside Nozomi. Yet this time he held a captured Umbu ninja by the throat. Clearly, Tsukumo had decisively apprehended the last straggler among the Umbu. It was indeed an incongruous sight, a 10-year-old boy gripping an adult ninja who was rendered powerless. However, with time pressing, there was no room for concern about appearances. In the next instant, leveraging the formidable powers of his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Tsukumo easily ensnared the Umbu ninja in a genjutsu, extracting the latest secret code for the barrier from him. Upon realizing this, Nozomi finally understood. This was the arrangement of Tsukumo Dano. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. With this new code in hand, breaching the barrier and entering Konoha would no longer cause any disruption, enabling them to swiftly rescue the children from the orphanage. All right, we have the code. Let's move. But, Tsukumo Dano, what about those clansmen just now? No need to worry. I have made arrangements. Let us first head to the orphanage to save the children. Understood. A warmth surged within Natsu, prompting an immediate agreement in the blink of an eye. The two sprang forth, utilizing the cover of night and a secret signal to seamlessly traverse the barriers of Konoha, plunging into the heart of the Hidden Leaf Village. Once inside, Natsu continued to conceal their presence as they darted towards the orphanage. It was not that Natsu desired to remain inconspicuous. Rather, he preferred not to draw excessive attention. After all, both the Azure Beast of Konoha and Sarutobi's corpse sealing technique posed a significant threat to him. This was not a matter of cowardice, but of a calm and reasoned heart. If he could just wait an additional 2 or 3 months, he would amass another 10,000 gold coins and obtain an immortal body at that point. Facing the 8 gates would be a trivial matter. Thus, there was no need to risk life-threatening peril for the sake of momentary glory. He was acutely aware that both his village and the Hidden Mist Village were brimming with delightful services awaiting his return. He certainly could not afford to capsize in this murky predicament. Under the veil of night, Natsu and his companion weaved through the village with agility. They soon neared the orphanage. Be cautious and remain hidden. I will enter first to assess the safety. Only follow once I confirm it, Natsu instructed, halting Natsu behind him. Intelligence indicated that this orphanage had most likely transformed into a secret base for Root, a place for concealing identities and training personnel. Thus, it was conceivable that Root's ninjas were stationed inside. Natsu could venture in first. Even if ambushed, he would manage. However, with only Ch9 level strength, Natsu would be ill-advised to recklessly enter, jeopardizing her safety for a group of children yet to mature. Understood. Natsu nodded, evidently placing complete trust in Natsu. Just as Natsu was about to enter, a sudden explosive shout erupted from within the orphanage. Who goes there? Sneaking about. Two masked figures abruptly leapt from the orphanage, one of whom possessed striking white eyes, and directed a loud reprimand towards the concealed location of Natsu and Natsu. Indeed, there were ninjas from Root lurking here. Moreover, the opponent's Byakugan had allowed them to detect Natsu and his companion's presence, prompting an immediate warning. Moments later, the sound of footsteps echoed as a figure of modest height emerged from the shadows, confronting the two Root ninjas. "Who are you?" demanded another Root ninja, not of the Hyuga clan, in a harsh tone. However, before he could finish his sentence, a mesmerizing crimson light illuminated the darkness. Sharingan. The exclamation was abruptly silenced as a powerful ocular prowess surged forth, swiftly engulfing the consciousness of the ninja. Jinjutsu, stemming from the eyes, was notoriously difficult to resist. Once locked in gaze, one was almost always ensnared. Moreover, this was the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. It's a Jinjutsu. This is bad. The Hyuga ninja, sensing the impending danger, instinctively averted his gaze a split second before the spell took hold. Yet, he was left even more astonished. The three-tomo Sharingan was already rare, and with a considerable portion of the Uchiha clan having defected. Among the remaining ninjas, where could one find a master of illusion with such a potent Sharingan capable of ensnaring a member of the Umbu so effortlessly? At that moment, disregarding his shock, he swiftly turned to his stunned comrade. Activating his Byakugan, he struck his teammate's head with considerable force, sending the opponent crashing to the ground. Utilizing the Byakugan, he successfully disrupted the enemy's chakra flow, liberating his teammate from the grip of the Jinjutsu. From afar, Natsu observed this scene with mild surprise, inwardly remarking, "Impressive. In merely 3 seconds, the opponent managed to free his comrade from my Jinjutsu." Although it was largely due to the fact that he had only activated the three-tomo Sharingan and had not employed the eternal Mangekyō, significantly holding back. Even so, the overwhelming ocular power of Natsu meant that even the simplest Jinjutsu cast with the three-tomo Sharingan could not be easily dispelled by an ordinary J-Nin. The Root ninja, equipped with Byakugan, appeared to possess only J-Nin level skills, yet he was able to break free from the Sharingan's Jinjutsu in such a short time frame, highlighting his adeptness in utilizing Byakugan and showcasing its superior resistance to illusion techniques. As one of the three great ocular techniques, while the Sharingan excelled in offensive capabilities and deception, the Byakugan's strength lay in perception and foresight. Additionally, it was undeniable that the Byakugan held a significant advantage over the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan. Otherwise, the Mist Ninja would not have been able to unravel Obito's illusion over the fourth Mizukage, nor would he have been able to unmask Danzo's Konoha Tsukimi at the 5 Kage Summit. All these instances attested to the Byakugan's ability to penetrate an enemy's chakra flow, effectively countering Jinjutsu, for the essence of illusion lies in the manipulation of one's own chakra to confuse and disrupt the enemy's mind. My face hurts. The Root ninja who had crashed to the ground groaned. Bewildered, how did I end up on the ground? Was I under a Jinjutsu? Meanwhile, the Byakugan-wielding ninja beside him urgently warned, indeed, it was a Jinjutsu. The opponent is a ninja from the Uchiha clan. Quickly send a signal. Be wary, their Jinjutsu ability is formidable. Do not meet their gaze. The down ninja blinked in realization, then promptly attempted to activate the alarm signal. However, at that moment, Natsu's voice broke through with a light chuckle. How amusing! The Mangekyō Sharingan activated, and the Shan technique surged into effect, granting him an 8-fold speed enhancement. With the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan fully mastered, Natsu seamlessly adapted to the 8-fold acceleration without burdening his body. Ready for immediate use in an instant, the accelerated Natsu vanished from sight. What is this? Where did he go? The Byakugan ninja gasped in shock. Even with their Byakugan, it was challenging to capture the fleeting silhouette of Natsu. When had the Uchiha clan produced such an adept user of Shunshin? Or was it a form of taijutsu? Before he could process it further, a piercing scream erupted beside him, revealing that the very teammate he had just rescued had fallen victim once more. Boom! Before he could discern what was beside him, a muffled sound resonated through the air. Instantly, a sharp pain surged through his lower abdomen. Simultaneously, a short figure materialized before him, with the enhancement of extreme speed. Confronting these root ninjas at close quarters felt easier than slaughtering chickens to Susanoo. Gathering chakra in his right hand, he deftly waved it, slicing through the throat of the root ninja on his left, extinguishing a life in an instant. He then appeared before the Byakugan ninja in a flash. With a gentle pinch to the opponent's abdomen, an immense force caused the adversary's muscles to spasm uncontrollably, rendering them defenseless. Following this, he flicked his fingers, striking the ninja's forehead with his middle finger. The tremendous force shattered the mask, sending the Byakugan ninja flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. As the mask fractured, the original visage of this root ninja was revealed, shadow clone technique. In an instant, Susanoo cast the technique, manifesting 2 clones that surged into the orphanage. These 2 clones would undoubtedly be able to swiftly eradicate the remaining root ninjas within the orphanage. Meanwhile, Susanoo's true self stepped forward, approaching the already downed Byakugan root ninja, ready to engage in a heartfelt conversation. After all, ocular jutsu bloodline limits were inherently rare, and a ninja capable of wielding the Byakugan to such an extent was even scarcer, certainly possessing a degree of recruitment value. With a bit of time still available, Susanoo had no qualms about trying. Of course, should his opponent refuse to yield, he would have no choice but to resort to lethal measures. At this moment, Hinata Fukawa, enduring the excruciating pain in his abdomen and forehead, looked up at the figure before him, suddenly jolted with shock. "You! It's you, the traitorous Uchiha Susanoo." He could hardly believe that this individual, already classified as an S-rank rogue ninja by Konoha and carrying a bounty of 30 million, would appear here. How dare he infiltrate Konoha once more, and without the village's awareness? At that moment, realization struck him. No wonder the enemy possessed such formidable strength and illusionary prowess. After all, he had awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan and triumphed over Uchiha Fugaku, a superlative prodigy of a ninja. It was hardly surprising that he could dispatch the 2 of them in an instant. Yet, it was evident that the village had not disseminated false intelligence. This young man was indeed exceedingly powerful and alarmingly youthful. "It is I." Susanoo nodded. "Are you a member of the Hyuga clan? Or perhaps a branch family member?" He cast a glance at the opponent's forehead and inquired, for the distinctive blue cross and the 2 opposing hook patterns on his forehead were unmistakable after the mask shattered. The caged bird seal, a curse mark employed by the Hyuga main family to suppress the Byakugan's abilities and exert control over life itself, symbolizing ultimate dominance and submission. This seal not only partially sealed the Byakugan's powers, but also controlled and damaged the neural pathways of branch family members, compelling them to sacrifice themselves for the sake of the main family. In summary, with this mark present, there was no doubt that the opponent was indeed a ninja from the Hyuga branch family. Upon hearing this, Hinata Fukawa's brow furrowed deeply. It was well known that he despised the distinction between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan. His dissatisfaction with the caged bird seal's oppression had driven him to join the Umbu, donning a mask to conceal the curse mark. Now, faced with a mere child who had exposed his secret, he felt a surge of indignation. Consequently, he resolutely fell silent, adopting a posture of defiance. Susanoo was not surprised by this reaction. After all, he was fully aware of the nature of the root. Even the most cheerful and optimistic ninja would be subtly transformed after prolonged exposure to such an environment. Attempting to breach the psychological defenses of these individuals with mere words was nearly impossible. Moreover, Susanoo had no intention of engaging in verbal dueling. The system shop did not offer any options for that. Therefore, from the outset, Susanoo had devised a plan. Just a mere remnant of the Hyuga branch family. "No wonder you are so weak," Susanoo taunted deliberately. In response, Hinata Fukawa's brows knitted tightly, his teeth gritting in anger. Indeed, he had long heard that the Byakugan of branch family members was incomplete, riddled with flaws and weaknesses. It appeared that you might not even have a full grasp of the Byakugan. If a member of the main family were to develop and utilize the Byakugan, they would undoubtedly surpass you. Tsk, tisk. Truly pathetic. Soon, Susanoo's derision and humiliation began to take effect. The more Hinata Fukawa listened, the more furious he became, until he could no longer contain himself, his face flushed with rage as he shouted, You are talking nonsense. My Byakugan is far superior to that of the main family's trash." His command over the Byakugan had always been a point of pride for him, and he had surpassed the vast majority of his clan members in this regard. Otherwise, he would not have been able to break through Xiaomu's illusion so swiftly. Moments ag in this moment. Being so publicly insulted regarding his strength was unbearable. What? Do you think you utilized the Byakugan better than the members of the main family? Of course. Is it useful? No, replied, and no matter how well you wield the Byakugan, as long as that caged bird seal remains, you are still a dog of the main family, are you not? The main family can kill you whenever they wish. Can't they? You worthless scum, Xiaomu retorted mercilessly. His words were laced with the sharpest ridicule, piercing into Hinata Fukawa's heart like a myriad of daggers, spilling forth his anguish. I will kill you. The pinnacle of resentment and humiliation drove Hinata Fukawa to the brink of madness. He relentlessly endured the agonizing pain throughout his body and struggled to rise, intent on attacking Xiaomu and tearing apart this insolent child who had dared to humiliate him. What? Is what I said not the truth? Or do you not wish to change this reality? Change? Hinata Fukawa scoffed bitterly. If change were possible, if there were an opportunity for transformation, then the countless members of the Hyuga branch family would not have remained subjugated by the main family for so long. Over the years, numerous geniuses had emerged from the branch family, and countless branch family members had poured their hearts and souls into studying the caged bird seal, yet none had succeeded. It was not that he did not wish to change. It was simply impossible. What if I could erase that curse mark? Xiaomu's temptations, akin to a devil's whisper, echoed once more, causing Hinata Fukawa to tremble and cease his struggles. He gazed at the boy before him with a mixture of skepticism and expectation in his eyes. To be candid, Xiaomu had long wished to critique the Byakugan, one of the three great ocular jutsu alongside the Sharingan. Despite its remarkable potential and strategic value, it had been utterly squandered by the foolish Hyuga clan, rendering it near obsolete. A prime example of the most wasted ocular jutsu. Without exception, the fundamental abilities of the Byakugan encompass three primary functions: long-range vision, X-ray vision, and insight, though the third point is momentarily set aside. Merely the first two capabilities bestow the Byakugan with perfect long-range vision, allowing one to see far beyond obstacles. What is this ocular jutsu best suited for? It is ideal for snipers, with the enhancement of the Byakugan. Even among snipers, one becomes an almost invincible presence. Imagine, amidst a battle, a group of ninjas traversing through a forest. Suddenly, an arrow imbued with an explosive tag is shot from several kilometers away, or perhaps another weapon. No matter where you hide, you will be seen clearly and struck with precision. Yet, you remain oblivious to your assailant's location. Even if you were aware, you would be unable to return fire. You contemplate approaching stealthily. But alas, the Byakugan sees through your every move. Before you can close the distance, your opponent has already fled, all while countering your advances. You consider a retreat, but the adversary can effortlessly pursue and intensify their long-range assault. Mercilessly striking down a cornered foe, you find yourself trapped, unable to advance or retreat. That a single Byakugan sniper can effortlessly restrain your entire squad, leading to your annihilation. What can you do should you face multiple Byakugan snipers attacking simultaneously? Complemented by various arcane techniques, you would be rendered nearly invincible, a true force of nature. Yet, for all these years, what has the Hyuga clan done with their Byakugan? Merely training in martial arts, and then nothing more. Such a remarkable ocular technique squandered on bare-knuckle brawling and close combat, when one could wield it with the precision of a telescopic sight. It is sheer folly. Thus, from this alone, one can discern that the Byakugan is, indeed, the most underutilized ocular technique. If one could successfully persuade and recruit a faction of the Hyuga clan, then surely, a formidable long-range sniper unit would emerge, instilling dread throughout the ninja world. This is the true objective behind Natsume's intentions to deceive this branch member of the Hyuga clan. However, to succeed, he must first resolve the issue of the caged bird seal, which exerts absolute control over them. Otherwise, even if he manages to sway and recruit a branch member, it would be futile. The moment the main house senses a disturbance, the branch member would perish in an instant. What use would that be? Does Natsume possess the ability to this caged bird seal? No, however, the system does. While uncertain of the outcome, it is worth a try. Should he succeed, it would be a remarkable gain. After all, it is not overly expensive. The beginner's recruitment order, 500 gold coins, with a certain chance to recruit a ninja, clearing all negative states, and significantly increasing their favorability towards the host and their faction. Intermediate recruitment order, 2,000 gold coins, with a higher chance to recruit a ninja, clearing all negative states, and significantly increasing their favorability towards the host and their faction. Advanced recruitment order, 5,000 gold coins, with a relatively high chance to recruit a ninja, clearing all negative states, and significantly increasing their favorability towards the host and their faction. This is what Natsume has selected from the system as a potential means to the caged bird seal. In essence, this recruitment order is akin to a weakened version of the Konoha Tsukimi. Provided one has sufficient chakra, Konoha Tsukimi can infiltrate an opponent's mind undetected and alter their will. It is hailed as the strongest illusion technique. The recruitment order can also subtly shift the target's mindset, fostering a significant affinity towards the host and their faction, rendering them more amenable to manipulation. However, the success rates differ across tiers, far from the near-absolute success of Konoha Tsukimi. Yet, it boasts advantages such as affordability and unlimited redemption opportunities. Of course, what Natsume values most is the supposed effect of clearing all negative statuses. Although he is unsure whether the caged bird seal constitutes a negative state for the branch ninjas, it is worth testing. If successful, he could gain a promising Byakugan ninja. Furthermore, this recruitment order could serve as a potent tool to the caged bird seal and become a formidable bargaining chip against the main house of Hyuga. Should he fail, he would merely lose 500 gold coins. At worst, he could visit the Konoha treasury on his way back and bring home some souvenirs. There would be no loss in that. Simultaneously, after a brief moment of shock and anticipation, the heart of Hinata Fukawa quickly cooled and darkened, leading him to exclaim angrily, "Evil Uchiha Natsume, you shall not deceive me. What do you think I am deceiving you about? Deceiving you into believing I can your seal. Even if I cannot, would it matter? Your life is in my hands. Do I need to resort to deceit?" Natsume's soul-piercing inquiry caused Hinata Fukawa to shudder. It seemed he had a point. There was no need for the other party to deceive him at all. Even if the opponent harbored ulterior motives regarding the Byakugan and the Hyuga clan, they would surely seek out the higher-ups, not waste time trying to deceive someone like him, a mere root ninja with no voice. What if what he said was true? What if there were indeed a way to the seal? Then he would be willing to sacrifice everything for that. What do you truly desire? What I desire is of no consequence. What matters is whether you wish to the seal. Do you truly have a way? Let us find out. Hinata Fukawa hesitated, but it was evident he was tempted. What are you hesitating for? Or do you wish to remain a mere dog of the main house for all eternity? Forever living in their shadow? Natsume once again delivered a sharp insult. Hinata Fukawa's face flushed crimson, and with a determined grit of his teeth, he resolutely declared, "I am willing." Very well. If it were anyone else making such a wildly audacious proposal, he would certainly scoff. Yet, it was this prodigious Uchiha genius who had opened his Mangekyō Sharingan at the tender age of 10 and achieved miraculous feats of defection. Given that this young prodigy had already accomplished numerous wonders, why not witness another miracle? Excellent. You will be immensely grateful for this momentous choice, Natsume praised silently. The reason he cast aside so much ridicule and humiliation was to provoke the anger within his target, to elicit emotional fluctuations that would gradually weaken his psychological defenses, compelling him to willingly accept the recruitment offer, thus increasing the likelihood of success. While uncertain of its efficacy, novels from his previous life had depicted such tactics. Without trying, how could he ascertain their effectiveness? After all, it merely required the exertion of words, an insult here and there, without any financial cost. Will you pay 500 gold coins to exchange for a beginner's recruitment order? Confirm. In the next instant, a flash of golden light revealed a delicate, pale gold token in Natsume's hand. With a mere thought, he swiftly activated the recruitment order. Within moments, the order dissipated into an intangible force that enveloped Hinata Fukawa entirely. There were no radiant lights, no spectacular effects, nor any grandiose phenomena. The beginner's recruitment order, exchanged for 500 gold coins, vanished as effortlessly as a passing breeze. That Natsume's heart sank momentarily, wondering if his 500 gold coins had been wasted. However, mere seconds later, an extraordinary event unfolded. Before his eyes, the azure-caged bird seal upon Hinata Fukawa's forehead dissipated with astonishing speed, returning to nothingness as if it had never existed at all. Simultaneously, Hinata Fukawa's eyes flew open. A stark contrast to his previous resistance, now filled with fervor and admiration as he gazed upon Natsume. The intensity of his gaze startled Natsume, causing him to instinctively take a step back. A feeling of unease creeping upon him. "Thank you, Lord Natsume. The seal is gone. The seal is finally gone. I am free at last. Incredible. Is this the true Byakugan without limitations? Marvelous. Simply splendid." Hinata Shinkawa exuberantly expressed his gratitude. Akin to a free sparrow that has just escaped from its cage, brimming with joy and vitality. Nothing is more liberating. Nothing can bring greater relief than reclaiming one's freedom and taking control of one's own life. Concurrently, Natsume also felt a surge of delight upon witnessing this transformation in Hinata Shinkawa. His state had unequivocally demonstrated that the recruitment order could indeed dispel the cursed seal of the caged bird. Consequently, all dissatisfied ninjas within the Hinata branch family would become targets for his persuasion. With the recruitment order in hand, the infiltration of the entire Hinata branch family was undoubtedly within reach. At this moment, Natsume was eager to establish a super long-range sniper unit uniquely his own. Moreover, once the recruitment order took effect, those targeted ninjas would naturally gravitate towards him and the flame-hidden village. It was likely that, in a short span, he need not worry about these recruited ninjas developing ulterior motives or betraying him. He was utterly enamored with this recruitment order, though the success rate appeared rather low. It was imperative to seize the opportunity. Just then, the 2 shadow clones that Natsume had dispatched returned with news that I eliminated 3 here, that I cleared 4 on my end. The 2 clones reported. Hinata Shinkawa. Does the count match? None remain. In total, there were 9, all cleared. Hinata Shinkawa reported truthfully. From this moment forth, he was no longer a ninja of the Leaf's Hinata clan. After all, once the cursed seal of the caged bird was lifted, the main family would undoubtedly pursue a branch ninja who was beyond their control. They would never tolerate the existence of someone who knew the means to break the seal. As long as he lived and the main family was aware of him, he would face relentless pursuit from the Hinata main family until his demise. After clearing out the root ninjas within the orphanage, Natsume immediately instructed several of his shadow clones to accompany Yanoyu into the premises for rescue operations, striving to liberate as many children as possible. Meanwhile, Natsume's main body continued to engage Hinata Shinkawa. "How do you feel?" "Absolutely fantastic. What are your plans next?" "I am willing to serve Lord Natsume." Without hesitation, Hinata Shinkawa knelt partially and solemnly pledged his allegiance to Natsume. This was not surprising. Firstly, having been dominated by the cursed seal of the caged bird, he harbored little affection for the Hinata main family or the Leaf Village. Secondly, the effects of the recruitment order had significantly heightened his favorable opinion of Natsume and the flame-hidden village. Thirdly, with the seal lifted, the Hinata clan could no longer accommodate him. Thus, apart from aligning himself with Natsume, he had no other alternatives. Furthermore, the sentiment of willingly serving out of gratitude was a stark contrast to being compelled to serve the main family due to the cursed seal. The choice was evidently clear. "Excellent. Welcome aboard." Natsume revealed a broad smile. Relishing in his cunning success, he continued his inquiry. "By the way, will the main family be aware once your cursed seal is undone?" Hinata Shinkawa replied. "Yes, once the seal vanished. The main family would instantly sense it. There was no way to conceal it." Natsume remarked. "Not a problem. Once the operation concludes, I will incinerate the entire orphanage along with all the bodies, erasing any trace. This way, the main family will assume you perished here and will not investigate further." "Thank you, my lord." Hinata Shinkawa was momentarily taken aback, then elated, with the demise of the branch family's Hinata Shinkawa. He could naturally evade the main family's pursuit and bid farewell to his former self. "Now, I need you to remain within the leaf." Natsume continued to provide instructions. "You are quite familiar with the operations of the umbu and the roots. I hope you can stay here and uncover the precise locations of all the roots' secret bases." "Understood," Hinata Shinkawa affirmed resolutely. Touching his finally complete Byakugan, freed from the shackles of the caged bird, he was confident he would never again be outmatched by any member of the Hinata clan. Furthermore, tasks involving intelligence gathering and seeking out secret bases were indeed well suited for someone with the Byakugan's clairvoyant abilities. As long as he did not reveal himself, the Hinata main family would be nearly incapable of discovering that he was alive and had lifted the seal. Thus, I need you to quietly connect with those branch family ninjas who harbor grievances and dissatisfaction towards the main family. I believe many branch ninjas have grown weary of the cursed seal and the main family. With you as an example, For the sake of freedom and the true glorious future of the Hinata clan, I trust those branch ninjas will make the right choice. Natsume smirked, audaciously issuing commands once more. Even prodigies like Hinata Shinka and Hinata Niji from the branch family found it challenging to resist the allure of breaking the caged bird seal and the yearning for freedom. It seemed that other branch ninjas would be even more eager to join. If all went well, the establishment of his Byakugan long-range sniper unit was already a foregone conclusion. This undermining was indeed a splendid endeavor. The only concern was the potential influx of branch ninjas being recruited, which might deplete his gold coins needed for the recruitment orders. Following the orders, Hinata Shinkawa swiftly donned a mask and concealed his presence to undertake the task of intelligence gathering and undermining. To be fair, having been subjugated by the caged bird seal for so many years. Living in resentment and fear, the moment he was liberated, he yearned to lead the other branch ninjas to escape as well. He was also keen to witness the expression of sheer terror on the main family's faces when they realized all the branch members had slipped from their grasp. Thus, he was naturally very motivated and dedicated to this task. Observing this apart, Natsume smiled contentedly and resumed his own pressing affairs, rushing into the orphanage before him. Upon entering, it became evident that, while the orphanage appeared normal on the surface, it had been insidiously transformed into a secret base by the roots. Beneath the orphanage, a vast underground arena of bloodshed had been excavated. Any orphans of suitable age with a certain aptitude for ninjutsu would be selected in advance and secretly sent to the underground base for rigorous training. The methods employed were exceedingly brutal and sanguinary. Scanning the area, the piles of skeletal remains in the corner of the base numbered at least several dozen. Moreover, this was merely one outpost. The true toll of lives lost during training was likely many times greater. This starkly illustrated the heinous crimes that the roots had committed over the years, inciting outrage among both gods and men. Thus, upon witnessing the gruesome underground arena, the bloodstains strewn about, and the countless skeletal remains, even the steadfast Yanoyu nearly succumbed to despair. She wept uncontrollably, clutching several of the bones, filled with self-reproach. Had it not been for her misplaced trust in the roots, had she not been such an incompetent director, so many unfortunate orphans would not have fallen prey to the clutches of the roots and Danzo. She bore guilt. For a considerable time, under the soothing presence of Natsume's shadow clone, Nanoyu gradually calmed his turbulent emotions. Along with several clones, he led the remaining 30 or so orphans from the orphanage outside. These children predominantly lacked any ninja aptitude, and only a few recognized the former director, Nanu. The majority were recent arrivals in the past few years. However, many bore visible bruises from beatings, a testament to the inhumane treatment they had suffered within the orphanage's walls. One could only imagine the cruel fates that befell those orphans endowed with talent. After liberating the children, Natsume showed no hesitation. He swiftly discarded another lifeless body of a root ninja onto the ground within the orphanage. Then he unleashed 5 enormous fireballs, which instantaneously engulfed the entire orphanage in a raging inferno. Eradicating all traces, the blinding flames and violent chakra fluctuations quickly attracted several Konoha ninjas. Yet, by the time they arrived, the vicinity was already deserted, leaving only the dilapidated orphanage, still ablaze. Meanwhile, over 100 miles away from the Hidden Leaf village, Natsume transported himself and a group of children, along with Nanoyu, to a location marked by a flying thunder god seal. He had previously established the distance of 100 miles was quite substantial. Even for ninjas, it would require considerable time to catch up, providing ample opportunity for Nanoyu to lead the children out of Konoha's jurisdiction. Of course, Natsume had the capability to teleport everyone to the Hidden Flame village. A journey of 1,000 miles. However, transporting dozens of individuals over such a long distance would deplete a significant amount of chakra, and he also intended to return to Konoha for a leisurely visit and procure some souvenirs. Thus, he opted to simply teleport Nanoyu and the others to their current location. Thank you, Lord Natsume. We are immensely grateful to you, Nanoyu said, his eyes glistening with emotion, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Enough with the thanks. Show your appreciation through actions in the future. For now, take these children and retreat that I will return shortly to rendezvous with you, Natsume instructed, waving his hand dismissively. He then left behind a regular clone for protection and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Teleporting back to Konoha. With this technique, Natsume could move freely, unimpeded by anyone. Upon returning to Konoha, Natsume had three primary objectives in mind. First, to fulfill his promise to Nanyu and rescue the orphans. Second, to orchestrate an ambush against the root organization, further weakening Konoha. Third, to see if he could acquire additional souvenirs to bring back. The recent acquisition of a Byakugan ninja from the Hyuga clan and the validation of the recruitment card's powerful effects was merely a fortunate surprise. If Hinata Shinkawa could indeed breach the walls of the Hyuga clan's branch family, that would be splendid. If not, it would not be a significant loss, just a minor move in the grand scheme of things. At this moment, Natsume's primary interest lay in Konoha's alluring treasury. It was a rare opportunity, and he was determined to venture into the treasury and procure some souvenirs. Moreover, with over 6,700 gold coins remaining, he was just 3,300 coins away from amassing a total of 10,000 coins. Although he anticipated that once the shipping company resumed operations, he could sell jewelry within a month to raise a substantial sum. A visit to Konoha's treasury could potentially yield tens of millions, enabling him to reach the coveted 10,000 coins that very night. Thus, upon returning to Konoha, Natsume wasted no time that he concealed his presence and swiftly made his way towards the treasury. The sudden blaze at the orphanage had once again drawn the attention of numerous ninjas. Allowing Natsume to progress unimpeded, he soon arrived beside Konoha's treasury. After the previous theft, Konoha had evidently learned its lesson, replacing the two Chunin guards with two capable jonin. Unfortunately, this level of defense was negligible in Natsume's eyes. In a single encounter, the two jonin fell victim to Natsume's Sharingan Genjutsu, collapsing instantly. Without delay, Natsume pushed open the treasury's grand doors and stepped inside. However, upon entering, he was met not with the anticipated glimmer of silver and gold, but with an empty expanse. Clearly, Konoha had already cleared out the treasury of its funds, leaving behind a barren, desolate vault. Well, they certainly wised up, Natsume remarked with a sigh. He was not overly disappointed, as he had anticipated such a scenario. If someone had their home robbed, they would certainly change the locks and relocate their valuables. If they were oblivious to this and foolishly awaited the return of thieves, then Konoha was truly beyond salvation. It seems this souvenir is unattainable, Natsume sighed, preparing to depart. Just then, a series of swift motions echoed from outside the treasury loft. The next moment, a unified voice rang out from all directions. Ninjutsu. Barrier. 4 green flashes. As Natsume exited the grand door, he discovered that 4 Umbu ninjas had already positioned themselves at the corners, collectively casting a barrier ninjutsu that enveloped the entire treasury. This 4 green flashes barrier was a half-defensive, half-confining technique commonly employed by the Umbu, requiring the joint efforts of 4 jonin with substantial chakra reserves. It created an exceptionally robust barrier that firmly trapped its target, making it exceedingly difficult to breach from within unless one possessed power comparable to a tailed beast. Conversely, it was relatively easy to break from the outside. That a series of heavy footsteps resonated, and an elderly figure emerged from the shadows, flanked by 2 Umbu ninjas. It was Konoha's high-ranking advisor, Tsunade Kimura. Uchiha Natsume, you've indeed returned. You managed to silently bypass the village's barrier. It seems you've acquired the new secret code for it. Tsunade Kimura squinted at Natsume, her voice dripping with cold sarcasm. You knew I would come? Not certain. Tsunade Kimura shook her head. In truth, she was uncertain whether Natsume would return. However, since the treasury's funds had been emptied, she had no qualms about setting a trap. She deliberately stationed 2 guards to create a false impression and had the remaining Umbu ninjas lay in ambush nearby, prepared to strike. Even if they could not capture Natsume, they could apprehend any other lawless intruders daring to target the treasury. After so many years in high-ranking advisory roles, she possessed her share of cunning and craftiness. Little did she expect that tonight, by sheer coincidence, she would capture the notorious Uchiha Natsume, a rogue of immense notoriety. It was indeed a stroke of luck. Take care to maintain the barrier. Under no circumstances must he escape. Go and inform the others. Hurry for reinforcements. Additionally, be cautious not to make eye contact with him. Beware of his illusions. Despite her momentary pride, Hinokirikaru did not underestimate the situation. She hastily warned the surrounding ninjas. After all, she had been a ninja for several decades and was once one of the elite guards of the second Hokage, Tobirama. Moreover, she recalled that even Danzo had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of this young rogue. Naturally, She could not afford to be careless. However, on the other hand, she believed that although Uchiha Shikamiya was formidable, breaking through this barrier designed for suppression would not be an easy task. He was already like a turtle in a jar. Even if he could breach the barrier, the time he would expend would be sufficient for her to contact the village and summon enough ninjas to capture this great traitor in one fell swoop. After today, with such a grand achievement, she, as a consultant, would undoubtedly regain her renown. She envisioned herself overshadowing the likes of Danzo and Sarutobi. Yet, alas, while her aspirations were splendid, reality proved to be ruthlessly harsh. Before she could bask in her moment of triumph, Shikamiya spoke again from within the barrier. It appears that even the Leaf's consultant is not entirely worthless. Koharu, you were quite instrumental in the extermination of my clan. Were you not? But do you truly believe you have me at your mercy? Koharu furrowed her brows and retorted fiercely, "Val Uchiha brat, even as death approaches, you dare to be defiant. Indeed, your clan is a scourge. You all deserve to perish." Shikamiya smiled faintly, unperturbed, and mockingly replied, "We are indeed deserving of death. However, who shall die first is a matter of great uncertainty." No sooner had the words left his lips than the Shiko within the barrier erupted into a cloud of white smoke, vanishing without a trace. Witnessing this, Koharu and the other ninjas outside the barrier were utterly astonished that it's a shadow clone. They exclaimed, "Damn it, that wasn't his true self. Where is his real body? Protect the consultant." The several Umbu ninjas were thrown into disarray. Even Koharu herself felt a chill run down her spine, silently cursing her misfortune. Yet, before she could react, the familiar cold voice echoed ominously behind her once more. "Safe travels." The chilling farewell sounded to Koharu like the voice of a vengeful spirit, sending shivers down her spine and making her heart race. Instinctively, she attempted to evade and counterattack. Alas, she was simply too slow compared to Shikamiya's blinding speed. Though decades ago, when she was part of Tobarama's elite guard, she possessed the prowess of a top-tier shinobi, age had taken its toll on her, diminishing her once formidable abilities. The strength of a ninja is largely tied to both physical and ninjutsu prowess. And at her age, her body felt brittle, her vitality had waned, and her chakra reserves were now a mere fraction of what they once were. How much power could she truly retain? This decline in strength was one of the reasons Koharu and Mito Monrin had transitioned into advisory roles. In any case, with her current abilities, she could hardly evade Shikamiya's impending assault. And as for Shikamiya, who had endured countless disparaging remarks about the Uchiha clan from this woman, who had incited many high-ranking officials against them, he showed no mercy to in an instant. He closed the distance behind her, his hands slicing through the air to shatter her spine and incapacitate her hands, stripping her of all capacity for resistance. "Consultant, Lady Koharu." The remaining Umbu ninjas gasped in horror and rushed to assist. Yet Shikamiya had no intention of sparing these minions that in the next breath, his blade was drawn, a searing crimson light flashing forth. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp sounds of slicing flesh rang out in mere moments. 6 Umbu ninjas, including those maintaining the barrier, lay lifeless on the ground, each one silenced with a swift strike to the throat, without exception. Shikamiya's assault was swift and decisive, executed with a cold efficiency that sent shivers down the spines of all who witnessed it. Of course, the reason he employed his blade instead of ninjutsu was to minimize chakra fluctuations and avoid alerting other leaf ninjas. At this moment, Koharu, paralyzed on the ground with a shattered spine and incapacitated hands, felt an unprecedented terror as a ninja. She had faced numerous life-threatening crises throughout her life, but never had she felt so utterly powerless and despairing as she did now. Especially after witnessing this young rogue effortlessly dispatch several Umbu ninjas in the blink of an eye. Such overwhelming power left her trembling with dread and despair. After dispatching the surrounding Umbu, Shikamiya approached the barely conscious Ku. You. The excruciating pain rendered her incapable of forming a complete sentence, leaving her to glare at Shikamiya with a look that could kill. Not glare at me like that. You see, I have far too many clansmen who would relish the opportunity to make you suffer, Shikamiya remarked, delivering a harsh kick to her side. Still waiting for your reinforcements, are we? Do you know why my true self arrived so late? Rest assured, those ninjas you dispatched to summon help have already been caught up with and dealt with in secret. Once you perish, this night, No one will know that I was behind it all. After all, Shikomi-ai had been steeped in the culture of infiltration and the art of deception throughout his past life. Thus, from the outset, he had no intention of risking his true self. After all, such an effective tool as a shadow clone should not go to waste. Therefore, upon seeing the clone fall into a trap, he promptly dealt with those who had been sent to relay information, which accounted for the slight delay. Naturally, even if his true body had been trapped within the barrier, he had left numerous flying thunder god seals outside, leaving him utterly unafraid that it would be but a moment's effort to escape. Furthermore, who could say whether that barrier could withstand the sharp edge of his blade? Frankly speaking, if one disregards the third Hokage Sarutobi, Might Guy, and any potential hidden trump cards within the leaf, Shikomi-ai alone could single-handedly carve a path through half of the village. It was puzzling how Koharu harbored such misplaced confidence. Believing she could capture him alive, what do you still wish to do? Shikomi-ai chuckled. No need to rush, he continued. You have relocated the funds from the treasury to another, more clandestine location that I suspect only a select few high-ranking officials within the leaf are aware of its whereabouts. However, since you set this trap and given your position as a consultant, I imagine you must know where the new treasury is hidden. Yes? Clearly, Shikomi-ai's intent was to pry the location of the new vault from Koharu's lips, which was why he spared her life. Otherwise, he would have eliminated her at the first opportunity. You, wishful thinking? I will never. Rest assured that I never expected you to cooperate. I have heard that your mastery of illusion is quite impressive. Would you care to experience the formidable power of my kaleidoscopic Sharingan's Genjutsu? The moment you uttered a single word, Natsume opened his crimson, eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan, but a torrent of ocular power surged forth, instantly overwhelming the will of the unconscious Koharu. In no time at all, Natsume acquired the information he sought, discovering the location of the new treasury. You certainly have a knack for selecting locations. Were it not for the revelation through Genjutsu, I might never have guessed it. Well then, thank you for your intelligence that I surmise others should be arriving soon. Lastly, do me a favor and conceal this. Using the residual power at your disposal, Natsume's gaze sharpened, as the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan unleashed another wave of illusion into Koharu's mind, forcibly altering her memories. Then, with a swift motion of his blade, he severed the life of the old woman. Such grievous injury left her with no hope of survival. Subsequently, he vanished from the scene, hastening towards the new treasury. Barely 10 seconds had passed since Natsume's departure when the unmistakable signs of the barrier ninjutsu drew numerous leaf ninjas to the location. Upon witnessing the horrific battlefield, these ninjas were filled with dread. Simultaneously, they quickly discovered the barely breathing Koharu and hastened to stabilize her life force with chakra. Moments later, the third Hokage, Sarutobi, arrived on the scene. Witnessing the tragic fate of his old friend Koharu ignited a furious blaze within him. Koharu, who did this? Struggling to hold on to her last breath, Koharu recalled the illusionary memories in her mind and managed to utter. 2 individuals in red cloud cloaks. It was them. Akatsuki, the village. Before she could finish, she breathed her last, succumbing to death. The administrative department, which assisted the Hokage in managing the affairs of the leaf, was headed by Mito Gate and Koharu, both of whom held positions akin to elders within the village. The responsibilities of the advisors included providing sound advice to the Hokage and serving as a bridge between the land of fire and the leaf, conveying national information and receiving the financial budget allocated to the village, while also reporting the village's circumstances and situations to the daimyo. To speak frankly, aside from their slightly diminished actual power, Mito Gate and Koharu's statuses within Konoha were virtually on par with Danzo. They were undeniably high-ranking figures in the leaf at this moment. The sudden demise of such a senior advisor undoubtedly dealt a significant blow to Konoha. After all, even during the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars, no senior advisor had ever met such a fate. Moreover, Koharu was a close comrade of Sarutobi, which deepened the emotional impact of her death. Witnessing Koharu's demise was undoubtedly a tremendous shock for Sarutobi, leaving him shaken and seething with rage. The esteemed senior advisor had perished right at the entrance of the treasury if word of this spread. It would be a colossal blow to the entire leaf. Sarutobi suppressed his fury and murmured, 2 individuals in red cloud cloaks. Could it be the Akatsuki? How dare they strike at the leaf? How did they manage to infiltrate the village's barrier undetected? And why did the battle erupt here? Countless questions surged within him, Yet none could provide answers, despite the clues left by Koharu before her death. Sarutobi could not immediately place his trust in them. After all, it was also possible that someone was deliberately impersonating the Akatsuki to sow discord. Even the experienced Sarutobi had contemplated whether Koharu might have been under an illusion. However, after a brief pause, he quickly dismissed this notion that he was well aware of Koharu's proficiency in Jinjutsu. While she may not have matched the youthful talents of Yugao, she was still quite remarkable. The thought of controlling her silently and altering her memories seemed nearly impossible. Even the so-called pinnacle of Jinjutsu, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, would find it challenging to achieve such a feat. Mastery of technique and an abundance of ocular power were both essential. Sarutobi had also considered the possibility that the traitorous Uchiha Natsume was behind this. However, that boy, despite having awakened the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, was still far too young, with limited chakra and ocular capacity. Thus, the likelihood was minimal. Of course, had he known that within just over a week, Natsume's chakra and ocular power had surged exponentially, he likely would have thought differently. The efficiency of the Umbu was remarkable. After thoroughly investigating the scene and gathering intelligence, they began to collect the bodies. Sarutobi personally closed Koharu's eyes and draped a white cloth over her, though a fire of anger burned within him after decades of being Hokage and witnessing the cycle of life and death. He did not lose his composure. Instead, suppressing his fury, he coolly inquired, "Has the scene been thoroughly examined?" "Yes, Third Hokage, that we have inspected the surrounding bodies. Aside from Koharu, all others were killed with a single blow. The assailant is exceptionally formidable. Is there a way to track them?" "No, the assailant possesses significant experience. They not only swiftly vacated the battlefield, but also concealed all traces and scents. Even our ninja hounds struggle to follow their trail. We will require more time before we can hope to find any leads," the Umbu squad leader replied with his head bowed, filled with shame. Their comrades had been slain, and a senior advisor had perished. Yet they could only stand there helplessly, devoid of clues. This was undoubtedly a tremendous blow for the Umbu. However, it was not entirely their fault. After all, who could have anticipated that the assailant would be so powerful? So brazenly arrogant, they treated the entirety of Konoha as if it were their own backyard. Furthermore, the sensory unit remained silent, offering no warning. What a bunch of useless fools. Sarutobi refrained from cursing, even though he longed to vent his frustration. Ultimately, he held back his ire. It was not that the Umbu ninjas were too weak. Rather, it was the enemy's overwhelming strength. 6 jonin working together could easily flatten a small hidden village. Yet, before this adversary, they had been dispatched with ease. One had to wonder why such a ruthless foe did not simply eliminate Koharu outright. Surely, it could not be out of respect for her status as an advisor. There had to be ulterior motives at play. Realization struck Sarutobi. They were after the funds that had been transferred from the treasury. They had tortured Koharu to extract the location of the emergency treasury. Sarutobi's expression changed drastically. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted towards the emergency treasury, abandoning any pretense of Hokage dignity or composure. After all, the funds within the treasury were the lifeblood of the village. Half had already been stolen last time. If they were to be emptied again, it might even jeopardize the salaries of those Umbu civil servant ninjas. How could Sarutobi remain calm? A few minutes later, outside the village of Konoha, a figure suddenly materialized. That moment, Natsume, cradling 8 scrolls of space, wore a radiant smile. Yes, that wonderfully simple smile that a generous gift of 40 million ryo. Konoha truly is quite generous. The generosity of Natsume is such that he has no desire to depart. On the other hand, to speak candidly, after experiencing a setback, Konoha has indeed learned its lesson. Not only did they relocate all the funds from their original treasury, but they even stored them separately in 3 temporary secret reserve vaults, as a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. However, Konoha could never have anticipated that Takatsuki Karu, a high-ranking advisor privy to the locations of these secret reserve vaults, would be swiftly taken out by Natsume, under the influence of Natsume's illusionary techniques. She divulged the addresses of the reserve vaults in their entirety. With such fervor, how could Natsume let this opportunity slip away? He promptly took action, infiltrating one of the vaults, situated within a natural cave beneath the statues of the Hokage. He absconded with the entirety of the 40 million ryo stored within, leaving not a single coin behind. One can only imagine the shock of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi, upon discovering one of the now empty vaults. He might very well succumb to apoplexy in his fury. Moreover, the other two reserve vaults were strategically located, with one beneath the original treasury's attic and the other adjacent to the Hokage's office. Konoha has indeed exemplified the adage that the darkest places are often the safest, demonstrating both audacity and meticulousness. Had it not been for the intelligence gleaned through illusion, Natsume may not have been able to locate these reserve vaults with such alacrity. Of course, due to the pressing nature of time and elevated risk, Natsume refrained from raiding the other two vaults. Having already secured 40 million ryo as a souvenir this night, he deemed it unnecessary to strip Konoha of its very foundation, lest it provoke a desperate retaliation. Furthermore, rather than witnessing Konoha's instantaneous annihilation, Natsume would prefer to observe its gradual disintegration, a slow descent into the abyss, while it struggles to grasp the faintest glimmer of hope amidst despair. Until the final breath. Is that not far more gratifying? The climax is often but a fleeting moment. Once it has passed, it leaves a void. Only through the delicate build-up and the main event does one find enduring pleasure and endless reminiscence. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired 41,400,000 value points. Would you like to exchange 41,400,000 value points for 4,140 gold coins? Recharge successful. Congratulations, you have obtained 4,140 gold coins. Current balance: 10,892 gold coins. Gazing at his balance, which has once again surpassed the threshold of 10,000 gold coins, Natsume felt a surge of joy, particularly as it exceeded 10,000 by an additional 892 coins, ample enough for him to indulge in 10 consecutive draws. However, despite his exhilaration, Natsume did not hastily enter the system to commence exchanges and draws, for there remained a significant task awaiting his attention. This evening, he had achieved 2 out of 3 objectives, even exceeding expectations. Not only had he acquired a Byakugan user, but he had also eliminated the bothersome Ko. Now, only the final task remained, to devise a scheme to ensnare a portion of Root and further weaken Konoha. At this juncture, it seemed the moment was ripe for action. Meanwhile, outside Konoha, a considerable contingent of Umbu and Root ninjas stealthily trailed several members of the Uchiha clan, continuing their surveillance. Gradually, a few of the Umbu ninjas began to lose their composure. "Captain, I sense something amiss. Are those individuals truly planning to defect? They seem to have circled the village twice already. If they were preparing to defect, they would not be moving so sluggishly, would they?" Silence. Follow orders and act accordingly. Regardless of their intentions, our task is to complete the mission as planned. Follow them and surround their meeting point, the squad leader cautioned in a hushed tone, whether from Root or Umbu. Executing commands is paramount to the village's concealed blade. They need only aim at the target and strike with vigor. As for the correctness of the action or potential missteps, those are considerations for the wielder of the blade, namely Konoha's higher-ups. Moreover, in a bid to redeem past failures, Danzo had spared no expense this time. Aside from those engaged in other missions and the unripe seedlings, he had deployed every available Umbu and Root ninja, over 100 in total, divided into 2 groups. One group acted as the vanguard, covertly trailing the Uchiha, while the other lay in wait at the village's perimeter, ready to spring into action at a signal, encircling the Uchiha traders with deadly precision. Due to their continuous operations outside the village, these troops were unaware of the recent upheavals within, the destruction of a Root orphanage base and the sudden death of a high-ranking advisor. Otherwise, they would not have been so unhurried in their pursuit of the Uchiha ninjas. With their home having been breached, who could possibly maintain the spirit to chase down traitors, despite a few Konoha ninjas showing signs of restlessness? The majority of the well-trained Root ninjas remained remarkably composed, exhibiting a cold-blooded perseverance in their hunt. Thus, time passed steadily. After the Uchiha ninjas had circled Konoha 3 times, they finally deviated from their path, heading north. Observing this, the Root ninjas were stirred to alertness and hastened to follow. In mere minutes, the 5 Uchiha ninjas halted in a somewhat open, sparse woodland and awaited in silence. Excellent. This must be the rendezvous point with the rogue ninjas from the Land of Flames. Quickly notify the others to gather here. Exercise caution. Do not expose ourselves. Should this operation fail, Lord Danzo will undoubtedly make us pay dearly. The leader of the 50-odd Root ninjas commanded sternly. The ways of Root were well known. Failure in a mission, Even if one survived by a stroke of luck, would at the very least result in severe repercussions. Furthermore, with Danzo's legs incapacitated, his foul mood was palpable, making it all the more crucial for everyone to tread carefully. Meanwhile, the Uchiha ninjas stationed in the woods were equally perplexed. What time is it? Exactly 9 o'clock. Perfect timing. Is this truly the place our clan leader instructed us to come to? It seems rather unremarkable. Who exactly are we supposed to be waiting for? I have no idea that we snuck out after all. If we take too long to return, the village sentinels might discover us, and that would be troublesome. Shush, speak no ill of the clan leader. He must have his reasons for remaining in Konoha. Let it be. When will we truly reach the point of despair? At worst, I shall defect and venture to that hidden village of Yenin. Count me in. However, I cannot help but wonder if they will accept us, considering we previously rejected the notion of defection. A few Uchiha ninjas engaged in lively conversation, their laughter echoing in the air. Out here, as opposed to within the confines of Konoha, they felt liberated to express themselves freely. Yet, as the discussion progressed, a sense of unease crept in, worrying that even if they fled, Yenin might turn them away. Given their past refusal, just then, before their words could fade, a hearty laugh resonated from the shadows of a nearby thicket. Fear not, for Yenin will never reject you. That place is the true home of our clan. The group was startled and quickly turned towards the sound, discovering a youthful boy emerging from the forest, cradling a small turtle. Susanoo. It is indeed young Master Susanoo. The chief had arranged for them to meet none other than Susanoo. Were they to establish a connection with Yenin? At that moment, the 5 Uchiha ninjas were taken aback, followed by overwhelming joy. After all, news of the alliance between Yenin and the Hidden Mist had spread like wildfire throughout Konoha in recent days. As members of the Uchiha clan, they shared the same yearning to witness the newly established hidden village created by their kin. Thus, upon hearing the esteemed Susanoo's words, their excitement surged, and they could hardly contain their eagerness to explore. However, before they could approach with delight, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Susanoo, still holding the turtle in one hand, suddenly executed a series of hand seals with the other, unleashing ninjutsu, shadow clone technique, water clone technique, transformation technique, binding technique. In the next instant, dozens of figures of varying appearances and heights emerged from the shadows behind Susanoo. Simultaneously, 5 sharp shurikens shot forth from the underbrush, aimed directly at them. The 5 Uchiha ninjas were taken aback, utterly bewildered as to why Susanoo would suddenly turn against them. Yet, in an instant, they found themselves immobilized by Susanoo's binding technique, unable to move. Forced to watch as the 5 shurikens soared towards them. Whoosh, 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 thud, thud, thud. 5 muffled sounds echoed as the shurikens pierced the chests of the 5, causing them to collapse to the ground. Meanwhile, a group of Konoha root ninjas lurking in the distance were similarly stunned by the sudden turn of events. Report. The target has appeared. They are in contact with the Uchiha ninjas. Only one is indistinguishable, but it should be a traitor sent by Yenin. Excellent. The fish are biting. All squads, increase encirclement speed. We must not let them escape. Wait, there is more than one target. Damn it, a multitude of unidentified ninjas has appeared behind them. The numbers are overwhelming. Something is amiss. Where did Yenin acquire so many ninjas? Are they preparing to counterattack Konoha? As he gazed at the sudden emergence of dozens of figures in the distance, the root captain's expression drastically changed. Clearly, the unexpected developments had far surpassed his predictions and control, but before he could react, he witnessed the 5 Uchiha ninjas fall to the ground, struck down by the shurikens. Curse it! Have they lost their minds? Are they not Uchiha defectors from Yenin? How could they turn on each other? This is bad. The intelligence was incorrect. They may not be ninjas from Yenin. They could be from another hidden village. An enemy attack. Quickly, inform Lord Danzo. The root captain shouted, disregarding any concerns about exposure. If these dozens of ninjas were indeed enemies from another hidden village, Konoha was in grave danger today. In such a moment, who would care about a few insignificant Uchiha traitors? Byakugan. Who has Byakugan? Show me who those ninjas are. Upon hearing this, the only 2 Byakugan users among the root ninjas promptly activated their eyes and gazed into the distance, their vision encompassing over a kilometer. Utilizing the unique chakra detection abilities of Byakugan, they quickly discerned the truth. they realized that the numerous figures were not real. A significant portion were merely clones created by ninjutsu. It was a trap. They were merely posturing. Those were not real people, one of the Byakugan users shouted. However, before he could finish, he suddenly caught sight of something utterly terrifying, causing him to falter, his expression shifting to one of sheer horror as he screamed. No, it's a tailed beast. Run. Moments earlier, as he observed the 5 fallen figures, Susanoo wore a satisfied smirk. He then lifted the small 3-tailed turtle from his arms and gently patted its head, commanding, "Hey, you understand me, right? Quickly, over there, unleash a tailed beast bomb. Make haste. If you delay, you'll find yourself in the pot tonight." The 3-tailed turtle had no choice but to comply, looking rather pitiful as it opened its mouth and began to gather chakra for the tailed beast bomb. In mere moments, under the threat of being made into soup, it successfully formed a massive, potent tailed beast bomb. Without hesitation, Susanoo aimed the turtle and launched the tailed beast bomb. It was too fast. Too unexpected. The group of root ninjas in the distance could never have anticipated that there was a tailed beast on the opposing side, and without a moment's notice, it unleashed a tailed beast bomb towards them. That was the ultimate technique of a tailed beast. A single bomb could obliterate a mountain or several mountains. In the early days of Naruto, even the 5 Kage would struggle to withstand such a lethal move. As a result, this large group of root ninjas could not react in time. The colossal, purple-black-tailed beast bomb soared over 1,000 meters in an instant, exploding directly above the group of root ninjas. In the next moment, a brilliant orange light erupted, akin to the sun plummeting from the sky, instantly engulfing everything nearby. The intense brightness rendered their eyes unable to open, while a violent shockwave radiated outward, uprooting countless trees and generating an unfathomable tempest. The tremendous sound of the explosion reverberated, shaking the very ground, felt even 10 kilometers away. The might of the tailed beast bomb was no exaggeration. Moreover, this was a full-force eruption from a mere turtle, driven by the threat to its life. The grandeur of the spectacle was awe-inspiring, its power terrifying. At that moment, as he beheld the massive orange sphere rising in the distance, along with the subsequent explosion forming a gigantic mushroom cloud, Susanoo felt a profound sense of satisfaction that he reached out to stroke the head of the 3-tailed turtle, praising, "Well done. You've proven to be quite useful." Sanwei promptly took the initiative to rub against its own head, exhibiting a notably submissive demeanor. After all, it was acutely aware that disobedience would inevitably lead to dire consequences. Moreover, this particular human child possessed the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Even if it chose to defy, it would still succumb to the illusions and be compelled to comply. There was simply no right to resist. As the old adage wisely states, when resistance is futile, one might as well embrace the experience. Perhaps by cooperating a bit more and changing positions, it could find even greater comfort in the distance. The remnants of the tailed beast ball's explosion continued to spread. Among the more than 50 root ninjas, aside from a fortunate few who had scattered in advance to remain vigilant, the remainder were all engulfed by the blast.